Hey everyone, welcome back to WonderGod. What if the one who was forgotten, the one who was ignored by everyone, returned with a power no wizard could ever hope to match? In today's story, we dive into what if Harry Potter conquered his darkness after Sirius's death. Here is short summary. After Sirius's death leaves Harry angry, helpless, and forgotten, he discovers that even in the darkest times, a light can still guide his way. But before we begin, if you enjoy stories like this, make sure to subscribe to WonderGod and share it with your friends, because it really helps the channel grow. Now, let's begin the story. The 7th of August 1996. In the heart of the suburban town of Little Whinging, Surrey, a teenage boy was lying on his bed, propped up by his elbows, staring at the ceiling. At first glance, one might assume that he was a fairly normal young boy, unable to sleep because of the fierce wind shrieking outside the window. But this was not the case. A closer look would reveal that his eyes were completely blank, that his mind was elsewhere, and one might then assume that, although he could not sleep, he was lost in some pleasant daydream, perhaps about his crush, or what he was going to do with his friends the next day. One could not be more wrong. It was not some pleasant thought of a romantic date with his crush, nor plans of activities he might do with his friends, that took up Harry Potter's thoughts at this very moment. No, he was watching, for what must have been the millionth time this summer, the moment of his Sirius Black, his godfather's, death. Again, he watched as his godfather dueled with his very own cousin, Bellatrix Lestrange, in a valiant attempt to distract the Death Eater from Harry and his friends. Again, he watched as a flash of red light blazed from the tip of Bellatrix's wand, watched as his godfather stepped backwards to avoid the spell. Again, he saw his godfather lose his balance, careening backwards, arms windmilling as he desperately attempted to regain his balance. Again, he watched as his godfather fell backwards into a veil of airy, black shroud-like material, tumbling backwards into a dark abyss. And once again, he was filled with the dark knowledge that his godfather was dead, torn from this world long before his time. At the time of the actual event, Harry had not known that this veil was the doorway into the realms of the dead, a place from which no mortal could return. But he knew that now. He knew that only too well. With a huge effort, Harry wrenched his mind free of the memory, and blinked his way back into proper consciousness. Immediately his ears were assailed by the noise of the wind. He could hear as something heavy was lifted into the air and slammed against the side of a building, heard the screaming of the trees as they did their very best to remain upright. But even the violence of the gale outside could not distract him from the burden of his godfather's death, which, he thought, would always rest heavy on his soul. Rising from the bed, he walked to the window, past Hedwig's cage, and opened the window. The wind nearly blew him backwards, but he stood against it, allowing the winds to scream around him in his room, feeling his anger, guilt and helplessness paling in the face of nature's fury. His owl hooted balefully at him, and Harry smiled apologetically at her, pulling the window shut. "Sorry, Hedwig. I just needed some fresh air," he told the owl with a sigh. He'd hardly been good company, these last 3 days since he'd returned from school. Hedwig had remained out for most of that time, not wanting to be a possible target for her master's displeasure with life. Harry felt even angrier than he had the previous summer, feeling that he was once more being coddled. He'd heard from the Order of the Phoenix only once, to say that he should not blame himself for Sirius' death, and reminding him to send a letter every 3 days. Neither of his friends, Ron and Hermione, had sent a note along with this letter. Harry just wanted, once more, to be included. But he knew that he wouldn't be. On some level, Harry knew that his anger was unreasonable, that he was taking out his helplessness in the face of his godfather's death on everyone around him, but at the same time he didn't particularly want to do anything about it. The only reason Hedwig was here tonight was the wind. It had blown up in the early afternoon, and was showing no signs of abating anytime soon. Harry slumped into his chair, allowing his body to slouch as he stared at the littered top of his desk. There were the remains of a weak attempt to do some studying and several half-finished letters to his friends, letters that would, most likely, never be sent. He picked up his quill and scrawled a single word onto a fresh piece of parchment, writing it again and again, as if simply writing this word would make his life better again. The 7th of September 1996 morning. By morning the wind had dropped, and the sun rose over the town, illuminating damage that would most likely take several weeks, if not months, to repair. More than one car had been turned over, Trees were uprooted onto roads, homes were partially demolished from the flying debris. The sun crept further up in the sky, its rays lighting up more and more of the town, until finally they shone through a window, remarkably undamaged by the night's violent gale. The rays shone directly onto the face of a sleeping boy. Harry screwed up his eyes without waking, and half turned his head, as if to hide from the glaring sunlight. The only other occupant of the room, the owl Hedwig, looked at her master thoughtfully. He hadn't slept much, and he'd been angrier than he used to be. But he was her master, and despite his anger, she loved him. After all, he was only human. He was sleeping soundly, she noted with an almost maternal pride. She knew that he was not sleeping as much as he should, and that when he did, he always woke unrested, and angrier than before. But now he seemed to be sleeping soundly. He wasn't thrashing about like he usually did, nor was he muttering words that, to Hedwig, made little sense at all. He was peaceful. Hedwig thought for a moment and decided it wasn't worth waking her master to demand breakfast. She closed her eyes and decided to have a short nap. When she awoke, hopefully her human would be awake also, and ready to feed her. Harry's dreaming. Harry walked down the corridor of the Department of Mysteries. Oh great. Nightmares again, he sighed, readying himself for the now familiar experience. In his dream, he no longer felt the emotions that swamped him when he awoke. It was part of the nightmare, and the only part of the process that Harry actually liked. He was calm and could think clearly, unhindered by the emotions that normally tore at him. But at the same time he was withdrawn in his own mind. Soon the terror of the dreams would begin. To his surprise, however, nothing seemed to be happening. There were no Death Eaters storming the place. As often happened, he didn't see himself doing something foolish, but then, Sirius. Though he now knew that this nightmare would be one of Sirius blaming Harry for his death, some young, childish part of Harry wanted this to be the real Sirius, the Sirius that would do anything for him. But even this expectation was wrong. "Yeah kid, it's me," Sirius told Harry, smiling slightly. "You mean it's really you? I dreamed the last few months and you're still alive." Harry desperately wanted this to be true also. Sirius's expression became sad. "No, Harry. I died, and that can be neither reversed nor helped. But I can talk to you, sometimes." "What do you mean, sometimes?" Harry questioned. "Why can't you all the time?" Sirius sighed. "Come over here and sit down. I'll tell you over a mug of butterbeer." As the man said it, 2 bottles of the famous drink, as well as 2 mugs appeared on the ground beside him. Cautiously, Harry ventured closer. This had never happened before. None of his dreams of Sirius were ever nice. "There's no need to be afraid," Sirius told him, and suddenly looked around at their surroundings. "Well, no wonder you're nervous. This is no place to be drinking butterbeer." With those words, the dream scene changed. They were sitting in an empty 3 broomsticks, the butterbeer on the table in front of them. "How did you do that?" Harry asked, his curiosity overwhelming his urge to get away before his godfather turned mean, as always happened eventually in nightmares. "It's a dream, kid. Dreams are controlled by the mind when the mind knows how to control them, anyway. Drink your butterbeer, it'll make you feel better." He added brightly. "Since when do you care if I feel better?" Harry asked, smiling slightly. "You always left the mothering to Mrs. Weasley." "Molly isn't here," Sirius replied. "Besides, I'm not mothering, I'm getting you to have a nice drink, and you need to feel better. You're feeling bad enough already. And it's only been a few days." Harry took a sip of the drink, becoming cautious once more. Sirius was going to get mean soon, he knew it. It had to happen, didn't it? That was the way these things always worked. It got worse. Sirius would blame him. "Harry, I'm sure you've been having nightmares. I know you did about Cedric's death, but listen to me now, it's not your fault. I died the way I wanted to. Not when I wanted to, no, but at least how I wanted to. I died helping my friends and fighting Death Eaters, not rotting in Azkaban. You made the last few years that I lived worth it. You believed me when I told you I was innocent. That's the greatest gift you could ever give me. Sure, I never got to know you like I'd wanted to. I never got proved innocent, like I'd wanted to, but I kept up with the order. I couldn't help in battles, not that they actually fought any, at least, not until the one that killed me, and I had to stay at home, but I did give them a place to use as headquarters." "Are you saying that you're happy here?" Harry asked, suspicious. This wasn't at all what he'd been expecting. Yes, Harry. I am happy here, your parents dwell in the realms of the dead also, and James was my best friend. Now I can see him, talk to him. It's not the same as being alive, but at least they are here with me. That doesn't mean that I wouldn't be happy back in the living realms. I miss you, and all of the order, but I'm dead and there's no changing that now. Harry bowed his head. He'd finally accepted that this was really serious. He couldn't be a nightmare, not now. You said you'd met my parents. He asked his godfather, green eyes suddenly fixed on Sirius's, hunting for the answers to a million questions he'd probably never ask. Yeah, they said to say hi and that they wished they could have known you, Sirius replied, almost nonchalantly. But why didn't they come to talk to me? Didn't they want to? Harry needed to know. Did his parents hate him? Please let the answer be no. They wanted to come, but they can't. Why not? Harry demanded. You're here, aren't you? Why can't they come too? Don't they love me or something? You can just tell me if that's the case. I don't want to live a lie. Of course they love you. Sirius appeared, and sounded scandalized. I guess I'd better explain. Come on, it'll be better if we do this while taking a nice walk. Immediately they were standing in a large forest. Sirius ambled down the only path that Harry could see, and the boy followed him. So, why don't my parents come to see me? Harry demanded, when Sirius made no effort to start talking. It's because of how they died, and how I died. They were killed. Their souls departed their bodies, which were later found and buried. But I wasn't like that. I fell into the realms of the dead, rather than dying. As far as magic is concerned, I'm still actually alive, Sirius started. You're alive, but you said. I said that according to magic, I'm still alive. I haven't died yet. But that isn't really the case, because I'm in the realms of the dead, which means that I must be dead. So I'm dead, but not dead, and alive, but not alive. I'm not a ghost, but I can exist in dreams. I mean, be someone in a dream. Your parents are completely dead, so they can't come with me. It's kind of weird, but I think it almost makes sense. You mean that because you're not alive or dead you can enter dreams, but because mom and dad are dead, they can't leave the realms of the dead? Harry clarified. Yeah. Something like that, Sirius said with an eloquent shrug. It was then that Harry noticed his godfather looked quite different. He seemed to be in the prime of his life. The years that Azkaban had added to his face and body were gone. His godfather really was quite handsome. I'm sorry, kid, you'll never get the chance to meet them. But I can bring you messages in dreams. Suddenly a sound filled the air. Harry and his godfather started, and the sound came again, unceasing. The dream world was breaking up, and Harry looked back at his godfather, his eyes wide with longing and almost fear. The 7th of September 1996. Later on, the Dursleys were sitting down to a light morning tea. Harry's breakfast, long since gone cold, still lay on the counter. Vernon and Petunia did not want to incur the wrath of the odd wizards who had spoken to them at the train station, and therefore weren't going to remove it any time soon. Suddenly they heard footsteps coming down the stairs. Immediately all activity ceased. When Harry entered the room, there was no sound, no movement from any of his relatives. Petunia opened her mouth to tell him where the food was, but Harry's cold glare made the noise die in her throat. The young wizard snatched his plate from the countertop and whipped around, disappearing out the door and back up the stairs. A collective sigh of released breath from his relatives was all that marked his passing. Back upstairs, Harry slouched over his desk, picking at the cold bacon, eggs and toast in front of him. He didn't want to eat, goddamn it. He wanted to sleep. He wanted Sirius to come back again. In her cage, Hedwig watched Harry with pensive amber eyes. It had been she that had awoken him, her hoots had been the sounds that had invaded his dream. But, for once, he wasn't angry with her for this. He'd seen his godfather, and Sirius didn't blame Harry for killing him. For a little while, Harry had been in a happy, almost blissful mood. Then he remembered his situation. He was forbidden to join his friends at Sirius's house. No one had really taken the time to contact him. Then he tried to dismiss it. Had they contacted him, he'd probably now be wishing for them to stop coddling him. Shaking his head, he became somewhat angry with himself. Why was he like this? He didn't like being angry, but he couldn't help it. For the moment, at least, he would be angry with himself. The Dursleys had made it worse, of course. They always did, even without trying. Harry could not like them. This summer, for the Few days that it had been so far, had been better than any previous. Now the Dursleys knew that if they put a foot wrong, Harry could summon the Order of the Phoenix, and that if his relatives tried to stop this, the Order would come and check up on him anyway. So his relatives were even more bearable this year than they had been in the last 2 holidays. They fed him well enough, and had even once or twice attempted to make pleasant conversation, no doubt hoping to make extra points with the Order of the Phoenix, showing that they were taking care of Harry and that there was no need to come and check up on him. Harry had done everything he could to keep the Dursleys from disturbing him. He had wanted to be alone with his grief, and, not liking his relatives, had certainly not wanted them to be with him any more than necessary. Hedwig was out again, flying over the forests near the outskirts of Little Whinging. Harry couldn't blame her, knowing what company he'd been these last few days. Harry did know that if he slept, he'd probably be a lot less angry, but fear of the dreams that would come prevented him from doing this. But now, Sirius was there, he could talk to Sirius, rather than endure nightmares. That would be much better. But he did not want to sleep now, tonight, though tonight he would sleep. Harry sighed. It was only mid-morning now, and he had long to wait before he could try to visit his godfather in dreams. He looked at his desk and, with a second sigh, decided to start on the homework he'd been sent for the holidays. Most of it was simple stuff from the subjects that he would have to take in his last 2 years, but nothing had come yet from either his NEWT level work or elective courses. He still had yet to receive his OWL results. Harry tugged out a Defense Against the Dark Arts book, and some parchment. Flipping through the book, he began reading almost absently, anything that looked potentially interesting. 2 hours later he had quite a bit of information scribbled down over his parchment, not quite enough, but enough that he could begin to order it into a proper essay tomorrow, if he wanted to. With a sigh, he tossed down his pen. He was tired, the overall lack of sleep in the last few days was catching up on him, and Sirius could come to talk to him now. The 7th of September 1996, that night. Afternoon was well on the way. Harry sat, fidgeting as he tried to be calm and wait for night to fall. He knew he wouldn't make it, the desire to see his godfather was too great, but he was certainly going to try. He was sitting still, his head resting against the palm of his hand as he stared at his clock and willed the minutes to pass faster. Suddenly, he jerked his head up in surprise. From all around the room came a soft sound, a song. Harry felt like weeping from the beauty of it, even as he recognized it as Phoenix song. What was happening? Why would a phoenix be coming to him? Then he remembered, it was 3 days since he'd last sent a letter to the Order, they would want to know what was going on. Was this Fawkes then, come to check up on him? Harry was aware, dimly, that had he not been in the thrall of Fawkes's song, he would have been angry that the Order had not thought him able to contact them on his own. But the beauty of the song was far too great for him to feel anything more than a piece so total it seemed incredible. And then the phoenix burst into being before him. Harry smiled in delight as the bird of flame twirled around him, coming to rest against his shoulder, a warm, comfortable weight against his cheek. The phoenix trilled a last few notes of its song, and dropped a note from his beak onto the desk in front of Harry, then waited. Harry guessed he was waiting for him to read the note. He reached forward and lifted it up. It was simply a piece of paper folded in half, obviously Dumbledore, for it must have been him that sent it, hadn't been at all worried about the letter going astray. Flipping it open, Harry read the short note inscribed there. Dear Harry, you probably think that I do not trust you to write on your own, am I right? This is not the case. I will send Fawkes to you every 3 days. This way, if you are hurt, Fawkes will be able to come and tell me, and we can come to help. If you are hurt, you may be unable to write. Though this method of communication is much safer than all post, do not trust too much to anything you write. There are ways to intercept everything. I hope you are well, and not too upset about not being able to come to Grimmauld Palace just yet. I sincerely hope you aren't beating yourself up about Sirius's death too much. It wasn't your fault, Harry. If it was anyone's, it was mine. There was no signature, but from the nature of the contents, and the look of the writing, as well as the fact that it had come with Fawkes. As if aware that Harry's thoughts were on him, Fawkes gave a couple of trills. I am supposed to write back? Harry asked the phoenix easily. A couple of trills and a bob of the head. Fine then. Harry picked up his quill and dipped it into the ink, thinking about what to write. Professor. All's been well here, the Dursleys are treating me just fine. There's been no whisper of trouble at all. Will I be able to come to Grimmauld Place at some point this summer? How is everyone? Harry. Short, Harry thought, but he couldn't really think of anything else to say. Here Fawkes, take this back to Dumbledore, Harry said quietly, holding the paper up to the phoenix. Fawkes took it gently in his beak, trilled a few times, and burst into flames. When the flames cleared, the phoenix was gone. Harry sighed and put his quill down, then glanced at the clock. Hey, cool. It's 10 minutes since I last checked, he remarked, and settled down to will the clock hands to move faster. By 5 o'clock that afternoon, Harry was thoroughly bored, and getting quite tired. Smiling, he decided that it was finally time he could try and talk to Sirius again. Bouncing over to the bed, he lay down, got himself comfortable and allowed his eyes to drift closed. Sleep, though, was some time in coming. Harry's thoughts raced, remembering his last visit with Sirius, thinking about what had happened that day. Finally, however, Harry's exhausted mind and body drifted into a deep, restful sleep. Harry's eyelids fluttered, he was on the brink of wakefulness, but he wanted to keep sleeping. He didn't want to get up. But consciousness was calling him, and he knew that he would have to answer. Harry allowed his eyes to open, staring at the white ceiling of his room. Sirius hadn't come. But neither had the nightmares. Harry wasn't sure if he was pleased or sad about the night's sleep. With a sigh, he turned his head to look at the time and nearly gasped out loud. 4 o'clock. And it had to be afternoon, it was light outside. He'd slept for almost 24 hours. Shaking his head in amazement, Harry stumbled out of his bed and across to Hedwig's cage. She was nearly out of both food and water, which was unsurprising. Harry took care of his owl, and wandered over to the desk. He was bored. He wondered how many other people found the summer boring, and decided that it couldn't be very many. Harry opened his Defense Against the Dark Arts book and started reading. The 7th of October 1996, late afternoon. As darkness was just beginning to fall, Harry slipped downstairs. His aunt and uncle were having tea in the kitchen. Dudley was having dinner at a friend's tonight. Where are you going, boy? It's not safe out, Vernon asked gruffly, not used to being nice to his despised nephew. Spare us all the bother and quit acting like you care, Harry sneered at his uncle. You're only saying that because you don't want the order to come here. But since you asked, I'm going for a walk. I'll eat when I come back. With that, Harry walked past the kitchen door and outside into the night, knowing that his aunt and uncle were glaring bitter hatred at his back. And Harry really didn't care at all. Outside, the cool evening air wafted around his thin form. He looked around at the area that he had lived in for nearly all of his life, a place that he had never once called home. The wreckage from the winds a few nights before was mostly cleared now, though Harry had no idea what it had looked like before. He realized that this was the first time he'd even left his room since he arrived back here for the summer for something other than a trip to the toilet or to get his meal from the Dursleys' kitchen. In the approaching dusk, this place could almost be called desirable, and he enjoyed being outside, feeling the fresh breeze, seeing the stars coming out above his head. "Heya, Harry," a voice murmured from the hedge behind him. Harry started around, only to relax when he saw Mundungus Dung Fletcher approaching from the darkness beside number 4 Privet Drive. "Hi Dung," Harry responded. "Dumbledore still having me watched?" "Of course he is," Dung responded. "More so now than ever. The Dark Lord's showing his hand, Harry, and you're the one he wants dead more than any other. Of course you're still being watched." "I should have realized that," Harry remarked, mentally cursing himself for not realizing sooner. "Where ya going, kid?" "For a walk. I haven't really decided where yet," Harry replied, shrugging. "I'll just come along with you, shall I?" Dung seemed to be trying to make up for leaving Harry the summer before, right before Dementors came and attacked him. "If you like," Harry replied, not really wanting the company, but knowing that the man would just follow him anyway. "You've had us a bit worried, kid, not coming out of the house." Dung tried to strike up a conversation. Harry only shrugged. Dung seemed to get the message and fell silent too. Suddenly Harry saw Dudley and his gang in the distance, coming towards him, heading home, probably. He kept walking, not caring if they saw him. It wasn't long before one of them, Harry thought it might have been Dennis, yelled out to the others that Harry was coming. Harry was close enough to see the stricken look on Dudley's face, how to avoid hitting Harry without his gang realizing it. But the bigger boy said nothing, knowing that there was no way. The gang came up, spreading out across the street, only to stop when they saw Harry's companion. "I say," Dung said, "what's going on here?" "My cousin," Harry said briefly, waving absently at Dudley and his little gang of friends. "Ah, friends of yours then?" Dung asked, obviously aware that the situation was quite the opposite of this. "Yeah," Piers Polkiss piped up, seeing the scars from numerous fights on Dung's face, and understanding all too well the menacing undertone. "That's good. Wouldn't want anyone getting hurt," Dung said, nodding amiably. Suddenly there was a thudding step from the road behind Dudley's gang. They all whipped around to see who it was. Harry immediately recognized the prowling, hooded figure with the wooden leg as Alistair, Mad-Eye, Moody. "Hi Mr. Moody," Harry offered the man, who extended a thin, scarred hand to shove Piers out of the way. "Harry, Dung," Moody nodded briefly to them both. "And it's Alistair, boy." Harry prevented himself from gaping, just. Moody let very few people call him by his first name, only those that he trusted or respected greatly. "Dung, there's a meeting that you are supposed to be attending, you should be going." Dung simply nodded and apparated away. "If you don't mind, Harry, I'll keep you company for a while," the ex-Auror offered. "Sure," Harry replied with a shrug, looking around for Dudley's gang. They seemed to have all fled. Harry continued walking, not really paying attention to where he was going. Mood Alistair's silent form keeping him company. Harry had allowed his steps to slow, unconsciously making allowances for his companion's disability. He wondered why he was not angry at Alistair and Dung for thinking that he needed protection. Maybe it was because if he showed his anger, Alistair would hex him, or maybe it was the good night's sleep he'd just had. Whatever it was, Harry found he didn't really care. "We should turn back, Harry," Alistair offered finally, a little after full dark fell. "Streets are dangerous places at night." Harry nodded in acceptance of this fact and turned around, the pair of them heading back by a different route to that which they'd come. "Try to avoid taking the same route twice," Alistair remarked a few minutes later. "It gives people a way of knowing where you'll be, and when." Bad idea that. The only real words he'd spoken to Harry were such warnings or suggestions like those. Otherwise the former Auror was more than happy to remain silent, as was Harry. Harry found that he quite liked the older Mont's company. Mostly silent, fairly companionable and not impatient. Some time before they reached Privet Drive, Alistair Moody disappeared from Harry's side. One moment he was there, his wooden leg making a familiar clop on the pavement, the next he was not. Harry knew that the man was not far away, should any trouble arrive, and was grateful for a few moments alone in the street. It gave him the illusion that he was alone, and could remain that way, independent. But illusions never lasted forever, and this one was no exception. He stood for a moment on the doorstep of number 4, and then pushed the door open and walked inside. In the kitchen on a corner of the bench was a plate of food for him. Dudley, it seemed, was in the living room playing on his PlayStation 2, a Christmas present from the year before. Harry simply took his plate and headed upstairs, ignoring the Dursleys completely, not that they'd actually said anything to him. Sitting at his desk, Harry found his appetite, eating the food quickly and almost wishing there was more. Harry ignored the feeling. He wasn't hungry enough to go back downstairs and ask his aunt for more food. Instead he picked up his Defense Against the Dark Arts book and started reading again. It was rather interesting, he'd found, reading about different curses and the uses they could be put to. More interesting than anything else he could think of doing. Harry drifted into sleep midway through the page he'd been reading, and, for a little while at least, slept easily. He woke several hours later sobbing wildly. Yet another nightmare had woken him. Where was Sirius? Harry could feel his anger returning. Why hadn't his godfather come back? Gods. All he wanted was to talk to the man, but no. Could that have just been a dream? Could he have dreamt that his godfather had come to him, told him it was all right, that it hadn't been Harry's fault? Could he have dreamed that? Harry sighed furiously. How could he know? What was the difference between dreams and reality? Both of them s.ked. Standing up he kicked the book he'd reading across the floor, and scowled after it. The 7th of November 1996 morning. The next morning found Harry drowsing slightly, sitting on the window sill. He'd moved there after his nightmare, and though he hadn't gone back to sleep, he'd spent hours attempting to count the stars. Now, however, he was starving. He'd heard the Dursleys getting up a little while ago, so there should be food downstairs. Harry wandered downstairs and into the kitchen. His aunt was serving food just as he walked in the door. She glanced at him angrily, but served a large plate for him also. "We are going to London today," Uncle Vernon said as Harry took his plate of food from his aunt. Harry paused instead of leaving straight away. For a moment thoughts raced around Harry's head, this and that, mainly memories of Grimmauld Palace. Suddenly he turned to his uncle. "I'm coming too," he stated calmly. For a moment, his uncle looked as if he might protest, but arguments died on his lips, and he nodded angrily. "We're leaving in 2 hours, if you aren't ready, we'll leave you behind," he snarled. Harry simply nodded. "See you then," was all he said, before walking outside to eat his breakfast in the early morning, also to talk to whoever was guarding him today, he thought bitterly, hating the thought that anyone felt he needed looking after. Just after he sat down to eat his breakfast, Tonks turned up beside him, for once looking normal, with shoulder-length, light brown hair and dancing green-gray eyes, dressed in respectable Muggle clothes. "How's it hanging, Harry?" she asked him brightly. "All right, are you on duty today?" Harry asked her warily. "Yeah," came the over-enthusiastic response. "I'm going to London with the Dursleys today," Harry stated, and Tonks made a face at the sound of the name, then sighed. "So I'm gonna have to follow you to London." "Yay," she said, not sounding nearly so enthusiastic now. "Spend a day with those normal people." Harry nearly burst out laughing, and Tonks looked at him questioningly. "I'm sure they'd think the same if they thought they were going to have to spend a day with you," Harry remarked with a faint smile. "Can you use an invisibility spell?" he added, almost as an afterthought. Tonks grinned at him. "Sure I can. I'm an Auror," she replied. "Good. Why don't you fly along behind or above the car or something, and meet me in London? I'll separate from the Dursleys and you can follow me." "I don't need an invisibility spell for that," Tonks protested. "I can just use a camouflage and then use my abilities as a metamorphagus." Harry glanced at her. "How are you planning on following me around all day without attracting too much attention? If someone from the wizarding world who also happens to be in Voldemort's circle saw you with me, he'd know that you were one of those who are protecting me. He'd know I had other protection," he pointed out. "Well, that's true. Invisible it is," she said, sighing. "I'll meet you in London once you've left the Dursleys, Toodles." She disappeared up the driveway, obviously going to get the things she'd need for the trip. Harry finished his breakfast in peace and headed upstairs to get ready for the day himself. Looking over his collection of Dudley's cast-offs, Harry felt somewhat disgusted. He hated all of this stuff. First thing to do today, get new clothes. Changing into the least revolting and best-fitting clothes, Harry cleaned himself up a little, thinking. If he had to be guarded by anyone in London, at least it was Tonks, not Moody, or Dung, or someone like that. Tonks, at least, loved having fun. Finally the Dursleys were ready to go, an hour beyond their 2-hour notice. Harry managed to refrain from pointing this out, but that was only because he was too busy thinking himself. He was trying to plan out his day, though he didn't know London at all well, which meant he was rather at a disadvantage. Oh well, hopefully Tonks would have some idea. After all, she'd been staying at Grimmauld Palace, which was in London. During the car trip, he began incredibly bored, staring out of the window and completely ignoring the Dursleys. Dudley was telling his parents all about dinner at Dennis's place. As Harry pushed the sound of their conversations away from his attention, he allowed himself to fall deeper into the anger that seemed to be lodged in his soul. Yes, they listened to Dudley, cooed over every tiny detail that he gave them. Had they ever done that to Harry? Oh, no. All the attention was given to their bulky, imbecilic son. Harry wasn't wanted. He wasn't wanted by anyone. His friends hadn't even asked after him, it seemed. At least, the note that Dumbledore sent him seemed to point in that direction. Didn't they care? Did they just think that he was the hero when he was with them, then forget about him the moment he was gone? And what about the Order of the Phoenix? "No, you can't come to us for the summer. It's safer for you where you are." Yeah, sure. Really safe. As if he couldn't take care of himself, hadn't he proved that? He'd taught some of the students defense against the dark arts last year, because he knew it. He knew how to defend himself, and protect his friends. He was jolted out of his thoughts as they hit London. "What are you going to do all day?" Uncle Vernon demanded. "You can't come with us, we've got an important business deal to attend to, and we haven't told them anything about you. They're only expecting 3 visitors, and it would be extremely rude to bring you along." Harry sneered at his family. "I'll meet you at the palace at 5 this afternoon," he told them, and turned, striding away. A moment later he heard Tonk's voice from just near his elbow. "Where are you going?" "Diagon Alley," Harry replied, his lips scarcely moving. "I need some money if I'm going to do anything." "Which way?" From then on, trying to keep talking to a minimal, Tonks touched his arm, guiding him through the throngs towards their destination. Finally Harry saw the familiar sign of the leaky cauldron, watched as the passers-by didn't seem to see it all. Harry made a beeline for the dingy pub, fingering his wand, which was thrust into a bag draped easily over on shoulder. Harry never let it far out of his sight, but he'd taken Moody's warning the previous summer to heart. Never put a wand in your back pocket. Harry walked into the bar, half sensing Tonks following close behind. "Don't run into anything," he warned, his voice very low. "I'll try not to," the accident-prone young woman responded, not sounding in the least bit confident. "Maybe once we get into the crowd you should take off the spell and try to mingle. It'd attract a lot of attention if there was something that no one could see bumping into everything." Harry sighed in defeat, all the time thinking, "Why the hell do I have to put up with this?" Harry took out his wand and tapped the correct brick to open the gateway to Diagon Alley. Just before it finished opening, Tonks became visible, now looking like someone straight out of a punk magazine. Harry blinked at the change. "Don't look like you're following me," he told her, slightly wary. "I'm an Auror," she responded, clearly telling him not to tell her what she shouldn't be doing. Harry merely shrugged and headed into the packed streets. "I have to go to Gringotts," he told her, heading for the large white building. "I need some Muggle money." "Ooh, Muggle shopping." Tonks looked ecstatic at the thought. Harry resisted the urge to roll his eyes and headed away, leaving Tonks looking interestedly at the wares in one of the stalls, trying to avoid looking like she was with Harry. Harry entered the wizard bank with a slight smile. Despite the goblins running around everywhere scowling at everyone, the place could actually be described as pleasant. "I need to get some money of my vault and change it to Muggle money," Harry told the goblin. "Name, sir?" "Potter." "Have you a key, Mr. Potter?" Harry reached into a pocket and handed the key over calmly. The goblin looked it over. "Everything seems to be in order," he remarked after a moment. Griphook. Harry had a sudden flash of memory. Griphook. That was the goblin that had first taken him down to the vaults the day after he found out he was a wizard. Interesting. Down in his vault, Harry wondered how much money he would need to go shopping in London, and in the end just filled 2 bags with galleons. Though he'd never been shopping before, he'd heard the Dursleys talking about it, and so he knew that most things cost a lot of money. Or was that simply what the Dursleys went to expensive shops? Harry shrugged the thought away, not really wanting to think about his guardians. Back in the marble reception of the bank, Harry caught sight of Tonks, anxiously scanning the crowd. Spotting him, she grinned and turned away, weaving through the crowd as if looking for someone. Harry turned around to look again for a free goblin, and, finding one, approached. "Yes." The goblin barked at him. "I would like to change this to Muggle money." "British," Harry stated, offering the bags of money he'd just picked up from his vault. The goblin took them and handed Harry a wad of notes, before yelling, "Next." Harry jumped out of the way as a large family bustled up to the counter, and headed outside. For a moment, he hesitated. Would he look around Diagon Alley while he was here? No. He could do that another day, probably when he came to get his school things. Right now he had things to do in Muggle London. Walking back out of Diagon Alley, Harry headed into London wondering how in the world he was going to find his way around this place. "Okay, I'm back to being invisible," Tonks muttered in Harry's ear. "I think if I just avoid going inside any shops, everything will be fine." "Right," Harry muttered back. "So, what are you doing here?" Tonks asked him after a while. "I need some new clothes." "Don't blame you. Come on, I'll show you the way to some good shops," Tonks said, sounding happy. Harry wasn't at all sure this was a good thing. He let her lead him, however, down this street and that. Tonks never paused once. It seemed she came here a lot. Finally they entered a street that seemed to be filled with teenager-type shops. Harry could easily see Tonks shopping here. Wait a sec, Harry, I think that it's time I made a proper appearance, Tonks told him. Harry stopped and looked around at the shops, wondering what Tonks was going on about. A moment later he heard someone enthusiastically shouting his name. Looking up he saw Tonks, now with bright blue hair, waving at him. Harry, fancy meeting you here, she called, heading through the crowds to get to his side. Hi, Tonks, Harry said warily. You're going shopping. Good. Oh, me too, come on, I'll show you all the good shops. She caught hold of his hand again and dragged him towards a large clothes shop. Harry sighed and allowed himself to be dragged. Almost an hour later, Harry walked out of the shop with an armful of bags and a somewhat dazed expression on his face. Tonks was skipping happily beside him. He watched her with a definite wariness now. She'd had him in there for an hour looking at different clothes. Although, he had to admit, he had found some new clothes, now at least he didn't feel embarrassed in Dudley's old clothes. He was wearing some of the clothes, at Tonks's insistence. I can't have you walking around looking like an old banker, she'd told him. Not with me. So Harry had sighed and changed into a pair of loose blue jeans and a black unmarked top that fit way too tightly for his taste, but which Tonks had bought for him, since he wouldn't buy it himself. Tonks stopped him for a moment to take the bags from Harry's arms. She discreetly pulled her wand out and muttered a charm to shrink the bags. Harry inquired, why didn't you do that in the store? Tonks just shrugged and continued to lead Harry through the roads of London. He'd quickly found out that it wasn't worth attempting to argue with Tonks, she didn't allow it. Harry had actually forgotten his anger for a while in the shop, since Tonks was, though very stubborn, fairly easy to get on with, and pretty good company. Shoes, Tonks exclaimed, once more dragging Harry along as she made a beeline for a store. Harry was all too happy to get new shoes, the pair he had now he'd had for 2 years, and they were much too small for him. Not to mention the fact that they were pretty much falling apart on his feet. Harry picked out a nice pair of black shoes, and would have been quite content to have only them until Tonks saw a pair of Doc Martens in the shop next door and made Harry buy them also. Where to now? Tonks wondered. I need some other clothes for school, Harry pointed out. He wasn't about to wear this around Hogwarts under his robes. That's true. I suppose we'd better go to a more respectable part of London then, Tonks sighed, and started off again, Harry trailing behind her. They spent the rest of the day wandering around London, looking at this shop and that, occasionally buying something. By the end of the day Tonks had a lot of things shrunken and stuffed in her pockets. They stopped for lunch at a nice, fairly small cafe, where Tonks insisted on paying, and stopped again at McDonald's a bit later for a quick snack before going to meet the Dursleys. A little ways before the palace, Tonks waved a cheerful goodbye and disappeared down another street. Harry knew that she'd been keeping an eye on him on the way back to Little Whinging, though he wished that people didn't need to do this for him. He was lounging on the palace steps for half an hour before the Dursleys arrived, reading The Hobbit by J.R.R. Tolkien. He remembered hearing about before he went to Hogwarts, and had thought that it might be interesting, but he had never actually been able to read it. Tonks had unshrunk his stuff, and it was now all piled around him, bags of clothes, a few shoe boxes, books, CDs and a CD player and a few other things. When the Dursleys pulled up in front of the palace they were gaping at him. Where did you get this stuff? Aunt Petunia demanded. I bought it with the money my parents left me, Harry replied, shrugging. Help me get it in the car, please. He only said please for the benefit of the passers-by, who would expect a boy to be somewhat polite to his family. Uncle Vernon didn't dare refuse, and so got out to help Harry stuff everything into the car. At least the Dursleys hadn't gotten the opportunity to go shopping, so there was more room than there would have been otherwise. On the way back, home, to Privet Drive, Harry dozed off in the car. The day's shopping had exhausted him far more than he would have thought, and the gentle whirring of the motor and the sound of the wheels on the road lulled him until he let down his barriers and dropped into sleep. The 7th of November 1996 afternoon. Harry was sitting in the Great Hall, eating dinner with Ron and Hermione and talking happily. Looking up at the staff table, he saw Remus Lupin, Albus Dumbledore and McGonagall engaged in conversation. Snape seemed to have disappeared, but, as this was a dream, Harry didn't think anything of it. Come on Harry, Ron said suddenly, let's go practice Quidditch. Hermione snapped. Guys, it's dark out. No worries, we can light the pitch, Ron responded, as he and Harry walked out of the hall. The Slytherin table was completely absent, but again, it was a dream, these things happen. Ron had a firebolt in his hand, almost an exact replica of Harry's. Race you, Ron offered. Harry grinned his acceptance and they both mounted their brooms and raced for the Quidditch pitch. Suddenly everything seemed to shake and go dark. When Harry could see again, he was in the middle of the Forbidden Forest and a giant black dog was standing panting by his side. Sirius? Harry asked nervously. Hey kid. With a pop, Sirius was there, hugging Harry tightly round the shoulders. How are you? Nice outfit, by the way. Harry looked down and saw that he was still wearing the clothes that Tonks had forced him into this morning. You think so? He asked his godfather, curiously. He hadn't particularly liked them himself, but maybe that was because he wasn't used to wearing clothes that weren't Dudley's cast-offs. Sure. Let me guess, Tonks took you shopping. Harry nodded, surprised. Knowledge that this was a dream entered his mind now, and he could remember being awake. Why haven't you come before? Harry asked his godfather suddenly, his eyes narrowing slightly. I slept to talk to you, and you didn't come. Sirius looked a little embarrassed. Come on kid, we'll walk, and I'll finish explaining things that I never got a chance to last time, he said, and they set off through the Forbidden Forest. So, Harry prompted his godfather when the man didn't speak. You know that I said that I dwell in the realms of the dead now, right? Sirius asked him. Yeah, Harry replied, cautious. Well, time there is not time here. For me, it's been only a few hours since you were woken last, but for you, it's obviously been a bit longer than that, Sirius said. Harry nodded. I had no way of knowing when you would be back. I can only find you sometimes, and it's not always possible to look for you at the same time that you are asleep. Knowing that time passes differently, I looked for you fairly often, but I didn't look at the same time you were here. Where is here? Harry asked. The realm of dreams, Sirius answered. Most people come here in their sleep and in their dreams only they are here. They might see other people, but those other people are not actually real, only the dreamer is. I, however, am an exception. Like I told you last time, I am alive, but I'm in the realms of the dead, so I can enter any person's dream that I wish to, if I can find them. How many other people's dreams have you been to? Harry asked. Only yours so far. I haven't been able to find Remus or any of the others at the right time, Sirius replied with a sigh. Oh, Harry said, bowing his head slightly. I might wake up soon. I'm in the car coming home from London. Right. Well, let's have some fun then. Sirius said. Until you wake up, at least. How? Harry asked. Here, your will, or mine, rules. This place exists solely to please those who are in it, so we can do whatever we want, whether it is possible or not. Here, Sirius turned upside down, walking as if on the sky. Harry laughed in delight and thought for a moment. Suddenly he had joined Sirius. Laughing, Sirius returned to the form of a dog, and Harry, with a second's thought, took the form of a stag. The dog looked at him in surprise. Is this what Dad's form looked like? Harry asked, his voice coming from the stag's mouth, even though this should be impossible. Yeah, Sirius said. Come on, let's run. The pair of them took off, racing over the Hogwarts grounds by the light of the full moon. From nowhere, a werewolf appeared, running with them, lifting its head to howl at the full moon, and Sirius also lifted his head and bayed. But all too soon Harry was jolted into wakefulness as the Dursleys' car came to a screeching halt as the lights changed red. Harry started awake. Unlike the last time, he was simply asleep one moment, playing with Sirius, and awake the next. The dream world did not shake and disappear slowly as it had the last time, it was simply gone. Despite this, Harry was in a surprisingly good mood for the last 5 minutes of the trip to Privet Drive. As the car pulled up in front of the house, Remus Lupin stepped out of the shadows, startling Uncle Vernon. Tonks told me you'd been shopping, Remus told Harry, smiling gently. I thought I'd help you get all your stuff up to your room. He was looking, by the Dursleys' standards, presentable, which would have probably gotten him into their good books, apart from the fact that he was obviously a wizard. Thanks, Remus, Harry responded, getting out of the car. Remus took a step back to look at him. Tonks said you'd gotten some new clothes. You look good in them, he offered. Harry bowed his head in thanks for the compliment, and showed Remus all of this stuff, most of which was in the boot. Remus, after checking to make sure that no one was watching him, shrunk most of it again and gave it to Harry to shove into one of the many pockets in the pants. A few things they took out and carried up, including the many bags full of clothes. Harry showed Remus upstairs and into his room. You really need some more space in the closet, Remus remarked, peering into the limited storage space, and then whipped out his wand to remedy the situation with a few spells. The closet will get bigger inside to allow for whatever clothes you have in it at the time, the older man explained, helping Harry unpack all of the clothes. Once this was finished, Remus offered to take Harry out for dinner that night. I wanted to talk to you, and it might be best if it wasn't here, the man explained. Harry froze for a moment. Remus wanted to talk to him about Sirius. For a moment he considered refusing, until he realized that this was for Remus's benefit more than his. Remus had been Sirius's friend, and he'd been feeling as down as Harry over the death. Harry now knew that Sirius could still talk to him, so the fact that he died was not as horrible as it had been. Okay, he said, leaving the rest of his stuff on the ground. Nice watch, by the way, Remus added. Harry frowned down at the chunky wristwatch that Tonks had insisted on. I suppose so, he replied doubtfully. Tonks knows her fashion, Harry. You can trust her not to do anything that would make you look stupid, Remus said with a laugh. Actually, that's just the sort of clothes that your father and Sirius used to love wearing. This immediately made Harry feel more confident in his new clothes. The night was warm, so Harry didn't bother taking any of his jackets with him, and walked out of his room with Remus. I'm eating out with Remus, Harry called to the Dursleys. That's all right, Harry, Petunia's voice was sickening sweet. Don't come back too late. Disgusting, Harry muttered under his breath, and Remus laughed. Harry looked up at him. Wolf hearing, the other man explained. Harry ducked his head, afraid he'd upset the man by reminding him of this. Remus just rested a hand gently on Harry's shoulder. It's all right, Harry. I'm used to everything reminding me of my condition now, he offered to the boy. I don't really care anymore, except when it's meant to be. An insult. Harry nodded. Now, why don't you show me to a good place to eat? I've never really been in Little Whinging before, Remus said. Harry's stomach rumbled, reminding him that it had been some time since the snack at McDonald's. Soon he and Remus were eating at a fairly nice restaurant, talking about fairly innocent things, neither of them wishing to bring up the subject they both knew was going to be discussed. At least not over dinner. Remus insisted on paying when they finished eating, and then they both walked out of the restaurant and headed for the park to walk and talk. How are you coping? Remus asked Harry after a long time of silence. I don't know, Remus. I really don't know, Harry replied with a heavy sigh. Sometimes good, sometimes I just want to lie down and die so that I can be with him. Remus just nodded in complete understanding. You seemed pretty happy today though. The silent question in his voice allowed Harry to see how much Sirius's death had hurt his werewolf friend. Remus, he's not dead, he said suddenly. What do you mean? He fell through the veil, there's no return from there, Remus said. You don't need to try and make me feel better about this, just about everyone from the Order has already tried. Remus, he meant as much to me as he did to you. I'm telling you he isn't dead. But I never said anything about being able to bring him back here again, Harry replied. What do you mean? Suddenly Remus had turned to Harry, his eyes feverish as he searched Harry's for answers. Remus, I've talked to him since he fell through the veil. He said that he was in the realms of the dead, but because he hadn't actually died, he wasn't there completely. He isn't dead, but he isn't alive either. He's come to talk to me in dreams. Harry hoped that his old professor wouldn't think him crazy. Of course, Remus breathed. You know about this? That it's possible? Harry asked. I remember a scrap of a page from a book that Sirius found in his house once, when we were younger, before he left his family. It said something to that effect. I can't remember exactly what it was now, Remus explained. He said that he hasn't talked to you yet because he hasn't been able to find you, Harry offered Remus before the man could ask him. Of course. The time difference, Remus nodded. Suddenly, he hugged Harry tightly. Thank you for telling me this, Harry, he said, and Harry could tell from the tone of his voice that he'd just saved Remus, as surely as if the man was drowning and he'd thrown him a lifeline. Please don't tell anyone else from the Order. Harry begged as they turned for home. I don't want them to know. I know, Harry. I promise, I won't tell them until you do, Remus said. Ah, there's Privet Drive. I'll talk to you again soon, I hope. Harry nodded and jogged up the driveway to return to his room. He lay back on his bed and opened The Hobbit again. It was as good as he'd heard, and he was quite happy to read until he fell asleep. It was in the early hours of the morning that Harry did fall asleep, having been rested from his nap in the car. Immediately he heard a familiar voice yell out to him. Harry, over here. There was Sirius, grinning at him. I didn't think you'd be here, Harry admitted. Here not much time has passed at all. Only a few minutes, actually, Sirius said with a shrug. I suppose you're home now. Yeah, and I've had dinner with Remus and read some of a book, Harry replied, joining his godfather as they walked together in what now appeared to be under the sea. Cool, Sirius grinned. What book? It's called The Hobbit, Harry replied. Your mother loved that book, Sirius recalled, almost absently. She did. Yeah, she read it at least once a year. James and I were always teasing her about it. Harry laughed. It felt so good to be talking to his godfather again. What do you do all day, Sirius? He asked after a few minutes of silence. I dunno, Sirius shrugged. This and that. It's different here, so different. In what way? Harry asked. Every way, Sirius sighed. It takes a lot of getting used to. Oh, Harry, you're still blaming yourself for my death, aren't you? Sirius asked suddenly. Yeah, Harry said, shocked that his godfather would see it so clearly. And you're still angry, too. Angry at everything, am I right? Yes, Harry whispered, bowing his head. Anger is nothing to be ashamed of, kid. In fact, it's a good thing. No, it isn't. Harry burst out. I hate it. I can't do anything without getting angry about something or other. Let me finish, Sirius told him, smiling but stern. Anger is a good thing when it's handled properly. If you just let it spout out all the time, it will consume you, and you'll become a second Voldemort. You'll lose the one thing that you have which he doesn't. Harry looked questioningly at his godfather. Sirius rested a hand over Harry's chest. Your heart, kid. Oh, but how can I stop being angry? I don't understand, Sirius. Relax and listen to me. Sirius grinned. Now, answer me this. Who is the person that you hate most? Voldemort, Harry answered without a pause. Very good answer. Now, the way to deal with being angry is, every time you start getting angry at something, or blaming yourself for something, you assword. Meditate. That's it. You meditate, and aim all of your anger, or blame the occurrence on Voldemort. It's all his fault. Anything bad that happens can somehow be traced back to Voldemort. So aim your anger at him, make it a weapon that you have to master, Sirius told Harry. Oh, Harry said thoughtfully. I suppose that might help. Might help. Might help. It will help. You gotta be positive, kid. Sirius addressed his godson sternly. Come on, let's swim. Immediately Sirius took the form of a contented-looking catfish. Not bothering to wonder if they could even survive in salt water, Harry grinned evilly at his godfather and suddenly became a huge white shark. The catfish lost its contented look as a spirited game of chase began. Harry woke with a start just after the sun rose. What was that sound? His ears strained, and he thought he heard the sounds of a battle of some sort going on outside. He was up from the bed in a second, his hand going to his wand, in a pocket in his pants, which he had slept in. He raced to the window and looked down. The 7th of December 1996, early morning. Harry looked down on the street. Remus Lupin was dueling with what could only be a Death Eater. There were 2 other Death Eaters already down, apparently stunned. Muggles were clustering in the street, looking amazed as the 2 wizards dueled. If Remus lost, he would lose his life. Harry's hand tightened on his wand. He was more than ready to raise it and help Remus, and deal with whatever crap the Ministry was going to give him, but, suddenly, a spell came from another direction and Alistair Moody stepped into view. The Death Eater hit the ground, out cold. Get the Ministry, Lupin, I'll do what I can here, the retired Auror snapped. Remus nodded and apparated with a cracking noise. The watching Muggles oohed and ahead over it for a moment. Seconds later there was a storm of cracks as Remus returned with several Ministry wizards. Obliviators swiftly gathered the Muggles together to perform memory charms, while several Aurors tied up the 3 stunned Death Eaters and apparated away. Alistair Moody had disappeared moments after his former colleagues appeared, and it wasn't much longer before Harry heard a gentle knock on the door. "Come in, Alistair," he called out, moving quickly to stand in a shadowy corner of the room, wand drawn. It should be Alistair, but at the same time, it could just as easily be a fourth Death Eater. The door opened. Harry smiled in relief, seeing the old Auror, but didn't move from his position. "Good boy," Alistair growled out. "You can come out of that corner though, there aren't any Death Eaters here, they couldn't get in." Harry came out to stand in the center of the room. Alistair looked over him quickly. "Good to see you're out of those ridiculous clothes you were wearing last summer," the old Auror remarked. "What did you see?" Harry knew exactly what the older man was saying. "I was asleep for most of it. I woke up only a few moments ago, and went to the window just as you arrived," he replied. The Auror sighed and nodded. "I'll talk to Remus then. Good thing it's morning, Arthur Weasley will be around somewhere today, if you need any help with things." There was a crack and Alistair Moody was gone. Harry sighed and headed downstairs. The Dursleys were all clustered fearfully in the living room. "It's all right," he told them curtly. "The Death Eaters are gone now, they won't be coming back for a while." His uncle gave him a cold look. "It's you being here that made them come, isn't it?" he snarled. Harry gave a single nod. "Yes. And it's me being here that makes you safe," he said, walking into the kitchen and snorting in disgust at the burned food, obviously left behind when his aunt ran for cover in the living room. He went over to the fridge and took out more bread and some toppings, making himself a light breakfast, packing everything away again and going upstairs. The Dursleys were still cowering in the living room. Upstairs, Harry quickly finished eating his breakfast, giving the last of it to Hedwig, who seemed very appreciative of it. With a slight pang, Harry realized this was because he'd not given her much attention this holidays. Harry could feel the anger that seemed to mar his very soul. It wanted to escape, to find a target. Immediately he turned his mind to Voldemort. Voldemort, humiliating him, Voldemort's laugh of triumph as he killed Harry's parents. Immediately the anger that he was feeling turned towards the Dark Lord. Harry smiled coldly. Voldemort would pay for the lives he'd taken. Harry picked up The Hobbit. He was almost halfway through now, and the story was really getting interesting. He was roused from his reading an hour or so later by an owl tapping politely on his window. It was not one he recognized. Harry let the owl in curiously. "Could you wait by the desk?" he asked it after a moment. The owl nodded and stepped to the desk. Slightly relieved by this, Harry picked up a sheaf of parchment and scribbled a hasty note on it. "Hedwig, could you take this Arthur Weasley, please?" he asked her quietly. His owl nodded, took the note and flew out of the window. A few seconds later there was a crack and Arthur appeared in his room. He took one look at the owl and smiled in relief. "It's all right, Harry," he said. "It's a ministry owl." Harry's note had been brief. "There's an owl I don't recognize in my room. Not sure I should trust it, Harry." "Ah," Harry said, smiling slightly. "No doubt they want to ask you about this morning's attack. Be careful what you tell them," Arthur told Harry. "I'd best get back outside to my post." Harry nodded. "Thanks for coming, Arthur," he said, somewhat absent-mindedly. "You're welcome, Harry. What else am I here for?" Arthur paraded out with a crack, leaving Harry looking at the ministry owl, still somewhat wary. He held out his hand and the owl immediately dropped its letter into Harry's hand. Wondering what he'd done wrong this time, Harry opened the letter and read, his eyes widening, and by the time he reached the end, they were the size of saucers. "Dear Mr. Potter, looking at your past history, and this morning's Death Eater attack, the Department for the Restriction of Underage Wizardry had made a decision. We are going to lift the wards that decree you an underage wizard, so that you will be able to do any magic that you deem needed to protect both yourself and your relatives. This morning's attack has shown us that you, more than any other, are at risk from the return of you-know-who. All other magical children, wizard or muggle born, have an older wizard living very close to them. Except for you. If Mr. Lupin had not been there this morning, you could easily have been killed. The department asks that you do not speak of this to anyone, not even Dumbledore and definitely not the minister. It is the department's belief that if Mr. Fudge heard of this, he would suspend us indefinitely from the ministry. If word gets to any student, they will want the wards lifted for them also. The department cannot do this. I hope that you will understand." Should you be asked about this owl, say that the ministry was asking over this morning's attack. There is enclosed a letter from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, or headquarters, asking about this, so you will not be telling a lie. Sincerely. And there was a list of signatures that lasted almost a page. Harry gaped in amazement. This was a far cry from the slap on the wrist he'd been expecting. Though it was not at all unwelcome. He took out his wand, smiling slightly, and waved it, whispering, "Accio." Under his breath. The letter immediately leapt from the desk to his hand. Harry waited for 10 minutes to see if another one arrived, but since nothing did, he decided that the letter had been real. With a soft whoop, Harry grinned wickedly and waved his wand in a rather complex motion, performing a charm on his room that wouldn't let any sound out of it. Smiling to himself, he picked up some of his new clothes and headed out of his room to the bathroom. Once he'd showered and changed, Harry walked back downstairs. The Dursleys had vacated the living room and were eating in the kitchen now. When they saw him standing in the doorway, the family immediately stopped talking. Harry smiled slightly at the look on their faces. Fear and awe. "What?" he asked, voice almost innocent. None of them said anything, but Harry knew that they were all somewhat afraid of what they'd seen this morning. He sighed and threw himself down in the last chair at the kitchen table. "I guess I should tell you what's going on," he remarked with a sigh. "Last summer I told you that Voldemort had come back, remember?" There was a round of nods. "Have you seen the murder reports on the TV?" His family all blanched simultaneously. "I see you know what I'm talking about. That's the work of Lord Voldemort and his Death Eaters. Voldemort hates Muggles, non-magical people. He thinks that they are the scum of the earth, rather the way that you think of magic and its users. But Voldemort is actually doing something about his beliefs. With his followers, the Death Eaters, he goes around killing Muggles, Muggle-born witches and wizards, half-bloods and any other wizard that is known to like Muggles. Which is quite surprising, considering that he himself is a half-blood," Harry mused. The Dursleys were gaping at him. "You mean that this person is trying to wipe normal people out?" Uncle Vernon spluttered. "That's exactly what I mean, Uncle." Harry's eyes met his uncle's squarely. "But, no matter what you might think, the majority of the wizarding world doesn't agree with what he's doing. They are trying to stop him, me, my friends and most of my teachers. Voldemort's supporters are relatively few, thank the gods. You saw Death Eaters this morning, they were the masked ones that were fighting with Remus. Remus is on the light side, meaning he opposes Voldemort, as was demonstrated this morning. Those other people who came didn't seem to like him much," Uncle Vernon snorted. "They seem to think the fact that he's a werewolf makes him less than they are," Harry replied, walking out of the kitchen rather than hear the explosions that would come as soon as the family realized what he'd said. He grinned to himself and strode outside, the warm summer sun warming his skin pleasantly. Harry walked down the driveway, knowing that Arthur Weasley would be keeping an eye on him. He wished once again that he didn't need to be watched over. As Harry turned down the street, Arthur's voice came from the hedge beside him. "Where are you going?" "I don't know, Mr. Weasley," Harry replied with a faint sigh. "But since you'll obviously be coming with me, please stay invisible or whatever. I'd rather delude myself into thinking that I'm alone." "Right, Harry." There was a trace of laughter in Arthur's voice. Harry stopped at the corner of Privet Drive, looking up and down the street and wondering which way he would go. After a little while, he turned and headed toward the town proper, allowing his meandering steps to take him where they would. He paused, surprised to find himself by Mongolia Crescent, the place where he had first seen his godfather. This time the thought of his godfather did not fill him with thoughts of grief, anger and self-loathing. Smiling slightly, Harry wandered on for a little while before turning back towards Privet Drive with a sigh. Once he'd returned home, he checked the soundproofing charm, and grinned when he found that it worked perfectly. He was very happy that Professor Flitwick had taught them this charm the year before. He was careful to allow sound to go out the window, so that if anything happened, he could yell to whoever it was that was guarding him. As an extra precaution, he also added a turn-off mechanism. If he spoke the words, "Death Eaters," the soundproof charm would automatically disperse. Happy with the afternoon's activities, Harry settled down with the Hobbit once more, feeling very contented indeed. The 13th of July 1996, early morning. Harry slept little and badly that night, as he generally seemed to, and ended up reading for most of the night and nearly finishing his book. In the early hours of the morning he was getting bored of reading, and set up the sound system that Tonks had insisted he get, and inserting one of the CDs. Not particularly trusting Tonks's sense of music, he turned the volume down to very low, and pressed play. He was glad that he had turned the volume down. As far as Harry could tell, it was heavy metal. Harry didn't know too much about music, rarely having the chance to listen to it. He left the CD running and wandered around his room, wondering what he was going to do for the rest of the summer. "Just over a week out of school and I'm already bored out of my brain," he remarked wryly, not talking to anyone in particular. Oh well, at least he had some books, and the CD player. That would be a start. Harry heard a roar from the street outside and walked over to the door. He saw a moving van pulling up to number 6 Privet Drive and remembered what his aunt had said when they first arrived home. She'd been her usual gossipy self, saying how Mrs. Next door and her horrible daughter were selling and moving out. Harry hadn't paid it much attention at all. Now, it seemed, someone had bought the place and was moving in, judging by the large moving van that was parked in front of the house. Harry watched in interest as a car pulled up behind the van and a tall, strong and graceful-looking man got out and approached the van. The man looked interesting, though Harry couldn't tell what it was that drew him to this stranger. Maybe it was the fact that man looked as if he was the only one who controlled his life. For the rest of that day Harry watched the stranger moving in. Going down to dinner that night, he saw Aunt Petunia peering out of the kitchen window, her beady eyes watching the house next door eagerly. Harry resisted the urge to roll his eyes, and grabbed his plate, heading upstairs. His aunt would probably be gossiping on the phone tomorrow morning to someone. He would find out what she knew about the stranger then. Upstairs he used his wand to do a simple multiplication spell on the food, doubling it. Grinning, he began to eat, already thinking of sleep, and hopefully dreaming of Sirius. "Hey kid," Sirius called to him, smiling happily. Harry raced forward and hugged his godfather tightly. "Hi Sirius," he exclaimed. "What are we going to do tonight?" Sirius looked thoughtful. "Snivellus was teaching you occlumency last year, wasn't he?" he asked. Harry scowled, but nodded. Sirius sighed. "Let me guess, you didn't make any effort to learn." Harry nodded, expression cold. "I'd rather not learn anything that bastard tries to teach me," he growled. "Too bloody right. Never listen to Snivellus if it's the last thing you do. But, occlumency is very important, and you're still having dreams, aren't you?" "Not like before at least, I don't think I am. But it was because of one of those dreams that I went to the Department of Mysteries." "And that's why you died," Harry replied. Sirius rested a gentle hand on Harry's shoulder. "It's all right, kid," he told Harry, smiling faintly. "I've told you I don't mind being dead, and I don't blame you in the slightest. But you blame yourself, and that's just as bad. So, I'm going to teach you occlumency." "You can do that?" Harry asked. "Once you enter the realms of the dead, you know more than any living person ever could," Sirius responded coolly. "I can't do that much in dreams, it's a lot harder, but I can tell you the basics, and you can practice when you're awake, and I'm sure that Dumbledore will continue teaching you over the course of the year." "Right, so, what do I have to do?" Harry asked, sitting down on a chair that appeared the moment he thought of it. "You're getting the hang of this," Sirius said with a happy smile. Harry grinned back at his godfather. "Okay, to start. Yeah, to start, you have to block your mind. Imagine a shield before your thoughts to block anything that comes into them." "Snape never told me that," Harry remarked calmly, doing as his godfather asked him. "He wouldn't," Sirius growled waspishly. "I swear, if I wasn't dead, I'd have to do something to him." Harry smiled faintly. "Of course Sirius," he told his godfather, smiling condescendingly. Sirius rolled his eyes. "Okay, now we see if the shield works," Harry braced himself. He wouldn't mind nearly so much if it was his godfather that managed to get through the shield. Sirius lifted his hand and rested his fingertips gently on Harry's forehead. "Legilimens," Sirius whispered. Harry concentrated all of his will on holding the shield in place. Then he felt something, like when Snape entered his mind, but this time, the other mind hit the shield that he'd constructed. He could feel Sirius seeking along the shield, then suddenly drawing back and leaping at the shield again. The barrier shattered and Harry cried out in pain. Immediately the other mind was gone. Harry opened his eyes in the waking world and rubbed his head, which was throbbing terribly. OWW. He groaned. Damn it, he added, realizing that he was awake again. With a sigh, he swung himself off the bed and glanced at his watch. Oh well, 6 in the morning isn't too bad. Guess Sirius was right about time passing differently in dreams, he thought to himself. Picking up The Hobbit, Harry settled down to read until a slightly better time of the morning. 3 hours later, when Harry was nearly finished his book, he got up again, stretched and changed clothes to go downstairs. His aunt gave him a cool look as he approached the table. He certainly wasn't wearing clothes that she approved of. Dressed in mid-length shorts and a white, loose t-shirt with "punk" scrawled over it in black writing, Harry wasn't really looking the way he preferred to either. But the clothes were comfortable, and his godfather seemed to think that they looked good. He could get used to it. Harry sat down at the table to eat this morning, which seemed to make Petunia mad at him. Not like she'd actually do anything about it, not with the threat that Moody had issued at the train station. They had no idea that there was a witch or wizard beside the house every moment he was in it. Harry wasn't planning on enlightening them to the situation either. Let them think that Remus being there was just coincidence. After finishing his breakfast, Harry got up and headed outside. He turned at the end of the street and started to jog easily along it. He was surprised when no wizard came out of nowhere to greet him. Then he felt a breath of wind that existed nowhere else. Looking up, he caught sight, for a moment, of a slightly blurred figure in the sky that looked a bit like a heat haze. So, there was someone up there. Without pausing his steps, he spoke quietly but clearly. "Who are you?" "We've not met before," a low voice murmured. "But I'd heard that you disliked being kept company, and decided that this was a good idea." "Who sent you?" Harry demanded, stopping. "Wary, child. Albus Dumbledore and the Order of the Phoenix sent me to guard you." "Who was on duty the last 2 shifts?" Laughter echoed softly. "Arthur, and before him Remus," it answered. "Fine, I'll trust you, for now. But I've got a wand, if you are a Death Eater." "And I know how to use it, too," Harry growled, starting to jog again. His mysterious companion did not speak again, but Harry checked her position at random times, making sure that she never got too close to him. Suddenly Harry saw a figure approaching from the distance. A moment later he felt a whoosh of wind at his mysterious guard for the day swooped down beside him, watching also. Harry sighed and stopped jogging, waiting to see who it was that was coming towards him, his wand resting in his fingers, until he recognized the man. "He just moved next door, so he is supposed to be in the area," Harry told the near-invisible woman beside him. "I dunno if he's a wizard or not. I don't think he is. But you can never really be sure," the woman replied. She stayed nearby as the man got closer. Harry turned and started to jog back home. But this mysterious new neighbor interested him. He allowed the other man to catch him up. "Hello there," the man greeted him, smiling in a friendly fashion. "Hi," Harry said. "I've only just moved here, so I don't know the locals much," the man confessed. "Do you jog often?" "Not really, I go to a boarding school, and last year one of my friends died of a mystery illness. It's taken me a while to get over his death, and jogging seemed a good way of going about it." "I'm sorry to hear that," the man offered politely, and Harry shrugged, feeling a little guilty about lying. "Where did you move to?" he asked the man, as if searching for a change of subject. Of course, he knew exactly where the man had moved, but he wasn't about to let on that he'd been spying. "A place called Privet Drive," the man said. "Ah, the new owner of number 6, huh? My aunt's been going crazy wondering who our new neighbor would be. We live at number 4, Harry explained. "Really? Well, that's a bit of a coincidence then. Fate, perhaps," the man remarked. Harry shivered slightly. "Are you cold?" the man asked Harry. "No," Harry replied, letting his shoulders slump. "I just don't like talk of fate. That friend of mine believed quite strongly in it. A day or so before he died, one of the students said something about him having a possibly fatal accident. Then he tripped and fell down a flight of steps and died. Most of it was a lie, sure, but some of it was the truth. After all, he did hate the idea of fate. Apart from Pavarti and Lavender, who could like things like that after having Trelawney for a teacher. Ah, it's been a long time since I put my foot in it as often as I have today," the man said, smiling slightly. Harry smiled and shrugged slightly. "It doesn't really matter. I'm trying to deal with it, he told the other man. Oh. The man slapped himself in the forehead. I'm being rude. My name is Kendo Tatsu. Harry heard a drawn-in breath from somewhere above him. It seemed that his guardian for the day recognized the monk's name. I'm Harry, he replied. Forgive me for saying so, but your name sounds kind of odd. It's Japanese, the man, Kendo Tatsu, explained. When they give names, they say the last name first. Kendo is the Japanese art of bamboo sword fighting, and Tatsu means dragon. So your name is Tatsu? Harry asked, to make sure he was following. That's right. Forgive me again, but you don't look Japanese, Harry stated as they turned the corner to Privet Drive. I lived for some years in Japan. I ended up changing my name before I returned to England, Tatsu shrugged easily. Oh, Harry said. Well, since we are here and all, why don't you come in for a nice cool drink? Tatsu offered. Go with him, Harry's mystery guard instructed him. Sure, Harry told Tatsu, thinking that the woman had sounded somewhat excited about something. That would be great. The 15th of July 1996 morning. Ron sat up and stretched. He looked around the room carefully, making sure that Fred and George hadn't invaded while he slept. They had, of course. They had every other day since Ron, Ginny and Hermione got back from Hogwarts. They practically covered the 3 younger children's rooms in pranks every morning. Ron looked around carefully, trying to spot all of the pranks, and decided, after a while, that he knew enough that it would be safe to get up and exit the room. He stood up and, walking very carefully, made his way to the open window in his room. It was his only means of escape from the twins' plans. They hadn't figured it out yet, for which he was grateful. He pulled himself easily onto the window sill, then edged along a thin stone edge that went all the way around the house, beneath and above the windows. The room next to his was empty. It would be Harry's, when Ron's best friend came to number 12 Grimmauld Palace. Climbing through this window, which was also open, Ron tiptoed through the room and slipped into a secret passageway that led from this room to the dining room. It was located in a large, walk-in wardrobe, and Ron had discovered it quite by chance when hiding from the twins on his 3rd day back from Hogwarts. They'd been trying to curse him and he'd run into Harry's room and hidden in the wardrobe. Down near the other end of the passageway, Ron paused to listen carefully to make sure that there was no one else in the room on the other side of the hidden door. Once he was sure that there were no life forms out there, Ron pushed the door open and walked out, allowing the door to swing closed. You could only open it from the other side, which meant that it was useless to try and sneak from the kitchens to Harry's rooms, but at least he could get out of his own room in the morning. Once closed, it simply looked like a few panels of wood. A moment later, Ron heard his twin brothers chuckling as they came towards the kitchen, thinking that they'd have caught their little brother. It was the first time that he'd used the window escape. They pushed open the door, still laughing. What's so funny? Ron demanded, and both of them looked at him, ready to laugh at the damage their pranks had done, only for their mouths to drop open in astonishment as they realized that there was no sign of any of their pranks on him. What? Ron smirked. Thought you'd have got me for sure with your pranks this morning, huh? Both of them glared at him, furious that things hadn't worked out how they were supposed to. A moment later Hermione and Ginny came in together, followed by Mrs. Weasley. Ron looked questioningly at his friend and his sister. Molly saw a suspicious-looking bucket of water over Ginny's door and decided to investigate, Hermione said, grinning. Ron smiled triumphantly at his brothers, who both sighed heavily. It's nice to be able to walk down the stairs without having old Mrs. Black shrieking about my being a mudblood, Hermione remarked happily, sitting down. Ron nodded in fervent agreement. It seemed that if a house elf betrayed his family, it would haunt them forever, something that Creature had obviously forgotten about when he'd told Narcissa Malfoy about Sirius Black and the Order of the Phoenix. The crazed house elf had killed himself to get away from the constant nagging of his betrayal, which had meant that Mrs. Black's portrait could be removed from the wall without fuss, once they'd managed to lift the spell that had been holding it there, and Creature's den emptied of all the nasty bits and pieces he'd accumulated. Those that were not dangerous had been stored in the attic of the house, waiting for something or someone. The children had not been told who, or what. Not to say that they hadn't tried. Fred, George, how could you? Rigging up all of those traps for your younger sister and Hermione. Molly Weasley started. What you rather have us do? Turn out like Percy? One of them demanded, angry. Immediately the anger left Ron's mother and her shoulders sagged. Arthur came downstairs in time to hear the last comment. "You shouldn't have said that," he remarked quietly to Fred and George. Both boys hung their heads. Tempers were still running high between Percy and his family. Percy stubbornly believed that Fudge had done no wrong, and if he had not been right, the Weasleys still should have put their full support behind the ministry. Nothing could convince him that this had been a bad idea on many fronts. "Sorry, Mum," both muttered, sulking out of the room without waiting for breakfast to come. Both of Ron's parents sighed heavily. Percy's betrayal hung heavy on their shoulders still, and Ron doubted that the weight would ever lift. "I wish we could keep in contact with Harry," Hermione sighed. "I know." Ron's mother sighed as well. "But you know what Dumbledore said, we should leave him a while before trying to talk to him. We need to give him time to get over Sirius's death. In 3 days you can send word with Fawkes. It's not too long to wait." But still, Ron said heavily, and Hermione bowed her head in sad agreement. "He might feel like we don't want to talk to him. I know that that's how he felt last summer, and I really don't want him to be mad. Just wait. I'm sure everything will be fine," Molly Weasley repeated firmly. Ron nodded again and sighed. Outside, he could hear the members of the Order coming downstairs to eat. He knew that the guard on Harry would be changing. It had been the new woman last night. What was her name? Kate. No, Catherine. That was it. He wondered if Harry had met up with her. Ron didn't like the woman much. She was mysterious, which reminded him of Professor Trelawney, his less-than-loved divination teacher. He wondered what Harry had thought of her. As the Order settled down to eat their breakfast, the door burst open and Catherine skidded into the room, a look of amazement on her face. "You'll never believe this," she whispered dramatically. Ron rolled his eyes as he looked down at his breakfast again. What a bore. But the rest of the kitchen didn't seem to share his opinion. "I don't suppose there's any chance of stopping you telling us, so you might as well get on with it." A sneering voice came from outside, and Professor Severus Snape entered the kitchen. Catherine glared at the man, obviously angry that the man had stolen the moment from her. Dumbledore, following the potion's master, smiled and nodded in agreement, though the headmaster of Hogwarts seemed almost enthusiastic. "Tatsu Kendo," the woman stated. Immediately every eye was on her in amazement. Ron went over what he knew of the man, who didn't know about him, and wondered what she was talking about. "Tatsu Kendo. What does he have to do with anything?" Snape demanded. "He had moved to Privet Drive." Those 6 words rendered the kitchen into a state of silent awe and surprise. Catherine smirked at Snape, happy to have gotten one over the man, but no one noticed. They were too surprised to think. 14/7, 1996 morning. "I'm afraid it's really quite messy," Tatsu remarked, pushing the front door open. He was quite right, but the mess was a nice clutter of things that had yet to be put away, not paint-dripped walls or anything like that. "It's fine. My family is obsessed with neatness. It's scary," Harry said, feeling able to be frank with this man. "But if you like, I could help you move stuff around," he added, thinking that he'd like to learn more about this stranger. "Would you?" Tatsu looked quite relieved. "I was kind of scared that I'd have to do it all on my own. I don't like hiring big companies, they are way too impersonal. If you want help, I'd be happy to," Harry replied. "Thank you." Tatsu turned around. He had 2 glasses of water, clinking with ice, in his hands. "Here." He offered his visitor one of the glasses, which Harry accepted gratefully, having basically caught his breath after the jog. He clinked his glass against that of his host and drank gratefully. "If you're going to be jogging every morning, we could meet up then," Harry offered, after thinking things over for a little while. "That should work. You can come back and rest for a while, then help me with moving things around. Can you start tomorrow?" "Yeah, sure," Harry replied, happy to have something to take up his time. "Then I'll see you in the morning, jogging," Tatsu smiled, and Harry waved goodbye, smiling back. The next morning Harry got up early, made a quick, light breakfast and headed outside to watch the sun rise on the corner of Privet Drive. A few minutes after he'd arrived, he heard soft steps approaching and turned to greet Tatsu. He did not see whoever it was that was supposed to be guarding him today, but figured that they simply wanted to let him have his privacy and remain invisible. "You heard me coming," Tatsu sounded surprised. "You step lighter than most people, but everyone makes some amount of noise," Harry replied. I learned how to hear footsteps coming long ago for reasons I would rather not speak of. There's not many an ear that can hear me coming, was the cool reply. But that is also a tale for another time. Harry and Tatsu fell in step with one another, jogging easily down the lane. Harry glanced back only once, to see that the Dursleys still hadn't awoken. Happy that his gossipy aunt wouldn't see him making friends with the new neighbor just yet, Harry did not look back again, concentrating his entire mind on the simple, repetitive movements of jogging. An hour later they took a back way into Tatsu's house and had a quick, cool glass of water. "Are you going to be repainting or anything?" Harry asked curiously. "No, not yet, at least. I'll get settled in, and make sure that I have everything where I want it before I start painting or anything. Make sure that everything fits the decor." Harry smiled. "So, where do we start?" he asked. Tatsu smiled back and began giving Harry directions. Harry dragged himself back to number 4 in the early afternoon, wondering why he had ever offered to help Tatsu. He felt half dead from weariness. Moving things around was difficult. They'd gotten the entrance hall fairly close to perfect this morning, and the next day would be moving on to the kitchen and dining room. Harry was amazed at the difficulty of getting things in just the right position. The Dursleys, when Harry walked into the kitchen for lunch, were discussing Tatsu, though not by name. "We should probably invite him over for dinner sometime," Aunt Petunia said, obviously already thinking of things she could make and what the family would wear on such an occasion. "Welcome him to the neighborhood. That would be a good idea. He might be interested in some drills," Uncle Vernon said, belching heartily. Harry did not tell them that he'd met the new man, knowing that his aunt would keep him there for hours asking questions about everything. Taking his lunch, Harry headed upstairs. The order would probably send word today. It had been 3 days since the last time. Harry grinned to himself, realizing that he'd been home for just over a week now. Maybe things would get better now. He hoped so. It was amazing what had happened in the last week. When he entered the room, Fawkes was waiting for him next to a letter lying on Harry's desk. Harry walked over, murmured a greeting to the Phoenix, and picked up the letter. "Dear Harry, I am sorry that I must be brief, but as I warned you last time, little can be trusted to a letter. I apologize for having to keep you in the dark, and am afraid that it will most likely continue for most of the summer. Nothing may be trusted to a letter, and I cannot trust that no one would overhear if one of your guards were to tell you things. They must remain outside whenever possible and watch for anyone coming towards you. They are not guarding the inside of your house, nor were they supposed to be bodyguards. As you have shown a love of privacy that is completely understandable, your guards will remain at the house at most times, and if you are going anywhere, it would be advisable that you tell them, and they will talk to me and the Order, who will then decide on someone to accompany you, if it is believed that you need it. I hope that you are going well. Albus Dumbledore." Still no word from Ron and Hermione. Harry thought bitterly, this time not doing as Sirius had instructed and aiming his anger at Voldemort. He wanted to be angry with his friends. It seemed that they'd forgotten him in their important work with the Order. Yeah, right. Listening at keyholes. Really important. Harry sighed and picked up his quill, knowing that Fawkes would want to take a response to Dumbledore. "Dear Professor Dumbledore, I wish that you'd taken this into account before. It's been annoying being followed all the time. I doubt that you are telling me everything, and probably a lot of what you aren't telling me is important. I hate being left in the dark, I'll tell you that now. When I meet up with you, I want a full explanation. Was the woman that was here yesterday someone from the Order? I didn't recognize her. I'm fine, I would have thought that obvious. I don't really understand why I have to contact the Order every 3rd day. My guards should be able to tell you anything important that happens. I'm sure you have reasons for this as well. I would love to hear them sometime. Harry Potter." "Here, Fawkes," Harry said, handing the letter to the Phoenix. Fawkes trilled a few notes of song in parting, and then disappeared in a burst of flame. Harry sighed softly, wondering what he was going to do until the next morning. After a few minutes thinking, he picked up The Hobbit and started reading again, since he was nearly finished anyway. 2 hours later he put down the book, smiling slightly. It had been a good story, and he would start on The Lord of the Rings sometime soon, but now. Harry smirked. Now it was time to practice some magic. Taking his wand out of his pocket, Harry stood up and closed his window, pulling a curtain across it. It wouldn't do for anyone to see him, especially since this was a neighborhood of muggles. He waved his wand and muttered a soft word under his breath, charming the window so that no one could see through it even if the curtains moved. Walking over to the door, Harry locked it with a quick spell that they'd learned in his 4th year, and opened his book on defense against the dark arts. They'd only learned theory last year, and Harry had decided that it was time to put that theory to practice. Not that he'd listened to much of what Umbridge was telling him, but the book had most of the information there anyway. Glancing down the list of spells, Harry decided to do a little bit of practice first. He looked at the loose floorboard under his bed, and lay on his stomach to reach it. With a wrench that hurt his already sore muscles, he pulled it up and set it on the wall with a sticking charm. Walking to the other side of the room, Harry waved his wand and muttered, "Stupefy." Under his breath, immediately a streak of red light flashed from his wand, but grazed the wall to one side of the floorboard, rather than hitting the floorboard itself. For the rest of that afternoon, Harry focused on aiming spells, knowing that this was a very important thing to be able to do. He could aim right if he took a long time, but in a fight, you needed to be fast. When he went down for dinner that night he was completely exhausted. Eating was a chore he wished he could do without, but he was also starving. He finished as quickly as possible, and headed upstairs to his room once more. He unlocked the door by whispering, "Alohomora," quietly. The door swung open at his touch and Harry walked inside and opened the window. A slightly ruffled Hedwig flew in and hooted at him, reproachful because he'd not left the window open for her and she'd had to wait to get in. "I'm sorry, girl," Harry told her softly, stroking her feathered head. "I needed the window closed for a minute." She just hooted again, this time in what Harry was pretty sure was forgiveness. "Well girl, I'm going to bed now. It's been a very tiring day." Hedwig just hooted softly and flew into her cage to eat some of the owl treats there. Harry flopped onto the bed, not able to be bothered to change, and pulled the covers over himself. Almost immediately he was asleep. Harry, the boy, turned from where he had been standing, at the edge of a cliff, looking up into the star-strewn sky. "Hi Sirius," he called back. "Man, I was scared I'd killed you or something. You disappeared so quickly." Sirius pulled Harry into a hug. "I just woke up. It hurt though," Harry replied, not at all angry with his godfather. He could never be angry with Sirius now. "That's a relief to know. I've been searching for you pretty much every second since you left," Sirius told him. "Want to practice occlumency again?" "I've been trying to practice a little bit since I saw you the night before last. You must have missed me, because I did go to sleep. That must have been when I was visiting Remus. He said to thank you again for telling him that I was around," Sirius said. "Okay," Harry nodded his head. "Well, let's try practicing then. Have you got a mind shield up?" Harry closed his eyes and concentrated for a moment. Then nodded and looked at Sirius. "Legilimens," Sirius whispered. Immediately Harry felt Sirius's mind flying towards his, flickering around Harry's shield, and being kept back. Harry stood, completely still, trying to keep his mind on the shield, but eventually Sirius found a weakness and prodded at it. The shield flickered and died. Sirius pulled back, not looking through Harry's mind as Snape had done. "Good work kid," he told Harry enthusiastically. "Keep practicing with that shield and it won't be long before we can start you on trying to throw me out of your mind completely, before I have a chance to search for a weakness." Harry smiled, a warm feeling rising in his chest from Sirius's praise. "So, what's up in your life, kid?" Sirius asked, flopping into a chair that, as usual, simply appeared when it was needed. Harry copied his godfather and concentrated. A moment later they were sitting before a roaring fire in the Gryffindor common room. "Very good." Sirius smiled approvingly. "You're learning your way around here as well as I am. A lot of things have been happening," Harry remarked. "But first, you can't tell anyone from the other dreams that you visit what I'm telling you now." "I promise," Sirius responded, leaning forward, obviously wanting to know what was happening for his godson to be so secretive. "Well, the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and more specifically the Office for the Restriction of Underage Wizardry contacted me a few days ago to say that they've decided to let me do magic outside of school," Harry said, grinning at the look of amazement on Sirius's face. "I don't think they've ever done that before," Sirius whispered, awed. "But why? Remus might have told you that Death Eaters attacked my place," Harry said, and Sirius nodded in confirmation. Well, the office seems to think that since I'm one of the most likely targets for a Death Eater attack, I will be needing to use magic at some point over the summer, and that it's a good idea for me to practice so that I'm ready for that to happen. They didn't tell the minister, and asked me not to tell anyone, not even Dumbledore. That's just very cool, Sirius said, grinning widely. That means that I should be teaching you some spells, in case you need them. If you ever need help, just ask me. Thanks Sirius, Harry said with a smile. He felt a strange tugging at his mind. I think I'm waking up, he said, sighing. Sirius nodded. Probably. I'll contact you again sometime soon, I hope, he said, and Harry let himself be pulled away. He sat up in the semi-darkness that came just before the dawn, feeling refreshed and ready to face the new day, jogging with Tatsu, helping the other man to organize his house, and learning to use spells to the best of his ability. The 16th of July 1996. Ron was still in a state of shock over hearing about Tatsu Kendo being at Privet Drive. It seemed to define possibility. The wizarding world had thought the man dead. Ron shook his head to clear it. He was writing a letter to Harry, knowing that in 2 days' time he would be able to send it with Fox. Dumbledore had warned Ron and Hermione not to mention Tatsu in their letters. If Tatsu wanted Harry to know who, and what, he was, he would tell the boy himself. Tatsu wouldn't appreciate anyone else meddling in that. Both people that Ron was thinking about at the time were jogging down Magnolia Crescent, on their way back to Privet Drive. I think my aunt and uncle will invite you over to dinner sometime soon, Harry told Tatsu. They like to know all of the people around here, and my aunt loves gossiping. You sound like you don't particularly like them, Tatsu remarked. We don't really get on. My aunt never liked her sister, my mother, and when Mum died she was very bitter about having to look after me, Harry replied, giving a slightly modified version of the truth. But things have been better this year, an organization has been watching them, so they are pretending to like me. I see, Tatsu remarked. Does your family know that you are helping me? No. My aunt would be green with jealousy if she did, Harry replied, grinning. Well, if I come to dinner, I suppose we'd have to tell them. Harry looked back at Tatsu, to see the other man's eyes glinting with mischief. I suppose we would, Harry agreed, smiling. We'll have to plan it then, smirked Tatsu, and Harry was glad that the other man loved mischief and laughter as much as Harry usually did. So we will. You'll be invited in the next few days, I'm sure. I doubt that my aunt will be able to deal with not knowing anything about you for much longer, Harry grinned. Well, we'll start planning today while we fix up the kitchen and the dining room, Tatsu decided, as they headed the back way into Privet Drive and snuck swiftly into Tatsu's house. Here, Tatsu handed Harry a glass of iced water. To mischief, Harry agreed, and they clinked glasses while Tatsu looked around the kitchen, as if deciding how to organize things. Once they'd finished drinking, Tatsu and Harry set to work, their first job being to move the fridge and stove around until Tatsu was pleased with it. There isn't much to do in the kitchen quite yet. I'll be putting some shelves up soon, but that can wait until after I've decided if I'm going to paint. In the dining room there was more to do. Tatsu had a very low-to-the-ground table, which he and Harry moved to the exact center of the room, placing woven mats around it. I prefer to kneel by the table, Tatsu explained to Harry. I've gotten used to it. Oh, Harry said, though he'd asked not questioned, he had been thinking of it. They finished the dining room quite quickly and moved on to the sitting room. They hadn't quite finished it when both Tatsu and Harry decided that they didn't feel like doing any more moving things for that day. Harry bid Tatsu a quick goodbye and slipped over to number 4 for lunch. He took his plate of food up to his room so that he could eat as he practiced. He was getting better at aiming, but he still took too long to do so. Taking out his wand and swiftly performing the spell to prevent people entering or seeing into his room, Harry got ready for an afternoon of practice. Taking out his wand, he aimed and cried, "Stupefy." He hit the target, and tried again. Each time fast and faster. Soon he was spinning around, aiming and using whatever spell he chose. He didn't get it often enough to be elated, but he was happy. He was definitely getting better. Going through his rather large bank of curses, hexes, and jinxes, Harry took the occasional break to eat some food. He was happy, this was what he wanted to be doing. He would be ready when he came upon the Death Eaters next time. He was too late to save Sirius, but he would not be too late to save others. This time when he went down to the kitchen for dinner, he was not as tired as he'd been the night before. "We are going to invite the new neighbor to dinner the night after tomorrow," his aunt informed him, glaring at Harry's clothes. He had been wearing them for days now, and she still looked offended by the mere sight of them. "I'll come. And I'll wear what I like, so don't tell me not to," Harry said, sighing. He knew that this was not what his family wanted, but that didn't matter. It was what he and Tatsu had planned over the morning. Harry went upstairs and practiced spells for another hour or so before picking up the Fellowship of the Ring, the first book in the Lord of the Rings series to read for a while before he fell asleep. Hobbits, rings, dragons and dark lords chased each other around in circles in Harry's dreams, but they were normal dreams, not real nightmares. Harry woke, smiling and happy, despite the fact that his godfather had not come to him that night. "Hey Hedwig," Harry greeted his owl, refilling her food and water containers. The owl hooted softly and Harry smiled at her. "I suppose you'll want to go out again this afternoon. I'm going to be doing a lot of magic," Harry warned her. Hedwig only hooted again, this time in agreement. "Okay, I'll see you when I come back then. I'm going to be helping Tatsu Kendo again," he told her, heading out of room, locking the door with magic behind him. He was wearing loose black, full-length pants today, as it was fairly cool, as well as a black t-shirt and a hooded, long-sleeved, light jumper. He tucked his wand into a pocket and headed out to wait for Tatsu to join him. Today they moved on to bedrooms at Tatsu's house, and this would be the last of the deciding where to put things. They would be painting the rooms, if Tatsu decided to, and putting in the finishing touches: carpets, pictures, etc. There were only 3 bedrooms in number 6, for which Harry was grateful. One of which would be used as a storing room. "My aunt and uncle are inviting you to dinner tomorrow night," Harry remarked. "Good-o. Ready to surprise them." "Hell yeah." Harry grinned. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. "That's probably them now," Harry remarked. "I'll stay upstairs, if you want to go and talk to them." Tatsu smiled. "Right, I'll be back up when they've left." Soon after Tatsu returned. "It seems we're on for dinner tomorrow night," the man said, and laughed as Harry whooped in delight. "I'll see you then. I don't think I'll need your help tomorrow morning. I'm going to start painting the kitchen. If you like, you can help the day after." "Yeah, that would be good," Harry responded, smiling at Tatsu. The next morning Harry didn't leave number 4 for his usual jog, but rather came downstairs when the Dursleys did, before heading back up to his room. Settling on the bed, Harry picked up a book on charms, because he'd been focusing so much on defense against the dark arts over the last few days, and he thought that it would be a good idea to get some practices with the other parts of magic. It wasn't long before he threw the charms book down in disgust. It didn't work at all without Flitwick or Hermione there to tell him exactly how to do something. He looked around his room and eventually found the first and second year charm books. With a sigh, he flipped the first year book open. "Okay," he muttered to himself. "You can do this stuff. Wingardium Leviosa, I remember that. Ron used it to knock out that troll." Harry picked up his wand and set the book down on the bed. Pointing his wand at the book, Harry flicked his wand, "Wingardium Leviosa." He whispered. The book shuddered for a moment, and Harry felt, for a moment, that the spell wasn't going to work, then it lifted into the air. Harry smiled in relief. He wasn't completely stupid then. Then he blinked. He could do the Patronus charm easily. Heaps easily. So why couldn't he do this stuff? Must be because he practiced the Patronus so often, and it had been drummed into his head. Well, he would just have drilled the rest of them into his head, then. Determined, Harry settled down with his 5 charms books spread open on the bed around him, and got to work. He didn't notice the minutes and hours ticking away until the alarm went off on his watch, make him start. Looking down at the clock face, he gaped. 4 hours. He'd been sitting here for 4 hours. It was incredible. Shaking his head he got up and looked around his room. It was a mess. He hadn't really noticed, or cared. The walls had black patches where Harry had missed his target, books and dirty clothes were strewn over the floor. With a sigh, Harry bent to pick up some of the books, the grinned, he could do this with magic now. "Accio books," he said clearly, all of the books on the floor, book and bed, and sped over to him, landing beside him and forming a neat pile. "Wingardium Leviosa." he cried, lifting the pile of books and directing them to his desk. Using a quick cleaning charm that they'd learned in third year, Harry cleaned his desk and turned to the floor. "Accio dirty clothes," he commanded, and all of the clothes on the floor sped over to him. His mind flicked to the spell that he'd been learning just a moment before. "Abluo," Harry stated, feeling a little nervous. But he needn't have, as his clothes were all suddenly in perfect condition, as if they had only just been removed from the shop shelves. He smiled and performed the spell on the clothes he was wearing now. He felt a pleasant tingle run over his skin, and when he looked down, his clothes and shoes were clean again. Then he turned to the walls, sighing. He knew the spell of this also, but it was a difficult one that he'd not really mastered last year. Concentrating extremely hard, Harry focused his will on making the walls the clean. When he opened his eyes, he gaped in amazement. It was as if his whole room had only just been painted. Everything was bright and clean, even the curtains and the glass in the window. The glass light bulb was the same. Harry laughed in delight once he'd gotten over his initial shock, and quickly put his clothes away, this time by hand, deciding that he might as well continue to do what he could with his hands, not magic. After all, nearly every time people were given detentions with Filch at Hogwarts, it was cleaning things with no magic. Harry then took his floorboard down from the wall, gathered all of his magical things, including Hedwig's cage, and shrunk them, before placing them in the hole under his bed and placed the floorboard over it. "Reparo," he whispered, and was delighted when the spell worked. After that he lay on his bed and read some more of the Fellowship of the Rings while he waited until it was time to finish getting ready and then go downstairs to welcome Tatsu. Finally it was nearly time. Harry walked out of his room and into the bathroom for a quick shower, and he also brushed his teeth, tucking his wand into a large pocket of his jeans. Walking downstairs, he grinned as he anticipated Aunt Petunia's response to his dress. He had changed his hooded jumper for a slightly baggy leather jacket, but otherwise was wearing the same clothes as the day before. "Boy, what are you wearing?" shrieked his aunt as he stepped into the kitchen where she was finishing an extravagant dinner and dessert. "Clothes," Harry replied, smirking. "You abnormal brat," snarled his aunt. "Go back upstairs and change into something decent." "No," Harry replied, sitting down and glaring back at his aunt. "Do it or what? It'll be time to contact the order tomorrow," Harry replied, eyes glinting dangerously. Immediately his aunt turned around and said no more to him. Harry smiled to himself. It had been pretty much a lifelong dream to talk back to the relatives without getting trouble. Uncle Vernon and Dudley came downstairs wearing suits, Dudley looking very uncomfortable, and shooting his cousin a jealous look. Harry only smirked in response. Suddenly the doorbell rang. Harry smiled slightly. Tatsu had arrived. The four of them walked over the front door. "Well," his aunt snapped at him. "Open it." Harry shrugged and opened the door. On the front step stood Tatsu, but he was wearing a neat suit, his own hair brushed away from his sharp, aristocratic face. For a moment, Harry could have sworn it was Lucius Malfoy standing there. Then Tatsu smiled. "Harry, nice to see you again. I didn't realize you lived here," he cried out. Immediately the vision of Lucius Malfoy disappeared. No Malfoy ever smiled like that. Like they were happy. "Tatsu." Harry grinned back. "How's moving coming along?" "Pretty good, thanks to you." Tatsu walked inside, gripping Harry's hand in greeting. "You'll be back tomorrow morning?" "Yeah, sure. You're painting now, aren't you?" Harry asked curiously. "Yes, I started today, but it really isn't a one-person job." "Oh hello. V. Vernon, wasn't it? And Petunia." Tatsu started, as if only now noticing Harry's aunt, uncle and cousin. "And your son, you mentioned his name, I think, but I'm afraid it's completely slipped my mind." "Dudley," Harry told his friend, smiling. "Ah, yes, I remember now. Well, Dudley, how are you?" The Dursleys managed to stop gaping. "I'm sorry, our nephew didn't mention that he knew you," Aunt Petunia said, her voice sugary. "Oh, he's been helping me move in. He's a great helper. I'm surprised he didn't mention it, actually," Tatsu said, still going along by the play that he and Harry had figured out. "I'm sorry, it completely slipped my mind," Harry said, eyes wide and innocent. Tatsu laughed. It was a jolly sound. The Dursleys were still watching Harry angrily. The boy had stolen a march on them, and they did not like it, at all. Harry kept mostly quiet through dinner, watching as his aunt and uncle interrogated Tatsu. The man looked very relieved when dinner was over, and just as Aunt Petunia was about to suggest having dessert in the living room, a phone rang. Tatsu hurriedly dragged a mobile phone out of a pocket and clicked it on. "Hello?" he asked. "Who is this?" Then he paled. "I'm sorry," he said, standing up and stuffing the now off mobile phone into his pocket. "My mother had a bad fall and has just been taken to the hospital. I have to go and make sure everything's alright." He started towards the door. "Are we still on for tomorrow, Tatsu?" Harry asked curiously, knowing that they were, since the phone call had been a complete fake. "We should be. Come around at the usual time. If I'm there, I'm there. If not, it's worse than the doctors think," Tatsu responded. "I hope your mother is all right," Harry said, sounding sincere, though in reality he was trying not to laugh at the disappointed expressions on the Dursleys' faces. Harry left Tatsu bidding the Dursleys a hasty goodbye, while he himself headed back upstairs. He hadn't gotten a chance to show Tatsu his room, but oh well. As he settled on his bed, he heard a slight scuffle outside, and looked out to see Tatsu's face in the window. Stifling his laughter, Harry walked over and threw the window open. "Tatsu, how did you get up here?" Harry asked, looking down at the brick wall that led into the alleyway beside his bedroom window. "I can do things most British people can't," Tatsu replied, pulling himself into the room, with a little bit of help from Harry. The 18th of July 1996 night. "Nice room you've got here," Tatsu remarked, looking around Harry's room. "Thanks," Harry muttered, slightly embarrassed. He'd never shown anyone his room before, well, except for Ron, Fred and George, but that wasn't really showing them. "I now fully understand why you dislike your relatives. Did they even know that you're the one that stopped Voldemort? Even if he has come back, even if they do, I expect they wouldn't care," Tatsu remarked. Harry turned to Tatsu sharply. "You're a wizard?" he asked, clearly surprised. "No, but I know all about the wizarding world, and muggles, and squibs and all that sort of thing," Tatsu replied with a shrug. "I would rather not say how I know if it, merely that I do." "Oh," Harry replied, still a little surprised. "So how did you get up here?" "I am a master of many arts, Harry, among them forms of Japanese combat. There are some exercises where running up sheer walls are part of the easier training." "It wasn't that difficult," Tatsu shrugged. "Oh," Harry said again, feeling stupid because he couldn't think of anything else to say. "Glad you thought of the phone call to get me out of there in case I needed an escape route," Tatsu added, taking out the toy mobile phone that he'd been carrying. Laughing slightly, he pressed one of the keys, and immediately the phone rang. Harry laughed also. "You're welcome. I wouldn't inflict my relatives on Death Eaters unless I was feeling particularly mean." "I dunno," Tatsu said, pretending to take Harry's words seriously. They both laughed. "Won't this attract the attention of your relatives?" Tatsu asked after a moment. "Oh, silly me, of course not. You've got a silencer charm up, don't you?" Harry was amazed. How could Tatsu know that? "Yeah," he admitted. "But how did you know?" "Call it intuition," Tatsu shrugged. Harry knew that he would get no more answers out of his new friend. "Oh, Harry." "Yeah?" Harry asked, curious to what Tatsu might want. "I feel that I should give you something in return for the help you've been given me," Tatsu said. "It's all right," Harry said immediately. "I don't want anything in return. I've been living in Japan for most of my life, Harry. Japanese people are very serious about things like this, and by the customs that I know and respect, I must give you something in return." It came to me just before, as to what that could possibly be. "What are you suggesting?" Harry asked. "I'll start to teach you at least some of the martial arts. I don't know if you'll have any talent for it or not, but it would be useful for you to know, I think. Especially with the Death Eaters back in business," Tatsu told Harry. "That is, if you want to learn." Yeah, if you want to teach me, sure I want to learn," Harry said, surprised that this man would offer him anything. Tatsu smiled. "We can start tomorrow, once we've finished painting the kitchen," he told Harry. "I'll see you for a jog in the morning, shall I?" "I'll be there," Harry promised, and Tatsu nodded, heading back out of the window with a graceful ease. Harry smiled slightly, watching his friend and new mentor leave his room. So that was why Tatsu had been surprised that Harry had heard him coming. Well, Hedwig, that was a very good night, Harry addressed his owl, patting her head gently. Hedwig hooted and rubbed her head against his hand. Not for the first time, Harry wondered how much his owl understood of what he told her, and not for the first time decided that it didn't matter. Harry walked back over to his bed and settled down with the Fellowship of the Ring once more, until he drifted into sleep. He did not dream that night, that he could remember, and woke much refreshed, at 5 in the morning. Harry sat upright on his bed and concentrated on creating a mind shield like the one he made in his dreams. He focused on keeping it up and strong, but the moment his attention drifted, the shield evaporated. With a sigh, Harry got up and went downstairs to begin his morning ritual. Entering Tatsu's entrance hall, Harry was almost overwhelmed by the stench of estoppel. It's a wood finishing clear paint that stinks. I've done half the hall, Tatsu explained with a sigh. And I would like to get it over with as soon as possible. Right, where do I start? Harry asked. He knew exactly how to paint, having painted the garden shed at the Dursleys, as well as the fence, numerous times. Tatsu told him and the pair of them set to work. It was not long before the hall was finished. Well done. You've done this before? Tatsu asked him. Harry looked up. Yeah, every time the Dursleys decided the shed, the garden fence or the bench needed a new color, he said, shrugging slightly. You should not have had to live through that, Tatsu remarked. But past is past, and whether you should have lived it or not is irrelevant. Only that you did. Is that something the Japanese taught you? Harry asked curiously. It was my sensei's favorite saying, Tatsu replied. Come to the kitchen, tomorrow we can start painting there, but for today, we'll leave it at this. I can help then. I need something to do with my time, Harry offered. If you want to, the help would be appreciated, Tatsu smiled at his young friend. But now, why don't you return home? Harry nodded and left Tatsu to do his own thing. When he got back to his room in Privet Drive, he realized that he hadn't asked Tatsu about being trained. Oh well, I'm sure he'll tell me when he wants me to start, Harry remarked with a sigh, taking out his wand to begin the afternoon's practice. Just as the sun was going down, he heard a knock on the window, and when he turned saw Tatsu knocking to be let in. Laughing, Harry went over and opened the window, allowing the man to come inside. I thought I'd head over and give you your first lesson, Tatsu said, grinning at the look of excitement on Harry's face. But we aren't going to be doing any actual combat for some time. Harry's face fell. What are we going to do? I'm going to teach you meditation, so that you can focus all of your emotions on fighting. You need to be in control of your emotions, not the other way around. That's the first thing you have to learn. Harry looked at Tatsu. That was almost exactly what Sirius had told him. Well, insofar as being in control of his emotions. Okay, how do I start? He asked curiously. Get into a comfortable position, preferably sitting up, Tatsu said. He himself knelt on the floor, feet tucked beneath him. Harry took up a position on the bed with his back against the wall. Now, concentrate on breathing and clearing your mind, Tatsu said, and Harry was reminded, momentarily, of Professor Trelawney. But Tatsu made things a lot easier than Trelawney ever had. Slowly, Harry's breathing fell into rhythm, and soon his head began to empty of thoughts. He couldn't get rid of them all though, which frustrated him, which made him lose his concentration. Tatsu looked up at him and smiled, his face almost dreamy. It was clear that the man was devoid of emotion and thought at the moment. Try again. But, don't try too hard. With practice, it will come, Tatsu instructed him, his voice coming from millions of miles away. Harry did this, trying once more to empty his mind and breath. But again, he ended up losing concentration, this time because Tatsu moved. You're doing good, Tatsu told him. And with practice, you'll get better. We can practice at my place after jogging from now on, if you like. That would be great, Harry responded, smiling. I'll see you in the morning, Tatsu offered, and slipped out of the window, heading back to his own home. Harry smiled. That was fun, he said to no one in particular. I'm not sure why, but it was fun. The day creeping up on him, Harry lay down on the bed and drifted into a deep, soothing sleep. Hey there Harry. How are you? Sirius appeared at Harry's side, the pair of them standing on the kind of tropical island that could exist only in a dream. Great, Harry responded enthusiastically. What have you been doing? Sirius asked curiously. Helping our new neighbor move in, Harry replied, smiling. He's great. Immediately Sirius was suspicious. Who is he? Does the Order know? Yeah, the Order knows. The woman that was watching over me on the day I met him seemed to think he was okay. His name is Tatsu Kendo, Harry replied, shrugging. Tatsu Kendo. Sirius repeated, looking shocked. Harry blinked. What? You know him? He asked, surprised. I do, yeah, but I can't tell you why, not if you don't know already, Sirius responded. Why not? Harry demanded, angry. Because Tatsu Kendo doesn't like it when people talk about him and he doesn't know about it. If he hasn't talked to you yet, then he wants to wait for something before he does. Even though I'm dead, I respect his wishes, Sirius replied. Harry sighed. Does everyone but me know who he is? He asked. No one in particular. A lot of people know the glorified versions of the truth, or some of them, but there are very few who know the truth, and all of the truth, Sirius replied, shrugging. He's something of a legend. Oh, Harry said, disappointed that he wasn't getting anything out of his godfather. What have you been doing with Tatsu? Sirius asked him, after a few moments of silence. Oh, this and that, Harry replied, shrugging slightly. We met up jogging one day, and I offered to help him get organized, since he moved in next door, Harry explained to Sirius what had been happening lately. Tatsu Kendo is teaching you. You're lucky, he must trust you a lot though, Sirius remarked. What do you mean? Harry demanded, getting a little annoyed that his godfather continually mentioned things he couldn't say anything about. He doesn't pass his skills on lightly, Sirius responded. He only will if he believes completely that you are on the light side, and even then, you have to befriend him. If he hadn't trusted you, he would have probably given you money or some small possession of his in thanks. Oh, Harry said, I didn't think he liked me that much, but he is fun to hang around with. Sirius smiled. I can see that if I keep going on about Tatsu, you're going to kill me, so how about we practice occlumency? How about we do some dueling tonight? Harry suggested instead. I've been practicing, and I'd like to see what you could show me. I mean, you must have been able to do a lot of spells. Sirius laughed. Okay, what have you been doing? Harry told him, and Sirius offered to have a small duel, with Sirius restricting himself to easy spells so that Harry wouldn't get hurt. Don't you need a wand? Harry asked curiously. Nope, I don't need one here, Sirius replied. All right, Bo, he added. Harry bowed and raised his wand. Stupefy. He yelled as his godfather straightened and motioned for him to begin. Sirius blocked it easily and retaliated with a tickling charm, which Harry dodged. The fight went on for what seemed like hours, until Harry began to wake. Distracted, he allowed Sirius to disarm him, and called goodbye to his godfather before he was pulled from the dream back into the waking world. 1996 morning. When Harry woke, Fox was waiting for him, singing softly. Harry didn't think that it was the Phoenix song that had woken him, but he wasn't too sure. Hey Fox, he greeted the bird softly and looked to his desk. There were several new pieces of paper there, and Harry's heart leapt. Had his friends finally contacted him? Bounded from his bed across the room, Harry fell into his chair, not really thinking about what he was doing, and picked up the top letter. It was from Ron. Hey Harry, how are you doing? Sorry we haven't contacted you, but everyone seemed to think that we needed to leave you alone for a little while to get over you know. Sorry again, and I really hope you forgive us. We've missed you, even if it has only been 12 days since we saw you. There's been a lot of new people at the Order this summer, but we aren't supposed to talk about that. If this gets into the wrong hands, their families could be in danger. I know that you haven't been reading the Daily Prophet lately, and I really can't blame you after last year, but we have here at the Order, because, even if it is biased, it does usually have some information. If you can read through the lines. Just thought you might be interested to know that you're now the hero of the wizarding world, sorely misunderstood by those you were trying to help. It goes on for ages. Big step from being mentally unstable, and possibly dangerous, and whatever other crap they were spouting last year. Well, I hope you're doing well and not letting your relatives walk over you. Hope to see you here soon. Ron. Harry smiled. So his friends didn't hate him. They just wanted to let him recover a little from Sirius's death. Who were the other letters from? He wondered, and reached over to lift the next one. Dear Harry, how are you? I'm sure Ron's already told you why we haven't contacted you before now, so I won't repeat myself. But I will add my apologies to his, and hope you aren't angry with us. Grimmauld Place has this huge library that was discovered over the last year. It seems that Creature had been hiding it with his magic. It's where he'd been hiding all of the things that he saved. He's dead, by the way. It seems that a house elf dies if he actually betrays his family. Dobby didn't, because he never actually did betray the Malfoys. He just gave you the idea of how to free him, and he never plotted to kill any of them. It's barbaric. I've said it before, and no doubt I'll be saying it over and over until all of the house elves are free and happy. I mean, forcing them die for betraying their family. It's horrible. But I guess that I don't mind with Creature. I mean, if it wasn't for him, this wouldn't be happening now. But anyway, back to the library. It's got so many books. I think it's even bigger than the Hogwarts library. And that's saying something. I've found at least 10 books that they don't have Hogwarts. I'm learning loads from them. I can't wait for you to get here so that I can show you. It's absolutely amazing. Hope to hear from you soon. Hermione. Harry smiled triumphantly when he read the bit about Creature being dead. The nasty little house elf deserved it. He had to laugh at Hermione going on about books though. I wonder what sort of books are there. Probably a lot of stuff on the dark arts. That would be interesting. To defend yourself from something, you need to know what it is you're defending yourself from, Harry said to himself, before picking up the next letter. Heya Harry. How are ya mate? You might like to know that business is going absolutely spiffingly. You wouldn't believe how many people have come in and told us that we were so brave for standing up for Harry Potter when the whole wizarding world was against you. It's sickening really. They were the ones that last year were sending people who were known to be your friends hate mail and stuff. It's surprising how many people still want to have pranks and things with the Dark Lord back. We were hoping that everyone wasn't going to go into a depression or anything. Things are going pretty well with the Order too, from what I've heard, and Percy's still being a bastard. Saying that we should have put our trust in the Ministry anyway. Anyway, we hope you're doing well. We might send some of our inventions around sometime soon. You can try them on your cousin. He made a good test case for the Tung-Tung Toffees. Oh well, we'd better go. We've got to get to the store before the crowds do. Fred and George Weasley. Harry had to laugh at Fred and George. Not even Voldemort's return could dampen their spirits. It was nice to know that they were still function as normal. Next letter. Hi Harry. It's Ginny. I just wanted to write and say thanks for taking us to the Department of Mysteries. I know you're probably blaming yourself for Sirius's death, but it helped the rest of us enormously. It showed us what it was really like to fight Voldemort. It showed the Ministry that Voldemort had returned. It gave those of us who came with you confidence in our abilities to fight. So if you are still blaming yourself about Sirius, remember that. Because of it, the wizarding world knows what it's facing, and I think that Sirius would be proud to have died for such a cause. I don't think any of the others would have mentioned Sirius by name. They think that they shouldn't remind you of him. But I think that you need reminding. You can't just push him away as if he never was. He would have hated that, Harry. I didn't know him as long as you did, but I know that for certain. I hope you're well, and Luna sends her love, and asked me to say that she and her father haven't found that thing that they were looking for yet. Hope to see you soon. Ginny Weasley. Harry smiled. Ginny was actually being more open with him than his best friends were. That was surprising. It was also surprising that Luna remembered him enough to send her love, unless Ginny was making that up. After the rest of her letter, he didn't think she was. There was now only one letter left. Dear Harry, I hope you are well. You may wish to start reading the Daily Prophet again. There are many reports of Death Eater attacks everywhere. Most of them don't make it to the Muggle news. They are, as usual, hushed up by the Ministry. You seem to be doing well so far, from what I have heard from those who watch over the house. Your OWL results will be out soon, you may be pleased to know. This means that you will have to make your selections for the next year of your magical education at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Someone should be along to help you with this in the next few weeks. I believe that having an older wizard to guide you would probably be a good idea. I regret to say that I doubt I myself will be along, but I will send someone I trust. Soon you will be brought to Grimmauld Place for a short time. Perhaps a day or two. I'm sure that your friends would love to see you as much as you would love to see them. Tilda Albus Dumbledore. Harry took up his pen to write letters in return to all of his friends. Dear Ron, I'm doing fine. They Dursleys are being much nicer too. Me now, since they know that three's a whole order of wizards just waiting on my call. Don't worry, I'm not angry at you guys for not writing before now. I probably would have snapped at you if you had tried to before. Lots of new members in the order. That can only be a good thing. Maybe I'll get to meet them soon. Dumbledore hinted that I might be coming to Grimmauld Palace sometime soon. I hope I do. I think I need to go there to help me get over Sirius's death. You didn't have to avoid mentioning him altogether, you know. He is kept alive in our memories. I don't want to forget him. Talk to you again soon. Harry. Dear Hermione. A whole library. Good for you. Don't read all of the books before I get there, will you? Creature's dead. Good. I know that you probably think that's nasty of me, but I can't bring myself to be the least bit sorry for the little creature. Like I told Ron, you didn't need to not mention Sirius's death. I have no intention of stopping being friends with you and Ron, you only did what you thought was right. I'll talk to you soon, possibly even see you, if Dumbledore is to be believed. Harry. Dear Ginny. Thank you for being frank, no one else even mentioned Sirius's name. I was very happy to read your letter. You are welcome, though I still don't like the Department of Mysteries much. I'm glad that you feel more confident with your magic now, and I look forward to seeing you soon. Thanks for passing on Luna's message. Harry. Fred and George. Still causing no end of trouble. Good to hear. Glad that Weasley's Wizard Wheezes is going well. If you would send some pranks, that would be great. I'd like to see what you've been inventing now. Did the others tell you that Flitwick left a bit of your swamp in memory of a great bit of Charm's work? I'm sorry to hear about Percy, but really, I don't think he's too much of a loss. I doubt your mother thinks that, though. I know you never liked him much, he was basically the opposite of you two in every way. Well, I hope your shop continues to do well. Harry. Professor Dumbledore. I would love to come to Grimmauld Place again soon. Everything is going well. The Dursleys. Perhaps I will have a look at the Daily Prophet then, could be interesting, though I'm not too sure. I may as well anyway, I suppose. I'll hear from you in 3 days, I suppose. Why can't I do my selections for the owls when I come to Grimmauld Place? That would be easier, wouldn't it? Harry. Here Fox, Harry said, holding out the small pile of letters. You can go back to Dumbledore now. The 20th of July 1996 morning. Harry went outside into the early morning sunshine, greeting Tatsu happily as the other man appeared for the morning jog. How are you? Tatsu asked him. You look more cheerful than normal this morning. Oh, I got some letters from friends that I hadn't heard from yet this holidays, Harry replied, smiling slightly. Ah, they jogged in silence until they reached Tatsu's house again. Inside they moved straight to the kitchen, using the Estapple stuff that they had been using the day before. Once this was done, they went back to the entrance hall and set about putting up pictures, mirrors, plants, and putting reed mats over every bit of floor there was to be seen. Harry enjoyed walking on the mats, it felt odd, but nice odd. Once they'd done this, they moved into the living room so that Harry could do some more meditation. Okay Harry, relax, Tatsu murmured, his voice soothing. Harry let himself calm down, feeling his mind freed by Tatsu's words. His breathing deepened and let himself fall deep within his mind. His thoughts slowed down, and perhaps even stopped, he wasn't sure. Harry Potter seemed to be a completely different person. Here, in this place, was peace. This was where he should have always been. He opened his eyes. The world seemed bright, sharper than ever before. He could hear the breeze ruffling the trees and testing the cracks in the house walls. He could taste the pollution on the air, and also the rich, beautiful scent that was Tatsu's. The stench of the Estapple from the kitchen and the entranceway was overpowering, and he felt lightheaded, as if he might faint. Which turned out to be exactly what he did. Harry, wake up, Tatsu told him, shaking his gently. Harry groaned and opened his eyes. What happened? He asked blearily. You found your center place a lot faster than I thought you would, Tatsu replied. You were not ready for it, but that was my fault, not yours. Oh, what's my center place? Harry asked curiously. You should not have had to ask that. You wouldn't have if I'd known you'd find it so quickly, Tatsu remarked with a sigh. You should have known what it was long before you found it. Well, your center place is the place where your mind truly belongs. It's hard to describe it in this language, I'm more used to Japanese. But anyway, it is the place where your mind was before you were born, away from thoughts, away from whatever pains might exist in your life. Once you learn properly, you will be able to think and move from your center place. It in this state of mind that you will learn to fight, Tatsu explained. Harry nodded, not really getting it. Go home now, you should probably sleep. Finding the center place will tire you out the first few times. Do not attempt to find your way there without me. Many students have been killed trying to find the center place on their own, Tatsu told him, shooing him out of the door. Harry glanced over his shoulder, startled by what Tatsu had said, but the man was already closing the door, heading back towards his kitchen. Harry sighed and walked back to Privet Drive. By the time he reached the front door, he could feel the weariness that Tatsu had mentioned. He only just made it to his bedroom, and once inside, he fell onto the bed and drifted into a deep, dreamless sleep. When Harry woke it was night time, there was no sound from the house, which meant that Dursleys were probably in bed. Hunger drove him down to the kitchen, since he hadn't eaten since breakfast, and that had been far too long ago. Making a large plate of food, Harry headed back upstairs, switching on his light and looking over his very clean room. Sitting down at his desk he gulped some of his lunch dinner down, then took out his wand and got out all of the shrunken things that were still under the bed from before he knew that Tatsu knew about magic. A muttered spell and they were all their normal size again. Harry hunted through his things until he found his transfiguration books. Flipping open the first one, Harry began some revision of transfiguration, starting in first year and working his way up. He smiled at some of the spells from first and second years, remembering how difficult he'd found them once. Now they seemed to be almost second nature. He smiled over the memories that he had of Hogwarts. Back then it had seemed so innocent even in his second year, with the Chamber of Secrets open, he had still been naive. Third year, that had begun to fade, and by the end of his fourth year, his innocence had been lost forever. Was it such a bad thing? He didn't know. How might things have been different, if his fourth year had never happened? Voldemort would not be back, Sirius would probably still be alive, Cedric would still be alive, Umbridge would have never come to the school. There were too many things that would have been different to even really think about. Shaking his head to clear it of such thoughts, Harry focused his mind on learning the transfiguration spells. In the dead of the night, he practiced, changing clothes into different clothes, quills into the muggle pen, paper into pineapples. It was fun, but very difficult. With a sigh, Harry put down his wand at around 3:30 in the morning and collapsed on the bed, tired again. He let himself fall asleep, hoping that this time, Sirius would come again. "Hey Harry, how ya doing?" His godfather's voice came from behind him. Harry spun around and grinned at his godfather, hugging the man tightly. Sirius laughed and hugged back. "I'm great," Harry replied. "Have you talked to Remus often?" "I have been, these last few nights. The full moon is coming back," Sirius replied. "Oh, I'd almost forgotten about that." Harry felt bad about this, but there was nothing he could do anyway. "Doesn't matter, you've been busy with Tatsu," Sirius replied, shrugging. "I suppose so. He's teaching me how to find my center," Harry said. "Is he now? That's pretty dangerous stuff, but I guess Tatsu wouldn't let you learn anything else until you could," Sirius remarked. Harry nodded in weary agreement. "That's what he said. He said that he'd teach me to fight from my center, or not at all." "So kid, what do you want to do tonight? How about some more occlumency?" Harry asked. "Sounds good, you need to be pretty good at this before you go back to school," Sirius replied, grinning. "So get up a mind shield and tell me when you're ready." Harry concentrated, and was delighted to find that it was much faster getting a shield in place now. "Ready," he said. Not long after Sirius was prodding lightly at the shield, searching for a place where he could get through. Harry focused on making the shield as strong as possible, doing his best to ignore Sirius's questing. "Well done kid." Sirius's voice jerked Harry's attention away from his shield. For a moment it held, then faded away into his mind again. "You're really getting this stuff now. Thanks Sirius. Now I just need to learn how to keep it up all the time," Harry sighed. "Wait, won't this stop you from talking to me in dreams?" "It might, for a little while. I can teach you how to key it into accepting me as a part of your mind though." This has to be done with your mind's consent, so Voldemort can't do anything to get into your dreams, that I can assure you, Sirius responded. Wanna practice some dueling? Harry laughed and raised his wand, getting ready for a fun night with his godfather. When Harry woke in the morning it was with a smile. He had disarmed Sirius. Of course, after that, Sirius had insisted on being allowed to use the powerful spells that he'd been avoiding. After that Harry had lost. Badly. Oh well, soon he would be able to match his godfather at 7th year defense against the dark arts spells, then they would be moving on to Death Eater level. It would most assuredly take Harry a while to learn this level of fighting. Shaking his head slightly, Harry pulled himself out of his bed and dressed in black t-shirt and full-length, baggy blue jeans. Thrusting his wand into a pocket, Harry strode from his room downstairs for breakfast, wondering what he and Tatsu would be doing today. Estipaling the living room, one of the bedrooms and the bathroom, it turned out. Tatsu advised Harry to try and meditate while he was working, but not to actually go into the center. Harry worked alternately on this and his mind shield, trying to keep the mind shield up without concentrating on it too much. This was proving to be somewhat difficult. By the time they'd finished the rooms, Harry had a distinct headache, but he wasn't sure if this was from his mental activities or from the stench of the Estapple. Believe me, it gives you a head rush if you smell it for too long. I've had the misfortune of having an Estapple-obsessed father. Okay Harry. It's time for meditation. We are going to try and find your center again today, but what? Harry asked, curious as to how they were going to do things differently. You are going to place a warding charm on this room. I think you've learnt how to do those, haven't you? Harry did know, they'd learnt them last year. He'd revised them a few days ago. And yes, I know that you can do spells outside of school, Tatsu added. That silencing spell on your room was cast with your own wand. Harry blinked. Tatsu had said this before Harry had even considered that idea. He raised his wand and muttered the words to the spell. Tatsu, Harry noticed, closed his eyes for a moment as the spell was cast, but he thought nothing of it. Perhaps magic hurt the eyes of muggles. Who knew? Now, settle in a comfortable position, Tatsu ordered quietly. There seemed no change in him, so Harry forgot about that tiny detail. He sat with his back straight against the wall. Breath in, and pull your thoughts in, Tatsu murmured. Harry could tell that the man had already found his center, just by the tone of his voice. Harry did as commanded, breathing in and in until, breath out. Now he was letting his breath fall away, back into the world. Cast your mind around any loose thoughts, and breath in. Pull in those new thoughts. Harry's eyes drifted closed as he followed Tatsu's command. Briefly, he wondered if he would keep breathing in or out until he ran out of air if Tatsu stopped talking to him, but the thought was gone as Harry breathed in again. Slowly, his mind slipped further and further away from the physical world, until suddenly, Harry was there. He knew it was his center place. He felt calm now, completely at peace. There were no thoughts here, no anger, no pain. Harry opened his eyes. Once more the world was overbright, everything was enhanced. But, where the day before it had been enhanced to the point of pain, today it was much less so. Well done. Now try to stay there, Tatsu murmured peacefully, and Harry looked at the man. He could almost see something but then it was gone. What was that? Harry asked, for a moment not realizing that he'd spoken aloud. In this state it is often possible to see things about people. Sometimes the future, sometimes the past, sometimes the present, sometimes something like an aura. It differs from person to person, day to day. Oh. Harry continued breathing, remaining in his center. He'd never felt so at home, not even at Hogwarts. He did not want to leave, ever. But leave he must, Harry knew. Something would soon happen to jerk him from this place. Suddenly his mind rebelled. It wanted to be free, to think, to be able to act fast. It did not want to be contained in this place. He blinked, he was away from the center. Tatsu looked at him and smiled. Well done. You are learning this fast. Perhaps you haven't quite lost touch with your center, as many people do. Lost touch? Harry repeated, confused. The center is the state of mind that you are in when you are in your mother's womb. I said that last time, I think. But as you are born and grow in this physical world, your link to that place fades through misuse. I am not sure exactly why this is, but I know that if the mother dies, the child often loses all ability to return to the center, but if they do retain the link, it is stronger, and fades less quickly than normal people. It would seem that you are one of those who retains the link. Oh, I think I get it, Harry replied, trying to process this information. Go back to your home, Harry. You'll need to rest again, Tatsu told Harry, showing him to the door. Harry went straight to his bedroom and, once more, collapsed on the bed. The 21st of July 1996 afternoon. Harry woke to hear someone knocking on his bedroom door. He turned over with a groan and looked at the clock. It was 4 in the afternoon. He was about to get up and open the door when he realized that it wouldn't be one of the Dursleys. Why would they bother knocking, and that if it was Tatsu, he'd come through the window. Who is it? He demanded cautiously. Professor Snape. Open this door, Potter, came the barked answer. Now, Harry was immediately overwhelmed by a wave of hate and anger. This man was the reason, in Harry's mind, that Sirius was dead. Why should he let the man into his room? He remained on the bed without moving. Potter, open this door. The professor demanded once more. Why should I? Harry demanded coldly. Dumbledore sent me, Potter, and much as I don't like it, I can leave until I've done what I came to do. Harry thought about it for a moment, then with a sigh got up and opened the door. He glared at the potions master, making sure that Snape knew Harry wanted him anywhere but there. Snape just smirked back at him and entered the room. Glancing around the room, he seemed surprised by the fact that everything was fairly neat and clean. You're studying, Potter? He demanded, arching an eyebrow as he looked at Harry's desk. And here I thought you got such bad marks because you didn't. Harry ignored him, sitting himself in the chair in front of the desk and looking at Snape. You said you couldn't leave until you'd done what you came to do, Snape. So why don't you get a move on and do it? Snape seemed surprised by Harry's cold, blunt manner. Suddenly there was a knock on the window. Harry knew this was Tatsu. No one else would ever come to the window, even if he couldn't see the man. What the? Snape demanded, looking at the window and not seeing anything. Harry got up and headed towards the window. I wouldn't, Potter. You know what happened last time you obeyed one of your trouble-finding instincts. Shows how much you know, Harry replied rudely, opening the window and leaning down. Tatsu was clinging to the wall with apparent ease. Want a hand? Harry asked him politely, offering one. Tatsu took it and allowed Harry to help him into the room. Then he saw Snape and his eyes narrowed. I'd thought you would be alone at this time in the afternoon. I was going to suggest another practice session, Tatsu remarked. I can come back later, if you like. No, it's fine. He shouldn't be staying long, Harry replied. Tatsu nodded and sat on the end of Harry's bed, watching Snape. When Harry turned to look at his teacher, he saw that Snape was gaping at Tatsu in amazement. You are teaching him, sir? Snape asked, and Harry was amazed to hear his teacher sounding polite, for once. Yes, I find him a very capable student, Tatsu responded, voice completely calm. Don't you? I know you're Severus Snape, a teacher at Hogwarts, thus I'm sure you'll have had the honor of teaching Harry before. I would not call it an honor. I find him rebellious and unwilling to learn, Snape sneered in response. Then I will assume it is your style of teaching. I hear that very few people ever learn potions to the full extent under your tutelage unless they happen to be Slytherins, of course. Snape was looking mad as hell, Harry realized. He'd never seen anyone insult the potions master back before. And Snape didn't even say anything in defense. There was definitely something no one was telling Harry about Tatsu. He sighed, thinking that it would probably be some time before he found out anything. What are you here for? Harry demanded of his potions professor, voice still cold. Your owl results, Potter. I must say I'm amazed that you did so well, Snape sneered. Well, are you going to tell him his results, Severus, or are you just going sneer at him? Tatsu demanded coolly. Here, Potter, Snape threw a piece of paper onto the desk in front of Harry. Harry picked it up, heart thumping in his chest as he looked over the results. Transfiguration, outstanding. Charms, outstanding. Astronomy, exceeds expectations. Defense against the dark arts, outstanding. Herbology, exceeds expectations. Care of magical creatures, outstanding. Divination, exceeds expectations. History of magic, exceeds expectations. Potions, outstanding. Harry gaped at the page. 6 owls. And he hadn't gotten anything beneath exceeds expectations. That meant that he could become an Auror. Yes, He glanced up. Snape was looking very bitter. He must have known about Harry's results already. I'm supposed to help you choose the subjects that you will be taking in the next 2 years, Potter, Snape hissed, not seeming at all happy about it. Tatsu stood up from where he'd been sitting and walked over. I'll help too. From what little I know of this system, I might be able to see things that you cannot, or will not, Severus, he said, voice almost pleasant. Fine, Snape snapped waspishly. Potter, you will give your final choices to Dumbledore before or on the 31st of July. Now, what courses are you intending to do? Newt-level charms, potions, transfiguration, defense against the dark arts, Harry replied, thinking fast. And astronomy, he added after a moment's hesitation. I can do those, since I got outstanding in most, and only exceeds expectations in astronomy. There are also electives that you can choose from. Dumbledore has said that I will be teaching you occlumency once more. This is against my wishes, but I have no choice, and will therefore comply. Also, the headmaster believes that you should take some electives that will be offered for this year that haven't been before. He will tell you of those at a later date. I don't want to do any of the electives, Harry informed Snape coldly. And doing occlumency with you is against my wishes also. I'd guess I haven't got a choice either. I'll talk to Dumbledore about the electives whenever I see him. Now leave. Snape sneered at him. There's nothing that would please me more. He got up and walked to the door, then stopped. Oh, and before I forget, the headmaster wanted me to inform you that you may come to Grimmauld Place on the 31st of July. You can tell him your final choices then. He disapparated almost before he'd finished speaking. Harry turned to Tatsu. How did you know Snape? Are you a wizard? He asked curiously. No, I am no wizard, I never have been, never will be, though once it was my greatest dream, Tatsu replied. I just know quite a bit about the wizarding world, and more than one person in it. What do you mean? Tatsu sighed, looking down. I did not mean to come over here, but when I saw Snivelus, I thought it might be a good idea. It seems that it wasn't. What do you mean? And why did you call him Snivelus? Harry demanded, eyes narrowing. That was the Marauder's nickname for Snape. I had not wanted to tell you about myself. I thought it would be for the best if you didn't know. I do not like being famous, and prefer not to speak of it, if it can be avoided. But it seems that I must tell you about myself now. Well, that looks like a good place to stop. Next chapter, Truth about Tatsu. Finally. Sighs, I couldn't keep him to myself forever, it seems. The 21st of July 1996, afternoon. What do you mean? Harry asked. Does this have something to do with why you called Snape Snivelus? Yes, actually. Tatsu sighed. Tell me, Harry, what do you know about Sirius Black? Harry froze, looking at Tatsu in complete surprise. For a moment, Harry looked into Tatsu's eyes, and he saw that there was no hate towards Sirius there. I know that he was convicted as a Death Eater and given a life sentence in Azkaban, Harry said. He saw doubt in Tatsu's eyes. I know that he escaped 12 years later, 3 years ago now. More doubt, even sadness. This decided Harry. I know he was named a Death Eater because the Ministry of Magic thought that he was my parents' secret keeper, and that they think that after he betrayed my parents he killed his friend, Peter Pettigrew, and 12 Muggles. Tatsu looked like he was about to interrupt. I also know that Sirius is my godfather and innocent of the crimes he was accused of, and that Peter Pettigrew is alive still, and a Death Eater who was the one that did everything Sirius was accused of, Harry finished. Thank God. You do know I was starting to get worried about that. I did not think that Sirius would have done any of those things. You know him, you say. He was a friend of mine. Can you ask him if he would come to meet me? There was a hopeful look in Tatsu's eyes. There is one other thing I know about Sirius, Tatsu. I do not know if this last thing is something that you want to hear or not, but I will tell you. I also know that Sirius is dead. He died to help me and my friends stay alive, before the Order of the Phoenix could arrive to help us. Tatsu bowed his head, an expression of pain and grief washing over his face. He's dead, he whispered, obviously pained. You knew my godfather, Harry sated, softly. You were one of his friends, weren't you? Yes. I did not hear that he had been convicted as a Death Eater until I returned here from Japan about 2 months ago now. I could not believe it, and I knew he was innocent. I thought that I could find him, hear his story and take it to the ministry, prove to them also that he was innocent. He died the way he wanted to, Harry said softly. Fighting for what he believed in. It was Bellatrix Lestrange that killed him. His own cousin normally so controlled, Tatsu's voice was filled with grief. Well, I suppose I'd better tell you about myself. Please, Harry replied. I was born Louis Malfoy, a few minutes before my twin, Lucius, was born. We were raised in the manner of a pure-blood family, to hate muggles above all else. That if you did not have magic, you were somehow inferior to the rest of the world. My best friend was Sirius Black. Lucius never liked him much, but I had always found Sirius's rebellious attitude refreshing. Sirius did not believe that being a pure blood or a wizard meant that you were better than anyone else, and I quickly came to like the idea. We were the same age, and as we grew older, Sirius and I became better and better friends. I knew your father, James, very well also. He was another pure blood who believed as Sirius did. Their friendship meant a lot to me, especially once I found out that I was, in fact, a squib. The first squib the Malfoys had ever known. A taint in the family. My parents wiped my name from all records. They did not want anyone to know that the Malfoys had ever had produced any blight upon their perfect history. When I was 11 and they knew for sure, they cast me from house as well. I was homeless and alone, or so I thought. But my friends, Sirius and James, came to me when they heard. They offered to give me money to get out of the country, enough for an ticket out of the country with a wizard tour and then to start a life somewhere else. At first I did not want to accept. Me, Louis Malfoy, a squib. My only way of survival was through others. Charity. They insisted, and in the end I took them up on their offer. I went looking for a way out of the country, not knowing, or caring, where I would end up. My world had been turned upside down, and sometimes I really felt like I wanted to die and escape it all. The first tour leaving the country was headed for Japan. I joined them at the last moment, and as soon as we arrived in Japan, I disappeared. I don't know if you know this, but part of the services a tour offers is a spell to allow you to speak the language of your destination. Now I was away from Britain, I had to find some place to stay, somewhere on the borders of the wizarding world and the Muggle one, somewhere that I would be accepted. Eventually I ran into another squib. This man was an all-Japanese man, and he somehow knew me for what I was. He took me to his place, where there were several others, just like me. Harry had not interrupted once during this account, his mind reeling with shock. Satatsu, his tutor, was actually the uncle of Harry's greatest rival in school. I know this must come as a shock to you, but believe me, I hold no alliance to my former family. The Malfoys can rot in hell for all I care. They are not my family anymore, Tatsu told him. Harry smiled. You aren't like them. Lucius's son is in my year at school. We don't really get on well, he said. If he's anything like his father, I don't blame you, Tatsu remarked dryly. He's his father's carbon copy, Harry replied, and Tatsu winced in sympathy. There's more, isn't there? Harry asked, after a few moments of silence. Yes, Harry, there is a lot more. That part of my life was easiest to tell. I was virtually unknown, and I liked it that way. The Japanese man I met, his name was Yuzukai, told me many things. He told me that not all squibs were without magic, as people had always told me. Among the squibs, there are those who have a completely different branch of magic. A squib cannot do magic in the form of wands and spells, potions and broomsticks, but they can do other things. Yuzukai and his friends called themselves modifiers, and that is what they, and I, were. Though we cannot perform wizards' magic, we can see spells that come from wands and we can change them. Modify them to our liking. Modifiers have different strengths, much as wizards do. Some can change things only slightly, or can only change weak spells and enchantments. The stronger, however, can turn spells into something completely different to their original intention. No matter what the spell is, I was the very strongest of our group. There are limitations to a modifier's ability, but they are unimportant right now. While I was in Japan, I took to learning all the martial arts that I could. I had an aptitude for it that cannot be learnt. What I will begin to teach you is nothing like what you could learn anywhere else, my own blend of all the martial arts that I know. And there is still more, Harry said, knowing this to be the truth. You haven't done anything to make you famous over here, at least, not that you've told me about. Tatsu laughed. No, there is quite a bit more. Almost 15 years since I'd left the life of Louis Malfoy and begun that of Tatsu Kendo, I got an owl. It was from Sirius. He wrote to tell me of what was happening in my home country of Britain. Lord Voldemort was at the height of his powers, killing any who dared oppose him. Sirius told me that he was sure that my family was heavily involved in the killings, and I felt a wave of rage such as I have never known, before or since. I came back, against the wishes of the group that had become my family. I knew that if I ignored this, I would be as bad as any of my blood family. I knew that I could use my powers to help work against Voldemort. As Tatsu Kendo I returned, I joined Albus Dumbledore as a member of the Order of the Phoenix, though not openly. Working sometimes with them, sometimes alone, I fought with the Death Eaters. Always I worried that I would meet my family. If I did, could I kill them in cold blood? I did not know, and I didn't not want to find out. Eventually I told Sirius the truth. He was the only one who would ever know my connection with the Malfoy family. Everyone else thought I was just a part British wizard who'd grown up in Japan. I did everything I could. In fights, I could change the effects of the Avada Kedavra curse, change from a killing curse into something completely different, sometimes a cheering charm, sometimes a healing charm. I was one of those the Dark Lord wanted dead more than any other. It was around this time that I begun to be known. I was hailed a savior in the war, and for a time I liked this idea. Then the prophecy came. Sirius, James, Lily, Severus and Dumbledore were the only ones among the Order to know of the prophecy at the time. Only a few days before Voldemort killed your parents and tried to kill you, I was in a battle against a group of Death Eaters. I was fighting them, using the knowledge of the martial arts I had gained, killing those I could not stun. When I finished fighting, I looked through the dead, as I did every time, and I found my father. I had killed him. Harry, there are no words that I could use to put what I felt into words. It was horrible, and I fled, back to Japan. I did not tell anyone of my intentions. Filled with self-loathing I rejoined the modifier group, and tried to put what I had done in Britain behind me. Everyone thought that I was dead, possibly including Sirius, though now I will never know for sure. After a while I heard about the deaths of Lily and James, and how you, Harry, had defeated the Dark Lord. I never heard of Sirius or his imprisonment, or I would have returned long ago. Tatsu finished his tale, tears in his eyes. Why did you come back? Harry asked. I cannot explain it fully, but I was filled with a need to see my homeland once more, to meet up with those friends who still lived. When I returned I found that most had forgotten me, and by avoiding the attention of most in the magical community, I could avoid being noticed. Most wizards or witches would recognize me if they saw me properly, but I will do my best to keep a low profile. I do not want to be given glory for what I have done. 14 years have passed since that time, and never has the knowledge that I had killed my own father left me. But I knew it was time to put that behind me. The group of modifiers in Japan has long since broken up. We all live different lives now, though occasionally we will hear from one another. Tatsu sighed heavily. Harry rested a comforting hand on Tatsu's shoulder. You did not know it was your father. You could not know that he was a Death Eater, not completely. You only ever suspected. You killed him to stop him killing others. You acted for the greater good. You can't blame yourself. You do not know how many times I have told myself that, Harry. You are the only one who knows why I left, the only one left alive who knows my past, Tatsu said. But why, Tatsu? Why are you telling me this? Why are you teaching me? Harry asked, curious. That, child, is a tale for another time. When I am ready, I will speak to you of my decisions, but for now, you will learn to find your center at will and stay there as long as you wish to. Then I will teach you how to dismiss it, and then we will start work on martial arts training, Tatsu replied. Harry sighed and nodded. He'd learned a lot from the man, and he didn't think that it was right to push Tatsu for more information just yet. Wasn't that fun? Now you know who Tatsu is. Only 2 people guessed he was a Malfoy. Next chapter we find out how Harry did so well at potions in the owls. Hopefully no one else has done this before, but I can't know for sure until someone tells me. Also, as Tatsu said, there are limitations that modifiers or any other type of non-wand magic have, which will be discussed at a later date. Before anyone calls Tatsu a Mary Sue, Gary Stu, please hear what the limitations are. 21/7, 1996 night. Harry's mind was still reeling from the information he'd gotten about Tatsu as he slipped into bed that night. Tatsu had left in his customary way, out of the window, just a few minutes before. Tired out anyway after the day's activities, even if he had slept once already, Harry sank into the welcome oblivion of sleep in just a few moments. "Hey kid." Sirius's voice. Harry spun around and grinned at his godfather. "Hi Sirius," he said brightly. "What's been going on?" Sirius asked him curiously, as the scene shifted to Grimmauld Place. "Well, I got my owl results today. That was good, but the bad thing was that Snape brought them," Harry replied. Sirius hissed angrily. "How did you do?" he asked, after he had calmed down. "Well, I might be able to be an Auror. I got 6 owls and the rest were exceeds expectations," Harry replied, grinning. "Well done." Sirius looked somewhat excited. "Your father and I did about the same, I think. We were Aurors, as you know. Something tells me this isn't all though." "It isn't," Harry replied happily. "Tatsu finally told me everything about himself. He talked about you as well." Sirius froze. "What did he say? Did he tell you why he left?" "I never found out. I thought I must have done something wrong." Harry's godfather looked so lost and sad that Harry got up and gave him a quick hug. "No Sirius, it wasn't anything to do with you. When he was fighting some Death Eaters the day he left, he found that his father was one of the ones that he killed. He couldn't stand himself and fled back to Japan," he said. Sirius breathed in relief. "Thank God. You don't know how long I've been thinking that I drove him away somehow. He was really torn up when he found out you'd been imprisoned, Sirius. He said that when he found out, he wanted to find you and take you to the ministry to prove that you weren't the monster they thought you were. I told him how you died," Harry said. "I'll have to try and talk to him," Sirius decided. "I missed him all the time he was away when I was in Azkaban, but as you know, I thought I had done something to drive him away. Harry, the next time you see him, would you tell him about your dreams of me, so that he is expecting me?" "Of course Sirius," Harry promised. "Good kid. Now, what are we going to do tonight? Have you been practicing your mind shield?" Sirius asked. Harry nodded. "A little bit, but I've been having some trouble with a few of the spells that we've been learning, mostly the ones from last year. I was wondering if you could give me a hand with them." "Sure. Which ones?" Sirius asked. Harry sat down in a chair in front of the fire as the Gryffindor common room became their surroundings. Lifting his hand, he revealed a Transfiguration book. "Transfiguration? Oh good, I'm good at that," Sirius remarked, sounding rather relieved. Harry rolled his eyes and flipped through the pages, searching out all of the spells that he couldn't do yet. By the time Harry was tugged from the dream, he could do most of the transfiguration that he hadn't been able to do before, and some of the charms. Since they hadn't actually done any practical defense work last year, he wasn't behind on that. Besides, he knew more than most people in his year about defense against the dark arts. The next time Harry met up with Sirius, they were going to try and get Harry up to scratch on potions. Harry still wasn't too sure how he'd manage to pull off an outstanding in the subject. As he drifted into waking, he was startled by a loud cracking sound. Immediately he thrust himself off the bed, wand in his hand, wand raising almost of its own accord, a spell coming to his lips. "Potter, calm down. I'm from the ministry," a voice barked at him. Harry blinked and looked at the young man in front of him. "I've seen you before," Harry muttered, thinking back, trying to remember. "That's right, you're the one that oversaw my potions particle in the owls." "Guilty," the man admitted. "Actually, that's why I came. If I'd known you were this good at dueling, I would have knocked." Harry sat up, pushing his hair out of his face, knowing that he couldn't do anything to make this man suspect that he could do magic outside of school. "What did you want to see me about?" Harry asked, eyes narrowing slightly. "Well, I know that the owl results have been sent out, and therefore that you would know that you got an outstanding in potions. I'm sure you're wondering how you managed to do that," the man said with a shrug. I'd been getting Hermione to help me a bit, and not having Snape breathing down my neck was good, but I didn't think I did nearly well enough to get an outstanding." "You didn't," the man told him simply. Harry looked at him, confused. "You might have just gotten an exceeds expectations, if I had been going by the way we are supposed to grade students. But my aunt was telling me that you wanted to be an Auror." "Wait a second, how did your aunt know?" Harry interrupted. "Whoops. I didn't introduce myself, did I? My name is Michael McGonagall. My aunt is Minerva, your head of house, I believe," the man admitted with a grin. "Ah, Okay, so Professor McGonagall mentioned that I wanted to be an Auror. Harry prompted the man, Michael, to continue. Yeah, so I thought that I'd give you a little boost. I know what you've done in the past, and I think you are the kind of person that the Aurors are going to need on their side. I gave you an outstanding in potions so that you could get into the class that you needed in Newt levels, Michael admitted. So you came to tell me that even though I'm really bad at potions, I've gotten into the advanced class, and now I'm going to make a fool of myself? Harry asked. Michael laughed. I see why my aunt likes you. Whoops, I wasn't supposed to tell you that, he said. Professor McGonagall likes me? Harry asked, amazed. He hadn't thought that his stern head of house liked him much at all, with all the trouble that he got into. Yeah, but I won't say any more about that. My family calls Aunt Minerva Dragon, for a reason, Michael replied, shrugging it off. And no, I actually came today to see if you wanted me to give you some help with learning to make potions at some point in the future. It might be useful, especially if I've got Snape again next year. He's going to be just waiting for the chance to get back at me about getting into his class, Harry admitted. How about I come around on the 28th? That's 5 days from now, Michael offered. Harry thought hard. He didn't think he was doing anything then. Yeah, sure, that would be great. He replied enthusiastically, still trying to get over his shock. I'll knock next time, Michael added. Come to the window, Harry responded. The family doesn't like wizards that much. Michael looked surprised at this, but nodded anyway. I'll see you on the 28th, he said brightly. Disappointing. Blinking sleep from his eyes, Harry got out of bed and got ready to go and help Tatsu for the morning. He concentrated briefly, his mind shield forming swiftly, and he smiled. He was getting better at creating it, now he just had to hold it there. Allowing his mind to wander slightly, he began the process of first cleaning his room, then himself and his clothes. Going downstairs, he grabbed some breakfast and headed out to meet Tatsu for the morning jog and then back to Tatsu's house to help with moving in once more. This would be the first time he'd seen Tatsu since the man told him the truth. Would things be different now? Harry hoped not. He liked his friendship with Tatsu just the way it was. I could do some things with magic, you know. It would make things go much faster, Harry remarked suddenly. I'm not sure why I never thought of that, probably because I'm too used to thinking that I'm not allowed to do magic in the summer holidays. That could work, Tatsu mused. By mid-afternoon, Harry's wrist was aching from all of the wand work he and Tatsu had been doing. Harry provided a spell, Tatsu modified it to their requirements, if Harry didn't know a spell that would do the job straight off. Finally, however, Tatsu decided that they'd done enough for one day. We're nearly finished now, but I know you must be getting tired of this, he remarked, grinning slightly. Harry nodded, pretending to be much more tired than he really was for a moment before the two of them sat down, laughing. Well, let's begin meditation. It was only now that Harry realized that his mind shield was still up. It was weak, and another mind could easily push it aside, but it was still up. He did not have time for celebration, however, because Tatsu was already urging him to sit and begin the process of meditation. I want to see if you can stay in the center without any protection, Harry's teacher said. Harry nodded, blanking his mind as he had become accustomed. He had been practicing at home just blanking the thoughts from his mind. He let himself fall through the layers of his mind, until, quite suddenly, he was encased in the peaceful place that was his center. Harry's eyes flickered open. Tatsu smiled. Harry Potter had to be one of his most promising students ever. He was willing to learn what Tatsu wanted to teach, and Tatsu knew that if things were presented to him right at Hogwarts, he would learn much faster and better than he had before. It's not my place to question his other teachers, Tatsu reminded himself, watching as Harry allowed himself into his center place. Suddenly Harry's eyes flickered open, they were ever so slightly tinged with gold. If Tatsu had not been looking for this, he would never have noticed it. Good, he muttered, falling into his own center with long-practiced ease. What is good? Harry's voice was quiet and completely calm. There were no emotions showing on his face, or in his voice. That you have caught on so swiftly, Tatsu responded. Now the training can truly begin. I know, it was a little short, but hopefully next chapter will be somewhat longer. The 22nd of July 1996 night. Harry limped back to the Dursleys as darkness fell. His exhausted mind could not make the journey to the center now that he had been shaken out of it. He did not stop downstairs to get food, he would have been too exhausted to eat anything anyway. He staggered up the stairs and collapsed on his bed, not even able to be bothered to remove his glasses, let alone clothes. The moment his body hit the bed, he was asleep. He was standing in the Department of Mysteries. Immediately he could sense that this was a nightmare. He could see Sirius there, but knew that it wasn't real Sirius. It must, Harry decided, be something he'd picked up from numerous experiences with his godfather in dreams. Though he couldn't pinpoint normal in the dream itself, he could tell when it was gone. Not even really understanding what he was doing, Harry sent out a loud mental yell of Sirius into the dream world. A moment later there was a slight feeling of disturbance as the Department of Mysteries nightmare disappeared and became Grimmauld Place. "That was some yell, kid," Sirius said by way of greeting, pretending to rub an ear as if it had hurt. Harry laughed. "Sorry, but I didn't want to go through you blaming me for killing you and Cedric, and for bringing Voldemort back to life and things like that," he replied. "Understandable," Sirius remarked, grinning slightly. Harry focused his thoughts for a moment, and suddenly they were standing in one of the Hogwarts dungeons. Not the one that Snape normally used. Harry wasn't ready for that. "Why are we here?" Sirius asked, blinking. Harry laughed. "You said that you'd help me with potions next time you met up with me. Actually, I've got something to tell about that," he told his godfather. He relayed the morning's events. "Michael McGonagall. I knew him sort of. He was in first year when your father and I were in seventh, I think." "That was just after McGonagall became Transfiguration teacher," Sirius mused. "I'm surprised that he decided to help you though. He'd lose his job if anyone ever found out about this." Harry winced slightly. "Then I'd best make sure that I tell as few people as possible." "Actually, I don't think I'll tell anyone else. If only you know about it, you aren't going to go telling people," he decided. "That sounds good. Michael would hardly do anything himself, he's the one taking risks anyway," Sirius agreed. "And now we have to get you up to scratch on outstanding potions performances." As they began to work, Harry was having some problem with first-year potions, or at least some of them. They talked a little of this and that. "How's things with Tatsu?" Sirius asked suddenly. Harry groaned. "I have now become quite certain that he is some sort of demon incarnate," he remarked. "That's my friend you're talking about," Sirius warned jokingly. "But what's he done to make you think that?" Flashback. Safe in his center, Harry watched warily as Tatsu circled him. He had been instructed to stand still, facing one direction. Tatsu was pacing around him. Harry listened intently to Tatsu's footsteps. They were light, but he could hear them nonetheless. Suddenly there was a slight change in the step. Harry allowed his body to sway slightly to one side as Tatsu's fist flashed past him. He knew that slight change perfectly, from the amount of times Dudley had hit him. Tatsu returned to stand in front of Harry. "Well done," he offered. "Now, for the moment I want concentrate on that type of attack, that sort of thing will come later. We'll start off with some limbering up exercises, and I might teach you some of the basic punches," he said. "You will practice these here, in your center, and at home, just normally." Tatsu had worked Harry to the bounds of physical endurance over the next few hours. Though Harry was fit, from playing Quidditch, the jogging he'd been doing over the summer and from his attempts to keep out of the reaches of Dudley's gang, Tatsu had managed to make everything that Harry had been through before seem pale in comparison. End flashback. As Harry told this to Sirius, his godfather periodically laughed and winced in sympathy. "Well," he said, as Harry finished his tale, "you seem to be up to scratch with potions up till third year. You actually have quite some talent in the subject. I'll assume it's Snivelus's teaching methods that gave you trouble before. Thanks for the help, Sirius. I'll talk to you soon," Harry said, allowing himself to be pulled into the waking world again. He had defense practice to attend to. It was near to 1 in the morning when Harry awoke, and he was, again, completely rested. Hedwig was settled on her perch, eating a dead mouse. "Hedwig, I'm going to be using spells again," he warned her. "You might want to go outside for a while." Hedwig gave a few quiet hoots, before jumping into the air and soaring from the open window. Harry swiftly performed the charms on his room that would make sure that no one could interrupt him, or see what he was doing. Taking his wand out, he started with defense. As far as he was concerned, this was the most important of all the subjects at Hogwarts. Slowly he made his way through his ever-growing collection of curses, hexes and jinxes. His work on aim was good now, and he had decided to concentrate once more on learning and performing the spells. Once he'd exhausted his collection, he moved on to charms and transfiguration spells. As dawn tinged the sky, Harry removed the wards and settled on theory, since this was just as important as practical work when it came to exams. He and Tatsu would not be working with Tatsu's moving in today, since they'd done so much yesterday. Tatsu would be coming to Harry's room later on to do something of a workout with him then. Until then, it seemed he would have to study. 2 hours later, Harry, deeply embedded in reading the Two Towers, he'd given up on studying, waved his wand to conjure a small breakfast. Just as he began to eat, he heard the faintest wisps of music. Fawkes was coming. He put the book down and ate faster, wanting to see what his friends had to say. Finally, in a burst of flame, Fawkes arrived. He flew over to where Harry was lying on his bed, and offered the boy the letter he carried. "Hey Harry. This is from Ron and Hermione, since we repeat each other's news anyway. We've really been missing you, but Dumbledore says that you are coming here for your birthday, and that's only a week away. It'll be so good to see you. Dumbledore's still saying that we can't trust much to a letter, which is getting really annoying, but oh well. I'm sure Dumbledore knows what he's talking about. It's getting kind of boring over here at the moment. Fred and George are pretty much living in their shop at the moment. Percy is still being Pratt and so no one here is talking to him. Remus has been looking happier lately, but that might be because the full moon is past now. How are you going? Ginny said that she mentioned Snuffles to you. We didn't know what your reaction would be, that's why we didn't. We really don't want you to be angry at us, Harry. You're our friend, and we need you. Well, hopefully we'll hear from you soon. We'll still write whenever we get the chance, but that's only twice before we meet up. Oh well. It was great to hear from you last time. We'll tell you our owl results when you get here. We've heard most of yours. Congrats on the potions. Mark. Hope it didn't sign your death warrant though. See you soon. Ron and Hermione. Harry smiled slightly. It was good to hear from his friends. This was the only letter that Fawkes had brought this time. Dumbledore seemed to have decided that Harry didn't need to hear from him this time. Harry got up and looked for a pen or quill to write back with, and, eventually finding one, settled down to think of what he should write in reply. Eventually, he had a letter that he was fairly pleased with. He didn't have all that much to say that he could trust to a letter. Anyway, he wanted to keep Sirius as much to himself as possible at the moment, and Tatsu didn't like being talked about. Just as Fawkes disappeared with the letter, Harry heard a tap on the window and hurried over to open it and allow Tatsu into the room. "Hello Harry," he greeted, smiling brightly. "Ready for some more training?" Harry groaned, but nodded anyway. "That's the way," Tatsu told him, grinning wickedly. "Now, meditation." Harry sighed and settled down, finding his center with only a few moments' concentration. "Good, now let's get started." He looked incredibly mischievous, and Harry knew that he was in for a long day. He started with many exercises to make sure that he could move all of his muscles properly. Had Harry thought to look at the clock, he would have noticed almost 3 hours ticking away. Finally, Tatsu decided that Harry was limber enough. Now for some real fun. Harry looked at his teacher oddly. "I'm going to teach you some basic punches," Tatsu explained. A slight smile played around Harry's lips. This was what he'd wanted to learn. Tatsu demonstrated, showing different ways of punching to create maximum power, the different strikes to use for different effects. He made Harry repeat them on a straw mat that he'd brought with him, over and over again. Harry was beginning to get very bored with hitting straw mats by the time Tatsu said that he could stop. Even in the center, he was feeling it. "Now, Harry, you just have to practice that for about an hour each day. Tomorrow we'll just work on the house," Tatsu informed him. Harry sighed and nodded his head, and his mind freed itself from the center. "And remember, don't go the center without me here to watch you," Tatsu gave a final warning before heading to the window. "I'll see you in the morning." The 27th of July 1996 night. Harry was lying on his back, staring at the ceiling, breathing deeply and easily. Tatsu had just left after a rather intense training session. Today they'd tried something new. Harry had attempted to fight Tatsu. He was still aching all over from the various bruises that Tatsu had inflicted whenever Harry forgot a particular guarding movement, or the way to fall without hurting himself badly. Now he was trying to decide if he wanted to finish the two towers or sleep in the end. Desire to know what happened next in The Lord of Rings won out of need to rest, and he picked up the book to read until he fell asleep. In the morning he was woken by an insistent tapping on his window. For a moment he thought it was Hedwig, until he realized that it was the morning of the 28th. He leapt out of bed, thankful that he was still wearing the clothes from the day before. Taking them off had become too much of a bother. He threw open the window and Michael McGonagall soared through it on his broom. "Hi Harry, not too early was it?" Michael asked, sounding a little concerned. No, it's fine," Harry assured him. "I was just dozing," he added, lying to make the man feel a little better. Michael nodded, cheering up immediately. "Well, since potions isn't actually working magic, I can show the practical stuff, which is where you seem to have had a problem in the past," Michael started, reaching into his pocket to remove a shrunken cauldron. "Where do you think that you're up to in potions? You have to answer truthfully or we'll never get anywhere," he added, taking out all manner of ingredients and conjuring a table to place them on. "I really don't know," Harry said, sighing. "I don't know where I'm supposed to be, I only know that the owls seemed almost impossible." Michael laughed. "If you thought they were impossible, you sure did a good job," he remarked. "Of course, your theory mark had a lot to do with the grade you got. Okay, we'll have a look at the more advanced third-year potions. You should be able to do most of them, and if not, all. Be able to see where the problem is." "Okay," Harry agreed easily. He and Sirius were probably around that point in their dream lessons. "Right, we'll start with the most basic of the truth-tell potions, and try a healing potion that should be strong enough to heal bruises or small cuts," Michael decided. "Look at the book, get the ingredients, and I'll watch to see what you do wrong." Harry began, feeling more confident than he ever had in Snape's classes. His lessons with Sirius had helped a lot, of that he was sure. An hour later he'd finished both potions, apparently to perfection. Michael smiled. "Okay, you've got third year down, I think. Let's try some of the more advanced for fourth year." As Harry worked on his new assignment, he thought that Snape, Sirius and Michael all had very different teaching styles. With Snape, there was only disgust. He rarely gave compliments, and if he did, he usually turned them into insults. He acted as if everyone was letting him, personally, down by being unable to perform a set task and was incredibly unforgiving. Sirius treated the whole thing as a big joke. He stole some of Harry's ingredients and wouldn't give them back until Harry told him exactly what he'd taken, right down to the amount. He dropped odd ingredients into whatever potion Harry was trying to make, and then made his godson try to remedy the effect by adding something else, before the cauldron exploded in their faces. Michael was something of a combination of the two. He was helpful, but tried to make Harry do everything he could. He pointed out any mistake that Harry made, so that the boy would be able to see what he was doing wrong. Harry knew that he didn't like Snape's way of teaching, but between Michael and Sirius, he felt that by the time he got back to Hogwarts, he'd be able to do most of what Snape would give them. As he finished one of the fourth-year potions, Michael nodded his approval, then looked at the time. "Well, I have to run now, but I'll come back in a few days. Since your year at Hogwarts was quite disrupted last year, I doubt that you managed to learn all that much. How's the 30th? That's the day before my birthday, and I'm going to visit my friends. Would the 3rd of August work for you?" Harry countered after a moment's thought. "Yeah, sure. If nothing comes up, I'll see you on the 3rd of August." Michael nodded to Harry, re-shrunk all of the things he'd brought with him, cast an invisibility charm on himself, mounted his broom and was gone. Harry did a quick spell to get rid of the gases that had accumulated around his room, just as Hedwig flew in through the window, alighting on her perch. He'd received a letter from the Order of the Phoenix last time Fawkes had come, 3 days ago now, telling him what was happening with Harry getting to Grimmauld Place. On the morning of his birthday, whoever was on duty outside his house would have a broom. They and Harry would fly to Grimmauld Place, arriving in the early morning, in time for morning tea. He would have the 29th and the 30th to himself, to back and do whatever else he needed to. Harry didn't really have that much to do. He would help Tatsu in the morning, train a little in the afternoon, come home, pack and be ready to leave in the morning. Fawkes would not be coming today, since Harry would be coming to Grimmauld Place soon enough anyway. He had yet to tell the Dursleys, but they'd be happy enough to get rid of him anyway. Harry had decided that he would only stay in Grimmauld Place overnight, because he was progressing well with Tatsu and didn't want to give up the instruction. He would have to go to Hogwarts soon enough anyway, and wouldn't be able to learn anything new until he returned. He wasn't sure if he would come back for Christmas, and now didn't know if he wanted to stay at Hogwarts or return. Things certainly had changed this summer. When Harry joined Tatsu for their morning jog, he was lost in thoughts of his birthday. He hadn't seen his friends for some time now. What would it be like to talk to them again? Snap out of it, kid. Your birthday will come soon enough, and there is no use wondering what will happen until it does, Tatsu told him kindly. Harry sighed and nodded. Today was the last day that he would be helping with Tatsu's moving in. They'd finished almost everything that there was to do now. It would be odd, not helping Tatsu in the morning, but the other man had said that they would now be able to train for longer periods. Harry wasn't sure if this was good or bad. By 11 o'clock, they were finished. Well, Tatsu remarked, surveying the house with a slight smile. We made it. It was much easier having someone around to help. Thanks, kid. You're welcome, Tatsu, Harry replied, smiling also. Well, we may as well get started with your training. You've been progressing well, so how about we start with a little spar? Harry winced. Okay, he said, getting ready for pain. He was gradually learning to hold his own with the few moves that he'd learned, but Tatsu always managed to thrash him in the end. I guess he never completely gave up being a Malfoy, why, Harry thought, but without bitterness. It was something of a joke between him and Tatsu, the difference between the other man and his real family. Harry did a quick set of limbering up movements as he fell into his center. Finding this place had become second nature to him now, and he no longer had to concentrate to do so. It was like his mind shield, which was fairly strong now, even when Harry didn't concentrate on it, which Harry knew was nothing but a good thing. The pair of them moved to the center of the dining room on light feet. Harry had taken to trying to be as quiet as possible, and one of his and Tatsu's favorite games was to see how close they could get to each other without the other person noticing. They stood opposite each other and bowed, Japanese style, before Tatsu moved. Harry jumped gracefully backwards as Tatsu's foot tried to sweep him from his feet. Landing lightly, he spun around with a punch to where Tatsu's abdomen should have been, but the other had already moved, circling around behind Harry. Harry turned, ducking to avoid a punch to his head, kicking out from his squatted position. Tatsu tangled Harry's leg in his own, trying to make the boy lose his balance. Harry swiftly snapped his leg backwards, rising as he avoided another sweeping kick. It continued like this for some time. For a while, Harry held his own, but, as always, Tatsu won out in the end, because for one thing, he knew more than Harry did, and for another, he'd been practicing for a long time and didn't tire as fast as Harry. Harry lay in the center of the floor, panting heavily as Tatsu circled him on cat-quiet feet, laughing at Harry, not even winded. Harry Mop glared at his tutor. What are you laughing at? He asked jokingly. Tatsu didn't answer, he never did. I won't teach you anything new today, Tatsu decided after a moment. But tomorrow I'll give you some new strikes to practice while you're away with your friends. Right, Tatsu. I'll see you tomorrow morning. Harry peeled himself off the floor and headed for the door. He was already getting his breath back, he noted happily. He was recovering faster and faster from his bouts with Tatsu now. He headed back to number 4 to do some more practice with spells. He was now getting very confident with everything that they'd learned up until 5th year, and felt that he might actually be ready to face his new year at school without feeling that he was behind just about everyone. The 31st of August 1996 morning. Harry awoke on the morning of his birthday feeling as though a happy cloud surrounded him. Getting up, he looked down at the clothes he was wearing, realizing that he'd pretty much been wearing the same clothes for the past several days. Sure, he'd been cleaning them with charms, but that wasn't the same thing. Searching through his wardrobe, he eventually settled on black, wide pants, a black t-shirt and a light, dark blue hooded jumper. Pulling the hood up to shield his face, Harry went around his room, pulling out everything that he was taking with him. He was going to leave most of it at Grimmauld Place, since he would be going away for most of the year anyway, and it would be safer there, away from the Dursleys. Once he had everything in a pile, he settled down on the bed with Return of the King. He'd finished the other 2 parts of the trilogy to read until whoever came to pick him up arrived. Just as he was getting to a good bit in the story, he heard a commotion out near the front door, and then a crash as someone entered the house. "What the?" he whispered, standing up. He listened hard. What had happened? Then there were screams of pure terror and pain. The cruciatus, that was the only spell that Harry knew to cause such a sound in human throats. Suddenly there was a crash by his window. Harry spun around, wand leaping upwards, a spell half said before he realized it was Tatsu and stopped. "What's going on out there?" Harry demanded, stepping towards his door. The screams of those he could only assume to be the Dursleys seemed to be driven into his skull. He could not escape from them. "Don't go out there. The man that was protecting you is dead." Tatsu's voice was cold and angry. "Your relatives will soon join him. There is nothing you can do." "There must be something," Harry snarled, desperate, taking another step towards the door to the main house. Suddenly Tatsu was across the room, his hand holding onto Harry's shoulder with a grip that was almost painfully tight. "I cannot allow you to go out there. It would be a suicide," he informed his young student. "With you helping it wouldn't be." Harry protested angrily, trying to shake off his tutor's restraining hands. "There are limits. I told you that. I cannot do everything, and there are too many Death Eaters out there for the two of us to take on. You and the world will gain nothing by you going out there and inevitable getting killed. Now, shrink your things, and get on a broom. We need to get out of here." Harry took one last regretful look at the door, before doing as he had been instructed. Shrinking everything that he'd pulled out, he and Tatsu quickly stuffed it all into various pockets. "Now, your broom," Tatsu asked him. Harry held out the firebolt. "Don't you want to do something about your house though? Won't they go there? There are wards around my place already, boy. We must get out of here. Where is the nearest place likely to be connected to the flow network?" "1 second, Harry responded. "I'm sorry Hedwig," he added to his owl, "but I'm gonna have to put a spell on you. I'm going to make you invisible, and you are going to fly to number 12 Grimmauld Place, got that?" Hedwig hooted forlornly. Harry knew that she understood what he wanted, she just didn't like the idea of having a spell put on her. Harry sighed and waved his wand. "I'll get someone to take it off when I arrive," he told his owl. There was a hoot from somewhere near the window. It seemed that Hedwig was already on her way. "Now, Harry, we are out of here," Tatsu informed him sternly. The screaming had stopped, Harry noted, as he mounted his broom, leaving enough room for Tatsu to sit behind him. Once more, Harry performed an invisibility charm, this time on himself and his passenger. He could almost sense Tatsu modifying it, but that was impossible, wasn't it? Deciding to worry about impossible things later, Harry kicked off the ground, swooped out of his room, circling round to the front of the house. There were several Death Eaters standing guard. Harry saw some muggles, stunned and tightly bound, lying on the ground nearby. They must have tried to interfere. He saw a flash of green light. How many times had Avada Kedavra been used inside his house, he wondered. When all of the Death Eaters trooped out of the house, Harry knew. All of his relatives were dead. He was truly alone in the world now. "Harry, moving," Tatsu hissed at him. Harry ignored his tutor, still watching the Death Eaters below. All of the Death Eaters, there were 13, turned their attention to the house. Harry could see a figure lying in front of them, near the doorstep. This was the person who'd been going to take him the Order of the Phoenix today, he realized. But who was it? He knew that he didn't dare go any closer to find out. One of the Death Eaters kicked the figure roughly inside of the house, and then all 13 pointed their wands at the house. Harry did not hear the words that they used, but he saw green light blazing from their wands. The house crumbled and fell. Harry stared at it. 15 years of live there, he whispered. 15 years of complete hell and now it's gone. Tatsu just rested a hand against Harry's shoulder. 12 of the Death Eaters disappeared. The last one waved his wand at the muggles, and, one at a time, the muggles died, hit with the green light that was Avada Kedavra. The man seemed about to disapparate, then paused a moment and threw something on the ruins of Harry's house. Then he was gone. Harry didn't hear the crack that would have accompanied his coming. He was more intent on what was happening to whatever it was that the Death Eater had thrown on the house. "Harry, let's go," Tatsu urged him. "No, I want to see what thing that the Death Eater threw on the house was," Harry replied determinedly. "I can't let you go down there to check it out. Death Eaters have been known to leave spells that will make the house blow up in the face of whoever first approaches it, Tatsu told him firmly. But it turned out that the warning was unneeded. Just as Harry was preparing to argue, an eerie green light began to glow around the house, and then a dark mark leapt into the sky, but underneath it was writing, in the same, eerie green color. "Happy birthday, Harry." Harry gave a low snarl of absolute fury. "Harry, calm down. You help no one by losing your temper. Have I taught you nothing? Seek the center, now," Tatsu ordered him. Harry hesitated, but his mind was already dropping through the levels until it reached the center. There, he was calm, and he embraced it, welcomed it with open arms. "Now, Harry, let's go and find a place where we can flow to Grimmauld Place," Tatsu suggested softly. Harry nodded. His anger and guilt had faded away, almost completely, and he knew that now he had to watch out for his own survival. The pair of them soared over the houses, but not for long. Soon Harry was heading downwards once more, finally alighting on the street beside a house. "This is Mrs. Fig's house," Harry explained to Tatsu. "I don't know if you know of her, but she's a squib who's sort of been looking after me. I know of her. I'm fairly sure that she'll have access to the flow network, and we will be able to use her fire reach Sirius's house. We could not use a fire if it would give away the orders." "Hideout to one who did not already know," Harry stated. Tatsu smiled. "Good, boy. You know what you are doing. That is always important when it comes to being an Auror." Harry smiled slightly at the compliment, and swiftly removed the spell that concealed them. He knocked on the door of Arabella's house. A moment later the door was opened. Arabella looked at him, obviously surprised to see him there. "Boy, it is not safe for you outside your relative's house, especially without anyone to guard you. You are supposed to be at Grimmauld Place by now," she hissed at him. A pained expression played across Harry's face, and he turned to point over the housetops in the direction of Privet Drive. Arabella Fig looked out and gasped. "Come in, quickly. They might be still in the area," she cried, practically hauling him into the house. Tatsu stepped in just before she closed the door. "Hello Arabella," he greeted her calmly. "The Death Eaters are gone now, we watched them depart. But we must contact the Order, immediately." Arabella nodded. "This way. I'll give you some flow powder. Someone will come around and tell me what's going on, sooner or later. Right now the most important thing is that Dumbledore learns what has happened here." "Thanks Mrs. Fig," Harry said, snatching some flow powder and disappearing for Grimmauld Place in seconds flat. "You're welcome Harry," she told the fire, even if he couldn't hear her. Before she could say a word to Tatsu, he'd followed the boy into the fire. Point of view change. Dumbledore was waiting expectantly with almost everyone else in the Order for Harry to arrive. They had a large birthday party planned, and everyone wanted to get started. "They're late," Mrs. Weasley remarked disapprovingly. "I thought you said they would be here almost an hour ago, Albus." "They should have been," the venerable wizard responded, and there was worry in his voice. Ron and Hermione were both silent and pale, praying that nothing had happened to their friend. Dumbledore was fairly sure that most people in the room were doing the same. He knew that he was. Suddenly the fire glowed green. There were several indrawn breaths. This wasn't the way Harry was supposed to arrive. Harry stumbled out the fire, alone. "Harry, what happened? Where were you? Where's?" The question stopped as the fire went green a second time. Harry had not spoken a word. He looked tired, angry and confused. Everyone looked expectantly at the fire, waiting for the man who'd gone to fetch Harry to step out of the flames. But it was not who was expected that came. "Tatsu Kendo," breathed Dumbledore, and immediately everyone's attention was on the newcomer. "The man you sent for Harry is dead. He died trying to stop Death Eaters from storming the house." Those were the only words that Tatsu spoke, but they reduced the entire room to silence once more, as everyone grieved in their own way. Another of their number was gone. Harry looked around the circle of sad, friendly faces. He spoke one word to them. "Who?" "The 31st of July 1996. "Who?" Harry asked again. Dumbledore sighed heavily. Would Harry break under the strain of another death? "It was Remus, Harry," he said, sounding very world-weary. "No." Harry's cry filled with anguish. "No, it can't have been. It was someone else. It had to have been someone else." As he finished, tears were coursing down his cheeks. The Order of the Phoenix stood around him, heads bowed in sorrow. It's not a joke, was the only thought that went through Harry's head. Remus is dead because of me. Tatsu rested a hand on Harry's shoulder. Harry, seek the center. You are unstable, you need time to adjust to this. I don't want to numb the pain. Harry snarled at his tutor. My aunt, uncle and cousin were just killed. Now I find out that Remus is too. Leave me alone. Angrily, Harry shook Tatsu's hand from his shoulder and fled from the room, still crying. Tatsu stood still as his young student fled the room. Ron and Hermione stood to go after him. No, he wants to be alone, leave him be, Tatsu ordered them. How would you know? Ron demanded, his eyes flashing. Tatsu turned to face the boy, his weird, golden eyes flashed. I know my student, Mr. Weasley. I know that he will want to be alone. He needs time to adjust to his grief, and you will not help him at this time. You will stay here. Ron was silenced, staring into Tatsu's golden eyes for a moment before nodding, though obviously still angry that anyone thought they knew more about Harry than Ron did himself. I presume, Albus, that you would like to know what's happened. Tatsu turned to the headmaster of Hogwarts. You presume correctly, my old friend. It was always like you to be able to put aside grief to give a report, Dumbledore said, but there was no amusement in his eyes. Tatsu looked at the headmaster of Hogwarts with calm eyes. I do what I must to survive in these times, he said evenly, and sat down to tell the Order of the Phoenix what had happened over the morning. Harry let his feet take them where they would, and eventually crashed through a doorway into one of the bedrooms. No one was there, good. He wanted to be left alone. He lay face down on the bed and cried into the pillow. His grief for Sirius, Remus and the Dursleys was great. They, and Cedric, had died because of Harry. It was all his fault. If he was dead, none of this would have happened. When at last he could cry no more, Harry rolled over onto his back and stared into space, feeling self-loathing rising in his heart. It was only now that he inspected his surroundings. Immediately Harry knew where he was, though he'd spent little time here, Sirius's bedroom. He looked around. There were no traces of anyone else staying here, or even entering. Perhaps they'd stayed away out of respect for the dead, Harry thought absently as he looked around. He was weary from grief. Maybe, if he slept, he would meet up with Sirius, but surely Sirius would hate him for what happened. For a moment, Harry was torn by indecision, then he decided that even if Sirius hated him, he needed to speak with his godfather about what had been happening. He lay back down on the bed, allowing his mind to drift, slowly emptying it of thought, until at last he fell into a deep sleep. Harry, are you all right? Before Harry knew what was happening, Sirius was beside him, hugging him tightly. Harry squirmed free of his godfather's hold. What do you mean? He asked, confused. I met up with Remus in the realms of the dead. He said the Death Eaters had been at Privet Drive, Sirius explained. Oh, I'm all right Sirius, they didn't come for me. They came for the Dursleys, Harry told him, resting a hand on his godfather's arm to calm the man down. Ah, that's all right then. So they're dead. Sirius looked at his godson. How many deaths was the poor boy going to have to deal with this year? Yes, they are. But didn't you know that already? Harry asked, sounding confused. No, the Muggle dead go to a different place than the magical, Sirius responded. Oh, do people know that? Harry asked. He'd never heard Hermione say anything to that effect, and she probably would have told Ron and Harry if she'd discovered it. No, there isn't much known about the realms of the dead, Sirius responded, shrugging his shoulders absently, not seeming to really care. Did Remus blame me for his death? Harry asked curiously. No, of course not. He told me to tell you that he doesn't blame you at all. And that even if you feel that it's your fault, it's not. It's Voldemort's again, Sirius told Harry sternly. Harry nodded his head, his godfather's words made sense, and he wanted to believe that was the truth. Suddenly Harry felt himself being forcibly wakened. You'll probably not see me for a little while, me and Tatsu have some catching up to do. Sirius called to him, just before Harry awoke. When Harry opened his eyes, Tatsu was standing over him. Hey kid, I know you were talking with Sirius, but your friends are worried, Tatsu told him. Harry nodded. He'd told Tatsu about his dreams of Sirius some time ago now, and Tatsu and Sirius had met up a few times since. It's okay, Harry replied, swinging himself up from the bed. I should probably go down and talk to them. Tatsu and he fell in step as they walked out of the room. I told them what happened, don't worry, Tatsu told Harry softly as they approached the door to the living room, where Harry presumed everyone was waiting. Harry pushed the door open, his steps not faltering, though he in some ways wished they would. The living room had been cleared of everyone but those people Harry knew fairly well. Alistair, Tonks, the Weasleys, Dumbledore, Daedalus Diggle and a few others. It seems a little weird to be wishing you a happy birthday, but I will anyway, Hermione told him, hugging him tightly. Could we put off celebrations until tomorrow? Harry asked wearily. He couldn't think about celebrating his birthday after what had happened this morning. Of course Harry. Mrs. Weasley said firmly. It's a very good idea, and besides, it's your birthday, you can do whatever you want. Harry smiled at her in thanks. I'd like to just be alone for a little while, if that's all right with everyone, he said. Of course Harry. The little gathering responded, smiling back at him. Harry left the room again. At least they wouldn't worry that he'd try and kill himself or anything now. Harry wondered where he would go, and eventually decided to go back to his godfather's bedroom. He felt more peaceful there. When he entered the room, he noticed something that he hadn't seen before. There was an envelope on the bedside. He approached warily. Was this something that Sirius had left unopened? When he looked at it, however, he saw that it was addressed to him. Curious now, Harry opened the envelope. There were 2 sheets of parchment there. He pulled them both out. One looked very formal, the other less so. In the end he decided to open the less formal-looking one first. Dear Harry, this is supposed to be a sort of birthday present. I know that it is likely I will die at some point during the new war against Voldemort. I have decided to write a will. It's February as I write this, by the way. You can read it for yourself, but basically I leave the house and most of my things to you. There are some things that Remus will ask you for, but he knows what I want to give him, and what needs to be given to others, just ask him about it. If you are reading this, I am dead. I told Remus where this was, and told him to give it to you on the first celebration that took place after I died. He had 2 choices, birthday or Christmas. Hopefully you'll not get this for a long time yet, but you can't be too careful. The rest of the short letter was in different handwriting. As Sirius asked, I've left this for you to find. This room is yours, as the owner of the house. None may enter it without permission. I was allowed in because Sirius told it I could come in once after he died, no matter when that happened. I know that Sirius never thought that I would have to give you this so soon. Well, I'll be seeing you soon anyway. I asked Dumbledore if I could be the one to come and get you, so I'm probably standing over your shoulder as you read this. Remus and Sirius. Harry was nearly crying again as he finished the letter. Remus was not standing over Harry's shoulder, and he never would be either. Harry looked at the official document. It was, as the letter had said, Sirius's will. It seemed to mainly say that everything went to Harry, but for several items which were carefully listed and which Harry had no idea what they were. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Harry, it's Albus, Dumbledore's voice murmured through the door. Can I come in? Yeah, of course Headmaster. Harry called back, and a moment later the door opened and Albus Dumbledore walked into the room. Please, we aren't in school, so call me Albus, Dumbledore smiled down on his student. Right, Albus, Harry said, nodding his head. What's that you've got there? Dumbledore asked curiously, nodding the papers in Harry's lap. Sirius wrote a will, Harry explained. He basically leaves everything to me. Show me, Dumbledore commanded. Harry relinquished the documents to his teacher, waiting patiently while Dumbledore read through everything. Well, this is why the house isn't letting anyone into this room, we were wondering. It seems that Sirius asked Remus not to tell anyone about the will, Dumbledore remarked. What do we do about this? Harry asked curiously. There isn't much we can do legally, Dumbledore replied, sighing heavily. Since Sirius remains a convicted murderer, I have the power to validate such things, and so, in my mind, I know that this all belongs to you. It cannot be made public until people are better disposed towards Sirius, however. Dumbledore tipped the envelope up on Harry's lap, and a golden key. The key to Sirius's Gringotts account. Harry lifted it carefully, staring at it. You now have a lot of money. All of the Black family funds went to Sirius, as he is the only one that is still actually part of the family, hasn't married out of it. They didn't want that to happen, but Mrs. Black didn't realize that she hadn't stated where the money would go when she died. It was a little sudden. Harry gaped. He had enough money already, and now he apparently had a lot more. Why did he get so much money, when people like the Weasleys had so little? It didn't seem fair to Harry. He shook his head, clearing it of the thoughts he didn't want at the moment. "I'm sorry, Albus, what was that you wanted to talk to me about?" he asked, remembering that Dumbledore had come here for a reason. "Ah, yes. I'd almost forgotten about that, thank you for reminding me. I have a proposition for you. The 31st of August 1996. I have a proposition for you, Harry," Dumbledore told him, smiling slightly. "A proposition? What sort of proposition?" Harry asked, looking curiously at the headmaster of Hogwarts, wondering what was going through the man's mind now. "After last year, it has become apparent that you need some more rights than those of an ordinary student. Being made a prefect would get you those rights, but it would also give you a lot of responsibilities. So, I have been thinking over the summer for a way to give you those rights. I have decided to make you a sort of honorary prefect, and give you all of the rights of a prefect but not many of the responsibilities. You will, of course, still be expected to stop troublemakers if you see them, but you will be free to move around, and no teacher or other prefect could give you a detention without my consent. You'll be able to use the prefect bathrooms and access out-of-bounds areas. You understand that it is a great trust that I am giving you, but I believe that it might be useful for you this year," Dumbledore finished. "Wow," was all Harry could say. "After all," Dumbledore added, "you should have been made the male prefect for Gryffindor last year." "I don't know what to say to that," Harry said, still feeling quite amazed. "How about, yes?" Dumbledore asked, smiling slightly. Harry shrugged and grinned. "All right then, yes." Dumbledore laughed and reached into a pocket, taking out a badge that read, "Harry Potter, Honorary Gryffindor Prefect." "Snape is not going to like this," Harry remarked, grinning slightly. "No, he wasn't particularly pleased when I announced my decision to do this," Dumbledore's eyes twinkled merrily. Harry had to laugh at that. Dumbledore rose. "I'll leave you to your own devices, Harry. I believe there is an entrance to the library through a secret door somewhere along that wall," he added, gesturing, before he left the room. Harry immediately stood up and walked over to examine the wall, not even noticing the door closing as Dumbledore left. It didn't take him long to find a slight difference in the grain of wood in one part of the wall, and just a slight push of his hand made the wall inch inwards a little, then it was pulled up towards the roof to reveal a passageway lit by suddenly flaming torches. Walking slowly into the passage, Harry looked around himself. He saw what must have been skeletons of rats. The chamber seemed to smell mostly of decay, which wasn't particularly pleasant. Harry muttered a spell to get rid of the smell, and a moment later could breathe without hindrance from the awful stink. Walking faster, not liking the fact that skeletons littered his path, Harry nearly stumbled head-on into the exit for the library. He pushed lightly against the wall, and it immediately moved outwards and upwards. When he was granted a clear view of the Black family library, Harry knew exactly why Hermione was fascinated by it. It was huge books lined the walls from floor to ceiling, huge shelves raised themselves in a maze of book-lined walkways. Harry stepped out of the passageway, hardly noticing as the doorway closed once more. He wandered through the shelves of books, noticing that there seemed to be vague subject groups. When he reached the potions section, he immediately noticed the book, Most Potenti Potions. He remembered that book well enough, and knew that it was in the restricted section of the Hogwarts library. He didn't take the book down, but instead wandered on, looking at all of the spell books, a collection even bigger than the Hogwarts one. It wasn't long before he found himself in the Defense Against the Dark Arts section, browsing through books that he'd never seen before. There were a lot of really interesting books there, and Harry ended up picking several of them up before he went off to try and find the way back to his new room. Harry fell onto his bed after setting the books down on a bedside table. He wanted to talk to Sirius again, maybe his godfather would still be there. A few moments later Harry had drifted into a light sleep. "Sirius," he called softly, looking around him, searching for his godfather in this dream world. He knew Sirius was there, it was one of those dreams. But where his godfather was, that was another question altogether. He let his form change as he could do in the dream world only. A red and gold lion prowled around the clearing, sniffing here and there, searching for a trace of scent. It wasn't long before he found Sirius's trail, and then he was gone, bounding gracefully across the clearing and into the forest, running flat out with a speed no creature in the real world could match. Finally he caught sight of his godfather's dog form. A little ways ahead, Sirius was standing in another clearing, waiting patiently for Harry to arrive. Harry skidded to a halt and changed back to human form almost without a pause between them. Sirius also resumed his human form and grinned at Harry. "You're back already. Did they let you go back to sleep fairly soon after you woke?" Sirius asked him. "Yeah," Harry replied. "I found a way into the library from your room, and got some books. Oh, and I found your will. Dumbledore says that the Order of the Phoenix will know that it is valid, but that it can't be known to the Ministry because they think that you're still a Death Eater," Harry added. "Good. Remus said that he's set aside most of the things that I left for other people, which is good. Oh, and he said to tell you to tell Snape something, but I can't quite remember what it was at the moment," Sirius mused. Harry rolled his eyes. "Tell it to Tatsu if you see him first," he told his godfather, grinning. "Now, wanna have a duel?" When Harry awoke again, night had just fallen. He supposed that the Order of the Phoenix would be starting to get worried about his absence again. Getting up, he changed clothes into loose jeans and a black shirt, then wandered downstairs, not bothering to do anything about his hair, which was, as usual, sticking up all over the place. He wandered down to the kitchen and looked inside. Most of the Order of the Phoenix members were there, and all of them looked sad. None of them seemed to be eating anything, though there was a lot of breakfast on the table. He walked in, and everyone looked up, smiled brightly and looked down again. No one spoke. The silence was quite disturbing, and it certainly wasn't a good atmosphere to eat in, so Harry didn't touch the food either. Not long after Harry arrived, Ron and Hermione stood up. "We should do some homework," Hermione murmured, softly, because sound seemed very wrong at the moment. Harry joined them, wanting something to do to keep him from dwelling too much on the events of the morning. Remus's death had struck him hard, and he hadn't really thought about the Dursleys much at all, but they were dead too. Should he mourn them? Did he feel sad about them being gone? He shook his head. He didn't want to think about the Dursleys right now, because if he did, he would start feeling guilty again, about their deaths, and Remus's. Hermione and Ron fell back to walk on either side of Harry, comforting presences that he did not need to give excuses to. As they walked together through the library, sometimes pausing to pick up books, Harry found himself thinking of the past, all the times that he and his friends had done things against the rules, and laughed about their escapes afterwards. Would they ever be able to do that again? Now that Voldemort had come back, would one of their number disappear? Would it be him? What would Ron and Hermione do if he was gone? Would they miss him, or forget about him? Harry shook his head, trying to clear it of distressing thoughts. "Harry," Hermione asked softly, wondering what he was thinking. "So many people are going to die," he whispered, voice bleak. Hermione slipped an arm around his waist and Ron threw his arm over Harry's shoulder, both of them hugging him tightly. "It'll be all right. Eventually, you'll kill Voldemort and everything can return to normal again." "What's normal?" Harry asked wearily. "I don't think I've ever had anything happen to me that wasn't something to do with Voldemort. Could I live without him being around trying to kill me?" "Of course you could, Harry Potter. And don't you ever even think differently," Hermione told him. Harry just smiled slightly. "Well, I guess someday I'll find out," he remarked. "Someday soon, I hope," Hermione agreed, and Ron nodded firmly. "What did Dumbledore want to talk to you about?" Harry told them, and Hermione grinned. "Well done," she said, and Ron echoed her, a little less enthusiastically. Harry smiled. "I'm sure glad that I've got friends like you," he remarked. "But aren't you scared that Voldemort's going to try and kill you as well now? Because you're friends with me. If he does try, you'll just have to stop him," Ron responded calmly. "Seriously though," Hermione added, "it doesn't matter. We are your friends, and we aren't going to stop being your friends. Not even Voldemort can break our friendship, even if he kills us." "Thanks guys," Harry sighed. "I needed to hear that, I think. We really should get some of this homework done though. It might take our minds of things." "Ron, could you look up?" Hermione began, and Harry nearly laughed. The 31st of July 1996 night. Harry fell asleep that night feeling almost content. Remus was gone, but his friends didn't hate him, and Remus didn't blame Harry for killing him. Perhaps Voldemort had killed Harry's friends to make Harry feel afraid and guilty, perhaps to the brink of suicide. Harry shook his head slightly. He would not let that happen. He would grieve for his friend and his family, and train all the harder to bring about Voldemort's downfall. When morning came, Harry felt more relaxed for his thoughts the night before. He was ready to face life again, at least, he hoped he was. Just as he was leaving his room, Tatsu appeared beside him. Sirius said that Remus wanted me to tell you that if you dare spend your birthday being sad about him, he'll find a way to escape the realms of the dead and kill you himself, Tatsu told Harry, grinning widely. Harry actually laughed. Thanks, Tatsu. I think I needed to hear that, he told his friend. I think you did too. That's why I bothered to tell you, the other retorted lightly as they headed downstairs for breakfast. When they reached the kitchen, only Molly Weasley was up, busily cooking breakfast. Hello dear, she greeted him with a cheerful smile. Harry returned the greeting politely, just as Tatsu followed him into the room. Morning Molly, he greeted her with a nod, and she smiled in reply before going back to breakfast. A moment later Ron turned up, his hair fluoro green and his skin bright pink, looking very annoyed. I hate my brothers, he growled out, as the inhabitants of the kitchen laughed at him. Mrs. Weasley quickly undid the charms, but slight remnants of the color remained, seeming to resist all efforts to clean them. Harry noted that Tatsu closed his eyes momentarily every time Molly did the cleaning spell, and from the look of concentration on his face, Harry decided that Tatsu was probably to blame for this. He was careful, however, not to mention this to Ron. He noted that his oldest friend was a little angry with Tatsu, though he wasn't sure exactly why this might be. Soon the rest of the house joined them downstairs. The kitchen, though large, was pretty much filled to the brim. Just when Harry thought that everyone must have arrived, the door opened one last time. The soft chatter that had filled the air stopped immediately as Severus Snape entered the room. The man looked to be in high bad temper, dark bags under his eyes betrayed lack of sleep and there was a haunted look in his icy black eyes. He stalked into the kitchen, saying nothing to anyone, snatched a plate and stalked out again. Until he was gone no one made a sound. What's up with him? Harry asked Ron and Hermione as the rest of the order began talking again, somewhat louder, as if to make up for the momentary lack of sound. He's been having nightmares, Hermione replied immediately. Well, that's what everyone seems to think, anyway. What sort of nightmares? Harry was immediately interested. Who knows? Ron replied, rudely, grabbing some more food. Are we having a party today? He added. Yeah, Harry replied, smiling slightly. Good, I'll go and tell Mum. She'll get everything ready again. Ron disappeared from their side. Ron's not that great at emotional things, Hermione remarked. I think he's a bit awkward around you because he doesn't know how to act, with Sirius and Remus gone. Harry just nodded silently, watching Ron weave his way through the crowd of people to his mother, speak to her for a little while, and then wander slowly back. The party starts in 2 hours, Ron said, grinning, as he reached them. Harry smiled slightly. Well, I'd better change then, he remarked. People were now beginning to move from the room to begin the day's chores. Hermione nodded in agreement. All three of them were wearing what they'd slept in the night before. Meet back here in 10 minutes? She asked. The two boys nodded in agreement and Harry headed away from the other two towards his own room. When he returned, he found that he was the first, but that Dumbledore was waiting for him. I wanted to wish you a happy birthday, he remarked quietly to Harry as his young student approached him. It wasn't much of one, Harry replied with a faint sigh. But thanks anyway. I don't really have a present for you, but as this house is yours now, and as without a house elf to take care of it, I thought that I would take care of the problem, Dumbledore said. There was suddenly 2 loud cracks. Harry looked around, and quickly spotted 2 figures, Dobby and Winky. Mr. Potter, sir. Dobby squeaked, looking happy beyond measure. Dumbledore is asking Dobby and Winky to come to Harry Potter's house. Dobby and Winky is being very happy to accept. When he looked at her, Harry immediately noticed that Winky seemed to be looking a lot better than she had been before. How are you, Winky? Harry asked her. Winky is happy to have a new master, the house elf squeaked. Away from crowds. Winky doesn't like crowds. Well, I'll be sure not to make you go anywhere that might have crowds, Harry told her, smiling. Master doesn't need to do that for Winky, protested the elf. It seemed that with Harry being her master, now, her previous attitude towards him was gone. I would be happy too, Winky, Harry replied firmly, then turned to Dobby. What is that you want to be paid? He asked the elf calmly. Winky still looked scandalized by this idea, but she said nothing. Dobby is not really wanting pay from Harry Potter. The other elf squeaked at him. As long as Dobby can still wear his own clothes, and can take the occasional day off, Dobby is very happy, sir. Harry smiled down at the overenthusiastic creature. Of course you can still wear your own clothes, he told the elf. Dobby and Winky is going to help with cleaning and preparing for the party now, Master Harry, Winky told Harry, bobbing a slight curtsy. Harry noted that Dumbledore had freed her in the traditional manner, presenting her with clothes. These clothes actually looked as though they were looked after, and Harry hoped that they would remain that way. It was disconcerting watching the creatures going around in dirty rags. Thank you, both, Harry replied, not really knowing what he should say. He was completely unaccustomed to giving any type of order, apart from those he'd made when teaching some of his fellow students defense against the dark arts the previous year. The two house elves, however, did not seem notice as they disappeared over the house with sharp cracks. I think you'll find that they will serve you happily, Dumbledore told Harry softly. Winky has, it seems, mainly managed to get over her devotion to her former family. Harry only nodded, then shook himself and smiled at the headmaster of his school. Thank you, Albus. I really do appreciate this, he said. Nothing to it, child, Dumbledore responded, turning and heading away, just as Ron and Hermione appeared, hurrying downstairs. Did I just hear house elves? Hermione demanded curiously. Yeah, Dumbledore brought Dobby and Winky here. Apparently they are here to replace Creature, Harry replied. That's cool, Ron decided. Come on, everyone is waiting for you in the living room, he added, betraying the fact that he had taken a slight detour on his way to her from changing clothes. Harry, however, only nodded in calm acceptance, and the three friends headed for the living room. When they arrived, there was a fairly large crowd of people waiting to wish Harry a happy birthday, and there was a pile of presents in the center of the room that more than rivaled anything Dudley had received on any single occasion. Most of the people were happy to wish Harry a happy birthday and then disappear, until all that remained were the people who Harry was familiar with. The Weasley twins were looking a little subdued. Harry took it that their mother had given them at least part of a tongue lashing for what they'd done to Ron that morning. Everyone settled down, forcing Harry to a position near the center of the room as they began presenting gifts. As this ceremony began, there were way too many people presenting Harry with gifts at once, and, watching, everyone was very quickly reduced to laughter. When everyone's amusement was curbed, they proceeded to present Harry with presents in a much more dignified and orderly fashion. The gifts were many and various. Those who did not know him too well gave him little things like lollies, pranks, books, quills and ink. Alistair Moody presented Harry with a small-looking present, and Harry looked up into the retired Auror's grizzled face in surprise. Open it, Harry, the man told him, chiseled lips curing up into something that might have passed for a smile. Harry did as he was told, and was rewarded with a leather wand holder which could be fastened to his arm or leg, or simply to his belt. So that you don't have to put it in your back pocket anymore, Moody growled, before leaving the room. From Hermione, he received a picture of him teaching DA in the room of requirement. I asked Colin to take it, she said, smiling slightly. Harry grinned back, before turning to a present that had apparently been from Remus, a wizard's radio. He tuned in, and almost immediately a song from the Weird Sisters began to play. Then he was presented with a gift from the Weasley clan as a whole. A beautifully crafted figurine of a black dog, a perfect replica of Sirius's animagus form, made in pure silver. Harry hugged all of the Weasleys. He knew what their budget was, and the gift had probably nearly drained their account completely. And then there was the thought behind the gift. Thanks guys, he said, having some trouble finding words to express his thanks. There is one other gift, from the Order of the Phoenix, but that can wait until after the party, Mrs. Weasley murmured in his ear as she hugged him. Harry nodded, and Tatsu approached. Someone turned the music up higher as most of the people began a spirited dance. My present, too, is waiting until later, Harry's teacher murmured. You'll get it when you go back to your room. He was gone again before Harry could say anything in response. Harry shrugged and joined in the dance. An hour or so later, everyone was completely exhausted and no one could keep dancing any longer, so a few different people began games. One group was playing charades, one truth or dare, another was playing spotlight in the room next door. Harry wandered from group to group, having the time of his life. None of Dudley's birthday parties could even begin to compare, in Harry's mind. All too soon the day was done, and the party moved to the kitchen, where Harry was presented with a humongous birthday cake, lit with 16 candles. Once the last words to "Happy Birthday" had been sung, Harry blew the candles out in a breath, acutely remembering that he'd never done this before in his memory. He did not offer this thought to anyone, knowing it would make his friends angry, and he did not want that emotion at all at his party. Finally, Harry cut the cake and the gathering cheered. Mrs. Weasley took over the cake cutting and handing out generous slices to everyone. Eating the cake took some time, as Mrs. Weasley's skill in the kitchen went unrivaled and everyone wanted at least seconds. More than one person came back for fourth helpings, even. Harry was feeling somewhat bloated after only two, and gave up on eating, simply watching as Fred and George engaged in a cake-eating contest while Mrs. Weasley stood by looking disapproving. When they'd finished the contest, Fred ended up on 9 slices of cake, while George just secured a victory on 10. The twins were sent upstairs with potions to settle their stomachs and send them to sleep. Harry looked around him at all of the order. While his blood family was dead, he knew that the family of his heart was standing around him, laughing and enjoying themselves. Dumbledore had been absent through most of the day, attending some sort of meeting with the Ministry of Magic, and when he returned the Order of the Phoenix would present Harry with its birthday gift. Harry had a feeling that it would be incredibly spectacular. When Dumbledore showed no signs of appearing immediately, the party was once more moved to the living room where some on the braver or less full people, starting a slower, less energetic dance. Harry took the opportunity to slip away with Tatsu so that the other man could show Harry what he'd brought for him. With a slight smile and a flourish, Tatsu threw the door open and Harry gaped. Suspending in mid-air by some magic spell, Tatsu's gift was a proper Japanese gi, sort of like a fighting garb. They were black, but on the back was a beautiful embroidered dragon, done in gold thread, caught in mid-dive. A smaller representation of a dragon was on the left side of the chest. It was standing on its back paws, wings spread open and a small spout of fire coming from its muzzle. Dragon is the highest rank in most fighting styles, Tatsu explained. It is also my mark. Now, I think that Dumbledore has returned, judging by all of the people yelling for you to come down. I think they want to present you with the Order's gift. Harry grinned at his teacher and bolted from the room, Tatsu following at a more leisurely pace behind him. Harry burst into the living room, and was immediately swept towards the backyard of the house. Now, this present bends the rules a little bit in the rare cases that it is found, and Dumbledore's been at the ministry persuading them that it's okay, Arthur Weasley explained, then pushed the door open. Harry hardly prevented himself from yelping in amazed surprise, though he knew that his facial expression was one of complete awe. The 8th of February 1998 morning. Harry lay on his bed, staring up at the ceiling, panting a serene light blue. He was still feeling somewhat amazed from the events of the night before. The gift presented to him by the Order of the Phoenix was bordering on the impossible to comprehend. There was a slight click of claws as that very gift approached Harry's bed. Then there was a slight pause, followed by fluttering of wings and then a heavy thump as something landed on the bed. There was a low, demanding cry and Harry opened his eyes wearily. He looked into the fierce golden eyes of a griffin. Though still very young, Harry knew that it was incredibly dangerous, as were any of its kind. They'd learned about these creatures some time ago in Care of Magical Creatures, and Harry had been very captivated by the pictures of them. This one's parents had died at the hands of Death Eaters no longer than a week ago, before the Order of the Phoenix could come to the creature's defense. This one cub had been alive when the Order had defeated those Death Eaters left alive. Dumbledore had brought it back, apparently with Harry in mind. The night before, Dumbledore had told Harry that griffins gave birth only once every several centuries, and so no one had ever been able to find out what happened with their young. From what the Order had been able to work out, baby griffins would bond to anyone who was a major figure in their lives for the first 4 months. What made this creature so important was that it was only 3 months old. With its parents dead, it would have to find something else to become its parental figure, and quickly. Having been presented to Harry, the Order of the Phoenix hoped that it would bond with him, and therefore become a great protection against dark forces. Griffins, it seemed, were very loyal and defensive of those they befriended. If Harry won this creature's friendship, it would protect him to the death. The little creature screeched at Harry again, and the boy rested a hand gently on its head. It stilled its cries, momentarily, and Harry swung himself up from the bed. On his bedside table was a bowl of fresh minced meat. The griffin watched him lift the bowl, and immediately sat down, half unfolded its wings, tipped its head back and opened its beak, demanding to be fed. Carefully, Harry lifted some of the meat in his fingers and dropped into the griffin's open mouth. It closed its beak, swallowed, then opened again, demanding more food. Half an hour later, the creature was full and sleepy. Harry lifted it gently, letting it droop itself comfortably over his arm before he stood up. There was a sudden crack and Dobby appeared. "Master Harry has fed the griffin?" the little creature asked him. When Harry nodded, Dobby reached for the bowl. "With Master Harry's permission," he said, removing it from Harry's bedside. "Thanks, Dobby," Harry replied, smiling gratefully at the house elf. Near ecstatic with the praise, Dobby disappeared in another crack to perform whatever duties he thought were needed. The griffin did not seem particularly disturbed by the house elf, and merely opened one golden eye to look the other creature over with interest, and then allow itself to fall back into a drowse. Harry headed downstairs so that he could eat his own breakfast, and found that just about everyone was up before him. "You missed Snape," Hermione muttered to him. He was in something of a good mood. "I suppose someone must have told him about Lupin's death," Ron remarked darkly. "Ron." Hermione sounded scandalized. "He might be mean, but he isn't evil." Harry rolled his eyes as the conversation between his two friends developed into an argument. He ate at a leisurely pace, while watching the griffin that nestled in his lap for any signs of needing anything. When the creature stretched and yawned, Ron and Hermione stopped their argument to watch it with expressions of surprise and a little awe. Then it curled up and settled itself once more, not yet ready to wake up properly. Harry knew that it would become more active in the next month or so as it finished its period of babyhood. Then it would begin to grow, very fast, for a few months until it reached roughly the size of a sheepdog, before its growth slowed until it reached its adult years. This was about all that Order could piece together from the various references to griffins throughout history. There was very little to go on. "Keep a diary of what you observe about the griffin," Tatsu had advised him the night before. "You'll make a fortune if you ever wanted to publish it. As you know, very little is known of them." Harry had decided to do just that, in case someone else ever found themselves in a situation like the one he had stumbled into. Just as the argument between Ron and Hermione risked becoming an all-out war, Harry stepped in. "Don't you think we should get some homework done? There is a little under a month till we go back to Hogwarts," he pointed out. "Of course," Hermione cried. "Oh dear, I've been so neglectful about homework this holidays. Come on you two, we need to use the library." She headed out of the kitchen and Harry and Ron trailed after her. "What did you say that for?" Ron Ned. "I won't get away from the library all day now. I was getting tired of listening to you argue," Harry replied simply, and Ron rolled his eyes. After 3 hours in the library, with Hermione sending them off for obscure books, while she hunted for even more obscure titles, Harry was beginning to wish that he hadn't said anything. Suddenly, just as he was seriously considering disappearing into the secret passageway, the griffin woke up properly. It had been dozing fitfully for some time now. It screeched, demanding food, and Ron and Hermione, just coming back with arms full of books, looked as if they wanted to just drop all of the books and cover their ears, or run. In the end they made it to the table, dropped the books on it, and backed away, covering their ears. Dobby appeared with a crack, accompanied by a bowl of mincemeat. Harry smiled in relief and took the bowl from the elf. The moment it saw food, the griffin assumed a "feed me" position. Harry sighed and obeyed its commands while Dobby hovered, waiting to take the bowl away again. Eventually the creature finished eating, and settled down to sleep again for a little while. Dobby took the bowl away and disappeared with a crack, just as Tatsu turned up. Harry, I need you, now, he said. Harry knew that this meant his teacher was ready to give him another lesson, and hastily made excuses to Ron and Hermione, then hurried after Tatsu. Hermione sighed as Harry left. At least he isn't angry like he was last summer. I just wish he had more time to spend with us. I wish he did too, Ron agreed. But I don't think he'd appreciate us forcing our company on him right now. I wonder what Tatsu's teaching him. Who knows, Hermione responded. Oh well, Harry's finished the defense homework, so we may as well start on that now, since he won't want any help with it. Ron sighed and started sorting through various books to find the defense ones and get started. Tatsu led the way to Harry's room. Put your new friend down, he told Harry, nodding to the griffin. Harry placed the little creature on the bed and quickly slipped into the walk-in wardrobe, changing in record time into the GI. Tatsu had shown him how to put the outfit on a while ago, back on Privet Drive. Harry forced his thoughts away from there, knowing that it would remind of Remus's death too late. He realized he'd just thought of that. Voldemort's fault. Voldemort's fault. Voldemort's fault, he thought hard, forcing away the feelings of guilt and sadness that momentarily threatened to overtake him. Then, in a second's concentration, his mind dropped, falling easily into the center. When he walked out, Tatsu gave an approving nod, and a moment later his face, also, fell into the almost expressionless mask that meant he'd entered his center also. Then the fight began as Tatsu kicked out towards Harry's stomach. Harry turned aside and kicked for Tatsu's other leg, hoping to trip him, but Tatsu flipped backwards onto his hands, and then onto his feet again, punching for the side of Harry's head. Harry rocked backwards a little without even thinking about it. The fight continued, both of them completely caught up in what they were doing. Suddenly there was an angry shriek and something golden brown in color launched itself at Tatsu. Harry spent one moment wondering what in the world it was, then remembered, the griffin. No, he told it quietly, Tatsu had caught it was trying to keep it from scratching him with its bared claws. It's all right. Tatsu is teaching me how to fight, not trying to hurt me. He gathered it into his arms, and creature snuggled against him, then clacked its beak apologetically at Tatsu. Harry assumed that it could understand English. I think that perhaps we should leave your training for a little while, until your friend becomes more familiar with you and your human friends, Tatsu remarked, smiling slightly. Harry gave a half laugh and nodded his head in agreement. Right. A pity. You can still show me some moves to practice though. Tatsu grinned. Tomorrow, he promised. Right now you've got an owl, he nodded to the window before withdrawing. Harry turned in surprise, and watched as a bird flew closer and closer. He wondered why Tatsu thought the owl was coming for him, then remembered that everyone else had their mail come to different places, lest this one be discovered. He threw the window open one-handed, just before the bird arrived. Setting the griffin gently on the bed, he took the letter from the owl and read through it quickly. Dear Harry, this is Michael. I'm not sure where you've gone now, but I heard about the attack on your family. I know that you are with Dumbledore, so perhaps it would be a bad idea for us to continue your extra help in the potions front. I wouldn't want either of us to get in trouble for it. I will see you again soon sometime, I hope. As I enjoyed our last meeting, I believe that, given time, we could become friends. If you wish to contact me, I am not hard to find. I sent this owl out simply hoping for the best. I do not know that it will find you. Hoping to hear from you soon. Michael. Harry smiled slightly and took out one of the quills he'd been gifted with to write a quick response. Michael. Sorry for disappearing like that. Your bird did find me, as this reply will confirm. I am with Dumbledore, yes, and I agree, it would be dangerous for both of our positions for you to come here. If there comes a time when it will be safe and beneficial for both of us to meet up, I'll let you know immediately. Thank you for the letter, I really appreciate it. Tilda Harry. Here, he said, handing the note to the bird, which took it immediately and soared from the open window. Harry quickly closed the window again, as the griffin was watching it with interest. Come on, he told it wearily. Let's get back to Ron and Hermione. The 8th of July 1996. Harry. We're going to Diagon Alley today. Ron yelled at his friend. Harry was standing at the top of the staircase, looking sleepy, the griffin perched on his shoulder. He smiled down at his friend. He had been speaking with Sirius the night before, and was in a better mood than he had been for a while. Good. Harry called back, heading downstairs to feed himself and the griffin. The creature no longer had to be fed at irregular hours, and had already become very protective of Harry, much to the delight of the Order. Today they would take the griffin out into a public place for the first time ever. Harry had spoken to it about this already, warning it to do what he told it, or risk separation from Harry forever. The creature was very intelligent, Harry had discovered in weeks since he'd received it as a gift, and so understood exactly what Harry was saying. Harry had very little to go on when it came to understanding the griffin's responses, however, but as the creature seemed to only need fairly basic things, it wasn't too difficult to understand what it was asking for. Downstairs in the kitchen, Dobby was setting the large table in preparation for the Order of the Phoenix coming down to dine, while Winky was aiding Mrs. Weasley in making the food. When Harry appeared in the doorway, Dobby hurried over to him. "Here, Master Harry, your seat is being this way." The elf squeaked at him, and Harry allowed himself to be towed along to sit down. Dobby placed a plate of minced meat on the table beside Harry, then bowed and went back to setting the table. The griffin leapt from Harry's shoulder, and the boy winced slightly as its sharp claws for a moment clenched, just biting through his skin. He had more than a few scratches from the griffin, though he knew that the creature intended him no harm. The griffin settled crouched on the table, gulping down its breakfast. No longer did it require to be hand-fed, and Harry was quite grateful for that. Not long after, people started arriving to eat. Ron and Hermione were, as usual, some of the first among them, and Harry knew from the days he had spent here that most who came would be gone again, swiftly, departing on whatever errands the Order had for them. Few would remain to eat at a leisurely pace. Ron and Hermione sat down on either side of Harry. They'd been arguing the night before, and their tempers had yet to cool. "I'll finally be able to see what new books Flourish and Blots had," Hermione remarked with forced cheer, her comment aimed at Harry only. "Won't it be fun to see what quality Quidditch Supplies has to sell now?" Ron asked Harry a moment later. "I don't know about you two, but I rather like the idea of having a look at the magical menagerie," Harry replied, catching them both off guard. "But I can go there, and Hermione can go to the bookshop, and you can go and have a look at quality Quidditch Supplies, Ron." Harry was intent on not being forced to take sides in the argument between his two friends, knowing from experience that this was not a good idea. No matter who he thought had the right of things, the other would become annoyed if he said anything about it. "You think I was right though, from last night, don't you, Harry?" Ron asked him. "Of course he doesn't," Hermione snapped back. "Harry's smart, it's obvious that I had the right of things, didn't I, Harry?" Harry looked between his two friends. Why did they have to constantly try to put him in the middle like this? "Do you want to know what I really think?" he asked, aiming the question at both of them. They each nodded eagerly, awaiting confirmation that they had been right. "I think you are both being very stupid and childish," Harry told them, lifted the griffin, who'd finished eating, with ease, and walked out of the kitchen, leaving his two friends staring after him. "Having a bit of trouble with your friends, Harry?" Dumbledore asked him, appearing seemingly from nowhere. "A little," Harry admitted with a sigh. "They argue over the stupidest of things sometimes." Dumbledore laughed quietly. "I am not surprised, your parents acted the same for 5 years, the old wizard told Harry. "I know they like each other," Harry agreed. "I just wish they didn't have to show it like that. Unfortunately that's how most people choose to deal with their feelings," Dumbledore remarked wearily. "I have just come back from an early morning talk with Tatsu, which proved to be quite interesting." Tatsu had returned to number 6 Privet Drive 2 days before, saying that he had a house to take care of, but that he would be back frequently to check up on things. Dumbledore had had Tatsu's house added to the Flow network, to make things easier for everyone. "Really?" Harry asked. "What did he say?" "The police seem to have hit dead ends with an enquiry to your relatives' deaths," Dumbledore replied. "Since no one in the neighborhood seems to remember much of what happened, tracking down any evidence is proving difficult for them." Harry only nodded. He knew that Ministry had used memory charms on everyone who had been present at the Death Eater attack and who did not know about magic. "It has also become clear that your mother's family left Petunia, as their last surviving child, many things. These things fall to you, as Petunia's only remaining blood relative. Vernon's things will go to Aunt Marjorie Dursley, though if she died, those things would go to you," Dumbledore continued. "What sort of things did my mother's family leave?" Harry asked curiously. He'd never heard much of the Evans family, not even from Petunia. He knew that they were dead, no, but he knew little else. Quite a sum of money, and several family heirlooms, all of which are stored in a Muggle bank account, Dumbledore replied immediately. Harry looked at him questioningly. I checked while I was there. I am a powerful figure in our world, Harry, and many of the benefits of that power extend even into the Muggle world. Okay, so what happens now? Harry asked. Well, it seems that Miss Dursley has requested that those things the Evans family left be given to her as well, which means that you must come to court and a judge will decide who gets what, Dumbledore said with a heavy sigh. More courts. I don't think I like courts much, Harry remarked darkly. They aren't supposed to be likable. You should get yourself ready for Diagon Alley soon, the headmaster informed Harry calmly. Molly will be wanting to leave here fairly soon. But what about the court? Harry trailed off as Dumbledore raised a wizened hand. Do not fret about that just yet, the old man told Harry. I will do as much as I can to take care of it, and prepare you for it when the time is right. Go now. As Harry turned, the griffin squirmed in his arms. What is it? Harry asked the creature, and it squirmed again. Do you want to get down? The small eagle's head nodded vigorously, and Harry knelt to set it on the ground. He rose and walked to his room, with the little creature trailing beside him. It had become quite able on its feet, though it was still apt to stumble occasionally. Once back in his room, Harry watched the griffin settle itself, curled up neatly on his pillows. Sparing a gentle smile for the creature, Harry turned away from the bed and thought of what to wear for the day. In the end he decided on comfortable black pants, a green t-shirt and a light black jumper with a dragon curled on the back, as well as the Doc Martens that Tonks had insisted he buy. When he stepped out of the ensuite bathroom, he found the griffin stalking around the room almost agitatedly. The reason for this was swiftly discovered. Severus Snape was standing in the doorway, looking sour. Harry thought immediately of the wand that was bound to his arm. He had swiftly grown accustomed to having his wand there, and could draw it in an instant at need. Good morning, Snape, he greeted, tone cool. He did not allow the potions master to know just how much Harry hated him, but at the same time made it clear that they were not friends. As I am forced into your company, even if it is for only a short period, I see little good about this particular morning, Snape snapped in reply. Then why don't you tell me why you are here and get your errand over and done with as soon as possible? That way neither of us need to keep each other's company any longer than necessary, Harry growled in reply. The headmaster requested that I make a potion that would allow you and your pet to converse easily. A griffin could do that on its own, but not until it reached an age when its magical abilities were more advanced than yours is, came the reply. I have made the potion, but you need to add one of your own hairs to it, and your pet needs to add a feather. The griffin is not my pet, Snape, but rather my friend, Harry growled warningly. Same difference, when it's you we speak of, Snape sneered at him, before striding into the room and setting a goblet down on Harry's bedside table. You each much drink from this, he added, before leaving, robes billowing behind him. The griffin scrambled from where it had hid itself under the bed. It had tried to attack Snape once more when the potion's master was less than polite to Harry, but Harry had forbidden it to do so again. Now it seemed to harbor a hatred of Snape equal to that which Harry and his friends did. Did you hear that? Harry asked it, and the creature nodded. Do we trust him? Again, though more reluctantly, the creature nodded. Harry knew that the griffin could spot lies very easily, and therefore if it thought that Snape was being dishonorable Harry would believe it immediately and without question. Harry tugged a strand of hair from his head, and dropped into what looked like clear water that was Snape's potion. For a moment, the water blazed emerald green, then returned to clear. The griffin used its beak to rip out a single feather from its foreleg, which it offered to Harry to place in the potion. Harry did so, and the potion turned, for a moment, gold. When it had cleared again, Harry drank some of it, then offered it to the griffin, which downed its portion of the potion in a single gulp. Quickly, Harry sat down, as the world spun crazily around him. He did not notice the griffin doing the same. So, Snape didn't give up his Death Eater loyalties, was the one thought to go through Harry's head, as he fell back onto his bed, senseless. The 8th of July 1996 morning still. Grimmauld Place was thrown into chaos a few minutes later when Ron discovered his friend and the griffin, unconscious in their room. Did you have to give it to him this morning, Severus? Dumbledore asked his potions master wearily, watching everyone bustling around in something only just short of blind panic. Dumbledore, you know very well that this potion is very delicate. If Mr. Potter wants to enjoy full use of his body, and of the abilities the potion will give him, it must be as fresh as possible. Now, if you'll excuse me, Snape took the opportunity to withdraw. Dumbledore sighed, watching as Molly Weasley fussed over Harry while the Aurors did everything they could to wake the boy with spells. Only time could bring a halt to the potion that Severus had given the boy. Suddenly there were cries of delight and relief, and Dumbledore smiled. Harry must be recovering then. Before anyone had really grasped what was happening, the griffin threw itself from where it had been laying, landing in a bundle on Harry's chest. Harry gave an oof of surprise as his eyes shot open, then surprise melted and he smiled at the little creature that settled on his chest, almost purring, if an eagle's beak could ever produce such a sound. The boy stroked its head almost absent-mindedly as he looked at the bustle that surrounded him in something very close to surprise. "Are you all right, Mrs. Weasley?" demanded, forcing her way through the gathered members of the Order to stand beside Harry. "Do you remember what happened?" "I can't quite remember what happened, no," Harry responded. From his place by the wall, Dumbledore was unsurprised. Severus would have covered his trail well. "But I feel fine," he added, in a vain attempt to halt Mrs. Weasley's protective temper. Through this confusion, Dumbledore just managed to overhear Ron's soft comment to Hermione, "I guess we won't be going to Diagon Alley today after all." Dumbledore nodded in an agreement that neither child saw, and strode from the building, already late for an appointment with the Minister of Magic. Harry felt very tired, and all of the people around him didn't help. The moment he mentioned this, everyone seemed to flee his room as if pursued by rampaging dragons. Mrs. Weasley was the last to leave, and Harry knew that she would be standing guard outside his door to make sure that he was not disturbed. He smiled down at the griffin which was still lying on his chest. Flashback. It was weird, a place almost like the center, but this place was not as familiar and welcoming. Harry looked around, his green eyes searching the darkness for any sign of life. He was torn by conflicting emotions. At one time, he wanted to get out of this place, and never return, but at the same time the darkness offered an alluring mystery that made him want to remain here forever, or at least until he solved it. Suddenly he could sense another presence was here also. His idle speculation that this could be some part of his center vanished, for no one could enter another center. He looked around, trying to find where the presence was, but he could see nothing. Then a voice, as beautiful as the chimes of 100 tiny bells, whispered around him. "No fear, Harry Parent, you will not be harmed here. I will not allow it." "Who are you?" Harry asked, and, to his amazement, his voice held the same beauty as that which had addressed him. "I have not chosen my name yet," came the elusive response. "But you know me, and I know you. We are here together, to form a bond that will last a lifetime." "That hardly gives me any information," Harry remarked, voice dry. He could sense the other being's humor, and suddenly light flooded the dark place, and Harry saw at his side a towering tawny-colored beast. The huge, adult griffin looked at the human by its side with a predator's golden eyes. Harry looked down at himself and gaped. His body was that of an adult, as was that of the huge creature beside him. "This place stands outside of time," the griffin told him, and its golden eyes smiled. "Here we appear as we each would in the prime of our lives." "Ah," Harry said, still feeling more than a little lost. "A member of your house gave you a potion that would allow us both to come here, to perform a ceremony that would never have been possible otherwise," the creature added. "Snape," Harry realized. Such was the human's name, came the response, though Harry noted that the beautiful voice was tinged with dislike. "We come here to bind our lives together, as a baby griffin does with its parents before its birth." "How can you do anything before your birth?" Harry asked curiously. "Griffins are not humans. Our magic allows us to do things that yours does not," came the cool reply. "Come, follow me." The griffin rose of powerful legs and led the way forward, and Harry followed it quickly, because the light was moving with it. "What did you mean before? When I asked you what your name was?" Harry asked it curiously. "Why, I told you I had not yet chosen a name. A griffin chooses its own name when it believes itself ready for one," the griffin responded calmly. "Oh." They walked in silence for some time, until Harry could see another light ahead of them. What is that? He asked curiously of the magnificent creature beside him. That is the light that symbolizes life, the griffin responded. We must go there, and there our minds will link, as the potion we were given wants. Harry nodded, although he didn't really understand what was happening. They reached the golden light, and stepped into it. Harry blinked, once, to clear his vision slightly. He felt something alien in his mind, and after a moment he identified it as the griffin. My name is Grippus, the griffin announced, sounding both happy and pleased. Harry felt a sudden knowledge in his mind, and, like the griffin, he spoke out. My name is Griffus. In the human world your name will remain Harry, and mine will be Griffin. No human may know the names we were given here, the griffin told him. Why not? Harry asked curiously. Because they are the names of our souls, and to know the name of someone's soul is the key to controlling them, came the reply. Harry blinked. I think I get that, he admitted. So if any other person knew my name, they could control me. Yes. Any being can control you completely if they know your soul's name. It is completely inescapable, Grippus replied calmly. Come, the waking world awaits us both, tell no one a word of what happened here. End flashback. Harry had not spoken, as Grippus had advised him. He knew that Molly was worried that he could not remember anything that had happened, but that was, unfortunately, unavoidable. You did well, Grippus murmured in Harry's mind, and the boy smiled. Thank you, he replied in like. The next day Harry was up and moving, no one questioned him about the day before, and Harry assumed that Molly Weasley had spoken to them all very firmly on the subject. Can we go to Diagon Alley today? He asked her at breakfast. Of course dear, if you feel up to it, was the reply. Thanks, he replied, and hurried over to sit with his friends. Grippus already crouched, cat-like, on the table, gulping down his breakfast. What did she say? Ron asked eagerly. We can go, Harry replied with a grin, and Ron smiled happily back. Hermione sighed in exasperation. Hermione, I don't need to be coddled you know, Harry told her. I don't like being coddled. I know Harry, she said, sighing. I still don't think it's a good idea to be going into a crowded street after yesterday though. You are entitled to your opinion, Harry said, shrugging. And I am entitled to mine. Hermione nodded. She'd been opposed to him leaving the house until everyone was sure that what had happened yesterday would not happen again, but both Harry and Ron had dismissed her concerns. Harry because he knew what she feared would not come to pass, and Ron because if Hermione thought it was bad, Ron would do it just to prove that it wasn't, even if he knew it was. Grippus, do you mind if we put a charm on you so that you appear to be a normal cat? Harry asked his friend. You don't need to, came the reply. A griffin can change into either an eagle or a cat at will, as both creatures are part of us. The charm wouldn't work anyway. Griffins do not lie, and lies are often revealed around us, so the charm would be of no use. I doubt anyone knows this, however, so if one of your companions were to use a charm on me, I would morph just as they did so, and all would assume that charm had worked. Thanks, Harry told it, happily, and approached one of the adults, asking them to perform the charm. The moment the woman answered, Harry knew that it was the woman who'd been guarding him the day that he met Tatsu Kendo. Yeah sure, I'm Catherine, by the way, she told him. Harry nodded in greeting. Catherine took out her wand and pointed it at Grippus, muttering something. A beam of white light leapt from her wand to touch the griffin, spreading over its body. When it cleared, a cat with tawny fur and bright golden eyes had taken its place. Of everyone in the room, Harry was the only one who knew that the spell had not worked, no one else would have so much as guessed. Harry walked back over to Ron and Hermione, petting Grippus's head absently. What are you going to call it? Hermione asked curiously. Not it, Harry replied, his thoughts seeming miles away. His name is Griffin. Hermione blushed a little at being corrected. Isn't that a little bit obvious? She asked. No, because he'll be going under the guise of a cat while I'm with anyone who doesn't know the truth, and so Griffin will seem fine, especially in the magical world, Harry replied, and Hermione was forced to nod in agreement. Wizards often chose names of magical creatures for their pets. When Harry stood up, Ron and Hermione followed suit immediately. We aren't gonna let you out of our sight, Harry. Look what happened last time. Ron grinned at him. Harry laughed and rolled his eyes. Oh fine, he replied waspishly. Come on then. They headed out of the dining room to the living room to wait in front of the fire. It's a good thing I'm not like I was last summer, otherwise I'd be feeling really frustrated right now. Suddenly Mrs. Weasley appeared beside him. Here you are, dear, she said, handing him a list of the books he would need. Harry looked at it and mentally groaned. He knew he shouldn't have allowed Dumbledore to talk him into taking so many subjects. Flashback. Well, Harry, have you made your choices yet? Dumbledore asked Harry, his eyes, as usual, smiling happily. Some of them. I'm taking Newt-level transfiguration, potions, charms, defense against the dark arts, and I think I want to do astronomy, Harry replied. But Snape said that you might have some more lessons for me to take. That is quite true. I think that you should take divination, Dumbledore began, but Harry immediately interrupted. Why? Because I think it's important. I cannot say why, exactly, but it is a feeling I get, a feeling that I have learned to trust. I think you should take divination, Dumbledore replied. Okay, Harry sighed, knowing that Dumbledore would probably badger him into anyway. What else? Care of magical creatures. I think it would prove useful, for reasons that you will soon discover. This time Harry just nodded. He didn't mind care of magical creatures nearly so much as he did divination. As Severus will have told you, you will be taking occlumency lessons from him also, though we will have to come up with something other than remedial potions to use as an excuse. These lessons will keep up until it is believed that you are good enough not to need them. I also think that you should do ancient ruins, if you want to. Harry nodded, a little reluctantly. Good, as Severus is fairly good at that, he will teach you a little of ancient ruins when you go for occlumency lessons. That's a good enough excuse. Dumbledore smiled happily. Harry sighed. I knew I shouldn't have agreed to that. His asking should have made me at least a little bit wary. Oh well, I'm stuck with it now. There may also be some extracurriculum activities at some point in the year, Dumbledore had added jovially, before leaving Harry alone to fume about the lessons with Snape. End flashback. And now he needed a ton of books to get him through the year. Yay. Come on, dears. Arthur, you go first, then you, Ron, then Harry, then Hermione, Ginny, and I'll come last, Mrs. Weasley stated. Harry knew that the order had been organized so that if there was an attack at the other end, Arthur could fight, and Ron, when he got there, would see if anything was the matter, and if it was, head straight back and prevent Harry from leaving. Not saying anything, Harry watched as first Arthur, then Ron disappeared, then waited for 5 minutes to make sure neither came back, before leaving himself. What challenges, if any, would Diagon Alley have for him? The 8th of August 1996 morning. Standing in the bustling leaky cauldron, Harry smiled slightly, though on his shoulder Grippus was turning his head this way and that, as if looking for something. Beware, the griffin hissed. There is one here whose hatred and greed are great. I'll take your warning to heart, Harry replied easily, and looked around the pub, searching for the one that Grippus was speaking of. Malfoy, Harry hissed angrily, seeing the bee. Oh boy, a moment later. Draco Malfoy was standing with his mother near the entrance of the pub. It seemed that his father's arrest had certainly changed his mother, who looked more than a little cowed, but Draco stood tall and imperious. He had not changed at all, it seemed. You know this boy? Grippus asked, watching Malfoy with obvious dislike. Too well, but I'll tell you about him when we get home, Harry replied. Grippus nodded his head ever so slightly, just as the last of their party arrived. Malfoy's here, Harry muttered to Ron, who glanced up and saw Draco, scowled and looked away. Their party moved away from the fireplace and headed into the courtyard out the back. Mrs. Weasley opened the portal into Diagon Alley, and the rest of the group followed her into the street, Harry finding himself jostled into the middle of the group. All right, Arthur, you take Harry and Hermione and got to Gringotts, the rest of us will be in Flourish and Blots when you get out of there. Harry, Hermione, give me your lists, dears, and I'll find the books for you. The matriarch of the Weasley clan swiftly took over the operation, and Harry soon found himself inside the Gringotts building, approaching a goblin. They handed over their keys and, in Hermione's case, Muggle money. Once she'd received her wizard money, Hermione turned to Harry and Arthur. I'll go back to the bookshop now, she said. There are a few books that I wanted to have a look for. Right, we'll be out soon, Arthur replied. Come on, Harry. Harry sighed and followed Arthur and a goblin into the gloomy tunnel that housed the carts which would take them down to the vaults. Get in then, the goblin said nastily as a cart appeared. Harry did his best to ignore the goblin as it and Arthur settled in the cart. The carts had a lot more room when Hagrid wasn't your companion. Soon they were at the Weasleys' vault, and Harry was embarrassed to note that still had very little wealth, though more than they'd had the last time he'd been to their vault. When they reached his vault, he quickly stuffed money into a few bags, still feeling bad that he had so much money when the Weasleys had so little. "Come on then, let's get back to the rest of the family," Arthur said, when Harry joined him back in the cart. The goblin didn't speak again as the cart returned to them to the entrance room of the building. Harry and Arthur left the bank quickly and headed for Flourish and Blots. When they got there, the Weasleys and Hermione had found most of the books they needed for school, and Harry quickly went searching the shelves for some new books to add to the Black Library, his library. Once he'd finished, he joined the Weasleys and they went to pay for all of the books. "You lot sure do have a lot of new texts," the shop assistant remarked in a jolly voice. The group looked at all of the books on the counter and chuckled in agreement with the statement. "There are quite a few of us," Hermione said, grinning. "So I noticed," the man said, laughing easily. "Well, here y'are then." He packed the books into bags and handed them to Mrs. Weasley, who shrunk the bags and handed them to the children to put in their pockets. Then one from the pub, who you called Malfoy, approaches, Grippus warned. "Malfoy's coming," Harry muttered under his breath to Ron and Hermione, who looked up immediately, searching for him. "Well, if it isn't Mudblood, Weasel and Potty," a cold voice sneered behind them. "I'd watch your mouth, Malfoy, if you don't want to follow in your father's footsteps," Harry growled out. "Because I'd be all too happy to send you after him." "Oh, has Potty got a tongue since last year then?" Malfoy sneered at Harry, turning his attention away from Ron and Hermione to focus completely on Harry. "Harry, what are you doing?" Hermione hissed at him. "Are you trying to make a scene?" "It's all right, Hermione. He can't do anything here," Harry replied, voice whisper soft so that Malfoy wouldn't hear him. "We are in the middle of a crowded street. If Malfoy tries anything, suspicion will come to rest on him, making him no use to the master he and his father serve." As he hadn't heard a word Harry had said, Malfoy sauntered closer, still taunting. "You ready to go the same way as your relatives, Potty? They only died because of you, just like Cedric." Harry looked at Malfoy coolly. "You aren't going to scare me, Malfoy. Your fool of a father chose the wrong side for his family. Voldemort will never triumph. He did not gain what he wanted at the end of last year because he was incompetent. Do you think a good lord would have lost to a group of school children? I'll be laughing in your face when the Dark Lord lies dead, that I can promise you, Malfoy." Contemptuously, Harry turned his back on the young heir of the Malfoy estate. "Come on guys. We waste our time on scum like him," he added to his friends, stalking away. Had Harry looked back, he would have seen Malfoy staring after him in complete amazement. Harry hadn't ever talked back like that before. "Well done, Harry," Ron grinned as they drew further away. "I don't like him," Grippus snarled in Harry's mind. "I didn't attack him because I knew you didn't want me to, but I don't like him one little bit. Not many people do. He isn't the nicest of people, and his family are as bad, or worse." "You've certainly made yourself an enemy," Arthur Weasley remarked, as if trying to sound at least a little chiding, but Harry could hear the approval in his tone. "Please, Malfoy and I have been enemies since the moment we met," Harry shrugged it off. "I don't think that I've endangered myself with an enemy who is by any means new." The rest of the Weasley children hurried to agree with him. "Well, if you've got to make enemies, at least you've chosen good ones," Arthur said, abandoning his attempt at being stern. Mrs. Weasley looked about to protest, but then sighed and didn't. Harry, Ron and Hermione looked between each other with expressions of amazement. Mrs. Weasley hadn't taken the opportunity to scold. "Incredible. Come on. We've got to get to Madame Malkin's," Mrs. Weasley told them, herding them to the robe shop to purchase some new robes, dress robes for Ginny, and new robes for Harry, who'd been growing a lot over the summer, and the previous one. After the robes, everyone dispersed a little bit. Ron, Hermione and Harry went to the apothecary, then dropped momentarily by quality Quidditch supplies, and then Harry dragged the pair of them to Magical Menagerie. "But I wanted to," both began, then stopped when they saw the other saying the same thing. "You two can go wherever," Harry said easily. "I'm going to Magical Menagerie." They both stayed with him. "I like this place." The creatures seemed to be content, Grippus remarked, seeming happy. Harry smiled a little. Having Grippus around was a great thing. He loved his two best human friends, but they could be so trying at times. I'm glad you like it. If you see anything that you'd like, just tell me. I don't know what your kind needs, but if there is anything I can do to make you more comfortable, just ask, Harry told the creature. He could almost feel Grippus smiling at him. If I see anything, I'll let you know, the Griffin promised him. But you are doing a wonderful job already. Harry smiled, happy with the Griffin's compliment. Hermione, do you still want an owl? Harry asked suddenly. We could go and have a look at Aesop's Owl Emporium, if you want to. Oh, yes, I'd love to. Hermione immediately dragged the pair of boys from the stall. Harry waved over his shoulder at the witch behind the counter. She had a lot of stuff there, the Griffin remarked. It's a good shop, Harry replied, and sensed the Griffin's agreement. Here we are guys, he added, as they entered the shadowy interior of Aesop's Owl Emporium. Hermione browsed through the shop, looking at all of the different owls that the shop had for sale. Oh, she cried out suddenly. Harry dragged a reluctant Ron over to see what she'd seen. They found her gazing raptly at a barn owl with gentle, sapphire eyes. It's beautiful, she said, then saw the price and sighed unhappily. But I don't have nearly enough money to buy it. Tell you what, Hermione, I'll pay for whatever you can't, Harry offered. I'll do the same for you Ron, if you like, he added, knowing that Ron really wanted a bird as well. Oh Harry. Thank you. Hermione hugged him tightly and Ron smiled slightly. Yeah, thanks mate, Ron added, shuffling his feet in embarrassment. Harry just smiled and waved the two of them away. Least I can do, I can make up for my behavior last year, he replied easily. Oh, that wasn't really your fault, his friends waved it off. Yeah it was, Harry muttered, but quietly, so his friends wouldn't hear and tell him off about it. Ron quickly found an owl he liked, an Australian breed called Tawny Frogmouth that had come to England about a year ago. The fuss about them was now beginning to dissipate a little, and their prices were now dropping to an affordable level. Harry gave his friends the extra money that they needed, and the three of them walked out, into havoc. The 8th of August 1996. What happened here? Ron asked, eyes wide. It looks like it's been hit by a rampaging hippogriff. Not far from the truth, lad. Just say 2 rampaging hippogriffs and a male unicorn, and you've got it, a passing-by man muttered to them. Harry, Ron and Hermione watched the man racing away in amazement. Right, they muttered as one. Harry, I might be able to help. Griffins have a powerful magic, when they reach adulthood, but even the younger ones can do a bit, Grippus whispered in Harry's mind. I might be able to reach the minds of the animals, they are magical themselves, and that will make things easier. Can you find them? Harry asked silently. This way, Grippus suddenly bounded down from Harry's shoulder and patted away. Griffin, Harry cried out, pretending that he didn't know Grippus was going to do that. Come back here. He raced after the cat's retreading form, and Ron and Hermione glanced at each other once, then raced after their friend. When they reached him, they saw that the crowd parted in front of him. Standing in the gap in the crowd were 2 hippogriffs and a unicorn. The tawny cat was settled between one of the hippogriffs' wings, and it seemed that the 3 animals were calming down. Grippus? Harry asked, questing along the bond. I've half contacted them, the Griffin responded. I sent out an emotional question, and they established a contact. I'm trying to figure out what happened. Come here. Before Harry could ask what here was, he seemed to find himself in Grippus's mind, watching everything that the other 3 magical creatures were conveying. Suddenly he pulled himself free, his mind reeling. Behind us. He yelled out, there's an attack. Everyone immediately turned to look, and indeed, they saw the black cloaks of Death Eaters that were getting decidedly more familiar. There were screams, someone started cursing the Death Eaters, and more followed. Harry dragged his 2 friends closer to the 3 magical creatures, knowing that they were less likely to get crushed there. Stay here, he told them, it's not going to be at all safe out there. Harry, how did you know they were there? Hermione muttered as the action began to make its way away from them. I felt my scar burn for a second, Harry replied. So I looked back and caught sight of them. That scar actually turns out to be a bit of a good thing, Ron remarked approvingly. Harry just smiled slightly. Not always, he replied, sobering them all immediately. Sorry Harry, Ron started, but Harry held up a hand. No, Ron, you don't need to apologize for every little thing that I don't like. I'm not the person I was last year. Ron bowed his head, just as Hermione screamed. What? Harry's head snapped up, and Hermione pointed. A Death Eater had escaped the throng of people and was heading straight for them. Harry, the unicorn. I have asked, and it will permit you to ride it, for this. It will draw attention away from your friends. Grippus's voice was urgent in Harry's mind. Harry looked to the unicorn, which lowered itself slightly onto its front legs, almost as if inviting Harry to mount. Wait here, he told his friends, and hurried to the unicorn's side. I thought they didn't like males. Harry sent the question towards Grippus. That's because they find that males tend to be more violent, Grippus responded. This one doesn't like humans much, but he agreed to let you ride him because the Death Eaters killed his herd, and he hates them more than he dislikes you. That made me feel so much more confident, Harry quipped, swinging himself up onto the unicorn's back, thinking that he'd much rather be back on the ground. The unicorn rose, swished its tail once, then suddenly plowed forwards. Harry, not ready for the movement, very nearly fell off, but, by instinct, his knees tightened and he ducked slightly, streamlining his body and twined the fingers of one hand in the unicorn's mane. With his other hand, he took out his wand, bringing it from its hiding place up his sleeve, ready to curse the Death Eater if he needed to. Ah! The man yelped, seeing the unicorn bearing down on him, a vision of fury, and its young rider's green eyes flashing with vengeful light. The man turned to run, but Harry whipped his wand up and stunned the man, just before he and the unicorn were upon him. The unicorn tossed its head, mane dancing in the breeze, and plowed forwards again, through the crowd, searching out more those who'd killed its herd. Harry clung to its back, his curses not noticed in the fray of colored lights that seemed to fill this end of the street. The Death Eaters, those that remained standing, were cornered. There were 7 of them. Grippus, can you get the unicorn to return to you? Harry sent out, knowing that he would never be able to get the creature to stop himself. A moment later he got a response. It will return now, was all Grippus said. And even as the words touched Harry's mind, the unicorn reared, turning around, fighting the push of the human bodies as it made its way back to where Ron, Hermione, Grippus and the 2 hippogriffs were waiting. When the unicorn came to neat, gentle stop, Harry immediately slid down from its back, not wanting it to think that he was taking advantage of it. Bo, Grippus suggested, and Harry did so, deeply. Thank him for me, please, he bid the griffin. Suddenly the unicorn bowed to him, only slightly, but it was a bow nonetheless. He says that you are welcome. He believes that you, among all humans, might have a touch of the light in you. Many unicorns do not think that humans have any light, any good qualities, in them at all. Said Grippus, and the griffin leapt down from his perch on the hippogriff's back. Harry smiled slightly, and watched as the unicorn and the 2 hippogriffs turned and raced away down the street. Where are they going? Harry asked. The Death Eaters set them loose here, and they will complete their bid for freedom, Grippus replied. Harry, a unicorn just allowed you to ride it, and all you can do is stare at Griffin like he's the only thing left on the planet. Ron's voice interrupted their conversation. Harry shook his head slightly. Sorry Ron, just feeling a little surprised by it all, he replied. How are your owls? He asked the other 2, changing the subject. Harry, you aren't going to stop us asking questions just like that. Besides, there's a Death Eater attack going on up there, what's happening? The Death Eaters are cornered, those that still stand, Harry replied. They aren't going to be waiting on Voldemort's every want for a long time to come. Good, Hermione said, with surprising vehemence. So Ron, you're giving Pig to Ginny. Harry tried to change the subject again. Ron rolled his eyes. Humor him, Hermione advised, doing the same. Yeah, Ginny loves the owl to bits, though I don't see why, Ron replied. So I thought that if I could get a new owl, I could give her Pig, and we'd both be happy. Harry smiled slightly. That's nice of you, he remarked, and Ron flushed slightly. Not really, he said, but Harry and Hermione ignored his discomfort, teasing him about it. Harry, Ron, Hermione, there you are. We thought you might have been killed by the Death Eaters before they were discovered. It was Arthur Weasley, calling to them, he and the rest of the group who'd come to Diagon Alley forcing a way through the crowd to reach them. No, I was the one that sounded the alarm, Harry replied, staggering slightly as Grippus landed on his shoulder after a quick leap. I rode the unicorn to see what was going on. Thank God you're all right, was the only response. Come on, we'd best be gone. This place will be crawling with horrors soon, and I'd rather not be here. There's nothing I'd rather do, Harry replied fervently. I've no wish to be questioned about everything, which is what will happen if they find out I'm the one that raised the alarm. There's a fireplace in Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, Ginny piped up. We could get out that way, there's probably a key at the leaky cauldron. Molly and Arthur nodded in agreement over the children's heads, and led them all toward the twins' shop. Fred, George, Molly called from the entrance of the shop. Coming, Mum, two voices yelled back, from somewhere in the back of the stall. A moment later, two young men, dressed in lurid green dragon hide clothes. Whatcha need? Asked one twin. Can I interest you in any pranks? The other asked, sounding hopeful. No, we just need to use your fire to get back home. With all the action out there, we figure that there'll be a K in the leaky cauldron, Molly said, sounding slightly offended. Right you are, one twin grinned. This way, added the other, and they both hurried away, with the group following behind him, watching the wares in the stall warily. You never knew what something here might do. Here you are, both twins said as one, bowing with flourishes to reveal the fireplace. Harry, you first, Arthur said. Harry didn't wait to see what the order of the rest would be, just grabbed some flow powder and threw it on the flames. With green flames roaring around him, Harry disappeared from Diagon Alley, and, after a dizzying ride, stepped out of the fireplace in number 12, Grimmauld Place. Tonks was waiting for him, dressed in what seemed to be the same clothes she'd been wearing at platform 9 3/4, when she and some other members of the Order came to make sure Harry was well treated at the Dursleys. How's it? She asked him brightly. Death Eaters attacked Diagon Alley, but everyone from our group was all right, and the Death Eaters were all caught, Harry replied, feigning brightness himself. Tonks cursed. Wait here, she said, darting out of the room. Harry thought she'd probably gone to get Dumbledore. As the rest of the group stepped out of the fire, Harry's thoughts were confirmed as Albus Dumbledore appeared, being towed along by Tonks. Slow down, child. Dumbledore panted. It was obvious that Tonks had been running, and Dumbledore had been running after her. What's happened? Death Eaters attacked Diagon Alley, Arthur stated, stepping through the fire last of all. You can go now, if you like, children. I'm sure that Tonks will unshrink your purchases, if you ask her nicely. Sure thing. Tonks agreed immediately. She agreed way too fast, Ron muttered. We're doomed for something, Harry agreed, a slight smile playing at his lips. What makes you think that? Hermione asked. She's Tonks, was the reply. Hermione just rolled her eyes as they walked into Harry's room, as it was between Ron and Hermione's. Tonks flopped down on Harry's bed, grinning up at the three teenagers. So, what happened? She asked eagerly. Ron and Hermione immediately began to tell the tale, sounding very happy to do so. Tonks listened intently, occasionally shooting an odd, surprised, or humored glance in Harry's direction. Harry, however, would have just as happily avoided the whole issue altogether. Now, more than ever before, he despised being a celebrity. He wandered around his room, looking at everywhere there. His birthday presents were arrayed around the walls and various furnishings, several items of clothing were lying on the floor. Hedwig was sitting in her cage, looking disapprovingly down at Grippus. Flashback. Hedwig, this is Griffin, he's going to be staying with us now, Harry told his owl, somewhat nervously. Hedwig had a bit of a temper. Hedwig screeched angrily, looking down at the Griffin with terror-filled eyes, clearly saying, get that thing out of here. Hedwig, he isn't going to hurt you. I won't let him, I promise. Harry tried to placate his owl. The Order of the Phoenix gave him to me, they think that he'll be able to help protect me. This seemed to make Hedwig calm down, at least a little bit. Since then, Hedwig hadn't been actively hostile towards the Griffin, but made it very clear that she'd rather it was anywhere but where she was. End flashback. Harry blinked out of his memories, hearing Tonks clapping slightly. He turned around to see that Ron and Hermione had finished their tale. Well done, Harry. Tonks grinned at him, then laughed as Harry made a face. You've got to get used to being famous, she told him, seeming to delight in Harry's reluctance to say anything to the comment. Why don't you help us get our stuff back to its proper size? Harry suggested, anything to change the subject. Oh fine, Tonks said, pretending to be insulted that Harry didn't want to talk about his fame to her. Slowly, all of the items they'd bought that day were restored to their proper size, and Tonks left them to talk about things, her parting comment being, I might be older than you, but that doesn't mean I'm not a teenager at heart. She was pretending that they'd thrown her out of the room, or some such, it seemed. So, what are you guys going to call your owls? Harry asked. The 8th of September 1996 night. Sirius. Harry flung himself into his godfather's arms with a laugh. Hey there Harry. Sirius laughed also. Have you remembered what Remus wanted you to tell me to tell Snape yet? Harry asked, grinning. It had become the normal question to which Sirius usually replied with a shrug and a shake of his head. Today, however, Sirius looked troubled. No, I've not remembered what it was, but I haven't seen Remus for some days now. He does disappear sometimes, but it's been far longer than normal this time. Your parents haven't seen him either. I went looking for him, but I couldn't find him anywhere, which is somewhat scary, because any person in the realms of the dead can find any other, or so it should be, Sirius finished. Well, I'll see if I can do anything to find out what's happening, but I don't think that I'd be able to, Harry said doubtfully. Sirius nodded distractedly, then shook himself. I don't know why I'm worried, it's not like he can be harmed. He's dead already, he said. Harry smiled slightly. Sirius, do you know what's up with Snape's nightmares? He asked suddenly, remembering the look of his potions master a few days ago. Yee, what the hell is that? Sirius exclaimed, looking over Harry's shoulder. Harry spun around and saw Grippus, in his full-grown form, prowling towards them. That's Griffin, Harry said, remembering just in time to use Grippus's other name. I told you about him, remember? Oh, yes. I didn't think he was so big though, Sirius replied. He isn't, not in the waking world. But in dreams he seems to be whoever he wills, Harry replied, shrugging slightly as the majestic creature reached them. He absently stroked Grippus's neck as he turned back to his godfather. But how did he come here? Sirius asked. Methinks you should tell your godfather, Grippus urged Harry. It is not like he will tell any of the waking world this secret. I trust him. Thanks Grippus, Harry responded, then sat down, as the scenery around them changed to Diagon Alley. Shades of people walked down the street, none of them noticing Harry and Sirius, or indeed, anyone bar themselves. Sit, he bid his godfather, who reluctantly did so, watching Harry and knowing that there was a lot more than his godson had yet revealed. Harry began to speak, telling of his and Grippus's, whom he still referred to as Griffin, bonding, and of their connection, mind to mind, and the few Griffin powers that he knew of so far. By the end of Harry's tale, Sirius was gaping. Well, I wasn't expecting that, he remarked. Obviously not. Now, I've told you what you wanted to know, so what's up with Snape's nightmares? Harry demanded, grinning. I've been visiting him in his dreams. Trying to get him to be a better person, Sirius said with a shrug. I don't think it's working. He's still screaming at me that I'm dead and I have no right to be visiting his dreams. What exactly do you say to him in the dreams? I tell him that he should have made an effort to do something, or at least to tell you that I was in no danger, things like that. Snivelus tells me that he's never had a conscience before, and that he shouldn't be getting one. Now, Harry laughed. Serves him right, he said. He doubted that he would ever get over Snape's betrayal. So, what are we going to do tonight? Sirius asked, sounding like an eager child. Perhaps some dueling, Harry suggested with a grin. You know, that could just be a good idea, Sirius smiled back, taking out a wand. When Harry awoke in the morning, he was smiling, and there was a warm weight on his chest. He absently reached out and stroked Grippus's feathered head. Though still sleeping, Grippus rubbed against Harry's hand in an unconscious demand for more attention. Suddenly there was a knock on Harry's door. Come in, he called sleepily, jerking Grippus out of his doze. The door opened and Harry smiled when he saw Tatsu walk in. Still in bed? Tatsu asked with a grin. The sun's been up for hours. Harry made sure that the door was closed as he got out of bed. Had a dream last night, Harry replied. Ah, Tatsu nodded in understanding. Well, since you are awake now, we may as well have a training session. If that fur and feather ball over there doesn't mind. Harry laughed. Griffin. He won't mind, he knows the difference between friend and enemy now. Good, Tatsu growled, though playfully. Let's begin then. I've left your studies for too long as it is. Harry sighed and slipped into his walk-in wardrobe, changing into his GI. When he emerged, Tatsu was waiting for him, blinking in the sudden light of his room. Harry barely managed to avoid a blow from Tatsu's fist as he hurriedly sought his center. When he reached his place of safety, he was surprised to find that Grippus's mind rested there beside his own. In this place it seemed very childlike and small. Watch out, the Griffin warned, sleepily. Harry slipped to the side, his body not needing his mind to move and counter whatever move Tatsu used. His mind for a moment not on the task at hand, Harry moved only to defend. Well, attack already, Grippus told him, and Harry shook his mind free of its musing, and allowed himself to be fully taken in by the fight at hand. Sidestep, punch, sweep kick, turn, duck, high kick. His mind absently labeled his moves, though he did not really notice that he was. Roll, sweep kick, jump, low punch, spin, twist T. Harry couldn't avoid his instructor's punch, and felt his mind swim with the impact. Try again. Tatsu had no sympathy for his slightly injured student. Harry needed to learn to fight on, even when he was injured. And fight on Harry did, emerald eyes slightly narrowed, first against the pain and then in determination. He would not allow anything to beat him. Several minutes later, Tatsu's kick found its mark on Harry's upper leg. Harry fell backwards, but immediately rolled back to his feet, knowing that Tatsu wanted him to keep fighting. Slowly, Harry took more hits, as his bruises took their toll. He'd not been able to touch Tatsu, but that was as it had always been. Harry hadn't been learning nearly long enough to be able to hurt Tatsu at all. Finally Tatsu stopped fighting, and Harry collapsed wearily. You all right? Tatsu asked, grinning wickedly at his young pupil. Harry glared back up at him from where he had collapsed on the bed, but didn't actually say anything. Harry. It was Ron, hammering on the door, asking to come in. Just a sec, Ron. Harry called back, changing his clothes with a quick magic spell, back into pajamas, and slipping under the covers of his bed. Come in. Ron burst into the room. Harry. We were worried when you didn't come to break. He trailed off as he saw Tatsu perched on the end of the bed, looking energetic and chirpy. Harry, lying in bed, looked as if he'd rather not move for as long as he could avoid it, with the Griffin curled up beside him. It's all right, Ron. Tatsu and I just had a little training session, Harry said. I'm a bit tired now, so I might just call Dobby up with some breakfast. I'm sure Tatsu would love to join you though. Harry shot a slight smile in Tatsu's direction. Tatsu glared at him for a moment, but Japanese politeness was far too ingrained in him to refuse. Okay. Ron nodded, not thinking any more of it, and led Tatsu out of the room and down to the dining room. Dobby. Harry called softly, and a moment later the house elf was there. What can Dobby do for mastery, Harry? Dobby asked, quivering with excitement. Could you bring me some breakfast up here please, Dobby? Harry asked. And some meat for Griffin, if it's not too much trouble. Trouble? Master Harry, sir. Never, sir. Dobby squeaked, disappearing with a crack. Moments later he had returned, with a tray laden with more food than Harry would normally eat in a single day, and a bowl overflowing with minced meat. Thank you, Dobby. Harry smiled at the energetic creature. That will be all. Dobby bowed and disappeared. That went well, Grippus remarked, eating daintily. Depends on whose perspective you take there, Harry retorted, eating himself. The fighting had made him hungry. Unearthly laughter echoing in his mind was the only response. Harry ate quickly, though he was not even halfway through the meal before weariness overtook him. He slept, the tray still on his lap, and Grippus curled by his side. He did not wake when Dobby returned, and took the tray from his lap, nor when the Weasley twins came over from their shop in Diagon Alley, and caused an explosion not far from his door. His dreaming was wild and vivid. He soared through the sky on feathered wings, diving and racing through the air. He watched the world fanning out below him, felt contempt for the creatures that were forced to crawl on the earth, who would never know the joy and freedom of the open air. He felt another like him nearby, and swooped around the other griffin's form, the pair of them dancing on the wind currents, joined in friendship formed over years. When he woke, he was calm and relaxed. Grippus stirred next to him, and looked up at him with his predatory golden eyes, gentled in affection. Harry stroked the feathered head, and after a few moments dragged himself out of bed. Looking outside, he saw that the sun was now hanging quite low in the sky. "Come on then," he said to Grippus as he changed clothes. With the griffin, having taken its cat form, padding silently beside him. Together they headed downstairs. When they reached the bottom, Harry saw Fred, George, Ron, Hermione and Ginny sitting around on the bottom of the stairs, looking bored. "They've been in there for hours," Ron said, as Harry joined them. "We're bored, since between you and her, meaning Hermione, we've done all our homework." Harry laughed. "Come on then, let's go upstairs and play Exploding Snap," he offered. "Since we can't listen in anymore." Reluctantly, the others left their posts outside the door. "You're right, damn it," Fred said, grinning. "They won't let us join the order until Christmas time, so we can't be privy to their secret councils until then." "Poor things," Ginny said. "All that waiting can't be good for a person." Her voice was teasing, but her twin brothers chose to ignore it, nodding in self-sympathy. "Here we are." Harry opened the door to his room, and Grippus raced inside, leaping onto the bed to secure the most comfortable position on the cushions. "Smart Griffin," Hermione remarked, grinning. The six of them settled in a circle on the floor, and while Ron was shuffling the deck, Harry turned his wizarding radio on, tuning to a good London-based station. The game commenced, with Harry only half paying attention to the radio in the background. As the cards exploded suddenly, he caught the last words of a sentence. "London can expect a bad storm late this afternoon." Evening approached, and with it the promised storm. Harry was alone in his room, the others having gone on various errands for Mrs. Weasley. Harry watched the storm coming, seeing the forked lighting dividing the sky, hearing the thunder rolling across the land, watching the veil of rain sweeping towards him. Grippus was curled in Harry's arms, shivering slightly. "What's wrong?" Harry spoke aloud, knowing that no one would disturb him for a little while, at least. "Don't you like the storm?" "I do. Storms are a griffin's greatest natural enemy," Grippus told him. "They make the air turbulent, and it's hard to fly. Loads of young griffins, out testing their wings, have lost control when a storm struck, and been thrown to the ground and killed. We are all warned never to go near a storm, but of course, youngsters think that they know best. My sister was killed in a storm," the last was added a little plaintively. "I didn't realize you had a sister," Harry said. "I thought that there were very few griffins. That is what made me and my sister special. We were both born in the same generation. She was 5 years older than I, and was killed out in a storm a month before I came to you after the Death Eaters killed my family." "Ah, I'm sorry. Even experienced flyers land when a storm comes." Grippus, apparently not wanting to talk about his sister, returned to the subject of the dangers of storms. "There have been adults killed too. Some who couldn't find a place to land in time have been struck by lightning when the wind moved unpredictably. It mustn't be pleasant, flying in a storm," Harry remarked, watching the storm that was, to his griffin friend, both beautiful and deadly. "No," Grippus agreed. "I would advise you never to try it." With that, the creature closed its eyes, drifting into sleep. Harry set Grippus down on his bed and headed downstairs to see if there was anything he could do to help prepare for dinner. The meeting had ended an hour or so before. That night as they sat around the dinner table, they heard someone knocking on the door. Who would be around at this time of night? Mrs. Weasley wondered. Harry stood up. "I'll get it," he offered. "It's my house, after all." "I'll come with you, child." Dumbledore stood up and joined him immediately. "Should have known better than to think that they'd let me go alone," Harry thought, somewhat bitterly. The knocking came again, more insistently, just before Harry reached the door. The rain was pouring down, drumming on the roof until Harry thought he'd go deaf, so he didn't blame whoever it was outside for wanting to come in. Out of the window, he saw sheet lightning light up the sky, and as he opened the door, Severus Snape pushed past him just as the thunder came, almost shaking the building with its fury. Snape ignored Harry as the boy shut the door, turning instead to Dumbledore. "I've done it," he said, looking completely worn out. Dumbledore nodded gravely. "I'll call a meeting. The 9th of October 1996 night. Why do we never get let into these important meetings?" Ron grumbled, as his mother went to herd the children out of the room. "Harry may stay, Molly," Dumbledore told her. The other children shot Harry jealous looks as the kitchen door closed on them, and a soundproofing charm was set on the room. Harry sat down, surprised to have been singled out. Suddenly there was a scratch on the door. "It's Griffin," Harry said, hearing the Griffin's yells at Harry to let him in. Molly sighed and opened the door. Grippus shot inside, bounding across floor and leaping onto Harry's lap. Harry made no sound as the Griffin's claws bit through the fabric of his robes and some of his flesh. Sorry, Grippus apologized. I felt the nasty one from up there. It woke me up, so I came down. It's okay, hush now though. This is a meeting, I've been allowed to come to one before, Harry replied quickly. Okay, the Griffin settled on his lap, almost ready to drift into sleep again. Dumbledore stood up. Now, most of you know about the task that I gave to Severus and Remus, to see if we could find a way to at least partially prevent death. Remus's death not long after was thought to be the end of those experiments, but Severus assures me this is not so. Please explain yourself, Severus. Dumbledore sat, and Snape stood up. Lupin. Harry immediately noticed that there was still anger in his voice when he used his former enemy's last name, and I were working on several potions and charms that would aid in partially preventing death. These charms were designed to bring the mind back, even after the body was long gone. Lupin was testing some potions the day before he died. He might have known what was to come, I don't know. Snape didn't sound in the least concerned about it. When he died I presumed that it hadn't worked, but there was a faint presence in the object that would trap the mind. Here Snape took out what looked like a Muggle dream catcher with an expression of great distaste. The net helps to trap the mind before it can fully enter the realms of the dead. It seemed that Lupin had somehow managed to let himself get caught, but he'd mainly gone through to the realms of the dead. Here Snape distastefully placed the dream catcher on the table. But I could still sense a presence. I've been at Hogwarts for the last few days, as you know, and in that time I've been working on trying to bring him back, if you will. Today I finally succeeded. Remus Lupin's mind is held in this thing. He pointed at the dream catcher, apparently unwilling to touch it again. Lupin can now communicate with us. I'll leave him to explain how and why. With that Snape left the room, robes billowing behind him and letting the door slam, loudly. Well, this is interesting. Harry didn't cry out when Remus's voice murmured through his mind, having become at least a little used to it with Grippus. He, however, was one of the few who was completely calm. Most of the order cried out in amazement or alarm. 2 women actually fainted. Harry rolled his eyes, and, since no one else was, addressed the dream catcher. I'm sure it is. He heard laughter. You're here, Harry. Oh yes, I can feel your presence now. I suppose you want to know how this was possible, don't you? If you don't mind telling us, Harry replied, as the rest of the order seemed to regain their composure. Of course not. It is, quite simply, because I'm a werewolf that this worked the way it did. Werewolf blood runs in my veins and werewolf blood has magical properties. That extra magic was what allowed me to latch onto the dream catcher before I was pulled completely into the realms of the dead. So Severus's potions worked? Dumbledore asked. Only just. For most of today we have been changing them. Severus will, I'm sure, give all of you samples of the potions to take, and we'll keep fine-tuning them. Are you now stuck here? Harry asked Remus suddenly. Can you go back to the realms of the dead when you want to? I can, sort of. Sirius is probably wondering about me, and your parents also. But I am bound again to the realms of the living, though I dwell in those of the dead. It's quite confusing, I suppose. Harry, could you please leave now? Dumbledore's voice was soft and clear. Harry glanced at the headmaster of his school and nodded. You may speak of this too. Your friends, but be careful about who you choose to tell. This information cannot be given into the wrong hands. You were a fool to trust him with it in the first place. As soon as you let him out of this room, he'll probably write a letter to the Daily Prophet and tell the world, a harsh voice said from behind them. Snape was back. Harry bit back his rage and nodded to Dumbledore. I'll be careful, Professor, he replied, and walked quickly from the room. Harry. Snape came out of there before looking more sour than I've ever seen him. His friends fluttered around, speaking all at once, asking questions, making assumptions. Okay guys, you can shut up now, Harry laughed, then laughed harder at the expressions on their faces. Come on, let's go to my room, and I'll tell you all about it there. With Grippus clinging to Harry's shoulder, watching everyone with interest, Harry led the way to his room, and got everyone settled down again. Slowly he told them all that had transpired at the meeting. His friends laughed, gasped and smiled in all of the right places, as they always had before. Wow, Remus is back kinda. Ron said, grinning happily. Do you think we'll get a chance to speak with him? Who knows, Harry shrugged in response. But I'm sure they'll tell us something about it soon enough. Right, Hermione said. I wonder how they did it though. Why don't you guys go to bed? Harry said, smiling slightly. Tatsu said he'd drop by for a training session tonight, and I have to take a shower before then. Okay, see you later, Harry. Everyone bid everyone else good night, and headed out to their own rooms, or, in Fred and George's case, back to their small home, above their shop in Diagon Alley. Harry hopped into the bathroom and took the shower that he wanted, then used a few spells to heal some of the bruises he'd gained that morning, and changed into his GI. When he came out of the bathroom, Tatsu was lounging on his bed, petting Grippus absent-mindedly. Ah, I see you're ready for another bout. Harry's instructor bounced to his feet, fresh and happy. Yeah, Harry remarked dryly. Let's have fun. Fun. You're having fun. You're not supposed to be. I'll just have to do something about that. Harry groaned and got ready for another long, hard training session. When Tatsu finally decided that Harry had had enough, he showed his pupil some new moves. I'll be back tomorrow afternoon, he added, grinning brightly. Merlin, save me, Harry muttered in response, but he grinned at Tatsu. That's the spirit. Tatsu headed out of the room. Are you all right? Grippus asked him, not sounding all too concerned. Why does everyone think this is good for me? Harry asked, not really addressing the question to anyone. Because it is, Grippus replied calmly. Get some sleep. Sirius will want to know what happened to his friend. You're right. Good night, Harry said sleepily, lying down carefully to avoid agitating any of the various bruises. He didn't know enough healing charms to get rid all the bruises he'd gained. Hey Sirius, he yelled happily, greeting his godfather. Sirius grinned back at him, though Harry could see worry etched on his godfather's face. Hey there Harry, Sirius's greeting was far less boisterous than usual. Still no word on Remus? Harry asked, not needing to wait for Sirius to nod his head. I know why. Why? Tell me. Immediately Sirius bounced over to him, eager as a puppy on its first time out of doors. Harry laughed at his godfather's eager face and took a seat, Sirius sitting impatiently beside him, waiting for him to speak. Harry sat in silence for a short time, teasing his godfather, but soon began to explain, so that he wouldn't wake up partway through his explanation. And leave Sirius not knowing what was going on. When he finished, Sirius whistled. That must have been what Remus wanted me to tell you to tell Snape, he remarked. I guess I should have listened more carefully. You never found out in the first place? Harry asked, smiling faintly. No, I disappeared as soon as he said the name, Snape, Sirius admitted, not in the least embarrassed. Right, Harry replied. Want a duel? He saw Grippus, out of the corner of his eye. The griffin was some distance away, watching them with interest. It seemed that the creature didn't want to cut into the small amount of time that Harry got to spend with his godfather. Perhaps I should teach you some ancient runes, Sirius replied instead. I did take it as an elective, and now that I'm dead, I seem to know a lot more than I did before anyway. This way you can cut down the amount of time you have to spend with Snivellus. Thanks Sirius, Harry replied with a smile, more than happy to miss out on a night's dueling if it meant he didn't have to spend as much time with Snape. You know, Sirius remarked as they settled themselves for the lesson, I think I might take a few days off torturing Snape, in thanks for helping Moony, I mean. How nice of you, Harry replied, laughing slightly, and the lesson began. When Harry woke it was early morning. The main part of the storm had passed now, but it was still raining heavily. Grippus was a comfortable ball of warmth by Harry's side. Harry stretched, and groaned. The bruises from the day before ached, and he wanted nothing more than to stay in bed and not move at all. Refusing to allow himself to do that, Harry stood up, performing what small spells he could to rid himself of some of the pain. Once he could pretty much move without wincing, Harry and Grippus headed downstairs for breakfast. Good morning Dobby, Winky, he greeted them. The house elves were the only ones up this morning, it seemed. Good morning Master Harry. Both squeaked in response, both of them scampering through the kitchen, hurriedly getting food for Harry and Grippus ready for the two of them. Harry smiled in thanks and looked up suddenly as the kitchen door opened. Dumbledore walked in, smiling at Harry gently. Hello Professor, Harry greeted calmly. Hello Harry, Dumbledore smiled back. How are you? I hope last night didn't surprise you too much. No, I'm fine, Harry assured him. He didn't say that he'd spoken with Sirius, who'd conveyed messages for Remus, more often than he was letting on. I'm glad to hear it, Dumbledore replied gravely. Ah, toast, he added, as Dobby set a plate of the stuff under his nose, speaking as though he hadn't had toast in years, and was positively delighted to be offered some. Snorting into a cup of pumpkin juice, Harry watched the expression of delight on Dobby's face. Dumbledore certainly knew how to make the house elves feel appreciated. How are you, Albus? Harry asked, remembering that the headmaster wanted Harry to call him by his first name. I am well, Harry, though I begin to feel old. Harry looked up, shocked by the admission. Dumbledore smiled gently. I am old, Harry. I will turn 155 this spring. But, how? Harry asked, awe touching his voice. He'd never thought that anyone could be that old. Wizards have magic, Harry. It flows in our blood, messes with our minds. That magic keeps us alive when others would have died of old age long since. If you are not killed, or badly wounded, it is more than likely that you will live to close to 200 years of age. The oldest wizard or witch in history lived, I believe, to be almost 300 years old, but it has been centuries since anyone lived over 200 now. Oh, Harry said, knowing that Hermione must have known this for years, and feeling somewhat stupid. Dumbledore smiled at him, slightly. But enough of me, Harry, how are you? Oh, I'm fine. I ache all over from training with Tatsu, but otherwise I'm great, Harry replied easily. You have been faced with a great many deaths, child, Dumbledore told him. A great many emotional mess-ups, and many of them within a very short period of time. Are you sure you are all right? Harry hesitated. Should he tell Dumbledore of Sirius's secret? Then he decided, not yet. Sirius was his secret for now, one that, for the moment, he did not want to share with those he didn't have to. I'm fine, he repeated. Really, I am. I've made my peace with Sirius, the Dursleys and with Remus, though he is still around, in some senses. Dumbledore sighed. You hide things from me, Harry, but I will leave you to your own thoughts, and you will tell me what you must when you are ready to, of that I have no doubt. When the time is right, Harry replied, nodding his head. For now I would rather keep it to myself. I have not even told my friends. Dumbledore smiled and raised a glass of pumpkin juice in a silent toast. Harry repeated the gesture and quickly finished his meal before leaving the breakfast room to wander around the house for a while, still marveling that he actually owned the place. Suddenly two owls swooped towards him, and he smiled, recognizing them as Branch and Sapphire. Branch was the name that Ron's owl came to. Ginny had said that it looked like a branch, which it did, and now the creature would answer to nothing else. Ron didn't have much luck with naming owls, it seemed. Sapphire was Hermione's owl, named for its eyes, because Hermione couldn't think of anything else to call it. It seemed that both of them were teaching their owls to find people. Harry sighed and took 2 griffin feathers from where he'd tucked them behind his ear to give one to each of the owls. That way Ron and Hermione would know that they'd found Harry. The owls hooted and soared away upstairs. Harry smiled slightly, watching them, and wasn't at all prepared when his feet were suddenly knocked from under him. Before he could fall properly, Harry spun gracefully, his body poised and ready to fight. The 31st of August 1996 night. Harry was lying on the couch in the living room, listening to everyone racing over the house searching for any last-minute things they might need. He'd packed the night before, using magic to help him find the things that seemed to have hidden themselves away just so that he wouldn't be able to find them on time. So now he was bored. None of his friends had time for him, being too busy searching for their own stuff. Whistling softly to himself, Harry stroked Grippus's head gently. The griffin was lying beside the couch, now being too heavy to lie on Harry's chest, and about the size of an English sheepdog. Grippus was purring in contentment, a sound that was odd, coming from an eagle's beak. Good evening, Harry. Harry didn't start when the voice whispered from behind him. He'd heard Dumbledore walking up to him before. He could tell just about every member of the Order by their footsteps now. Tatsu had spent the last 3 weeks doing his best to creep up on Harry and catch the boy by surprise. The first 3 times it had worked. Harry could still remember the first time. Most of the Order had been in the kitchen. They'd heard him stumble into something, and when they got out into the hallway, Harry and Tatsu were fighting like mad things. They moved with a grace that seemed almost inhuman, dancing around each other, blocking attacks, and attacking themselves. It had taken them a while to notice they had an audience, but when they did, both had stopped immediately. "What are you looking at?" Tatsu asked curiously. Harry caught sight of Snape's billowing robes as the potion's master walked away in what was probably contempt. Harry jolted himself out of his memories. "Evening, Albus," he replied, staring blankly at the ceiling still. "How are you? We haven't seen that much of you this summer." "I'm fine, Harry," Dumbledore assured him. "But I wanted to talk to you for a moment. I don't think it would be safe for you to catch the train to Hogwarts." "Are you trying to protect me again?" Harry asked, sounding a little dangerous. Dumbledore knew how much Harry despised the protections that he was given. "In a way, but I am more concerned about the other students. If the train was attacked, you could protect yourself, I'm well aware of that, no fear, Harry, but what of the first-year students? Or those who have never had to fight in their lives? The second years had only Professor Umbridge to teach them, and so they know nothing either." "You're right," Harry agreed. "But how would I get to Hogwarts otherwise?" "You will be coming with our new defense against the dark arts teacher," Dumbledore replied. "No, I'm not going to tell you who it is, not yet, at any rate. They will come to pick you up tomorrow evening and bring you to Hogwarts. You should arrive just after the sorting, I hope you won't mind missing it." "I've only been to 3 of them in my 5 years at school," Harry said, smiling slightly. "Now I'll have missed as many as have attended." "No, I don't mind too much." "Good. I have to go to Hogwarts now, but I will see you tomorrow night, at Hogwarts." Dumbledore smiled and was about to depart. "Professor, how will Voldemort know that I'm not on the train? Won't he attack anyway?" Harry asked, suddenly curious. "No, Severus will be going to a meeting tonight, and will inform Lord Voldemort of the change in plans. Just in case, some of the Order members will be on the train." "Okay." With that, Dumbledore left Harry lying on the couch, absently stroking his griffin's head. Harry didn't notice when he fell asleep there that night, completely missing dinner, but he was woken in the morning by Tatsu. "You weren't in your room," Tatsu accused, smiling slightly. "I was going to suggest an early morning training session." Harry smiled at Tatsu. "When the guys are gone. I want to say goodbye first," he said. Tatsu gave a faint sigh. "Oh fine," he remarked darkly. "Be that way." Harry watched as Tatsu wandered off, muttering to himself, and smiled slightly. He knew that Tatsu didn't mean a word of it. Ron, Hermione and Ginny suddenly spun downstairs, laughing and gasping. Harry could hear Fred and George cursing upstairs. "What happened?" he asked. "They beep-trapped the entire corridor, and we managed to avoid them all. Now they are trapped up there," Hermione replied, nearly choking on laughter. "You should be careful when you go up to get your trunk," Ginny added. "You don't know what they've done. I won't be catching the train today." Harry quickly explained what Dumbledore had said the night before. "That's too bad," Ron sighed. "We can't tease Malfoy about your new status now." Harry smiled slightly. "But we can when I get to Hogwarts," he replied. "I'm really looking forward to it, actually, so don't tell him anything about it. It'll be fun to surprise him for a change." He and his friends laughed as they headed to breakfast, Grippus prowling beside Harry, ready to protect his friend from any harm. 2 hours later Mrs. Weasley was bustling them out of the door. "I'm sorry you can't come with us," Hermione said, looking down. Harry was standing in the doorway, watching them leave. "So am I," Ron and Ginny added. Simultaneously. "Remember, don't tell Malfoy anything until I'm there to rub it in his face." Harry grinned at them, and they waved in agreement before Arthur drove them off. The car was from the Ministry, at Dumbledore's insistence. Harry slipped back into the house, closing the door behind them. The Order members were mostly out now, which meant that he was practically alone in this house's house. What was that noise? Harry kept walked. A normal person looking at him would not see any change in his posture, but he had adjusted himself to be ready to fight. His face became almost expressionless and his green eyes developed a slight golden sheen. But the man creeping up on him could not see his face. Harry kept walking, and Grippus walked by his side, each acting as though nothing was wrong. Harry moved towards the living room. Open space, he needed open space. He noted that the man behind was speeding his pace a little, trying to stop Harry from reaching the place he wanted to be. Tatsu, for Harry knew it was he, kept coming closer. Tatsu knew that Harry was aware of him, of that Harry held no doubt. He just needed to find a good place to fight. Wait, up there, just ahead, a door. Where did it lead? Oh yeah, to the basement. That was it. The basement. There would be plenty of room down there, with all of the stuff creature had tried to save either safe in the attic or in rubbish bins of the street. Harry pushed the door open quickly, he and Grippus hurrying into the darkness, leaving the door to swing shut. Harry rounded a corner as his ears picked up the sound of the door opening. It was dark in here, but Harry was safe in his center. He knew where he was, what he was doing. He was ready. In the darkness of the attic, both he and Tatsu would have to rely on sound and changes in the air to predict each other's moves. Harry was good at that though, he always had been, and Quidditch had done nothing more than to tone his instincts. He waiting. Tatsu blundered on entering the room, and Harry bounded into the attack. A moment later he was leaping back again. He'd scored a hit on Tatsu, but was unwilling, as yet, to press his advantage. He listened to Tatsu's footsteps. A slight limp. Remember that, he told himself, then he was moving again. This time it was his turn to get hurt as Tatsu's fist numbed his left arm. The fight continued. Harry managed to trip Tatsu once, but apart from that he came off much worse for the wear. I hope Harry's alright, Hermione fretted. I'm sure he's fine, Hermione, Ron said, rolling his eyes. Come on, we have to go to the prefect's carriage. Hermione gave a suspicious look, but nodded in agreement. Ron knew that she was suspicious because he was suggesting that they do what they were supposed to, and he wasn't going to tell her that he only wanted to go there to see the look on Malfoy's face, after their, or rather, Harry's, confrontation on Diagon Alley. Well, a voice sneered behind them. Ron and Hermione turned to see Malfoy sauntering towards them. If it isn't Gryffindor's famous trio but only two of you. He sneered at them. There may be only two of us, Malfoy, Hermione snapped coldly. But in case you haven't noticed, there's only one of you. Malfoy glared at her. I wouldn't need anyone to deal with you two anyway, he told them. Your father didn't think so, Ron snarled at him. A flash of emotion crossed Malfoy's face, but it was gone so quickly that neither Ron nor Hermione could tell what it was. Don't speak about my father, Malfoy hissed violently. Oh, why shouldn't they? I'd think it was an excellent subject myself, a voice spoke behind them. Malfoy whipped around to see Mad-Eye Moody clumping towards them. Malfoy gave the wizard a single, terrified look and fled. Watch him, Moody growled at Ron and Hermione. He doesn't like you, and he's too far on the way to following his father's footsteps now, I think. Thanks Moody, Hermione smiled in gratitude, and Ron nodded. I'll be patrolling the train, Moody told them. With a few other members of the order. We may speak later and we may not. He clumped away again. Well, that was good timing, Hermione remarked, watching the old oar disappear in the crowds of the platform. Come on, we'd best get to the compartments. Ron was less eager to do this now, having already met up with Malfoy, but followed anyway, knowing that he couldn't back out now, unless he wanted a taste of Hermione's temper. The ride to Hogwarts was uneventful. Ron and Hermione were soon able to leave and wander through the train, greeting all of their friends, giving vague answers to the questions on Harry's absence and speaking quietly with the Order of the Phoenix members. Light blossomed from Harry's wand, filling the basement with light. Harry looked down at himself and smiled slightly. I'm a bit of a mess, he remarked. Only a bit, Tatsu agreed, laughing quietly. What's going to happen with the training when I go to Hogwarts? Harry asked, sitting down on a crate and trying to ignore the pain he was in. I'll come around occasionally by fire. Dumbledore's already given me permission. I'll let you know ahead of times what's up, though, Tatsu replied. Now, he seemed to forget entirely about the matter. You can't go back to Hogwarts looking like that. I'll go and pester Snivellus until he gives him potions that should clean you right up. Stay here. With that, Tatsu turned and bounded out of the room, leaving Harry somewhat bewildered. Grippus slipped to Harry's side, resting his eagle's head on Harry's knee. He will bring potions to help, the Griffin told Harry, seeming completely comfortable. Good, Harry grumbled, though it was only laughingly. He and Grippus waiting in silent companionship for Tatsu to return, and, in time, he did, bearing with him an assortment of potions. Here, he thrust the bottles at Harry. Take those. Harry blinked at the array of potions that he'd been given. There's instructions on the side, Tatsu added. Harry smiled slightly and read the instructions on all of the bottles first, and then began taking the potions. When he'd finished them, the bruises from the last few days of training were gone and so was his stiffness. Thanks Tatsu, Harry smiled at his friend and teacher. Welcome, Tatsu shrugged it off. I'm off home now, but I'll be by on the weekend, if you don't have too much homework. With that he whisked away again. Come on Grippus, Harry addressed his friend, standing up and shrinking the potions. He might as well keep them. Harry went upstairs, had a shower, attempted to brush his hair, changed into comfortable clothes and shrugged his Hogwarts robes on over the top. Then he tugged his trunk downstairs, not shrinking it in case one of the few other people in the house noticed, and waited in the living room for the new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher to come, as evening touched the skies. He wondered who it would be. Would it be one of the Order members? Harry guessed so. Who else would Dumbledore want at the school at times like this? But who? Not Alistair Moody, not Arthur or Molly, obviously not Snape, maybe that new woman, Catherine. The door opened suddenly and a woman strode into the room, wearing the robes of a Hogwarts professor. Come on Harry, we'd best get to Hogwarts, she said brightly. You? Harry asked, eyes wide with surprise. Was Dumbledore insane? The 31st of August 1996. Yes, me. Tonks grinned at Harry. Her hair was bright purple at the moment, and, although she was wearing presentable clothing, she didn't seem at all like a professor. Dumbledore's mad, Harry remarked, grabbing his trunk as Grippus changed form into a cat. That's what I told him, Tonks agreed, nodding brightly. She peered in the mirror. Do I look all right? She added curiously. If you want to look a little like a professor, I'd suggest a normal hair color, Harry replied. Maybe light brown. Tonks wrinkled her nose. Well, I can always change it back, I suppose, she remarked, smiling fondly at her purple hair. She screwed up her face and concentrated, and a moment later she had mid-length chestnut hair. Better, Harry nodded at her, smiling. Tonks, however, glanced into the mirror once more, snorted and stalked towards the fire, still seeming a little peeved. Come on then, she said, and her voice revealed that she wasn't actually mad, just acting it out. Harry strode after her. He knew that Dumbledore had organized for them to come to his office, and that house elves would come for his trunk at a later point in time. Where's your trunk? Harry asked curiously, looking at Tonks' empty hands. I brought it over this morning, Tonks replied, shrugging. Here, she added, thrusting a bowl of flow powder into Harry's hands, nearly spilling it in the process. You go first. Harry smiled and took a pinch of powder, throwing it on the flames. When the went green and he stepped into the fireplace, the words, Dumbledore's office, took him where he wanted to go. When he stepped out of the fire, he was in Hogwarts. He looked around the headmaster's office, smiling slightly as he moved out of the way, and took any breakables out of the immediate vicinity of the fire, in preparation of Tonks' coming. A soft trill behind him, and Harry looked to see Fawkes sitting on his perch. Grippus suddenly jumped down from Harry's shoulder, patting on silent paws over to beside the perch and looking up at the phoenix. God's Grippus's whisper in Harry's mind was almost strangled. He's so old. And powerful. I've never met anything like him. Hello Fawkes, Harry greeted the phoenix quietly. Fawkes trilled a few notes of joyful song, before they were interrupted by a crash from the fireplace. Dumbledore was insane, Harry muttered under his breath, hurrying over to help Tonks to her feet. Grippus bounded up onto Dumbledore's desk, then leapt from there to Harry's shoulder. Harry was glad that he'd thought to put a leather pad underneath his robe so that when Grippus landed on him it wouldn't hurt. Well, come on, Tonks said, dragging Harry downstairs. We're late already. No need to miss dinner. Harry rolled his eyes, waved goodbye to Fawkes and hurried to keep up with Tonks, who seemed to know her way around perfectly. I haven't been this way for ages, Tonks remarked, glancing around the halls. But when I was in Hogwarts I had to come up at least twice a week. Harry managed to stifle his laughter, barely. With Grippus clinging to his shoulder, Harry wove his way through the familiar corridors of Hogwarts. Every breath he took, he seemed to breathe in the magic that soaked the place. He saw the stairs that led down to the entrance hall ahead, and could hear cheers erupting from within the great hall. The sorting must be nearly finished now. He walked towards the door, but Tonks caught his hand, pulling him back. Albus said we're supposed to wait to be announced, she said, rolling her eyes to show what she thought of this. Suddenly there was a huge burst of applause from within the hall. Now the sorting was over. Harry heard Dumbledore's voice ring out, now that he was closer to the door. I have the dubious pleasure of introducing a new defense teacher. Maybe this one will finally last more than a year. Now we can go in, Tonks said, striding forward and throwing the doors open. The whole hall turned to look at them, and Harry felt distinctly uncomfortable. Ah, Nymphadora, you've arrived, Dumbledore cried jovially. My name, Tonks growled, is Tonks. Professor Tonks, Harry agreed, when she dug him in the ribs. Then he slipped from her side, hurrying over to the Gryffindor table as Tonks glared at Dumbledore. As I was saying, Nymphadora Tonks will be your new defense against the dark arts professor, Dumbledore continued, ignoring her glare. Harry slipped into a seat between Ron and Hermione. Dumbledore's got a death wish, he remarked quietly to his two friends. Both nodded in complete agreement as Tonks seemed to swell up slightly with anger. She suddenly turned to face the student population. If any one of you so much as thinks Nymphadora, you'll find yourself on detention for the rest of the year. I'm Tonks. She nodded firmly and strode to her seat, beside Snape, but managed to get her foot tangled in the legs of his chair, sending them both crashing to the ground. Oops. Sorry Sev. Tonks cried jovially, and headed to her own seat, leaving a fuming potions master to pick himself up. Dumbledore watched these goings-on with faint amusement. Well, now that defense against the dark arts teacher has come, let's eat. Good idea. Ron applauded Dumbledore's words quietly. Only Harry and Hermione heard him, as food appeared on all of the platters down the table. Ron immediately began to load his plate, as did most people on all of the tables, but Harry was a little slower, not being all that hungry. There were a few new faces down the table. Most of the new students were watching Harry with awe. Even if they were Muggle-born, someone would have told them about Harry Potter. Either on the way to Hogwarts or when Harry entered the room with Tonks just before. He wished they wouldn't look at him that way, it was very disconcerting. He was trying to eat here. With a sigh, he tried to ignore them, it wasn't easy. How was the train trip? He asked his friends quietly. Pretty uneventful, once we got off the platform, Hermione replied. We met up with Malfoy, but then Moody turned up and Malfoy bolted, Ron added. He didn't give us any trouble for the rest of the trip. And how is everyone? The ones we met up with were, Hermione assured him. I talked to everyone, and they all think that we should continue with DA. That is, if you want to, and Dumbledore lets us. I'll ask him later, Harry replied. I think I'd like to keep going with it. The end of the last year certainly showed that learning to fight was important. Yeah, Ron agreed, wholeheartedly. Harry looked around the Gryffindor table again, seeing so many familiar faces. How many of them would want to join DA? He shook his head slightly, he'd work that out later. He wouldn't be able to teach too many people at once. Soon enough the feasting was over and Dumbledore was standing up again, commanding silence from everyone. Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. As those of you who come from magical families will know only too well, Lord Voldemort is now actively working against the light side of the wizarding world. Those of you who came from Muggle families were warned of this when you received your letters. The wizarding world is not necessarily a safe place at this time. I beg you all to obey the rules while you are here. They are for your own safety. There have been some adjustments to the rules which I will notify you of now. No student is to be out of their common rooms after 7 o'clock at night, unless they are with a prefect of their house, or a teacher. All Quidditch practices will be overseen by Madam Hooch. If there is word of Death Eater activity near the castle, teachers or prefects will escort students to and from classes. As always, the Forbidden Forest is, as its name suggests, strictly forbidden to all students, unless accompanied by a teacher. It is my sad duty to inform you that Mr. Filch, our caretaker, resigned last year, for reasons he would rather not have disclosed to you. In his place this year we have Arabella Figg. I trust that you will all respect her wishes and do as she asks of you. Now, I think that is all the new announcements, so let us sing the school song and then you may all go to your beds. There was a momentary cheer, which subsided when Dumbledore had set up the ribbons that showed the words to the Hogwarts school song. Everyone pick a tune, and let's begin. Dumbledore cried happily, while Harry noted that the other teachers looked as if they'd rather be anywhere else than in a hall full of students all singing different tunes. Hogwarts, Hogwarts, Hoggy-Warty Hogwarts. Teach us something please. Whether we be old and bald, or young with scabby knees. Our heads could do with filling. With some interesting stuff. For now they're bare, and full of air. Dead flies and bits of fluff. Oh, teach us things worth knowing. Bring back what we've forgot. Just do your best, we'll do the rest. And learn till our brains all rot. Well done, all of you. Dumbledore cried out happily as everyone finished the song. The Weasley twins weren't around anymore to sing their slow, funeral march. Now, prefects, please escort the first years to their dormitories. Harry, could you stay behind for a word please? Everyone else, off you trot. The teachers stood up as well, filing out of the hall, even as the students did. Harry walked up to the staff table and waiting patiently while everyone else left. At last, it was just Harry and Professor Dumbledore. You wanted to talk to me, Professor? Harry asked curiously. Yes. I didn't get to spend enough time through the summer talking to you, what with Lord Voldemort stepping up his activities and such. Do you still want to continue with your group? Harry looked up at his teacher and smiled. Yes, and most of the students who were a part of it want me to continue also, he replied. Very well, but I suggest you take the name back to Defense Association, rather than Dumbledore's Army. While I'm flattered, I don't think it's the best idea, Dumbledore replied. Thanks, sir. Harry replied. I'll let everyone know tomorrow sometime. As you like, Harry. Also, the lifelong ban on Quidditch that Dolores Umbridge imposed last year is lifted. You may resume your place on the Gryffindor Quidditch team, if you like. Thanks, sir. Harry was very relieved. Quidditch was one of the things that he liked most about Hogwarts. Flying would always be a passion for him, he thought. Now, I'd best let you get off to bed, and let you get some sleep before classes start tomorrow, I'll send you a separate timetable at a later date about your classes with Severus. Off you go. Good night, sir, Harry replied, a little sullenly because he'd been reminded of his need to spend more time with Snape. Harry found his way to Gryffindor Tower without paying much attention at all. In fact, he was almost asleep. But Grippus, perched on his shoulder, was anything but, so Harry didn't have to worry about anyone sneaking up on him. When he reached the fat lady, he realized that he didn't know what the new password was, but Ron was waiting, yawning, outside of the portrait. The new password is Griffin, he said, grinning. Harry rolled his eyes and smiled back, giving the fat lady the password. Ron, Harry and Grippus stumbled into the common room and headed up to their dormitory. So, what did Dumbledore have to say? Ron asked curiously. He said that I could play Quidditch again and that we can continue with DA, if it goes back to being Defense Association, Harry replied sleepily, changing into his pajamas. Good about Filch being gone, isn't it? Ron remarked brightly, even though he yawned halfway through. Very. I wonder what Figg'll be like. She was your babysitter for a while, wasn't she? Yeah, for most of the time I was at the Dursleys, Harry replied. She's nice enough, but I think the castle is about to be overrun by cats. She's got tons of them. More cats. Ron protested as he climbed into bed. Yup, lots more, Harry responded, but Ron was already asleep. Harry followed him there almost immediately, with Grippus curled up beside his head. Harry awoke early the next morning. Sirius hadn't come the night before, which Harry felt a little disappointed about. He'd wanted to tell his godfather about Tonks. Oh well, he muttered to himself, getting up. The movement woke Grippus, who stretched lazily and jumped down from the bed. On Harry's bedside table, a house elf had left a bowl of minced meat. Harry was glad that Dumbledore had remembered to ask the elves for this. Leaving Grippus happily eating his breakfast, Harry unpacked his things out of his trunk, then went to have a shower before the other boys got up. When he'd finished getting ready, Harry went down to the common room to read for a while and wait for his friends to come too. Ron was the first down, after Harry, but Hermione followed soon after. We have to wait for the first years, Hermione told Ron sternly when the other boy would have walked off immediately. Ron sighed, but waiting until the new students had assembled themselves. Harry smiled slightly. There were 12 new youngsters, more than usually came to a house. Come on then, Ron muttered to Hermione, anxious to get down to the Great Hall and eat before classes. The three of them led the new students down to the Great Hall, Hermione pointing out various landmarks to the new students so that they, hopefully, wouldn't get too lost. In the Great Hall, the teachers were handing out timetables. Harry, Ron and Hermione grabbed theirs on the way past McGonagall, and Harry flipped his open. "Oh, bloody hell," he said, scanning it. The 9th of February 1996. Harry and Hermione walked down to Newt-level potions, which they had first, parting ways with Ron at the entrance hall. Ron had only gotten exceeds expectations in potions, so he couldn't join the Newt class. He was going to Charms, which he wasn't taking Newt-level in either, though he could if he wanted to. The trio didn't have all that many classes together, which they weren't all too pleased about, and those classes that they did have together, they had with the Slytherins, except for care of magical creatures. Bloody bad luck, Ron had growled, not liking it at all. Harry was feeling very annoyed because all of his Newt-level classes were with Slytherins, and the only class that he had without them was care of magical creatures. "Hey Potter," Malfoy's voice, behind him. "Have you gotten lost or something? Newt-level potions is this way." Harry turned and saw his blonde-haired, pale-eyed enemy approaching with Crabbe and Goyle behind him. "No, I haven't lost my way," Harry sneered back. "I'm fully aware that this is the way to Newt-level potions, which is what it says I have on my timetable." Malfoy looked, for a moment, speechless, and Harry turned his back, striding quickly down the corridor. When he reached the classroom, he saw most of the class arrayed outside. There was mainly Slytherins. In fact, apart from Harry, Hermione was the only other Gryffindor in the class. It seemed that no other Gryffindor wanted to deal with Snape any more than they had to. But Harry wanted to be an Auror, and he wouldn't let a potions class stop him. Hermione, of course, was taking Newt-level just about everything, just because she could. The Slytherins looked at Harry and Hermione. Some were neutral, others wore expressions of dislike, but the majority was open hatred. Harry guessed most of these students would become Death Eaters, and didn't like Harry because they knew that he was completely against them. Not to mention he'd defeated their lord to be more times than anyone else had. Just when Harry was beginning to feel a little nervous, surrounded by so many possible enemies, Snape turned up, and sneered hatefully at Harry and Hermione. Both Gryffindors kept their expressions blank, not wanting to provoke an already angry Snape. Harry knew that Snape was angry because Sirius was, once more, visiting his dreams. "Potter," Snape barked suddenly as they all took their seats. "What would you use if making Veritaserum the way it is supposed to be made?" "Griffin feathers, sir," Harry replied immediately. Griffins were creatures that could sense truth and lies, and hated being lied to, which meant that different things from them would help with truth potions. "Why aren't they used?" Snape demanded. "Because there are very few Griffins alive, and they are very good at disguising themselves. A Griffin won't give its feathers to someone it doesn't trust, and stolen feathers don't work, sir," Harry replied, not liking this subject at all. "What is used instead?" "Unicorn horns, or phoenix feathers," Harry replied, happy to be moving away from the subject of Griffins. "Well done, Potter. It seemed that, for once, you bothered to read the set texts after all. Though with a mind like yours, I'm surprised the information stayed there." The Slytherins laughed, and Harry kept his face blank, with difficulty. He could see that Hermione looked positively furious, and Harry knew that he certainly felt that way. He also knew that he refused to get a detention on the first day back at school, especially not from Snape. "Seek the center," Grippus advised him. "You'll stay calm there." "Good idea," Harry responded, doing so in an eye blink. Snape, who had been watching him carefully, seeing that Harry was struggling to keep his calm mask, was surprised when Harry's face suddenly went completely emotionless. He didn't know how Potter had managed it, but he didn't like it not at all. Safe inside the comforting walls of the center, Harry almost smiled to himself. The outside world was both vague and almost painfully sharp. "You will be making a weaker truth potion today. It is called Virax Onus, page 200 of your textbooks. Get started, now." Snape rapped at them. Harry smiled faintly. He and Sirius had been making this potion a week or so ago. He couldn't remember it exactly, but once he looked at it in the textbook he wouldn't have much trouble with it, he hoped. As the bell was about to ring, Harry had finished his potion, bottled it and cleaned up, which seemed to surprise just about everyone in the room, including Hermione. He was among the first to finish, though not the first, that was Hermione, of course. But it was better than he'd done in the previous 5 years, for which he was both surprised and grateful. You will all write an assignment on the uses of Verax Onus and its limitations when compared to Veritaserum. Snape snapped at them, just as the bell rang. This is due in this time next week. As they walked from the room, Malfoy finally noticed Grippus, who was perching on Harry's shoulder, hidden by the boy's shoulder-length hair. Hey look, he sneered, Potter's got a new kitten. Didn't you know? Only witches and weaklings own cats, Potter. I beg to differ, a voice Harry knew all too well spoke from behind them. Arabella Figg strode into view, with 2 cats trailing her. I've known plenty of great wizards that have had cats. They are very sensible creatures, though you being a Malfoy, I doubt you know the meaning of the word. Malfoy flushed angrily. Just who do you think you are, woman? My family is one of the most respected in the wizarding world. Yes, that would be why your father is in jail. 10 points from Slytherin and a detention for speaking to a member of staff in such a manner. You will come to my office tonight, got that? Mrs. Figg snapped at him. But how? Malfoy stuttered. I'm the new Hogwarts caretaker, that's how. She barked at him. My office is the same one as my predecessor's. Now off you go, or you'll be late for your next class. Harry and Hermione hurried onwards, Harry having slipped back out of the center after they left the potions classroom. I've got divination with Firenze now, Harry told Hermione. I'll see you at recess. She nodded and they parted ways. Harry was still wondering why Dumbledore thought divination would be important for him. When he entered Firenze's classroom, he found that he was the first one there. The centaur was standing among the trees with a sad look about him. Hello Firenze, Harry greeted him quietly. Ah, Harry Potter. The heavens have much to say about you. Firenze's voice was somewhat distant, as he looked at the sky. Do they? Harry asked, his heart sinking slightly. Firenze shook off his gloom and smiled at Harry. Yes, they do. But it will do you no good to know of what they say. Your path has been chosen for you, and you cannot step off it. It is a centaur's sad task to be the bearer of this knowledge, and not to interfere. Do the stars show my death? Harry asked, suddenly afraid. All men and women must die, Harry Potter. There is no reason to dwell on a death that may happen tomorrow or next century, Firenze responded calmly. But I am making you uncomfortable, I think, with my words. How are you, Harry Potter? I am well, Firenze. And you? I miss my kind. I chose the road I did because the stars marked it as my fate. But with that choice, I severed all ties with my own kind. I am destined to be alone, and I cannot say I like that destiny. I am sorry, Firenze. But, if you don't mind, I'll be your friend. I can't take the place of your own kind, I know, but perhaps it will make you miss them less, Harry offered, holding out a hand. Firenze took the proffered hand in a strong grip. I thank you for your offer, Harry Potter, and I am glad to accept it. Friends always ease the path that fate commands we walk. He bowed slightly, to Harry, and let the boy's hand fall, just as the others in the class appeared. Harry wasn't at all surprised to see Pavarti Patil and Lavender Brown among the few who entered the room. There were only 10 people in the class, Harry, Pavarti, Lavender, Ernie Macmillan, Hannah Abbott, another Hufflepuff girl Harry didn't recognize, and 4 Ravenclaws that he knew by sight if not by name. It seemed that Newt-level divination wasn't a particularly popular subject. Today you will look at the stars and tell me what it is you see there, Firenze began the class, waving his hand. Immediately it was as if the sun had been blacked out, and the stars shone out above them. This is what the stars would look like if it were night now. Look at them, and tell me what you see, the centaur bade them. Harry looked up, and immediately his eyes were drawn to one star, and one star only. Mars is bright tonight, he whispered the words that he'd heard so often that night in first year when he'd entered the Forbidden Forest with Hagrid. Firenze came to stand beside him, the centaur's own face was upturned to the heavens. So it is, was all he said. That means that war is coming, doesn't it? Harry asked. It could. Mars is the bringer of battle, and his eyes watch us more intently than ever, Firenze replied. He has been growing brighter for the past few months. Harry continued to watch the night sky, and now astronomy classes proved helpful, as he was able to tell which star was which. From little he had learned of seeing the future in the stars, all signs pointed to war. When he told Firenze this, the centaur smiled. You are one of the few who does not search for silly things, Harry Potter. This art is most accurate when the searching is not looking for detail. 5 points to Gryffindor. Harry smiled at the centaur. Thank you, Firenze. Would you mind if I came and visited you occasionally? Be my guest, Harry Potter. You are always welcome here. Though I do not think that you will find much time this year, or next, for social calls. Your teachers will keep you working hard, I'm sure. Go now. You must be hungry, it's some time since breakfast. I'll see you soon, Harry promised the centaur, and hurried out of the classroom, blinking in the sudden light of the castle by day. So, how was divination? Hermione asked Harry, though she did not bother to hide her dislike of the subject. It was okay. We were watching the planet, as usual. Everything seems to point towards battle, Harry remarked. And this is centaur-taught divination. Centaurs know the stars, Hermione. You can trust them to tell the whole truth. I know, Hermione agreed, though she sighed as she said it. But I don't have to like it. He never said you did, Ron interrupted. How was charms? Harry asked Ron. Oh, it was okay. We were revising though, so I actually knew most of it. Arithmancy was fun, Hermione added, smiling happily. How did you survive potions? Ron asked Harry, not paying Hermione's last comment any heed at all. Oh, it was okay. We were making a truth potion called Varaxonis, Harry replied. Snape asked Harry questions as the beginning of the lesson, Hermione added. And Harry could answer them. Where did you learn all that, Harry? You weren't that good at potions last year, no offense. None taken, Harry replied, grinning. I've been studying over the summer, I didn't want Snape to take me by surprise again. I need this grade to get to be an Auror. Ron rolled his eyes and snorted. He disapproved of Harry taking Newt-level potions from the day Harry told him his plans. What have we got after this? He asked his friends. Care of magical creatures, Ron replied. One of the few classes that we're together in. And the only one we have together without Slytherins, Harry added, smiling slightly. His two friends nodded. And after that we have defense. Oh, Hermione groaned, and they all laughed. Come on, let's get down to Hagrid's hut, Harry said, sounding slightly weary. See what he's got for the first lesson of the year. Something exciting, no doubt, Hermione replied dryly. They all knew Hagrid's love of monsters. The three of them wandered across the grounds, not too fast, since they weren't in that much of a hurry. The bell hadn't gone yet. We should go to the library tonight and get started on homework, Hermione said, out of the blue. Harry and I both have potions assignments, and didn't you mention that Flitwick gave you something, Ron? Ron mumbled something under his breath, which sounded like, yeah, but I wish he hadn't. So we'll meet up after dinner and go to the library, Hermione decided, not catching, or ignoring, the look of disgust on Ron's face. They reached Hagrid's hut just as their partners for this year, the Ravenclaws, turned up. Hagrid wasn't there when they arrived. Wonder where he is. Harry muttered. Probably finding some creature that will try to kill us, Ron muttered darkly. Ron, how can you say that? Hagrid's your friend. Hermione hissed at him. That doesn't mean that he doesn't have an obsession with creatures that would kill us as soon as look at us, Ron growled back. Both of you shut up, Harry snapped wearily before Hermione could reply. His friends glared at one another, but didn't speak. Suddenly Hagrid appeared from behind his house. Come on, round this way, he said cheerily, beckoning them with a smile. They all hurried around, following Hagrid into the backyard of his little house, which was filled with a large pool of water, containing some weird creatures. Hagrid, Hermione breathed, are those what I think they are? The 9th of February 1996. Duh, all depends on what ye think they are, Hagrid said, smiling slightly at Hermione's surprise. They're hippocampi. Hermione breathed. Most of the Gryffindors gave her, so what are they? Looks, but the Ravenclaws nodded in agreement with Hermione's statement. Hippocampi. What's a hippocampi? Ron asked, though Harry was sure he'd heard the name somewhere before, and was trying to remember where that had been. Honestly, Ron, it's in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, Hermione told him, rolling her eyes. And it's not a hippocampi, it's a hippocampus. The plural of hippocampus is hippocampi, just like with octopi. Ron rolled his eyes at Harry. Okay then, what's a hippocampus then? He asked. They come from Greece, Hermione replied unhelpfully, then added, they have the forequarters of a horse and the tail and hindquarters of a giant fish. They're usually found in the Mediterranean, though I seem to recall some mere people found a blue roan sometime in the 1940s, that was off the shore of Scotland. These here look like tadpoles. Tha's right, Hermione, Hagrid smiled at her. 10 points to Gryffindor. Yeah, these here are tadpoles, and or the year Yale all be Ryerson 1 Raising one of those, Ron pointed disbelievingly at the pool of tadpoles. Yeah, it'll be fun, Hagrid said enthusiastically. They grow to be 'bout shoulda high, and reach their full growth after 4 years or so. Ye'll just be keeping 'em alive for this year, then they'll be going back to their homes. Oh yay, Ron muttered sarcastically to Harry, who grinned slightly in agreement. Anyway, there's not much tea, do at the moment, so we'll be looking at Hippocampy and yay books. Have a look on page 300. The rest of the lesson was fairly boring, as they learned about hippocampus care. Both Ron and Harry were yawning by the end of it. Well, we've got defense against the dark arts next, Harry muttered to his friend. I'm sure Tonks'll keep us wide awake. True, Ron agreed, packing up his book as Hagrid finished describing how you fed the creatures. This was almost as boring as the flobberworms, he added disgustedly, glaring at the hippocampy in their tank. Not quite. At least these grow to be interesting, Harry replied, grinning as they began their way back up to the castle with Hermione, who was bubbling about hippocampy. Wish she'd shut up, Ron muttered under his breath to Harry, but Hermione caught it. Do you, Ronald Weasley? Hermione snapped at him, spinning around and glaring up into his face. Harry slipped past and left his two best friends to argue it out. On the front steps of the castle he paused to reconsider. Looking back, he found that neither of them had moved a step closer to the castle, and Hermione was still giving Ron what for. Hey guys, come on. We'll be late for defense, he yelled at them, which immediately caused Hermione to forget her annoyance with Ron and race to catch up with Harry, dragging the unwilling Ron behind her. You're right. We can't be late for our first defense against the dark arts class this year, Hermione panted. Harry strode ahead of them, because the pair were still arguing. By the time he reached the defense classroom, the bell was about to ring and Ron and Hermione arrived behind him, panting heavily, too heavily to talk much, for which Harry was grateful. How come you're not out of breath? Ron panted in Harry's direction. It was quite true, Harry was breathing easily. Because I've been training with my friend, and I went jogging practically every day, Harry teased his friend. Ooh, Potter went jogging. Why, so you can attempt to impress the ladies. Draco's cutting voice came from behind them, even the Slytherins seemed a little out of breath. Or so you can run away from the Dark Lord. Can't call him Voldemort, Malfoy. Harry asked coolly, glancing over his shoulder. Almost every student winced at the name, Malfoy included. I have no need to run, or to impress ladies, Malfoy. But keeping fit never did anyone harm. There was a sudden crash from down the corridor. Harry and the rest of the class spun around. Harry's wand leapt to his hand, a spell was on his lips. But he slipped the wand back up his sleeve and laughed when he saw Tonks disentangling herself from a suit of armor. Some help here, she yelled at the class, and Harry quickly came to give her a hand. Thank you, Harry, 5 points to Gryffindor, she added. Now, what are we going to do today? She mused as she walked towards the classroom. Aren't you supposed to plan the lessons before you come to them? Harry asked her, arching an eyebrow as the Gryffindors chuckled. Tonks looked thoughtful. I dunno. Or you? She asked after a moment. Yes, Hermione replied. Oh, well, I'll do that tomorrow then. Tonks replied. Everyone sit down please. Harry rolled his eyes and did so. Well, I guess we can start with introductions. My name's Tonks, I guess it'd be Professor Tonks to you lot, and like I said last night, if anyone calls me by my other name, I'll put them on detention for the duration of the year. I'm an Auror, and I was one of the few that believed Albus last year. I'm not working for the Department of Magical Law Enforcement for the moment, I asked to be excused from them so that I could teach here. Well, as an Auror, I usually prefer practical work. From what I hear, you covered enough theory last year anyway, and you are mainly disturbingly far behind when it comes to curses. With the Death Eaters back, trust me, you're going to need to know as many as you can. Harry, could you come up here please? I understand that you've done a bit of dueling, with Voldemort no less a few years ago, and you had a defense study group type thing last year. We can give a bit of a demonstration. Harry got unwilling to his feet. He would have preferred to remain seated and leave the teaching to Tonks, but oh well. Now, just to make things interesting, Mr. Malfoy, front and center man, she said suddenly. You two are going to have a mock duel. Malfoy, I'm sure your father taught you enough curses for you to be able to handle this. Malfoy glared at Tonks as he stood up and moved to the front of the room, before turning his attention to Harry. Bo, Tonks instructed them both. Harry bowed slightly from the waist, Malfoy barely bobbed his head. Begin, Tonks said, and jumped out of the way as spells flew from both combatants. Dueling sessions with Sirius had made Harry, if not an expert, at least prepared. He ducked the moment Tonks said begin, whispering, Expelliarmus. Malfoy very nearly lost his wand, but ducked, just in time. Already Harry had used Stupefy and Impedimenta. Malfoy looked at Harry with a wary respect in his eyes, but he'd already used 3 curses of his own. Harry had hardly paid attention to the words as he ducked 2 of the spells and used a shield charm to keep the third away from him. So it went on, both of them hurled curse after curse at one another, neither appearing to gain the advantage. Harry kept to simple curses, trying to make Malfoy think that he didn't know that many, while he gauged his opponent's strengths and weaknesses. Soon he noticed something of a pattern. Malfoy stopped moving to use a curse, and remained still until he saw whether the curse had missed its mark or what. Harry gave an inward, triumphant smile and waited for Malfoy to use a new curse. In the exact second that Malfoy cast his own spell, Harry said one, but then he stood straight, making it look as if Malfoy's spell would hit him. It worked, Malfoy's attention remained on his own spell, and he didn't see Harry's come towards him. At the last possible second, Harry threw himself to floor, just avoiding the curse, and reached out a hand to grab Malfoy's wand as it spun through the air towards him. Well done, Harry. 30 points to Gryffindor. 5 to Slytherin for the effort, Malfoy, Tonks cried. Now, does any one of you know how Harry managed to win that? She asked the class, as Harry handed Malfoy his wand back and returned to his seat, barely acknowledging the congratulations of his companions. No one. Tonks appeared disappointed. Harry, can you tell us? It wasn't just luck, was it? Malfoy stopped to watch his spell to see if it hit or not. He stayed still. I took advantage of that and shot a spell just as he did. He was too busy concentrating on his own spell to notice mine, Harry replied immediately. Good. Another 5 points to Gryffindor, Tonks declared, making the Slytherins look jealous and the Gryffindors look proud. Over the next few lessons I think that we'll concentrate on a few mini duels between different people, and working out how people can turn a fight to the best advantage. I remember that from Auror training, so it won't be too hard, Tonks decided, just as the bell rang. You were fantastic, Harry, Hermione grinned at him as they walked out of the classroom. Thanks, Hermione, Harry shrugged it off. I'm going to contact the DA group tonight, for a meeting in the room of requirement, after we've done some homework, he added hurriedly, to forestall Hermione's temper. Ron glared at him, but said nothing, obviously not wanting to anger their friend any further. He'd had enough tongue lashings for one day. Come on then, we'll go to lunch now, then the library and then we can have the meeting after dinner. 6th and 7th year students had the time after lunch to themselves to study. They had a lot to study for, after all, with the Newts coming ever closer. Ron sighed, but nodded when Hermione glared at him. Letting the mudblood decide everything for you now, are you? Malfoy appeared behind them. Malfoy. It was Arabella Figg. Such language in the halls. 10 points from Slytherin and another detention. You come with me now. She grabbed the protesting Slytherin by the arm and dragged him away with her. Why does someone always have to step in before we can get Malfoy? Ron grumbled. At least that way we don't get into trouble, Hermione replied calmly. You are a prefect, you shouldn't go looking for trouble. Ron leaned towards Harry when he was sure Hermione was out of earshot. Sometimes I wish I wasn't a prefect, he muttered to his friend, who just grinned at him. Come on, let's go eat, Harry replied, hurrying to catch up with Hermione, who had been waylaid talking with Pavarti Patil about something. Ron and Harry caught up with her just as the two girls finished their conversation and together, Gryffindor's famous trio moved on, into the Great Hall. Harry glanced around, seeing people waving happy greetings from all tables, save Slytherin, of course. Most of them he recognized, and most of them were from DA, the year before. He smiled wearily and waved back at all of them, suddenly feeling a little overwhelmed by the return to Hogwarts Castle. Sitting down, Harry only wanted to eat lunch, but now it seemed that everyone was wanting to come and talk to him. greet him, congratulate him on the fight the year before. He supposed they hadn't at breakfast because he'd arrived a little late, when everyone was sitting down and eating already, and people had been half asleep then. He got in only a few mouthfuls of food in the half an hour he spent in the Great Hall, and was incredibly thankful when Hermione chased off his admirers, for want of a better term, and dragged him and Ron both to the library. Well, it seems that only homework we got today was potions, or charms in your case Ron, and I have arithmancy, but even if you do finish your homework Harry, you really do have to study up on ancient runes, Hermione said decisively. Let's get started. Harry sighed and went to look along the shelves dedicated to potions books. He could go into the restricted section of the library now, since he was studying advanced subjects, but somehow, now that he could go there, he didn't really want to. He found a book entitled, Truth Potions, which looked promising. Flipping through it, he saw the words Verax Onus and Veritaserum in the contents page. With a shrug, he took the book back to the table. Hermione looked over at him from where she was searching the shelves and glared. Harry presumed he'd gotten the book that she was looking for. He just shrugged and grinned at her, and mouthed, "Do your arithmancy homework first, then you can have this." Hermione nodded in agreement and changed sections in the library to find the books that she needed for arithmancy. Harry did some of his homework, though it was incredibly boring. Well, reading the book was okay, there was some interesting things in there, but the essay bored him silly. He reached into his pocket and found a gold galleon coin, tapping it with his wand to rearrange the date and time on it. Then he tapped it once more, which changed the date on every other coin, and made them burn with heat for a second. Everyone who had one of the fake coins would now know to look at them and find out what Harry wanted. Come on, Ron groaned, bored with laboring over his charms homework. Let's go to dinner. Hermione looked up from her arithmancy homework, which was written in neat, small writing and which had been doing without stop since she returned to the table. Blinking, she looked outside and saw that night was falling. Have we been here that long? She asked, a little vaguely. Ron snorted derisively and stood up, stuffing everything into his bag. Harry whisked out his wand, sending everything he'd been doing into his bag and stood up also. Hermione sighed and packed up with swift efficiency, following the two boys out of the library. Did you have to call everyone while I was in the middle of my homework? Hermione asked Harry, and Harry remembered that she must have felt the coin burn. Sorry, though I should give people some warning, Harry shrugged it off. Dinner was a quick affair. Harry was once again the object of attention, and so he fled quickly, hiding in the room of requirement while he waited for his group of friends and students to arrive. Not a cliffy, but a not-so-nice place to leave off grins. The 9th of February 1996 night. The room of requirement provided a nice place to rest, Harry reflected, lounging comfortably on a chair and watching Grippus, still in cat form, examining everything. I like this place, Grippus announced, playing with a ball of string like a young kitten. It's fun. Everything the Griffin wanted was provided at a thought, and it greatly amused Harry to watch his young friend playing. It's times like these that I remember you are still young, Harry said. Some time ago he'd asked Grippus how he knew so much, and the Griffin had told him that all of his kind were born with the knowledge of their language, and knew a lot about the world. Grippus seemed to smile at him, just as the door opened to allow the first of the DA members to enter the room. Ron, Hermione, Ginny and Luna Lovegood. Harry smiled in greeting. Hello Luna, he greeted her, she being the only one he had not seen over the summer. Did you and your father find that creature that you were looking for? The crumple-horned snarkack, you mean? She asked him, with her customary vague smile. No, we didn't, but we found its tracks once or twice. A pity, Harry said, I would have liked to see it. Hermione made a strangled sound, and Harry could just tell she was longing to open her mouth and tell them that crumple-horned snarkacks didn't exist. Harry was relieved when the rest of the group filed into the room a moment later, and room of requirement politely made itself bigger. Hello everyone. I just thought I'd call you up here to tell you what's going on with DA this year, he said, shifting in embarrassment. You mean it's still going to be running? Ernie asked eagerly. Yup, I asked Dumbledore. He said that we can make it a proper study group, as long as we change the name back to Defense Association. He said that while Dumbledore's army was flattering, he thought that the ministry might take offense at it. We can still call it that amongst ourselves though. The group laughed and cheered, seeming very happy that Harry was continuing to teach them defense magic. I'm sure that you'll be learning a lot with Tonks this year. She's an Auror, after all, and someone who believed Dumbledore from the beginning, but it'll still be fun to hang out and practice. The group all nodded. So, since this year we can be open to anyone being in the group, it seems that we'll all have to get used to a few more faces, but we can deal with that later. Can we get started yet? One of Cho's friends asked. Wait, Ernie Macmillan told the girl angrily. Harry, can you tell us what really happened at the attack at the ministry? I heard someone saying that your godfather died there. I didn't know you had one. Not many people did, Harry replied with a slight sigh. This might come as a surprise to a lot of you, but my godfather was Sirius Black, and he wasn't a Death Eater. He died for me last year, fighting Bellatrix Lestrange, his cousin. Nearly every person present stared at Harry in awe and amazement. But how did you find that out? In third year, I could have sworn you hated him, Ernie Macmillan said, confused. Harry sighed, and repeated to them the story of how he'd first met Sirius, and his part in the escape of the ex-convict. I'm going to have place you all under a privacy charm. I'm afraid last year someone told Umbridge about DA. I can't risk that happening about Sirius. It would mean a lot of trouble for all involved. Everyone in the room, with the exception of a few of Cho's friends, nodded agreeably. Harry wasn't surprised. It was one of Cho's friends that had betrayed them the year before. It was a matter of seconds to perform the charm. That means that you will not be able to speak of anything you heard here to any but those who already know. The magic will know those who were already aware of Sirius's innocence, and you'll be able to tell. Now, let's get started, shall we? Harry had fun for the next hour and a bit, teaching his friends a few new spells. Finally, Harry noticed that they were starting to tire. Well, that's probably enough for the first meeting, Harry called over the noise of his friends dueling and practicing. We'll talk again soon about organizing a meeting place and time if we want a permanent one, that is. I'll see you all tomorrow. He left with the other Gryffindors, not waiting around to talk with anyone else. Cho had been trying to catch his eye. He was in no mood to deal with her tonight. They walked upstairs. Harry moved with a light step and absently petting Grippus, who was perched on his shoulder, as usual. As he and Ron fell into their beds, Harry remarked to his friend, well, that was a pretty good first day back. Ron muttered sleepy agreement. Harry turned his back on Ron, letting his best friend drift into sleep. You should sleep also. You'll need it, in the coming months, I think, Grippus told him. Harry knew that Grippus would be able to give him no concrete answer. The Griffin never knew exactly why he said things like that, he just got feelings sometimes. They were usually right. All right, I'll get some sleep, Harry agreed, smiling slightly at his friend the Griffin. Laying his head down on the pillow, he let his mind drift, and in seconds was fast asleep. Grippus shifted position slightly, so that he could see all around the room. He didn't want to sleep yet, but he wasn't at all sure why. Sirius, Harry called softly, looking around the place in which he was standing. Sirius, are you here? It was not his godfather's welcome voice that spoke next, but something cold and cruel. Pining for your godfather, Harry Potter. Well, it is not him in your dreams. Voldemort, the name was a curse on Harry's lips as he spun around. Sure enough, there was the Dark Lord, slouched on a throne of black stone. Yes, Harry Potter. You are never safe from me, whispered the Dark Lord. Fearfully, Harry tested his shield. He hadn't been paying attention to it, of late. With a shock, Harry realized that it was gone, completely gone. But how? Swiftly, he concentrated on rebuilding it. Vaguely, he could hear Voldemort speaking. Occasionally his mind processed a few words or a whole sentence, but he paid them no heed. Remus Lupin dead because of the rest of friends dead too. Suddenly, what are you doing, boy? Stop it! Voldemort shrieked. Harry smiled triumphantly and threw up his mind shield. Voldemort attacked it, and Harry let the shield shatter. Pain jarred his skull and jerked him into the waking world. His eyes flickered open, to see Grippus bound over him and head to the window. What is it? Harry whispered, forgetting to think the question. Those you call Death Eaters, I think, was the chilling reply. Harry swiftly returned to his trunk and lifted the Marauder's map out of it. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good, he whispered, tapping it with his wand. Immediately lines swept across the blank surface of the parchment, forming a perfect map of the Hogwarts castle and grounds. Harry saw Hagrid out in his backyard, with the blot that was Fang beside him. Harry recalled something that Sirius had mentioned once long ago in a dream, and drew a circle around Hagrid and Fang, then tapped the map once. That area expanded to fill the map and became colored. It was as if Harry had been transported there. Hagrid raised his torch to look around. Beside him, Fang snarled in warning. In the forest, something moved. Suddenly there was a grunt of fury and the sound of flesh hitting flesh. A man, clad in black with a silver mask, was thrown from the forest, and Grop, towering above Hagrid, lumbered out of the forest. Hagrid looked from the Death Eater to Grop. Grop, listen to Hagrid, go back into the forest, and stay there, till I come for ye. Go. Hagrid bade his brother. Grop looked at Hagrid for a moment, then gave something that could have been called a nod, and lumbered off. Come on Fang, we'd best go warn Dumbledore, Hagrid said, turning towards the castle. Harry looked away from the map, clearing it and stuffing it into a pocket. We have to go down to the grounds. There's Death Eaters there, they'll see Hagrid, Harry told Grippus. The Griffin hesitated. Perform the disillusionment charm and fly down then, he said. I'll go to Dumbledore's office now and try and get him to help. I don't know if I'll be able to communicate very well though. Thanks Grippus, Harry replied, smiling at the Griffin before quickly using the charm and swinging onto his broom. He was out of the window in a second, diving for the ground. He could see Hagrid, just leaving his hut, and he could see the Death Eaters creeping to form a circle around the castle, facing inwards. He thought that he could see some giants, and by the feel of their air, there were Dementors down there also. Putting on a burst of speed, Harry streaked across the grounds towards Hagrid. He had to stop his half-giant friend before Hagrid got near to the other Death Eaters. Hagrid, stop, Harry hissed. Hagrid stopped and spun around, looking for Harry. Keep your voice down, Harry warned, before Hagrid could say anything. Harry, what are you doing here? It's dangerous out here. Grop just found a Death Eater stunned the blighter. I know, Harry replied. There's more of them. They're all around the castle. I came to stop you from getting hurt. But how can we get to the castle? Hagrid asked, understanding that they couldn't afford to waste time with telling Harry off for coming to him. Can we go talk through the fire to Dumbledore? Harry asked suddenly. We could probably use Flo to get there. Hagrid nodded. Well, you could. I don't fit into the fireplace, he replied. Harry bit his lip. What could they do about that? The Death Eaters would almost certainly come here if they couldn't get into the castle. He could put some sort of warding on it. Meanwhile, he doesn't trust me anymore, Dumbledore. Severus Snape paced across the headmaster's study. I don't think that he completely believed my excuses for missing his resurrection. I don't know that I'll be able to keep up a double act. It's likely that he will ask me to join him at his little fortress, wherever that is, for a period of time. I can't refuse, he'll know something's wrong. I understand perhaps if we bring in Michael, Minerva's nephew, he could take your place for a time. You could ask me to go on service leave. You haven't had a holiday the whole time you've worked here, and that's been almost a score of years now, Dumbledore replied. Snape bowed his slightly. Thank you, head, he broke off as the fire flared green. Harry's head appeared in it, even as his griffin leapt through the door. Potter, Snape snarled. Professor Dumbledore, there's Death Eaters on the grounds. I'm at Hagrid's cabin. I had to come, they would have killed him otherwise, Harry said hurriedly, before Snape could say another word. Snape swore softly as Grippus padded to the fire. Harry, come through the fire now. It's not safe for you out there. I'll talk to Hagrid in a moment, Dumbledore said hurriedly. Harry nodded. For a moment his head disappeared from the fire, then he stepped through it. He was dressed in robes and holding a piece of paper up from the flames, watching it. You'll have to hurry. They are heading towards Hagrid's now, Harry said, not looking up from the paper in his hands. There's 4 of them. They've got Dementors around the castle, and there's 19 giants. There are another 50 Death Eaters around the castle. I'd expect that they are giving the orders. Now he looked up. Oh, you're here, Professor Snape, he said, sounding at least a little bit surprised. Harry, you are going to go with Severus now and rouse the teachers to tell them about this threat. The heads of houses should go and tell the students about what's happening. We'll need to defend the castle. I don't think the teachers will be enough. I could get the 5th, 6th and 7th years who are in DA to help, Harry offered quickly, ignoring Snape as the man made a face. Yes, that would be well, I suppose. Off you two go now, Dumbledore said, striding over to the fireplace. Harry stalked outside, not at all happy about having to spend time with Snape. Snape's expression was identical. Don't cross me, Potter, Snape hissed at him. I don't want you here, but it seems I have to put up with it. The same goes for me, Snape. I'll contact DA while we walk, Harry snapped in reply. Though I don't know how many of them will work, since the holders are probably asleep. He took out his fake galleon, fiddling to organize the letters and numbers on the sides of the coin. A tap made it burn and then he tucked it away. Curiosity got the better of the potions teacher after a few minutes of silent walking. What did you say? I told them to wake any who were asleep and bring them to the Great Hall. You'll have to do the rest yourself, I'll go to meet them there now. Harry turned before Snape could say anything, and headed down a flight of stairs towards the Great Hall. Soon the fight would begin. Well, that was fun. Death Eaters weren't supposed to come till later, but the story demanded, and I had to answer. The 9th of February 1996. Harry paced around the room, muttering to himself as he waited for his friends to come. Soon people from Hufflepuff appeared. It seemed that their common room was closest. What's happening? Did attack? Ernie Macmillan looked confused and tired. Some of the Ravenclaws stalked into the room. You have a very good reason for waking me up. Cho isn't the least bit pretty or nice when she's been sleeping. Is a Death Eater attack a good enough reason? Harry snarled back, in no mood to be patient. The Gryffindors, walking into the room in time to catch the last, gasped and hurried over. Death Eaters, Hermione whispered. Her fingers were stained with ink, and Harry assumed it had been she, up doing homework, who'd woken the rest of the tower. Yes, Death Eaters. They are attacking the school. We are going to help. I don't know how, just yet. Dumbledore won't want to put you in danger, but we're going to need to help, Harry replied. Ah, Harry. Dumbledore's voice exclaimed from the doorway. You've got your friends here. Yes, Professor, Harry replied. Snape entered the room. Well, there's little of use that you can do, the potions professor sneered. Unless how many of you can produce a Patronus? Every hand in the group went up immediately. Let me rephrase that, Snape said, sounding a little surprised. How many of you can produce a Patronus with a form? Less than a quarter of the hands went down. Now Snape was openly surprised. Harry's a good teacher, a 7th-year Hufflepuff boy said, then ducked his head down when Snape glared at him. Well, there is something remotely useful you can do then, the man drawled, making Harry want to kill him, slowly. You can deal with the Dementors for us. Go to the corridor on the 3rd floor, Dumbledore said, with a reproving glance at his potions master. Snape wasn't watching. Use your Patronuses from there. If you see a Death Eater, please, do try to stun him or her. We'll do our best, Harry replied with a faint smile. Snape gave a derisive snort, but Harry and his friends ignored it, already heading out of the hall. Wasn't that the corridor that was forbidden in our first year? Ernie asked, curious. Yeah, there was a giant 3-headed dog in here, Harry replied, calmly. It was Hagrid's. I'm not sure where it is now, but it's not in the school, that's for sure. Otherwise we would have run into it, Ron said in agreement. Hermione gave them both a disapproving look, but said nothing as they stepped into the corridor. This way, Harry murmured, voice quiet so as not to alert anyone outside. Stay close and stay quiet. Creeping into the once out-of-bounds corridor, Harry led his group over to the windows and motioned them to stand in front of them, 2 people per window. Luna Lovegood turned up at Harry's side, but now Harry by no means minded being left with her. Using a softly spoken spell, Harry opened his window. They'd learnt this in charms, back in 2nd year. It was very like the Wingardium Leviosa charm. All along the corridor, the others opened their windows too. Harry held up his hand, raising 1 finger, 2 fingers, 3 fingers and letting his hand drop. Immediately every person who had a Patronus with form whispered the words, Expecto Patronum. Harry concentrated on a memory of him and Sirius dueling with each other, and Sirius praising what Harry had done. A giant stag erupted from his wand. To Harry's surprise it was momentarily followed by a large, shaggy-furred dog. What the? Harry whispered, so quietly that no one but Luna heard him. She didn't even blink. Then again, why would she? She was used to doing odd things herself, so why would she wonder about the same behavior in others? Outside, lights were flashing from the windows downstairs, and Harry could see figures moving in the darkness below them. The teachers, some of them at least, were out there, fighting the Death Eaters head-on. In a way, Harry longed to be out there also, but at the same time, he was scared that someone would ask him to go out there. His lips twisted in a wry smile. Why couldn't he make up his mind what he wanted? Then saw a Death Eater creeping up on the group of teachers. Stupefy, he whispered, and the spell streaked forwards, a blaze of red in the night sky. The Death Eater fell without a word, but Harry dropped and motioned his friends to do the same. Spells rocketed through the open windows from below. Stay down, Harry Stage whispered. At least until the spells stop, and even then, be careful. Each person nodded. They would have seen pictures of some of the Muggle attacks in the newspapers, but Harry knew that it was one thing to read and shudder about attacks, and quite a different to live through one. Slowly, Harry raised himself again. The Dementors had fled, but the giants were proving to be something of a problem, being very destructive by nature. Whenever one of the professors managed to corner and trap a giant, they were very difficult to kill. A Death Eater immediately undid the job. Harry saw that Dumbledore and McGonagall, back to back, were having a hard time facing 10 opponents. Harry muttered a few choice words, and his companions shot spells down to help with it. They were all tired, Harry included. Grippus, on his shoulder still, gave him a suggestion. Couldn't you sleep in shifts? We've no idea how long this could go on for, and you might need to keep this up for some time. Good idea, Harry replied. Then spoke aloud, passing Grippus's suggestion on to his human companions. Who sleeps now? Ernie asked, covering a yawn. We'll draw straws, Harry replied, fishing through his pockets to find something to use. He found a ball of wool, which he must have pocketed without meaning to NDA. Using magic, he cut 18 threads, 9 short and 9 long. Holding them so that no one could ends, he offered them to the group. The ones who draw short straws sleep, Harry said. The group nodded and gathered around him, drawing one thread at a time until only one was left in Harry's hand. He checked it, and was happy to see that it was a long thread. He was also happy to note that many of Cho's friends had drawn short threads. Good, that meant he wouldn't have to deal with them now. He was less happy when he realized that Ron and Hermione both had short threads too. Harry wondered how one called a house elf when one needed one. Suddenly one of the little creatures appeared beside him. That would be how, it seemed. How can Kilby help you? The elf squeaked at him. Could you go to the room of requirement and bring 9 sleeping bags here, please? Harry said, phrasing the request politely, though he knew that if he'd been rude, the creature would still have been happy to perform his request. Immediately, sir. The creature was gone with a crack, and a moment later returned with sleeping bags heaped around it. Here you is, sir. The house elf said. Can Kilby do anything else? If you could bring some food in half an hour so, we would be very grateful, Harry replied. The elf bowed and disappeared. People who drew short straws, just arrange the sleeping bags over in the far corner of the corridor, Harry suggested. That way you'll be easy to wake in 2 hours when we swap over. I'm sure you'll be tired enough to sleep through occasional bouts of noise. He could see it in their eyes, they didn't think so. Harry smiled slightly. He could always cast a spell or something to help them on the way to sleep. He doubted that it would be needed, however. He was right. With no action at their end of the battle, his friends drifted into sleep very quickly. Harry kept to the window with his remaining companions, watching the battle. It had moved away from the castle, heading towards the forest. They're trying to draw the teachers away, Harry hissed. Sure enough, a small group of Death Eaters appeared heading towards the steps of the castle. Get them, Harry ordered, pointing them out to his friends. Spells arched through the air, and several Death Eaters fell. Keep going, Harry whispered, as the remainder of the Death Eaters turned towards their hideout. A few more Death Eaters fell, and Harry grabbed the Marauder's map, checking up on where the Death Eaters were. Even as he watched, something happened. The Death Eaters all paused for a moment, then suddenly all of them turned and raced away, disappearing into the night. Of all the people assembled there, Harry alone knew what had happened. Severus Snape had joined a group of the Death Eaters, and only then had they gone away, Snape accompanying them. The teachers came hurrying up to the third-floor corridor, and when they reached it, Harry slipped outside to meet them. Some of them are asleep, Harry explained. We'll leave them here then, McGonagall decided. Can you get everyone else out here please? Harry nodded and disappeared inside for a second. When he returned, with the other 8 people who were awake, they were discussing ways of checking the castle to make sure there weren't any Death Eaters. There aren't any in the castle, Harry said, and everyone turned to look at him. Harry offered the map to Dumbledore, and the rest of the teachers looked over it. 2. Amazing, McGonagall said. Potter, did you make this? No, Sirius Black, James Potter, Remus Lupin and Peter Pettigrew made it, Harry replied immediately. Back when they were at school. The Marauders, Sinistra muttered, with a slight smile. I might have guessed. This shows anyone? McGonagall asked. Yes, even in an animagus form, someone using Polyjuice Potion under an invisibility cloak or spell, Harry replied. This is amazing. It's a pity that those who knew how it was made are gone, Flitwick said. I've never such charm work. Harry waited while the teachers spoke for a short time. Finally Dumbledore turned to him. Harry, I wish to speak with you for a moment in my office. Everyone else, you may as well return to your beds. We'll have to clean up tomorrow. Everyone dispersed quickly, and Harry and Dumbledore walked slowly together towards Dumbledore's office. I didn't see Tonks back there, or some of the other professors, Harry remarked, half in question. That fight was not without its casualties, Dumbledore responded. Tonks and the others are in the hospital wing, and several others will be going there also. Harry nodded. This made sense. Do you know why the Death Eaters left, Harry? Dumbledore asked. Yes, they left when Snape joined them, Harry replied immediately. Quite right. They came for him, I think, but wouldn't have objected to killing any of the students who weren't going to join them. Severus won't be able to teach here until Voldemort is once more assured of his loyalty, Dumbledore said. Yes, yes, yes. Harry thought in delight. So who's going to teach potions? A man by name of Michael McGonagall, possibly Severus's best ever student. Yes, he is related in Minerva, her nephew. Dumbledore incorrectly read the look on Harry's face. Harry had still never told anyone about what Michael had done for him. He didn't think he ever would either. Why did you want to talk to me, Professor? Harry asked. I thought you might have seen Severus going with the Death Eaters. I wanted to ask you not to tell anyone but those who know the order that Severus is on anything other than long service leave, Dumbledore replied. Right, I won't tell anyone, Professor, Harry replied. Good boy. Now, you'd best go and get some sleep. The Death Eaters did a fair amount of damage. Hagrid's house will probably need to be rebuilt from scratch. Luckily the Hippocampi are all right, Dumbledore said. Hagrid took them with him when he went into the forest with Grop. That's good, Harry said, glad that Hagrid had made it out all right. I'll see you in the morning, night Professor. He turned and trotted away. Not bad, for the first day back, Harry thought, with a faint, cold smile. The 9th of March 1996. Harry woke with a start, sunbeams playing across his face. He drifted off in the Gryffindor common room, not able to be bothered to get himself up to the dormitory. It was early still, and he couldn't hear anyone stirring yet. Many of the 5th years and above were tired after a hard night's work, and those in the younger years were probably enjoying a sleep in. Suddenly a voice rippled through the corridors of Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall's. All students report to the Great Hall immediately. Classes are cancelled for the day, we will be doing something else instead. A few moments later, people were tumbling downstairs, pulling on clothes. Maybe we're having a ball. Pavarti Patil squealed excitedly. And she wants us all to help plan it. She saw Harry at the bottom of the staircase looking tired and unhappy. Nothing so fun, he muttered, voice cold. What do you mean? Lavender asked. It's as likely as anything else, isn't it? Death Eaters attacked the school last night. She wants us to help clean up, Harry responded. Me and some of my friends helped out last night, that's how I know. A fearful silence passed over the Gryffindors, broken moments later by terrified whispers. It's all right. All of the Death Eaters are gone, and no one was hurt too badly, I don't think, Harry reassured them, pushing the portrait hole open and heading in the direction of the Great Hall. The rest of the Gryffindors fell in around him, accompanying him grimly towards the Great Hall. They met up with Ron, Hermione and the other students who'd ended up sleeping in the third-floor corridor part way down. Where were you? One of the third-year boys asked curiously. We helped fighting against the Death Eaters last night, Ron replied, and glared at Harry. He sent us to go to sleep, and conveniently forgot to wake us after the fighting was done. I didn't forget. McGonagall said to leave you there, Harry protested, eyes widening in an innocent expression. I'll bet, one of Cho's friends growled under his breath. Harry completely ignored this, not deeming it worth acknowledgement. What's happening? Ron asked Harry. We're helping clean up, Harry replied, answering the question for the second time that morning. Come on, we'd best hurry up and get down to the Great Hall. Harry's group flowed into the Great Hall a few moments later, and found that most of the school were just arriving now, also. The front doors had been reduced to rubble after the night before. Harry winced when he saw that. They'd be helping to repair it today, but the front doors had been beautiful creation, one which would be difficult to replace. The students settled down at their tables, all of them now apparently aware of the Death Eater attack the night before. Harry and his companions were the object of much scrutiny, by which he could only assume it had gotten out that they had been helping out the night before. Dumbledore stood up as the last few stragglers entered the Great Hall. Everyone fell into a respectful silence. As most of you seem to be aware, Death Eaters attacked the school last night. Mr. Potter and Professor Hagrid were able to warn me in time, and so the attack did not place students in danger. Mr. Potter, 20 points to Gryffindor for alerting me to the threat, and another 10 for saving Hagrid. Every student who helped in the attack, again including Mr. Potter, 10 points each to your house. While the attack produced no fatalities, Professor Snape has gone on long service leave to recover from an injury he sustained, and will be replaced by Michael McGonagall for a time. Professor Sinistra will be taking over the mantle of head of house for Slytherin. Now, the attack was also not without damage to the school. For the next little while, students in second year and up will be aiding in the repairs. First years will be taught by whoever is spare at the time. This may be an older student, and it may be a teacher. The main damage was to the front doors, but Hagrid's hut will also be in need of rebuilding. There was some damage sustained to the edges of the Forbidden Forest and to 3 of the greenhouses. If the students would separate into 4 groups and head to the area that you wish to extend your aid to. Let's go and help Hagrid, Ron suggested. Most of the Gryffindors nodded at this, though Neville decided to help out at the greenhouses, and a few of the younger students, who didn't know Hagrid well, went to other stations. The majority of Hufflepuffs appeared to be helping out with the trees. The Ravenclaws were mainly ranged between Hagrid's and the front doors, and the Slytherins were nearly all clustered around the front doors, which Harry noted no Gryffindor was helping with. A few of the Slytherins seemed to have gone to help with the trees. Hagrid saw them coming down across the grounds, Harry, Ron and Hermione in the lead, and smiled gratefully up at them from where he'd been crouched, apparently mourning his house. "Ye'll be helping me with me house?" he asked Harry. "Yeah, Hagrid, we all will." The Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw and Gryffindor students behind him nodded in firm agreement. Hagrid seemed a little bit overwhelmed by the support. What do we do first? He appeared to be more than a little lost. "We can start by clearing away the rubble and salvaging what we can from the wreckage." Hermione took control of the situation. Directing the students, she explained what she wanted done, and what charms could be used to do it. She became somewhat disgusted when, on numerous occasions, she would ask someone to do a spell, and the entire group would look at her blankly. Hermione then quoted several obscure reference points, and when no one looked any wiser, performed the spell herself. Harry and Ron both found these displays somewhat amusing. They needed something to laugh over anyway, after the night before. By lunchtime, the rubble had been cleared and banished, what could be salvaged had been, and the crew reported to the Great Hall for lunch. "Mr. Potter." Dumbledore's calm cut through the muted conversations that were taking place over lunch. "Once you have done eating, would you remain here? I'd like you to teach the first years some defense against the dark arts, if you would." Harry sighed softly, but he knew that although the headmaster had phrased his words as a request, they were a command, pure and simple. When lunch was over and Harry's friends were about to head back down to where Hagrid's hut had once been located, Harry stood up and turned to head away. "Have fun," he told them, over his shoulder, before heading up towards the staff table. Michael McGonagall hadn't arrived yet, it seemed. Harry didn't worry about that though, his attention was taken up by the group of 30-odd students who formed the entire first year. They were watching him with awe and respect. Harry wondered if he'd be able to get them to learn anything this lesson, or if they'd simply spend it staring at him. Hello. I think that after last night, at least one older student must have pointed me out for those of you who didn't know me in the first place. It is my continual misfortune to end up doing things to bring me into the limelight. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Harry Potter, he started, nervous. He wasn't sure exactly what to do with these younger students. One, a young girl, who he thought he'd seen at the Hufflepuff table the night before, raised a hand. Harry nodded to her, inviting her to speak. Excuse me if I'm a bit forward, but you sound like you don't like being famous, but that can't be right, can it? Actually, it's spot on, Harry replied. I dislike being under the public eye. I lived the first 11 years of my life thinking I was no one special. Then on my 11th birthday, it turns out I'm a wizard, one of the most famous wizards alive today. It was a bit of a shock to the system, and I never really got over that. Unfortunately, just about everything I've done since has made me more famous than before. It's rotten bad luck. Some of the girls giggled, and most of the boys grinned. They thought he was playing, probably. But we aren't here to talk about me. I'm supposed to be teaching you defense against the dark arts. I'm really not sure what to teach you about though. My first 2 years were a bit of a joke, Harry sighed, feeling completely lost. Since it's only their second day, you should probably do some theory, a familiar voice remarked. From behind him, Harry turned to see Michael McGonagall watching him with an amused smile. I just arrived, the man added, noting Harry's look of surprise. So what sort of theory should I do? I pretty much learned curses on the fly, and a little from Moody, but he just plunged straight in. Harry begged the new potions master for help. I'm sure you learned plenty about dangerous magical creatures from Remus Lupin, was the amused reply. Teach them some of that. Or some wand movements so that they can be ready to pick up on spells soon. Oh, I have to go, Aunt Dragon is waving me over. Luck to you, Harry. With that, Michael was gone, leaving Harry with the first years. I heard that Remus Lupin was a werewolf, one boy said, looking at Harry. So why did he teach you about magical creatures? Remus was a friend of mine. He was bitten by a werewolf when he was very young. I think he wanted other people to be able to defend themselves, if something like that happened to them, Harry replied. But that's a good idea. Come with me and we'll go up to the library. I'll show you how to tell different magical creatures apart, and some of their weaknesses. The group were chattering excitedly amongst themselves as Harry led them out of the hall. Converting the new Slytherins, are you, Potter? A sneering voice rang out behind them. Draco Malfoy had been leaning against the wall, doing nothing to aid his housemates fix the rubble around the front doors. He looked at the new Slytherins, who edged back with looks of fear and wearing loyalties. Don't get too attached to Potter. He's a Gryffindor, and Slytherins and Gryffindors don't get on. Unless you want to get hurt, you'll keep away from him, unless someone orders you into his presence. With that, the unpleasant boy turned his back on the group, to watch his schoolmates working on the doors with apparent disdain. Why was he so mean? One girl, a Ravenclaw, asked Harry. What did he mean? Gryffindors and Slytherins don't get on. There's always been a lot of rivalry between Gryffindor and Slytherin. We're too different. It started a long time ago, when the school was founded. Salazar Slytherin thought that only pure-blooded witches and wizards should be taught. Godric Gryffindor believed that everyone with the power to do magic should be allowed to study it. Basically, things got testy between them, and eventually it led to a sword fight. Godric won, and Salazar left the school. To this day, the two houses rarely get along. Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw are neutral, they make friends with any of the other houses, and no one comments. But there's never friendship between Gryffindors and Slytherins. It's a pity, because the school shouldn't be divided now, of all times. We need to know and trust each other if we are going to survive this. But I don't think that I'll ever get on with the older Slytherins, it's too ingrained to hate Gryffindors for them, Harry explained. He didn't sound like that was the end of it, the Ravenclaw girl protested. He sounded like he really hated you. He does, and I hate him. He's made my life a misery for most of the time I've been here, especially last year. Draco Malfoy's father is a Death Eater, he fought against my friends and I in the battle at the Ministry of Magic last year. He's in Azkaban, the wizard prison, now. I think that Malfoy blames me for it. Wow. I don't think I like him, confessed a young girl with black hair and eyes. She had the look of a Slytherin, Harry thought, idly. I know I'm in his house and all, but his father's a Death Eater. That's horrible. Slytherin does tend to have a bit of bad reputation for turning out dark wizards, Harry said. But meeting you guys makes me think that not all Slytherins are evil. It's not their fault that they are placed in a house because they have certain traits. You lot should all be friends, you know. You could mend the rift between Gryffindors and Slytherins. If any of the older people in your house try to hurt you, come to me, another prefect, or a teacher. They won't stand for it, I assure you. Some of the first years looked surprised by his words. But you're a Gryffindor, doesn't that mean that you don't like Slytherins? A boy, another Slytherin, Harry thought, asked. No. I just haven't had any particularly good experiences with them, Harry replied, shrugging. You lot don't seem too bad. If we catch the meanness now, before it can be nurtured by your housemates, we could be good friends. Oh, the boy said, sounding surprised. When you put it like that, it makes sense. Does it? It didn't to me, Harry replied, grinning, and all of the first years grinned too, as they reached the library. He was glad to see that they'd relaxed around him now. Well, Harry said, leading them through the towering shelves of books. Here we are. I'm going to get a few books, and we'll through them to look over the pictures so that you can see what they look like. The ones that look like Muggle creatures, I'll go over the points to tell them apart. Not what I expected to be doing on my second day back, Harry reflected, flicking through the pages of various textbooks. The 9th of September 1996. It took all of a week to fix the damage done by the Death Eater attack. There had been 4 of the 50 Death Eaters stunned and caught. These had been sent to the Ministry of Magic. Tonks was up and about after 3 days, her wounds mainly healed, though she was low on energy for some time afterwards. Throughout the course of the week, Harry more often than not found himself on teaching duty with the first and sometimes second years. By the end of the week he was teaching them a few simple curses. That was what Harry was doing now. It was afternoon, and the work had finished earlier that morning. Harry was settled easily on a chair, watching as the first and second year students practiced the simple curses, like the tickling charm and Expelliarmus. He'd been teaching them a lot lately, and had been coming to know them quite well. There were several brothers and sisters in the group, some of them in different houses, which was good, because it would promote friendship between the houses. The Slytherin students Harry had found to be quite nice. There was Simon Webb, who could wait for something with the patience of Spider waiting for a fly, and Byron Garleth, whose cool mind would one day make him a brilliant strategist, Morgan Fallon, who had been talking to him on the first day, a nice, friendly girl, but with a slight turn of mind. In these first-year students, Harry saw what he had failed to see back when he had been 11 and just entering Hogwarts. The openness and willingness to be friends that the older students slowly molded them out of. Harry wondered why he'd missed this so often in the older years, but he pushed that wondering away. He didn't want to think about that now. He remembered Ron's reaction to Harry's comment that Slytherins weren't all bad. Of course they are, why were they put in Slytherin? There was no talking with the youngest Weasley male about this subject, though Harry and Hermione had had several talks on the idea, and when Hermione had met the Slytherin students to teach them some transfiguration, she's agreed wholeheartedly with Harry that they should make friends with the Slytherins, at least from first year, much to Ron's disgust. With the rebuilding and cleanup finished, Harry could say goodbye to his time teaching the students, which he'd found that he enjoyed, to an extent. Everyone, stop for a minute. Harry called, not needed to raise his voice too much. Everyone stopped and turned to look at Harry. You know this is probably the last time that you'll be being taught by me, Harry began, and saw, to his astonishment and secret delight, that the younger students looked sad at the thought. Well, if you need me, I'll be in the library most afternoons, with Hermione getting me and Ron to do our homework. The first years grinned a bit. They'd been taught by Hermione, and had met Ron once or twice, so they mostly knew what Harry was talking about. So if you need any help from me, just come then, or ask one of the Gryffindor students to come and get me, alright? 32 heads nodded somberly. Okay, off you go, dinner time, Harry said, waving them out of the room. For a while, he stayed there, fondling Grippus's head. When I started teaching them, I never expected to enjoy it, Harry remarked to the Griffin. I'm glad that you did. I enjoyed it too, it was fun. They are nice people, the Griffin replied, stretching slightly. But now I am hungry, and so are you. Come on, let's go eat. Harry laughed at his Griffin friend's words and levered himself out of the chair. Good idea, he replied lightly, stepping out of the room. He would be happy to get back to classes, he thought. Michael had told everyone in the Newt-level potions class that they needn't hand in the first assignment, which had made Hermione and Harry both annoyed. She'd talked him into finishing it. Lifting Grippus, in his cat form, as usual, to his shoulder, Harry wandered slowly through the halls of Hogwarts, thinking about the past week. He'd met up with Sirius only once in dreams, but with the time difference between their locations, Harry wasn't all that surprised. Harry glanced at the huge hourglasses that monitored house points. Gryffindor was in the lead already, with 70 points, closely followed by Ravenclaw on 64. Hufflepuff and Slytherin were both under 50. Harry entered the hall with a smile. It was always good to beat Slytherin. He just hoped that they'd be able to keep the points like they were now. Over on the Gryffindor table, Ron and Hermione were arguing, yet again. Harry wasn't sure what it was about, until Neville leaned over to whisper in his ear. Hermione asked why Ron hadn't read a book yet, and he gave the reasons. Then they started arguing about why and why not people should read different books. That's not what they are arguing about now, Harry pointed out. I'm not sure what they're arguing about now, Neville shrugged. It changes every minute or so. Harry smiled slightly. Sounds like them, he replied, loading his plate with food to eat. He and DA would be meeting later, after dinner. Since no one had had homework all week, it meant that he and his group were meeting fairly often, every second night or so. 2 7th years had joined the group, and had shown Harry a few new curses, which had become regular parts of training now. DA was getting very good. The next morning, Harry woke early. Classes were back on and he wanted a chance to practice before he had to get ready. Creeping from the Gryffindor common room, Harry headed for the room of requirement. Once there, he began a few turns, drops and rolls to limber himself up slightly, before throwing himself into a fairly intense set of kicks, punches and jumps. An hour later, Harry headed back to the Gryffindor common room, sweating lightly but feeling better for the practice. Up in the 6th year boys' dormitory, people were just starting to think about getting up. Harry gave his roommates' beds a somewhat disgusted look, and promptly took over the shower. Harry headed down to breakfast with his friends, no longer needing to wait for the first years, who by now knew their way around well enough to get down the Great Hall in time for breakfast. Harry settled at the Gryffindor table, watching everyone else file into the hall. Ron was looking around with bleary eyes, having still been in the process of waking up when Harry had dragged him out of bed to go to breakfast. "Oh Ron, grow up," Hermione told him, glaring. "Actually, wake up. And stop glaring at Harry. Would you have rather had to go to classes without having breakfast?" Ron made a face, but made more of an effort to wake up, and actually smiled briefly at Harry. Hermione consulted her timetable. "Harry, we have Newt-level charms first off," she told him. "I've got all-level arithmancy," Ron said with a sigh. He didn't like not having all of his classes with his friends. "But I'll see you in defense afterwards." The three friends nodded to each other and parted ways. Flitwick was waiting when the class reached his room. Around him were stacked pieces of parchment. "Today we are going to learn how to charm different things onto parchment," he informed them. Harry knew that his teacher had gotten the idea from the Marauder's map. "But first, I'm going to explain how difficult this is." By the end of the lesson, Harry was feeling a great sense of awe for the Marauder's intelligence. They hadn't always been particularly nice, certainly, but that map, from what Flitwick said, it was almost impossible to create. Hardly concentrating, Harry headed towards defense against the dark arts. Draco Malfoy, slipping up behind Harry, thought that Harry wasn't paying any attention at all, and promptly tried to trip him. Reflexes taking over without a thought, Harry stepped over Malfoy's sweeping foot and turned, ready to kick or punch an enemy. "Halt!" a voice yelled. Arabella Figg, with a cat perched on her shoulder and 2 more twining around her legs, strode down the hall. "Mr. Malfoy, I would have thought that you'd have enough of polishing trophies without magic. Obviously I was mistaken. You will join me tonight in the greenhouses, harvesting Bubo tuber puss. I hope that it will help you learn manners." 5 points from Slytherin. The woman strode past them, not giving Malfoy a chance to speak. Well, that was an interesting start to the lesson. A voice called out cheerily. Tonks stepped into view with a slight grin on her face. Her hair, Harry was interested to note, was a dark shade of blue today. Few of the rest of the students were aware of Tonks's metamorphmagy talents, and were therefore surprised to see this. Ask McGonagall, the transfig. Teacher, to teach you about metamorphmagy some other time, Tonks told them. You are going to be learning some new spells today. I want everyone in this class to be up to the standards that Harry set last week, helping fight the Death Eaters. What happened to you? Harry asked, voice whisper soft in Tonks's ear as they headed inside the classroom. I listened in on Minnie's lesson. I'm giving her way of teaching a go. I don't think I like it though, Tonks replied, also softly. Harry grinned slightly. You'd like Snape's less, he replied. Tonks shuddered. Don't even speak to me about that person, she returned, tripping over a desk leg and tumbling to the floor. With the ease of long practice, she stood up again and dusted herself off, waving off the students asking if she was all right. The lesson was interesting, as Tonks told them about various different curses that Harry and his friends had used to help stop the Death Eaters the week before. Harry and the members of DA that were in the class were called on to perform some of the spells that Harry had taught to them, much to the apparent disgust of the Slytherin students, since they weren't among the demonstrators. The lesson ended, and the three friends headed to the library to do some of the homework they had. Flitwick had given Harry and Hermione some homework, which looked to be difficult, and Ron had a little bit of arithmancy to do. I don't know why I picked it, Ron moaned as he looked at the homework he had to do. It's so hard. Hermione looked up at him disapprovingly. No it isn't, she told him. It's simple, look. Harry went to a different table to concentrate on his homework, leaving his two friends to argue it out. Harry heard footsteps approaching and looked up. There was no one there. Hello? He asked, voice soft, uncertain. Hello Harry, it was Dumbledore's voice. Professor Dumbledore, why are you invisible? Harry asked, keeping his voice down and bowing his head slightly, so no one could see him speaking. There's a dragon in my office, and he would like to speak with you, came the reply. Harry paused for a moment, fighting to understand Dumbledore's words. Then it clicked, dragon, Tatsu. Harry hurriedly packed up his things and stood. Just follow me Harry, I'll let you in, Dumbledore told him, still invisible. I trust you can hear my footsteps well enough to know where I'm going. I know the way to your office anyway, Harry replied. But yes, I can hear your footsteps fine anyway. Good, because our friend Dragon has some news that you'll like to hear. You can take all level subjects in 6th, 7th year if you don't take them in 3 to 5. You can also try and catch up with the rest of the class over the holidays and in your spare time, which is what Harry did with most of his subjects. The 9th of October 1996. Harry trailed the headmaster through the halls of Hogwarts, heading towards Dumbledore's office. Harry remained quiet through the journey, keeping his head down to try and avoid notice. He did not quite succeed. Hey, Potter! Malfoy's voice rang out down the corridor. Harry turned wearily, not wanting to waste time on his old rival. You shouldn't be out here. Detention. I wouldn't do that, Harry replied. Why not? It's not like you can do anything to me, Malfoy returned, voice cool. Yes I can. I'm an honorary prefect now, Malfoy. If you try to give me detention, I can ask the headmaster to suspend your prefect badge for incorrect behavior towards a fellow prefect, Harry stated, quietly confident. Something I would be only too happy to do, if the circumstances were enough to warrant such actions, Dumbledore said, wandering down a hallway to smile at the two students. Malfoy shot Harry a hate-filled glance, then smiled at Dumbledore. I'm sorry, Professor. I wasn't aware of Potter's new status, otherwise I wouldn't have stopped him, he said, in a voice almost as oily as Peeves was, when the poltergeist was trying to S.K. up to the headmaster. I'm sure, Mr. Malfoy, you have attempted to do your duty to the school, for which I am grateful. Keep up your good work and it will be rewarded. It was impossible to tell what Dumbledore's emotions were as he spoke. On your way, both of you. Harry turned away and continued towards Dumbledore's office, and a moment later his invisible headmaster joined him. Thanks, Professor, Harry murmured. You're welcome Harry. Severus assigned the prefects from his house. I myself would not have chosen Malfoy as one of them. But Severus had his position in Death Eater ranks to consider. Oh, Harry said. Dumbledore must have talked McGonagall over about considering Harry as a prefect, it seemed. But McGonagall looked to Dumbledore for leadership, and she didn't have to keep the Dark Lord happy anyway. They arrived at Dumbledore's office a few moments later, without any more conversation. I will leave you here, Dumbledore stated. I'll return in an hour to see how you've got on. Sherbet Lemo. He added, to the gargoyle. He'd apparently changed the password back. Harry walked inside, hearing Dumbledore's bodiless footsteps walk away. Stepping onto the moving staircase, Harry wondered how Tatsu would greet him. Remembering the last time he'd seen his training master and friend, Harry set his body, ready for combat. Grippus leapt lightly down from Harry's shoulder to pace a few steps behind him, getting out of the way in case Harry to drop quickly. They approached the door to Dumbledore's office. Harry knocked on the door, then pushed it open, leaping up and backwards. He was glad that he'd chosen these moves, as Tatsu stepped forward with a sweeping kick. Harry landed, kicking out quickly, dropping to avoid a punch and coming up directly in front of Tatsu, too close to punch or kick easily. Well done. You haven't gotten too sloppy then, Tatsu told him, smiling faintly. Harry smiled back, and walked inside the headmaster's office, stroking Fox's head in greeting. I'm trying not to, Harry replied. Good to see I've at least partially succeeded. Tatsu smiled, dropping into Dumbledore's great chair. Harry took a seat in the smaller chair, put there for students. His eyes were drawn to the sorting hat, and Godric Gryffindor's sword, behind Tatsu on the shelf. How have you been keeping? I've heard that you're once again a hero of Hogwarts, Tatsu teased him. It was needed, Harry replied, shrugging slightly. Though I'd rather it hadn't been. Tatsu smiled. That's the thing about being a hero, he admitted. I got it too. I didn't want to be famous or a hero, but protecting my friends made me one. But that wasn't what I came to talk with you about. Harry sat forward slightly. What did Tatsu want? You asked me, once, why it was that I decided I would train you, Tatsu began, and Harry's interest doubled. Was he going to find out now? I decided to teach you for several reasons. One was that you were famous and clearly hated it. It was thrust upon you, as it was upon me. Another, however, was that you have a very slight ability as a modifier. Harry's heartbeat raced in excitement. Does that mean that I can do what you do, stop killing curses and stuff? Harry asked, eager. No. Your talent is enough for that, but perhaps you could modify it enough that it wouldn't harm you greatly. You'll be able to do a bit of work on it, but I don't know how successful you'll be in that field. It's hard to predict. Oh. Harry was a little disappointed. It would have been so nice to be able to stop Avada Kedavra, to be able to control a huge, amazing power of some sort. But I will teach you to use what ability you have, starting in the Christmas break. For the moment, we have to decide what sort of training schedule we can have for the next little while at least. I meet with DA once a week on Friday afternoons, Harry said. I'm not sure what's happening with occlumency lessons, or catching up with ancient runes, though I did some work on that over the holidays with Hermione's help, and a mutual friend aided a bit as well. He knew that Tatsu would realize that Harry was talking about Sirius. Well, when Dumbledore comes back we'll ask him about that, Tatsu decided. But if it's possible, it would be good if you could get away once a weekend for a full morning of training, and if we could meet up at least twice a week at night for a little bit, just to make sure you keep practicing right. I think that it'll be all right to do that, though I don't know what days, Harry agreed. But studies will eventually interfere with the weekend thing, at least for short periods of time. That's fine, Tatsu assured him. As long as we can get started on some slightly more advanced training soon. You're going to need it when you fight Death Eaters, I think. I'll use that morning to start teaching you to use your modifier talent. Harry nodded, and the pair of them talked of innocent things, like their talks with Sirius, though they never mentioned him directly by name. All too soon, it seemed, Dumbledore had returned. After talking with the headmaster, it was decided that on Sunday mornings, Wednesday nights and Thursday afternoons, Harry would train with Tatsu. On the other nights, apart from Friday, after dinner Harry would be with Dumbledore, working on occlumency, or learning the last 3 years of ancient runes, either from Dumbledore or from Professor Vector. Well, now that that's organized, you may wish to join your friends in the library once more, Dumbledore said, smiling at Harry. I'll see you tomorrow, Tatsu, Harry said. Tomorrow would be a Thursday, and that was when Harry's training would start again. That you will. I'll meet you at the room of requirement. I would rather that the majority of the students weren't aware that I was in the castle. Only tell those that know me already. I don't want the Dark Lord finding out about this, he knows too much already. Harry nodded and left, having the feeling that the two adults would talk about him once he was gone, but he was sure that they wouldn't say anything too bad. He knew Tatsu well enough to know that his training master and friend would be able to tell if Harry left or not. With a sigh, Harry headed downstairs, with Grippus riding on his shoulder once more. I wish they didn't keep reminding me not to tell people, Harry spoke mentally with his friend. I'm not stupid. They don't think you are, but you are young, not as experienced as they at keeping quiet. They are warning you so that in the future you will remember the lessons you are learning now, Grippus replied. Harry only shrugged slightly, heading for the Gryffindor common room. Where were you? Hermione was on him the moment Harry slipped through the portrait hole. Where'd you go? You scared us. At least she kept her voice down. Dumbledore came. The dragon is at Hogwarts, he wanted to talk, Harry replied, hoping she'd understand. Drago oh. Of course. Sorry Harry, but you scared us, disappearing like that, Hermione said. Harry smiled slightly. Next time I'll try and remember to warn you before I go racing off anywhere, he promised. But I can't say for sure. As long as you try. Come on, there's a girl with the first years who is a chess expert. She's giving Ron a run for his money, Hermione said, smiling slightly, her anger forgotten. Someone could beat Ron, Harry demanded. I'm there. And he was. Harry felt like he went through the next day in a dream, as he waited for the day to end so that he could spend time with Tatsu, learning new things. He could hardly wait to learn to use his modifying ability, though somehow he didn't think that Tatsu would be teaching him that quite yet. Ancient Runes was the only class that Harry really paid attention to, because he had a lot to learn to catch up with everyone else. Much to Harry's disgust, Draco Malfoy had chosen the subject also, and seemed intent to taunt Harry about it, only the teacher was always close at hand, warning the Slytherin to watch his mouth. Finally the day was over, the homework, mainly Ancient Runes, was almost completed, and Harry raced to the room of requirement, this time remembering to tell his friends where he was going. When he entered, it was warily, expecting attack. But none came. Tatsu was seated comfortably before a roaring fire, watching the flames and apparently paying no attention to Harry. Harry thought for a moment of a seat for himself, and the room immediately obliged him. He did not press Tatsu to speak or act, knowing that his teacher would get to it in his own time. The art that I am teaching you is complex, Harry. Most would say that I waste my time with so old a student. I disagree, anyone can learn anything, if their heart is in it. I hope that you will prove me right, Tatsu said eventually. If I don't, it won't be through lack of trying, Harry promised. Good, Tatsu stood up. Let's get started then. Harry smiled and rose from his chair, which immediately disappeared. The room remolded itself to leave a circular space free in which Harry and Tatsu could move easily. We'll spar first, Tatsu told Harry, leaping forwards even as he finished speaking. Harry ducked, spiraling sideways and kicked out. His body remembered the pattern of attack, defense and retreat. Slipping into his center with hardly a thought, his mind seemed almost numb, as his body responded to Tatsu's moves almost by rote. Neither spoke for some time, until Tatsu began to score more hits, using moves that Harry hadn't seen before. For the next hour, Harry learned those moves that Tatsu had used against him, and how to defend himself from them. They finished off with a last sparring match, and by the end of it, Harry wondered that he could even move. Cloaking himself with a chameleon spell, Harry slipped back to Gryffindor Tower, after bidding Tatsu goodnight. He managed to get through the common room without anyone seeing him, which was all to the good, as he looked something of a mess. Up in his dormitory, he had a shower to wash off the sweat and flecks of blood, before binding anything that actually bled with invisible bandages, and doing what he could to help with the bruises. Going downstairs, he joined Ron and Hermione in a table near the corner of the room, just a little way out of the main activity, but not far that they couldn't put a stop to any serious trouble that might occur. Soon enough, Harry gave way to exhaustion and headed upstairs, one of the first to do so, though his two friends knew this was because he'd had an exhausting afternoon training. For a time, Harry's deep sleep was dreamless, but it would not remain that way long. The 10th of December 1996. Harry had been sleeping for some time before he entered the dream world in which he met with Sirius. He was not sure how he knew this, but he did. "Sirius," he called, hoping that it would not be Voldemort again. "I'm here, Harry," the voice came from the right, and Harry turned to see nothing but a tree standing there. "You can do that?" Harry asked his godfather, and the tree was suddenly serious. "Sure I can," he replied. "I can be anything I want, including trees." Harry laughed softly. "Whatever you say, Sirius," he told his godfather with a smile. Sirius grinned at him. "So, how have you been?" he asked. "I haven't been talking with your Tatsu much lately, the time's been all wrong." Harry told his godfather all that had happened. "Well, that's interesting. So Hogwarts was attacked to pick up Snivelus," Sirius mused. "I guess that's why his dreams have been chaos lately." "Probably," Harry agreed. "He's staying in Voldemort's fortress now, but we don't know where that is. If you can find out anything from his dreams about what's happening now, could you tell me? I could find some way to tell it to Dumbledore. Dumbledore thinks that Snape might be dead, and since he's the only Death Eater spy we have." "Of course," Sirius said, nodding in agreement. "I'll have a look, so Dumbledore knows what's going on. But for now, you need to practice ancient runes." Harry groaned, but nodded his head. "All right, let's practice," he said. Wearily. Time passed, though Harry had no idea how much. He and Sirius practiced ancient runes for a while. Harry was getting better, though he did not know enough yet. "This is getting boring," Sirius remarked. "Let's duel." Harry laughed slightly, standing up. "Yes," he agreed, more than happy to leave ancient runes behind and learn some more curses. When Harry woke the following morning, he was happier than he'd been since they came to school. The Death Eater attack had put a blight on his happiness. Now, though, he was ready to face anything with a smile and a laugh, a change which his friends noticed. "What's put you in such a happy mood?" Ron asked him, at breakfast that morning. "I don't know," Harry replied with a grin. "I'm just happy." "We noticed," Ginny muttered from beside him. Harry just grinned at her and began wolfing his breakfast. "Why are you eating so much?" Hermione asked, eyes dancing. "We've got defense first, Tonks'll likely wear us out." Wasn't she saying that she wanted us all to have practice in duels? "Against her," Harry replied. "Oh yeah, all 6th years in the Newt Defense against the Dark Arts class began wolfing down food too, they'd need the energy." All too soon the bell rang, and Harry and his 5th-year friends headed towards the defense classroom. "This will be interesting," Hermione remarked softly, so that only Harry and Ron could hear her. "I wonder what sort of spell she'll be using, and in what order she goes in." "I hope it's alphabetical," Harry replied softly, "that way I'm near the end, after Malfoy, so I can tease him about how badly he lost, and remind him of his failures if he tries the same on me." Hermione rolled her eyes, but Ron nodded eagerly at the thought. "I hope so too," he decided. "I'll be the second last, only that Zabini girl is after me." "Well, I'd have to be one of the first ones, and I don't want that," Hermione remarked. Tonks arrived suddenly, bounding through the crowd of students at the door to her classroom. "Good morning all," she cried cheerily. "Good morning." Harry was the only one to reply to her greeting with any sort of cheer. Tonks gave him an approving nod, and Harry's classmates watched him with almost wary expressions. Why was he so happy? The class wandered into the classroom, and Harry took a seat right at the front. He wanted to be closer to the action, if possible. After a brief hesitation, Ron and Hermione joined him there. Tonks winked at them, but Harry wasn't sure if this were a good sign or not. Tonks called the roll, and, once she'd determined that everyone was present, smiled brilliantly at the class. "Like I said, today you lot are going to start dueling with me. I'll go through all of you, don't think I won't." Her eyes sparkled with unholy delight. "Now, since those of you at the back chose those seats either to keep away from my eyes, or to cause trouble of some sort, you'll go first," starting from the fellow in the corner, she indicated Vincent Crabbe with a slight wave of her hand. The boy lumbered to his feet, too stupid to know that he was about to get hurt, probably badly. Harry noted that the main occupants of the back row were Slytherins, and that Malfoy was next. Ron seemed to have noted the same thing, and was smiling hugely. Hermione was leaning forward with a look of intense interest on her face. Most of the class was copying her as Tonks shoved Crabbe off center stage for the moment. One thing about Death Eaters is that they rarely fight fair. They generally favor unforgivable curses. I'm going to demonstrate dueling against an honorable opponent, and at the same time, you'll pick up enough spells so that if you ever happen to meet a Death Eater, you'll be prepared. She beckoned Crab a little closer, and showed the class how to hold the wand properly. Now, we'll go by the traditional conduct used in duels and bow, Tonks demonstrated, and Crab copied her clumsily. Then attack. Crab was lying on the floor, stupefied, before he knew what happened. Enervate, Tonks muttered, and watched as Crab got clumsily to his feet. Despicable, she told him sternly, shooing him back to his seat. Mr. Malfoy, I hope you'll do at least a little better than that, she added. Malfoy stood up, looking slightly more confident. The Slytherin girls watched him with adoring expressions. Pansy's gaze was possessive. Malfoy drew his wand easily, holding it perfectly, and he and Tonks bowed to each other. Even before Malfoy had straightened up, he had a curse flying at Tonks, who blocked it with ease. I don't know if anyone's taught you defense spells, Tonks said, in between voicing her own curses, but the one that I used to block Malfoy's first spell is a common one, which I'll teach you once I know how many know it. Malfoy lasted a lot longer than Crab had done, but that wasn't saying much. Within the next 5 minutes, his wand was in Tonks's hand. Better, Tonks told him. Off you go. She called Goyle forward next, who lasted as long as Crab had, and was replaced by Pansy Parkinson. She got 3 spells in before Tonks put her in a full-body bind. Slowly, people trickled forward, and then back to their seats. Mainly Slytherins at first, but soon a few Gryffindors began to get called forwards. It was about halfway through the lesson that Harry noticed that Tonks had organized things so that he, Harry, would be the last dueler. Why, he wondered. Probably so that she can spend more time with you, Grippus remarked from Harry's shoulder. Probably, Harry agreed, though he wasn't all that certain. It's not like it matters anyway, Grippus told him. You're last and that's it, it's not like you can do anything about it. You're right. I'll try not to think about it, Harry agreed after a moment, watching Neville, who'd managed to get into the Newt group, probably through his practical ability, which Harry had taught to him the year before. Neville lasted longer than a lot of the Slytherins had, and used the shield that Tonks had used on Malfoy's first spell. Harry had taught it to DA the year before. How come you could use that spell, and no one else could? Tonks asked Neville. Harry taught it to DA last year, Neville replied immediately. Anyone from DA could use it, Harry made sure of that. Did he now? Tonks smiled wolfishly. Interesting. Well, back to your seat, Longbottom, you did a good job. The bell rang just as Tonks got the first row. There were now only 4 people between her and Harry, but that would have to wait until the next week. Harry left the room with Ron and Hermione, heading for the next class. That day passed quickly. Harry completed most of the homework that he had for that week, and was looking forward to Monday morning, which would be his first real potions lesson with Michael McGonagall. After dinner, Harry joined DA in the room of requirement for an hour, teaching them some new spells and defensive moves. After that, while his companions headed back to their own common rooms, Harry went to see Dumbledore, who'd asked him to come for a single lesson that night, the only one that would take place on a Friday, just to test out the grounds. When he got to the gargoyle, he found Dumbledore there, waiting. Come in, Harry, I've been expecting you. The 13th of September 1996. How was your lesson with Dumbledore? Hermione asked, as Harry gamed through the portrait hole half an hour later. Good, Harry replied cheerily. I've got a really strong mind shield now, and I can get Dumbledore to get out of my mind, and throw spells at him that I choose. Rather you than me, Ron muttered, leaning over the chessboard, against the first-year girl. They were evenly matched, it seemed. The girl had beaten Ron once, but he'd beaten her twice since then. Did you hurt Dumbledore? Hermione asked anxiously. No, Hermione, Harry replied, exasperated. He's one of the greatest wizards in history, he'd hardly let me hurt him. Oh, of course, Hermione said, sounding a little flustered as she worked on a history of magic assignment. I still can't believe that you chose that, Ron said, nodding distractedly to Hermione's homework, watching as the first year in front of him took his rook. History of magic is a very important thing to know, Ron, Hermione admonished him. I couldn't think of dropping it. Of course not, Ron replied absently, taking the bishop that had removed his rook from action. Hermione looked up, as if to argue, but returned to her homework without pressing the issue. Harry wondered if something was wrong, but didn't let it eat at him, taking out his own homework. The next day passed without much happening, and on Sunday, Harry had the entire morning to spend with Tatsu in the room of requirement. The morning passed too quickly for Harry's taste, but he learned a lot, and didn't even get too badly hurt. "You're getting better," Tatsu told him, sitting down on a chair that appeared obligingly. Harry followed suit. "Thanks," Harry said, a little embarrassed. "Doubtless you want to know when I'll start teaching you to use your modifier talent. I haven't decided yet, but it won't be this year, maybe not this school year either. I'm introducing you to something new over the Christmas holidays." Harry glared at Tatsu. "Are you going to tell me what?" he demanded. "Not yet. Maybe if you're good," Tatsu teased in response. "You'll like it though, I promise." Harry sighed, but knew that he wouldn't get anything out of the man until Tatsu wanted to give it. "Weren't you and your friends going to go and visit Hagrid this afternoon?" Tatsu asked Harry. "Yeah, I should probably get going, but I'll see you soon enough." Harry farewelled his teacher and headed out of the room of requirement and off towards the Gryffindor Tower. Soon enough, he, Ron and Hermione were heading down the gentle slope that led towards Hagrid's rebuilt hut. It was a pretty sight, Harry thought. Hagrid's new house was a little bigger than his last. It had more windows, a trail of smoke marred the air above the roof. The weather was turning cold already, and so Harry was not too surprised that Hagrid had his fire going. There was a high fenced backyard, which would provide better protection than the last fence had, should the Death Eaters strike again. Harry could see something around the house, a hazy aura of light. For a moment, he struggled to think what it could be, but then realized, it must be something to do with his modifier talent. He'd noticed such things before, but it had been so vague that he'd paid it no attention. They headed down and knocked on Hagrid's door. The door was open to the frenzied barking of Fang, and the cheerful, but half-hearted, attempts that Hagrid made to quiet his large dog. "How are ya?" Hagrid asked, as the three teenagers entered his house. "Oh, pretty good," Hermione replied for all of them. "How are the hippocampi going?" "Brilliant." Hagrid smiled enthusiastically. "Do you wanna see 'em?" he asked, already standing up to head towards the back door. "Yes, of course," Harry said, not really wanting to, but not wanting to hurt Hagrid's feelings either. In the last 2 weeks, the hippocampi had changed quite a lot, now having a shape that almost resembled a half-horse half-fish, which was what they were supposed to be. "Wow, they're really growing up," Harry said, feigning interest for Hagrid's sake. Ron and Hermione hurriedly added their own comments. Hagrid seemed to glow with pleasure. "It'll be fun, Rhys and Em," he remarked to his 3 younger friends. "Ye'll enjoy it, I'm sure." "Of course we will," Hermione replied, as they headed inside to chat over butterbeers. As the sky outside began darken, Hagrid shooed them out of the door, then followed himself. "Ye shouldn't be out after dark," he explained. "I'll be talkin' ya back up to the castle." "Thanks Hagrid," Harry said, though he'd have liked to walk around in the semi-darkness for a while. He felt confined, within the castle's stony walls. Hagrid showed them back up to the castle, after which they left him and ducked down the kitchens. "It'll be a bit boring without Dobby and Winky there," Ron remarked. "I suppose so," Hermione said doubtfully. Both Harry and Ron knew it was because she thought that no house elves should be there, and that their presence shouldn't make kitchen trips interesting. "Hermione, could you do us a favor and not try and get them to revolt?" Ron asked plaintively. You saw how much Winky and Dobby liked working for Harry, and Dobby, at least, had experienced freedom. "Well, just this once, I suppose," Hermione said doubtfully. Behind her back, Harry and Ron shared a grin. It seemed that Hermione might, eventually, give up her one-woman crusade against house elf ends. Avement. They entered the kitchen, accepted bucket loads of food from the house elves, and headed to the room of requirement to eat it. They didn't feel like entering the hall tonight, though none of them really knew why tonight, of all nights, it should bother them. "So, how was training?" Ron asked. Harry hadn't told them, yet, about his ability as a modifier, though they knew about Tatsu's abilities on that front. Harry told them what he and Tatsu had done that day. His friends spent some time thinking of different things that Tatsu could introduce to Harry's training at Christmas, but none of them thought of anything that might really be what Tatsu was talking of. I wish he wouldn't be so mysterious all the time. Harry grumbled. I want to know what he's going to teach me, and I want to know now. Maybe he's not telling you to keep you humble, Hermione teased. He might think that all this fame is going to your head. Harry laughed slightly. I doubt it. I don't like being famous, he replied. And Tatsu knows it. Maybe. Otherwise, he just likes it, Ron grinned. I think that is slightly more likely, Harry said, eyes dancing slightly. Hermione, HMPHED, softly, annoyed that Harry thought Ron right and her wrong. Harry let that pass, not wanting the confrontation. The night passed quickly. Harry and his friends did all the homework they could, struggling to stay ahead of the tremendous workload that was being thrust upon them. When morning came, Harry awoke with the dawn. He dreamt of Sirius again, and the pair had worked on ancient runes and dueling through the night. Now it was time to go downstairs and practice in the room of requirement, because Harry refused to let his body forget the lessons that Tatsu had taught to it. Soon he was waiting, washed and dressed, in the Gryffindor common room, ready for the new day. Together with Ron and Hermione, Harry went downstairs to eat breakfast. His eyes flickered to the notice board. Immediately he noticed something that had not been there before. He walked closer to have a look at it. Ron, he called softly, though his tone was excited. Ron, come look. The 16th of September 1996. Ron, come look. Harry called again, insistent. His friends, both of them, came over to see what Harry was excited about. To all students, second year and above, Quidditch training will resume in the next week. Teams are to organize replacing players, setting up training schedules and any other necessary things with Madam Hooch over the next few days. Thank you. Training starts again. Harry was excited. I wonder who the captain is, Ron said, confused. It wasn't me or Ginny, or you either, Harry. Who does that leave? No one, as far as I can work out, Harry remarked in confusion. Oh well, I'm sure we'll discover things soon enough. The three of them walked into breakfast. For some reason, Harry's mind replayed the words that Hagrid had said to him, just over a year ago, what will come, and we will meet it when it does. Smart words, commented Grippus, settled still, on Harry's shoulder, watching the world through calm, golden eyes. It would do well for you humans to live by them, you are too impatient by half. Gee, thanks for the vote of confidence, Harry teased. You're welcome, Grippus replied, as if he had completely missed the sarcasm of Harry's words. Harry just rolled his eyes slightly, but anyone who was watching would have dismissed this gesture as being aimed at Ron and Hermione, who were now debating the uselessness of Quidditch and its captains. Harry took a seat at the Gryffindor table, Ron and Hermione sitting down either side of him, refusing to look at each other. Harry, tell Hermione that I am not going to speak to her until she admits that Quidditch is worthwhile. Harry, tell Ron that shouldn't expect any help with me in arithmancy if he doesn't admit that I am right, and Quidditch is a waste of time. You can tell it to each other. I'm not going to take part in your fights, or encourage them, Harry informed them both, a little waspishly, and settled down to eat. Once everyone was finished, but had not yet started to leave, Dumbledore stood up, waving everyone to silence. Most of you will have noticed the notice referring to Quidditch. The headmaster's calm voice cut through any conversations that were still going, and all attention turned to him. You will be wondering what happened to the captains, why were they not notified over the summer? The answer to this is simple, though you were not to know this. We have decided on a new method this year. The team will appoint its own captain, and that captain will change after each game, giving another person the post. This has been done. Dumbledore had to cut through the conversations that had sprung up again, because we believe that it is important that each member of the team learns a little bit of tactics, strategy and command. Teams will be free to choose their captains for the first game over the next week, and inform Madam Hooch, as a team, of their decision. You may go to your classes. The school left in a ripple of sound, everyone, bar the first years, discussing this change in school procedures. Ron seemed more than a little ecstatic. He would have his chance to shine, it seemed. Harry kept quiet. He was thinking, who would the team, that is, him, Ron and Ginny, chose to take over the training before the first match. There would only be 3 matches this year. This meant that each of the remaining members of the team could be captain for one of them, presuming they all wanted to. Newcomers would have to wait until the next year to test their own skills. Oh well, Harry gave a mental shrug, all this would be decided on later. Now it was time to go to the first potions lesson with Michael McGonagall. When they arrived at the classroom, the Slytherins seemed restless. They didn't seem to like the idea of having a different teacher for potions. Harry didn't blame them. While Snape would let them get away with anything short of murder, who knew what this new teacher would be like? Harry did, and he knew that Michael would not put up with the Slytherins' usual tricks. The sole two Gryffindor students would not have to dread Snape's cold insults, or the Slytherins' attempts to stuff everything up. Wonder what this Michael McGonagall will be like, Hermione mused. For a moment, Harry was tempted to tell her all that he knew of Minerva's nephew, but then he would have had to explain where he got the information from, and he wasn't sure that he wanted to do that. I don't think we'll have to wonder much longer, he muttered instead, as Michael strode around the corner, heading to his new classroom. So few Gryffindors? The man asked, as if surprised, though he'd almost certainly looked at the roll and figured this out by now. Well, I'm sure that if there are so few of you, you'll be the best of the best, right? He winked at Harry, discreetly, who winked back, a slight smile twitching at his lips. These classes were going to be fun. Well, come in then. We may as well get acquainted and begin the work. The Newts are only just under 2 years away, and trust me, you are going to spend every moment of those 2 years working your butts off to make sure you don't fail. A lot of you will anyway. The tests are hard, and don't let anyone tell you otherwise. The Slytherins looked among themselves. Snape always praised them, said that there was no way they would fail the Newt Potions exam. Well, come on, inside. Michael walked inside, and the students followed, all bar one wondering what this new teacher would be like. The class sat down, the Slytherins near the back of the room, wanting to be far away from the center stage, should the new teacher prove not to like them. Harry dragged Hermione to the front of the classroom, and sat down right in front the teacher's desk. He knew Michael would be fine, even if the Slytherins probably wouldn't think so. Well, said Michael, standing front of his desk and watching with faint amusement as the class found their places. My name's Michael McGonagall, yes, I'm related to the Transfiguration teacher. I'm her nephew. I'll be taking over from Professor Snape for a while, until he comes back from leave, that is. I'm not sure when that will happen. Your teacher didn't leave me any notes, so I'll have to exercise my own judgment. What were you doing before? Hermione's hand jumped to the air, which was unsurprising. Yes, Miss Granger, sir, Hermione Granger. We've been working on truth potions, sir. Truth potions, Well, show me your notes, and I'll judge whether or not you need to learn more, and what it is you need to learn. Sir, we've only had one lesson, Harry said. That was making the Varax Onus truth potion. Then you haven't gone that far at all. Well, truth potions aren't really my area of expertise, so we'll leave them alone for the moment, and I'll let Professor Snape teach you that later. Michael looked slightly relieved. I'll get you started on poisons and their remedies, I think, Michael decided. I work in the Ministry of Magic, but there isn't all that much for me to do. But I am their poison expert. Harry was interested in that. Why was Michael a poison expert? Oh well, the guy was a nice one, he was sure. Harry got to work. This was a lot better than Snape's classes. The Slytherins got yelled at as often as Harry and Hermione did more, actually. All too soon the lesson was over. Michael gave the entire class a stern look. I hope to see better behavior from the Slytherins next time I have this class, he told them. You may go. Harry left, still thinking about the potions lesson, and the homework, a report on 3 different poisons and their effects on the body. The rest of the day passed quickly. Harry did homework after lunch, then went to see Dumbledore immediately after dinner for his lesson on occlumency. You've been practicing over the summer, Dumbledore remarked. Severus told me what you were like when he was teaching you. You don't need as much help as I thought you might. I think we can safely say that you don't need to come for lessons as often, once a week should be fine. Perhaps on Mondays. That will also leave you free for Quidditch. Thank you, sir, Harry replied. That would be great. They'd finished an hour's work on occlumency, and Harry was just waiting for Dumbledore to dismiss him, so that he could go and meet Ron and Ginny to see Madam Hooch about Quidditch. Off you go then, Harry. I'll see you in a week, Dumbledore smiled. Harry smiled back and left the office, fast. Grippus gave a soft hiss, and dug his claws into the leather pad that Harry now wore on his shoulder. Downstairs, Ron and Ginny were waiting impatiently for him. Finally, Ron said, when the gargoyle opened and Harry emerged. We've been waiting forever. It's only been 3 minutes, Ron, his someone more level-headed sister informed him, then smiled at Harry. You shouldn't listen to him, she informed him, pointing at Ron. I've known him for a little over 5 years, Ginny, Harry told her, smiling back, more comfortable with her now that he knew that she no longer had a crush on him. I had worked that out by now. Ron huffed, realizing that no help in getting Ginny back for that comment would be forthcoming from Harry. Come on, Harry added. Madam Hooch will be waiting for us. They'd organized at lunchtime to meet the flying instructor at some point after Harry's lesson with Dumbledore. The majority of the students had been told that Dumbledore was something of an expert on ancient runes, and would be helping Harry keep up with his class. Ron glared at both Harry and Ginny, but led the way down the hall, towards the entrance hall. Harry looked at the new doors with regret. They were not as nice as the old ones had been, nothing could replace those relics. Come on, this way, Harry said, voice rough. He didn't want to keep looking at those new doors. Soon they arrived outside of Madam Hooch's office. Harry knocked on the door. Come in, Madam Hooch called out to them. Harry pushed the door open, and he and the two Weasleys entered the office. Ah, Potter, Hooch smiled at them. And the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Close the door, girl, it's cold out there, she said. Ginny hurried to comply. Well, you three have some recruiting to do, remarked Hooch, looking at them. Harry nodded in agreement. As you know, your first game is against Slytherin, and will be taking place in November. The date hasn't been set yet, Hooch said, when no one said anything. We know, Harry agreed with her. Do you know who's going to captain the first match? She asked after a moment. Harry, said Ron, just as Harry said, Ron, and Ginny remained silent. Well, you have to decide on someone, Hooch said with a faint smile. Harry, Ginny added her vote. There you go, Potter. The majority of your teammates want you as captain for the first match. Do you accept? Hooch smiled at him. Harry wondered, was it best that he captained the first match? That way, if something happened later in the year, he would be free of his obligations to the team. Ginny could take over as seeker, if he needed it. Yes, fine, Harry said, after the silence lengthened. Good. When do you want to book the pitch for tryouts? Hooch asked. A look passed between the three, and both Ron and Ginny nodded to Harry to answer the question. How about next Tuesday? Harry asked. Hooch looked in the book on her desk, then nodded. Yes, that will be fine, she said. I'll have to ask you to bring your team to me, before you go out to the pitch. I'll accompany you there, she said. Harry nodded, and his friends and he left. On the way back to the Gryffindor common room, Harry managed to lose his two companions. He felt like just wandering alone. While he was wandering, he heard something running through the portraits, and a moment later Sir Cadogan appeared in a portrait just beside Harry, quite out of breath. Sir Harry. The knight panted at him. The good Sir Dumbledore wishes to speak with you. Harry stared at the little knight. Why did Dumbledore want him? Well, what are you doing, still standing around here? Can't be tardy. Bad form. The knight told him, just as Harry opened his mouth. Harry sighed. Thank you, Sir Cadogan, he said wearily. I'll be on my way then. He turned and jogged off, heading for Dumbledore's office. He'd only just been there. When he reached the gargoyle statue, he found Dumbledore waiting for him. Ah, Harry. Good news. Well, I think it's good news. It's somewhat difficult to tell, Dumbledore told him, heading for the stairs, and Harry, with a faint sigh, followed. Wonder what this, possibly good news is, he remarked to Grippus. I'm sure Dumbledore will tell you soon enough, came the response. The 16th of September 1996. Harry sat, wanting to fidget, but not wanting to show this sign of nervousness. What did Dumbledore want to talk to him about? I'm sorry that I've had to interrupt your time twice today, Dumbledore began. I just word from a friend of mine, a squib who works as a judge in the Surrey area. Harry sat up straight. Was this something to do with the Dursleys' deaths then? He said that Marge is still trying to claim the things that are supposed to be yours, and now a date's been set for a hearing of the two of you, Dumbledore continued. Harry's heart was beating faster. That date is Wednesday this week, 2 days' time. That's not much warning, Harry said, surprised. You don't need much. You won't have to speak, I don't think. I'll be speaking for you, I think I told once before, but in addition to my other talents, I am also a lawyer. All you have to do is be there, since you are legally underaged anyway. You may be called upon to speak of the day that the Dursleys died. It's possible that Marge will try and say that you killed your aunt, uncle and cousin to get their things. You mustn't lose your temper, if this is the case. Dumbledore had a lot of advice for Harry, which the boy knew he would have to remember for the court case in 2 days' time. The old man went on and on and on. Finally Dumbledore blinked and stopped. I'm sorry, I can get a little carried away sometimes, he said. You must have had other things planned for this evening, so please, go and attend to them. Harry nodded. I'll see you tomorrow, sir, he replied, and left. The next day came too fast in Harry's opinion. They had defense with Tonks. She was going to be fighting him today. He wasn't sure if this was a good thing or a bad thing. When the class filed into the defense classroom, Tonks was already waiting inside. Everyone, go to the same seats as last lesson, she told them. Slowly the students arranged themselves in the proper order, and the next person, Dean Thomas, was called forward. Now it was just Harry, Ron and Hermione left sitting who hadn't dueled with her yet. Dean Thomas did not last long, and it was Hermione who stood up next. Hermione walked quickly to the front of the class, and bowed slightly to Tonks, who bowed in return. Hermione shot a disarming spell, threw up a shield and stepped left in. Almost a single movement, Tonks dodged, and shot a stunning spell at the place where Hermione had been. This duel went on for some time, as Hermione had learnt a lot from Harry about dueling, and Harry enjoyed watching it. It was good to see how his friends did against a full-grown witch, who was an Auror at that. But, eventually, as with the rest, Hermione was disarmed and returned back to her seat. Very well done. Another of Harry's students, I suppose. Tonks said. Hermione nodded. Yup, she replied, as Ron took her place on the stage. Ron, too, lasted some time, though not as long as Hermione. Then it was Harry's turn. Well Harry, let's see what you can do. Tonks said, smiling dangerously. Harry returned the smile and bowed, watching her bow in return. Immediately he threw himself to the ground and rolled, as 2 spells shot over his head. Even as he completed his roll, before he stood up, he'd shot a spell at Tonks. On his feet, he shot 2 more, springing quickly 3 steps to the left. Tonks was confused for a moment with the amount of spells and Harry's constant movement. Slowly though, she adjusted, as the pair of them moved and tried spells, testing each other. In a dim part of his mind, Harry noted that the class watched with intense interest. Harry dropped quickly to avoid 2 spells and cursed himself quietly. He should have entered his center long ago. He quickly did this, and time seemed to slow down. He watched Tonks with interest, but not as a threat. Sirius was a better dueler, he thought, distantly. He had all of time to consider his movements. He could almost sense what Tonks was going to do next, and he could see the calculating look in her eyes as she searched for a weak spot. He shot spell after spell, faster than any other student. Dancing over the floor, he hardly had to pause to aim. The practice over the summer had been good. He could tell that Tonks was tiring slightly. She's fought 3 duels before she reached him, 2 of them being difficult ones. Her tiring was obviously to his advantage. Her reactions were becoming sluggish, he noted quickly, and continued teasing her with a couple of spells at once, even as he moved. When he judged that her reactions were slow enough, he cast 3 curses almost at once, at the same time stepping dangerously close to her. She was surprised by his sudden closeness. The 3 spells were too much for her to deal with, and the Expelliarmus charm worked. He offered her wand to her with a bow, which she returned, as she accepted the wand. Very well done Harry. 20 points to Gryffindor, she said. Harry just smiled his thanks in reply and returned to his seat. Well, most of you have a lot of work to do. Those of you who were in Harry's defense group last year, could you raise your hands? Tonks asked. Several of the Gryffindors raised their hands. I'm not surprised to see that you were the ones that did better than most. That would be because you learnt spells last year, and a few of you had practice against Death Eaters. You'll not get as much work for a while at least, because the rest of the class has to catch up with you a little. You'll probably be left to your own devices. This year I have to go a little bit by the curriculum, unfortunately. I dislike rules, but oh well. I'm going to give you 3 weeks to do an assignment on one of the people who aided greatly in the war against Voldemort last time. I'll choose your subjects for you, with a random selection spell. You may be a little surprised to see the people that you get to study, but there is a reason for it, she said. Harry was interested. He wondered who he would get. Suddenly a piece of paper appeared on everyone's desk. Harry lifted it up to read what was written on it. When he did, he chocked in surprise. He hardly noticed that he wasn't the only one in the room to do so, because he was staring too hard at the words written on his own piece of paper, Tatsu Kendo. Professor. Blaze Zabani called out. I think there must have been a mistake. I got Sirius Black, but how could he have helped in the war? I mean, against Voldemort, that is. Sirius Black was not always bad. There are a few who believe that he never was bad, but the only one that knows the truth is Sirius himself, unless there are those who have discovered it from him since his escape, Tonks replied. Oh, Blaze said. I didn't know that he was on the light side once. Not many do, was the reply. You'll be working on those assignments outside of class, Tonks added. I've got too many spells to teach you to give you time in class. Just then, the bell rang. That duel with Harry had gone on longer than most people realized. Who did you get, Harry? Hermione asked him. Some guy called Tatsu Kendo, Harry replied, remembering at the last second that he wasn't supposed to know Tatsu. Ron goggled, and Hermione elbowed him in the ribs. Ron glared at her, about to open his mouth, then remembered that no one was supposed to know Tatsu. What about you guys? Harry asked, to forestall any arguments. I got Dumbledore, Ron replied cheerily. I got Alistair Moody, Hermione added. Guess who Malfoy got, Ron said. Who? Both of his friends were interested. You, Ron said, pointing at Harry. I heard him complaining to one of his friends, he added, as the group dissolved in laughter. What's so funny? Tonks appeared beside them, demanding they share the joke. Malfoy got Harry as the subject for his assignment, Ron chortled, which reduced Tonks to laughter as well. Oh, that's going to be fun to read, she grinned. And no, I can't give it to you three to read after me. Ah, Ron protested. Come on, Harry said. Let's get started on these assignments. Shall we go to the room of requirement for the moment? Hermione asked as they parted ways with Tonks. We all know something about our subjects already, so we can get started without books. Sounds good to me, Harry agreed. This way they'd be able to talk without fear of being overheard. The three of them headed off, glad that defense was the last class of the day. When they reached the room they were after, Harry requested that it didn't let anyone in until after he and his friends had made sure it was all clear. Wish we'd known about that last year, Ron remarked darkly. Dumbledore had told Harry of this feature over the summer holidays. Would have been useful, Harry agreed. What happened to Umbridge, by the way? I never felt concerned enough to ask. Oh, she got sacked from the ministry, Hermione said. After it came out that sent those Dementors after you, and that she was going to attempt to use an unforgivable on you. She would have gotten arrested, only she didn't actually use the curse. Would have served her right though, Ron muttered darkly. Definitely, Harry agreed. And what's been happening with Fudge? I haven't been paying attention to him either, the annoying git. Oh, him, Ron said, rolling his eyes in disgust. Well, he's been going on about you being so brave and righteous, and how we must prepare for Voldemort's coming. Sometime over the holidays, Harry and Hermione had convinced Ron to call the Dark Lord by his name. But then whenever someone comes to him asking what they should do, he shoulders them off to someone else, saying it's not his job. Idiot, Harry muttered. Why doesn't he just create a preparing for war office or something? And put one of the Order in charge? I doubt that would occur to him, Ron said with a snort of disgust. Probably not, Hermione agreed, surprising both boys a little. What? She asked in response to the boys' looks of astonishment. I don't like Fudge any more than you do. Sure, I don't think that we should speak irrespectively of someone like the minister, but he's basically proved that he can't do the job anyway. You really are lightening up this year, Ron remarked. Hermione glared at him, but, to Harry's relief, a fight did not break out, as the three of them settled over their assignments. Soon enough it was time for Harry and Ron to meet Ginny and go to the Quidditch pitch. A notice had been posted in the Gryffindor common room 3 nights before, so that people who were interested would come to the pitch after lunch today. As neither Harry nor Ron had been particularly hungry, they'd eaten a little in the room of requirement rather than go to the Great Hall for lunch. It also got them started on their homework, which would mean Hermione wouldn't keep nattering at them to do it later. Meeting up with Ginny, the three of them raced for the Quidditch pitch, chatting and laughing together. When they reached the pitch, the three of them looked the tryouts over. "There's a few oddballs and unexpecteds here," Harry muttered to his friends. "I think I'll leave it there." Grins. The 9th of March 1996. Professor Severus Snape stood in the center of an escort of Death Eater guards, staring up the Riddle Manor. Was this, then, Voldemort's hideout? He wondered. "Come on then, Snape, one of the Death Eaters." Snape didn't recognize the voice, but that was over little accord. The Dark Lord had been recruiting. "Get inside." Severus did as he was asked. He'd known that the Dark Lord was not certain of his loyalty, but he hadn't expected to be taken before him in such a manner. Inside the manor house, he didn't see any signs of life at all, and wondered what was going on. If he'd been in Voldemort's stronghold, there would have been Death Eaters and Dementors everywhere. This way, a Death Eater growled at him, and the group hustled him up the stairs. Severus let them. It would be worse for him if he so much as went against their wishes. They could accuse him of fighting, and that would mean his death by Voldemort's hands. They went up the stairs and into a room that Severus had seen only in the Potter boy's memories. This was where Voldemort had stayed 2 years ago, before regaining his power. "Use the flow network," a Death Eater told him, pointing to the fireplace with his wand. A fire immediately sprang into life. "One of us will go ahead of you, the rest will follow after." Another of the Death Eaters walked over to the fire, threw some flow powder on it, then stepped into the green flames. "Lord Voldemort's stronghold," he cried. As a Death Eater, he had permission to use the Dark Lord's name. No one else was supposed to be allowed to. "You next," the Death Eater who'd lit the fire growled at Severus, pushing him forwards. Severus repeated the first month's movements, and felt himself spinning through the network of fireplace. He hated traveling by flow. Suddenly he stopped a grate and stumbled out of the fire. He looked around himself. All he saw was an expanse of black stone, and a lone Death Eater waiting for him. His fingers itched with the desire to draw his wand and kill or capture the Death Eater now, but, as always, he shoved this urge aside. He couldn't afford to lose his position here, which is what would happen should he do as he wanted to. The rest of the Death Eaters came through the fire, one by one, grouping around Severus once more. When all had come through the fire, they led him from the room. He walked in the center of the group, feigning docility, and wishing death upon his guards. He slipped his hands into the pockets of his robes, and his fingers brushed against something. "What is this?" he wondered to himself, his fingers delicately exploring the object, until he remembered. The dream catcher thing that Lupin's mind was trapped in. "I'm here, Severus," Lupin's voice. Snape looked up, searching his guards' escorts' faces, but none of them showed signs of hearing anything. "They cannot hear me," Lupin stated quietly. "I am speaking directly to your mind. If you think to me, I will hear it. I'll be with you as long as you're here. What are you doing here? I didn't put the dream catcher in my pocket, I know it." Snape thought angrily. "I moved it there myself. I'm not sure how I did it. I think that because it is my body, as such, I can command it, to an extent." "I thought you might need the company," Lupin replied. Snape wanted to snarl with fury. Behind his mask, his mouth twisted into a frown of annoyance. "You shouldn't have," he informed Lupin. "I can take care of myself, and what if Dumbledore needs you? He will just have to do without, won't he?" Lupin responded dryly. Snape was about to think a reply, but at that moment he and his companions stopped in front of a stone doorway, leading off the passage they were in. He was surprised by this, because they had been moving for some time, and there had so far been absolutely no decoration whatsoever, doors or otherwise. He hadn't seen this one till they stopped in front of it. "This is our Lord's room," a Death Eater informed Snape coldly. "He will speak with you there, alone. Go in now." With that, all of them turned and walked away, leaving Snape on his own before the door. It had snakes engraved on its black, shiny surface, he noted. "Well, when are you going to move?" Lupin's voice. "Have you got any idea what could happen to me in there?" Severus demanded. "I could die, Lupin. I know. But if you are going to die, you might as well get it over and done with." "He'll only be mad if you wait out here," Remus pointed out. "Why do you have to be right?" Severus demanded. Remus didn't answer that, and Severus, steeling himself, pushed the door open and walked inside. "Ah, Severus," a voice whispered out of the gloom. The tone was almost caressing, but the voice sent shivers up Severus's spine. He was glad that the bulky Death Eater robes and mask hid his body, that way the Dark Lord did not see his disgusted reaction. "My lord," Severus knelt where he stood. He did not know where Voldemort was, and would therefore remain here, it was safest. "Rise, and proceed," Voldemort ordered him. A good sign. If the Dark Lord was going to kill him, he would have done so while Severus was kneeling. Severus stood up, and walked into the room. A misty substance filled the room, chilling his flesh even through the robes. As he walked forwards, the mist fell away before him. He did not look back, but he knew that it would close again behind him. He kept walking for what seemed like hours. Finally, he stumbled free of this mist, dropping to his knees again, bowing his head to the floor before a huge black stone chair. Enthroned upon it was Voldemort. Nagini curled around the bottom of the chair, and hissed softly when Severus appeared. Severus remained completely still. He would not move until his lord ordered him to. "You may rise, Severus," Voldemort stated. Severus did so, but slowly, keeping his head down in a slightly bowed appearance until he was standing up properly. Over time, he'd learnt what the Dark Lord wanted from his servants, knew that to look the man in the eyes without permission was asking for pain. "Welcome, my servant," the Dark Lord whispered, standing up. "You have been avoiding me." "Never, my lord," Severus cried, in what he hoped was a convincingly Protestant tone of voice, bowing his head again. "I did not want to make the Muggle lover suspicious. Had I begun disappearing, he would have suspected that I had returned to you, and that my act to convince him of my loyalty a fake." "Well answered, Severus, as always. But are you really loyal to me?" Voldemort demanded. "My lord, I live to serve. Whatever you would have me do, you have only to ask," Severus replied immediately. "You will remain here," Voldemort informed him. "Under my eyes. You may return to your former post once I am completely assured of your loyalty. You will accompany your companions, my other Death Eaters, on raid and attacks." Severus bowed. "I live to serve," he repeated. "I will send the Muggle-loving fool an owl, telling him I've gone on leave to recover from an injury sustained during the fighting if you find this agreeable, my lord." "That silver tongue will someday be your death," Voldemort said, sounding the closest thing he ever got to amused. "You will present your letter to me before you send it. Go now, Wormtail waits outside, he will show you to your quarters, and answer some of the questions you may have." Severus bowed again, deeply. He'd escaped without so much as a crucio. That was good. Now he just had to keep to his lord's good side. As the Dark Lord had said, Wormtail was waiting for him outside. For a moment, Severus wondered what would happen if he took the man now, and gave him to the Ministry. Maybe that would stop his nightmarish dreams. Severus shook himself free of that thought. It was dangerous. He could not be tempted to do what he believed was right. Not if he wanted Dumbledore to be able to get at least some warning of attacks. "Where is this place?" Severus asked Wormtail as they walked along a bleak stone corridor. "No idea," the man replied, shaking slightly as if at some remembered pain. "The Lord doesn't like people asking too closely about that." "Why did we have to come via the Riddle House?" Snape asked, knowing that he would get no more from that path. "Because that fireplace is the only one that is linked to the fire here. No one can get to this place from any other fire," the man responded, voice wavering slightly, though Severus was not sure why. Maybe it was just his nature. What would happen if someone came through the fireplace when they weren't expected? The Ministry, for example. A traitor among us could lead them here easily. There are guards set to watch the chamber at all times. The man that came ahead of you assured them that those who were about to come through were not enemies, Peter replied. "Is this place underground?" Severus left that subject. He didn't want to be seen prying too carefully into such subjects. The Dark Lord had eyes everywhere. Yes, Peter seemed to deem this safe ground for a conversation, and told Severus all about how the entire fortress was dug deep into rock. It was impossible to see the surface from anywhere but Lord Voldemort's chapter, which had a magical mirror, showing the lands around the area. Severus was relieved when he reached his new chambers. Peter was hardly an avid conversationalist. "I have to leave you here," the animagus replied, and did. Severus touched a hand to his door, which swung open. The chamber was small, with only a bed, a chest, a writing desk and chair with a small bookshelf over it. From the past, Severus knew that the bookshelf and desk were for working on things that the Dark Lord ordered to be found out and reported on. Severus settled himself on the bed. He would rest now, and be ready when the Dark Lord called him again. It was likely that Voldemort would have work for Snape, making potions. He was woken by the dark mark burning on his arm, and was glad that he'd slept in his robes. A swift charm made him presentable, and he headed to the door. Severus walked through the passageways. Peter Pettigrew might not have thought that Severus had paid attention to their route, but the potions master had fixed it in his mind, as he knew he was likely to be summoned. "I think you turn left here," Lupin's voice came suddenly as Severus was about to turn to the right. Severus quickly checked his mental map, realized with a silent curse that Remus was right, and adjusted his course. Soon enough he was standing before the door to Voldemort's quarters. There were 2 Death Eaters standing on guard here now, and one of them opened the door to admit him, while the other watched him carefully, making sure that Severus was indeed a Death Eater. Severus walked past both, acknowledging neither. He had more important things on his mind, those being mainly, avoid being killed and or tortured. This time there was no mist in the chamber. He could see Voldemort from where he stood, just inside the door, and immediately dropped to his knees, head bowed. "Rise," Voldemort commanded lazily. Severus did so immediately. "Severus, my loyal friend, I have a job for you." The 17th of September 1996. "A few oddballs and unexpecteds here," Harry muttered to his friends, who nodded in agreement, all of them looking more than a little surprised by the turnout. There was Colin and Dennis Creevy. Harry wasn't sure if they were here to try out for the team or to take pictures of Harry. There was also Neville, who was more than a little surprising. There was a girl that he did not know by name, but she was a 4th year this year. Harry knew her to be incredibly shy and timid. There were a few 3rd years, and 2 2nd years, all of whom he didn't know very well at all. Harry felt somewhat nervous. What was he going to do with all of these people? He was a little nervous, but then, he had taught DA, hadn't he? He could handle this. He stood straight and lifted his voice to carry over to the group of people. "Good afternoon, all of you." He decided to start with a greeting. There were called greetings in response. We need to replace the 3 chasers, and 2 beaters. If people trying out for either of those positions could come over here." He waited as the group divided itself, roughly 2/3 coming over to Harry and his 2 companions. "Ron, you test out the new chasers, and get Ginny to help," Harry muttered to his friend, who nodded. "I'll go and see what the others are going to do. We need a full team of reserves as well." "Remember, I'm being a chaser when I'm not a seeker," Ginny told him. "I'll help Ron with these guys for the minute. Give me a yell if you need help with the rest." "I will," Harry promised, beckoning the other students over to him as Ron and Ginny organized the beaters and chasers. There were another 5 people clustered around Harry now. "Okay, what do you want to try out for?" he asked them. "One at a time," he added quickly. "You first," he pointed at one. "I want to try out for Keeper," the boy said. "Keeper," agreed the next one. "Seeker," said the third. "Any position, I can play all of them," said the fourth. "Beater or Seeker," finished the fifth. "Those of you who want to try out for Seeker, come over here please. I'm going to have to ask the rest of you to wait for a little while, until we have a chaser," Harry said. The 2 remaining people just nodded and went to sit down for a while. "Okay, I'm not going to let the snitch out. It's too dark, and I wouldn't want to lose it. I'm going to do what the captain did for me when I joined the team back in my 1st year," he told them. "But I thought that 1st years couldn't play Quidditch." One said. "They made an exception for me," Harry replied. "Any of the older students would be able to tell you why and how. I'd rather concentrate on Quidditch now." "So what are we gonna do?" a girl asked, her voice somewhat no-nonsense. She was the one that said she could play any position. "I'm going to throw golf balls at you," Harry replied. "Or rather, around the pitch, you guys have to catch them." "Sounds cool," the girl said with a shrug. "Let's get started. Since you're so eager, why don't you be first? I'll throw golf balls at you for a while, then you can throw at one of the others in the group, and I'll do the same, until we're all throwing golf balls everywhere and absolute mayhem erupts." "I like the sound of that." Someone, a boy, agreed, and the rest pretty much fell into place after that. 2 hours later the group of Gryffindors headed up towards the castle. They had found 2 new chasers and 2 reserves, as well as 2 beaters and 1 reserve, and Harry had found 2 good seekers, in case he and Ginny both were unable to play. The girl who could play any position had been quite right in saying that she could. She was an all-round replacement, and there were 2 new keeper replacements also. Harry was happy, now they just had to train. He wanted to beat the Slytherins so badly that the other team wouldn't know what happened. This was mainly because Malfoy was the captain for this match. "Come on Harry, let's get back, so Hermione can't yell at us for now doing homework," Ron advised. The new team and the reserves laughed at that. "I'm glad you find it amusing," Harry muttered under his breath, and he and Ron hurried off, leaving the team to wander their way back to the Gryffindor Tower slowly. "Well, that was a good night's work," Ron remarked, smiling slightly. "Now we have a full team, and almost a full set of reserves." "A very good night's work," Harry agreed, a smile playing at lips. "Now the training can start." "Why don't I like the sound of that?" Ron quipped, but he laughed as he spoke. "Because I'll work you to the bone," Harry replied, eyes sparkling. "Then I can get you back when it's my turn to be captain," Ron reminded him. Harry laughed. "So you can," he agreed. "Come on, race you back to the common room," he added, and the pair of them took off. Outside the portrait of the fat lady, Hermione was waiting for them, an amused but disapproving look on her face. "Isn't 16 a little too old for doing things like that?" she demanded tartly. "Of course not," a voice from behind them called. "Never too old to have fun," added a second. "Fred and George," Hermione demanded, as Harry and Ron wheeled around. Sure enough, it was the Weasley twins, large as life and grinning mischievously, still dressed in the nasty-looking dragon-hide suits. They were standing in a small passageway that led off the main corridor towards the Gryffindor common room. Harry hadn't seen them there, but then, he'd been concentrating on racing Ron. At the same time, he knew that he should have realized they were there. What if they'd been Death Eaters? He and his friends would have been dead or imprisoned by now. "We were trying out our invisible suites," Fred said, and Harry's raging thoughts lagged suddenly. So they had been clocked by some sort of magic. That was okay then. No, it wasn't. A Death Eater could do the same. He had to find some way of seeing them, even if they were supposed to be invisible. "Well, they seem to have worked," he told the twins, tone carefully neutral, hiding the fury and self-hate that raged through his mind at not being able to do anything against Death Eaters who concealed themselves as the twins had just done. "Yup," Fred nodded in cheery agreement. "We just went to tell Dumbledore about them. Well, we were supposed to be telling him about a meeting we had with some fiery friends, but yeah." For a moment, Harry was confused, then he realized, they were talking about the Order of the Phoenix, and had been conveying either some results from a former meeting, or the date of a new one. They were concealing their words so that if any Death Eater were listening, they wouldn't be suspicious, at least, not much. George checked his watch. "Oh, we better go," he said quickly. "We said we'd open the store again at 8, and it's nearly that now." "How's business going?" Harry asked, as they all headed into the Gryffindor common room so that the twins could use the fire to get back to the shop. "Booming," Fred replied. "We open late 3 nights a week now," George added. "We're making loads." "Toodles," both cried together, disappearing through the fireplace suddenly. "Those two," Hermione sighed softly, but her heart wasn't it, both boys could tell. "I'm going to bed," Harry told his friends suddenly. He wanted to be alone for a while, chat with Grippus, maybe go to sleep and dream of Sirius. "Your friends worry about you, you know," Grippus told him. "They do not let it show, but it clouds the air, and I can feel it. They have been worried the entire time I have known them, and you. I don't think they even know what they worry about." "They shouldn't worry," Harry told the Griffin. "I'm fine, I don't need them to worry over me." "You need them more than you will ever know," Grippus responded, mind voice almost sharp. "You forget, I know you better than anyone else ever could, and I know them, as well. They need you and you need them, for what purpose I do not know, but without them you will die." "I don't see how you could tell that," Harry replied, not wanting to think that he needed anyone. If he needed people, that need could used against him. "You are just in a mood," Grippus told him. "When you come out of it, you will realize that I am right." "What do you mean, I'm in a mood?" Harry demanded. "Not knowing Fred and George Weasley were there has made you feel that you are a failure." "It shouldn't, You cannot be expected to know everything, you are only young. You are young too, and you seem to know everything, Harry pointed out. I am a griffin, you are human, there is a distinct difference between the young of our two people. Did you know they were there? Harry asked, not wanting to draw his griffin friend into an argument like this one. Of course, no spell exists that can blind a griffin. But I knew them to be friends, so I didn't think to warn you. Had I known you would react as you did, I would have, the griffin replied. I wish I could see with a griffin's eyes. Harry thought to the creature that the closest thing he'd ever had to a brother, closer even than Ron. You could, Grippus told him, shocking the boy completely. How? Harry's mind voice was almost feverish in his excitement. Easily. By wearing a griffin's feathers, willingly given, near to your eyes. It will transfer some of a griffin's powers to your eyes, enough to see through petty illusionment spells, at least. Wow, Harry muttered. How should I put them there though? I'd look stupid, wearing feathers taped to my face. I'm not sure, I'll think about it though. There will be a way, I just have to find it, Grippus replied. Sleep now, you are tired. Perhaps you and I will meet up with Sirius. Harry smiled at the griffin. Hugh knew that Grippus would help him in any way he could. Until I find a way to fasten the feathers to your face so that you may see what others cannot, I will let you know if I see any concealment charms. Thanks, Harry told his friend, redressing for bed. Sirius, Harry called, softly, looking around himself and checking that his shield was tightly in place. Hey kid, Sirius bounded over to Harry's side, appearing suddenly. How's things? All right, Harry said, smiling slightly. No matter how many times he saw Sirius in his dreams, he was always delighted to see him again. All right, Sirius repeated. Only all right. Harry sighed and sat down on a chair that appeared obligingly, and Sirius fell into a similar one across from him. Harry told Sirius first about the Quidditch trials, which his godfather more than enjoyed hearing about, and then about the upcoming court case with Aunt Marge. That disgusting person. Sirius sounded as if he'd been about to use a much stronger word than person. Harry was fairly sure he knew what that word would have been. I'm not sure what I should do in the case, Harry admitted. Dumbledore told me some, but I don't really understand. He let his head drop his hands in weariness. Here's the best piece of advice I can give you, Harry. Play the helpless, bewildered and upset child, and leave the rest to Dumbledore. He knows what he's doing, and whatever you do don't get angry. Why play helpless, or upset? Harry asked curiously. Your guardians just died, Sirius pointed out. You are supposed to love them, not that anyone could find them lovable. As for helpless, the judge and jury are only people. If you look like you're still in a bit of shock and you don't know what's going on, they are more likely to take your side. I get it, Harry said, smiling slightly. Sounds like a good plan to me, I'll do that. Sirius laughed. Good man. Now, how about some ancient runes work? I'm really getting into this. Harry chuckled, then outright laughed. Somehow nothing seemed so bad when he was with Sirius. The next morning Harry woke, feeling groggy, but happy. He petted Grippus's head gently, then a thought struck him, hard. Today was the day the court case began. Hee, I think I'll leave it there. Guess what? Excited I flew today. Points to sky right up there. In a glider. For free, my dad's friend has one. I even got to steer for a while. Have you got any idea how fun that is? Wants to learn to fly gliders. The 9th of March 1996. The Dark Lord had said, my loyal friend, Severus noted. That meant that he wasn't going to like what would come next. It meant that the Dark Lord had a task for him, a big task, one that a normal Death Eater would be honored to be given. But then, Severus wasn't a normal Death Eater. I am at my lord's disposal, of course, Severus said, bowing deeply. You will find and make the potion called Caducus, Voldemort ordered him. Go, begin now. Severus nearly chalked, and in his mind, Lupin expressed his own shock. Be you immediately, more lord, he said, biting back his protests at the near impossible. You nearly questioned my orders, Severus. The Dark Lord's voice was colder than ice and dangerously low. Severus, knowing what was to come, braced himself as best he could. I do not appreciate being questioned. Crucio. White-hot pain blazed. Severus was not aware of screaming, but he must have. He knew that he must have. After what seemed like years, but in reality must have been only seconds, the pain was gone, almost as if it had never been. "I am sorry, Master. I will not question you again," Snape gasped out, trying to get air into his lungs after screaming it away. "You were right, you will not question me again. If you do." Voldemort did not finish the threat, he didn't need to. Shaking from the pain, legs hardly managing to keep him upright, Severus Snape dragged himself from Voldemort's lair, back towards his room. His mind, normally sharp, was dulled by the pain and he needed all of Lupin's help to find his way back to his small room. Once there, he collapsed on his back on the bed, eyes closing as he tried to regain his strength. "For a dead man, you can find yourself around a place easily," Snape grumbled. "I can sense the world around me, even though I cannot truly see," Lupin replied easily. "Lucky for you that I can, too, otherwise you'd be hopelessly lost instead of resting." "It's a good thing that I didn't hope for you to be changed by dying," Severus responded darkly. "I'd have been very disappointed." "A very good thing," Lupin agreed brightly. "Just my luck. I have a sarcastic, idiot dead person inside my head," Severus snarled in his mind, and dragged himself up from the bed, a effort of will that left him gasping. "Is he like this every time till you almost question his orders?" Lupin asked, now allowing a slight amount of concern to enter his voice. "Worse, usually," Severus replied. "He likes me, as much as he likes anyone. He doesn't trust me, because he's not sure if I'm with him or against him yet, but I was one of his first supporters." "That's liking." Lupin sounded a little surprised. "Well, I've seen what he did to people he didn't like. I shouldn't be as surprised as I am." "You aren't surprised though." "Of course not. I've been in this game for years, now shut up and leave me alone. I have a potion to research." "You actually have to research it? What is it?" "Caduceus." "Will you shut up?" "Clearly not. Caduceus is a poison, it kills slowly and painfully, there isn't any remedy that is known, a single drop is fatal, over a prolonged period of time," Snape responded, thoughts dark. "How is it administered?" Lupin wanted to know. "Any way possible," Snape replied. "Touch, ingestion, even smell can be deadly, once the potion's power has been awoken." "Once its power has been awoken," Lupin repeated, somewhat confused. "Its power is awoken at a key phrase from the Creator, this makes it possible to be brewed," Severus replied. "Even I know little about this potion, but what I do know it is a potion to feared." Lupin was silent after that, for which Severus was glad. He had very little information on the potion, but he would have to do his best to find out anything that he could. Voldemort would not tolerate waiting for too long. He had very little with him. Once he'd woken most of the school, he'd gone and packed as many potions books as he could quickly grab and gone out to join the Death Eaters. Unpacking these books now, Severus settled himself in front of his desk and put a sheaf of parchment, quill and ink beside him, then opened the first book that he thought might have the information he had to find. Later that night, Severus Snape massaged his temples wearily. His eyes were blurred and his head ached fiercely. He'd done what he could for tonight, he would have to visit Voldemort's extensive archive of dark magic and potions tomorrow. There was a pitifully small amount of information to reward his troubles, Severus noted wearily. He would just have to hope that the Dark Lord was in a good mood when Severus next reported to him. The potion's master did not expect to find much information at all, which could prove more than a little painful for him. Severus pushed himself up from the desk, cursing aloud when his legs nearly gave way. He managed to make it, with difficulty, to his bed, where sleep claimed him almost immediately. He was standing in the now familiar Department of Mysteries. He knew what was coming now, and resigned himself to it. Sirius Black. That little bastard, why couldn't have stayed dead? Severus wanted to know. It wasn't like it was his fault the imbecile had died, so why did he spend night after night trapped in nightmares? He saw Sirius Black striding towards him, robes still around the other man's strong form, eyes blazing with hate, fury and contempt. Suddenly, Remus Lupin was standing there too, misty in appearance. "Sirius," the other man called, "I can't stay here long." Suddenly, both of them were gone, leaving Severus alone and wondering what was going on. This wasn't what he expected, after several months of dreams. Suddenly his mind lost its grip on the place that the dreams were held, and he drifted into more pleasant dreams of torturing the Hogwarts students. Morning came, and with it the burn of the dark mark on his skin. Severus, feeling somewhat refreshed after several hours of nightmare-free dreams, stood up with a slight groan. He hoped it was a full Death Eater meeting, which would mean that the Dark Lord wouldn't be concentrating on him alone. He made his way swiftly through the warren of passageways, finding his way to the Dark Lord's chamber. He noted more activity than he'd seen before. Black-robed figures prowled every corridor, headed in the same direction he was. Good. A full meeting, he wouldn't be alone after all. He reached the black, snake-engraved door at the same time as another 3 or so Death Eaters. Severus did not greet them, not wanting to associate with these people any more than necessary. He didn't want to betray his nature as a spy by killing one of them. Pettigrew, Lupin snarled, noticing the silver-handed figure standing just inside the door to the chambers. That little, he didn't finish the thought, but Severus knew that there would be enough unpleasant plans raging through Lupin's mind. The Marauders had always had interesting punishments, as he knew only too well, having been on the receiving end of the said punishments on more than one occasion. Severus shook his mind free of those thoughts, and told Lupin, coldly, to shut up, so he could keep his mind on the Death Eaters and Voldemort. The Death Eaters were congregating in a circle around the Dark Lord. The circle now had 2 ranks, one, a smaller rank which Severus joined, and another, larger outer rank. He remembered, shortly before Voldemort's fall, when there had been 7 ranks, as more and more wizards and witches joined Voldemort, either from fear of him, or because they now knew he would deliver what he'd said. Those had been very dark times. My loyal Death Eaters, Voldemort spoke, his voice, though very soft, cutting through every sound that was made. No Death Eater spoke, but the swish of robes had been on the air, and soft sound of footsteps. As one, the Death Eaters knelt. All knew the penalties for remaining standing after Voldemort spoken. Voldemort was a harsh master, but to those who believed as he did, he was the means to a very important end, and they were completely loyal to him now. Severus felt Voldemort's passing, but he did not look up or move in any way. He did not want to be singled out, because, with no successes to report, being singled out would most likely be a painful process. You have joined me. All of those who were with me before are either here, or dead. Those of you who are here are completely loyal to me. Within his mind, Snape scoffed. You will be asked to prove this loyalty, and all of you who fail the test will die. Duh, thought Severus. You'd think they knew this by now. It's a dangerous game you play here, Lupin remarked. I know, but it's my only way to right past wrongs. Shut up, Lupin, and let me concentrate. I want to live through this. Thankfully, the ex-werewolf did as he was asked. Soon, I will launch an attack against the wizarding world. With their so-called victory against us, they have allowed themselves to become complacent. No one asked the Dark Lord to explain why he'd said so-called. No one dared, but he explained anyway, as he did, on occasion. I say so-called, because they did not defeat us, my Death Eaters, we left, having achieved what we wished to do. Voldemort might be a cruel master, but he did manage to keep his followers believing in their cause, Severus noted with an almost detached feeling. All of you will work towards our goal, getting rid of defilements to our race. The Muggles must all die, and the Muggle-borns and half-bloods. The Muggle lovers must be imprisoned, until they are turned to the true way of thinking. Does he know how cliched he sounds? Lupin wondered. Lupin, how many times must I tell you? Shut up. You, my Death Eaters, will hold the power once the Muggle-loving fools are brought down. You hold the future of wizarding kind upon your shoulders. Together we will take over the world and remold it to our will. Go now, and know that everything you do works towards that goal. Severus, remain. He sounds a lot like Dumbledore, Lupin remarked. I mean, coming from the opposite side of the argument, but apart from that, they do sound remarkably alike. Lupin, if you must speak to me, do so after I've been dismissed from here. A careless word will mean my death, Severus growled. How many times must he tell the man? Severus, the Dark Lord almost purred. How goes the research I asked you to begin yesterday? As well as can be expected, Lord, Severus replied, bowing. It is a potion that little is known about. My own archives have little that will be of use to me. May I ask permission to use your own library? So cautious, Severus. The Dark Lord's face contracted in something that might be deemed a smile in any other man. Yes, you have permission to use the library. Wormtail, take my loyal servant here to the library, and see to it he knows the way. Snape knew he was dismissed, but, before he could help himself he asked, "Lord, may I inquire as to who you wish to use the potion on?" "I don't like questions to my orders, Severus," the Dark Lord's voice was dangerously low. "Lord, never would I presume so much as to question you, for you know far more than I. There are different ways to make the caducous potion, depending on the way that it intends to be administered. Also, if you wish to use it on a single person, I could key the potion to that person alone." "Crucio," the Dark Lord whispered, catching Severus by surprise. He screamed, loud and long, until the Dark Lord lifted the curse. "That was for coming too close to questioning me, Severus. But the potion is for 2 men, Severus." The names he spoke next chilled Severus to the bone. "Grins, you hate me, don't you? Oh well, you're allowed to. Just remember, if you kill me, you'll never figure it out." The 18th of September 1996. Harry stood at a window in the room of requirement, watching the sun rise, his thoughts roaming absently. He rested his hand on Grippus's feathered head, and smiled down at the griffin beside him. Grippus had resumed his true form while in the room, as the door was closed and would not let anyone in without Harry's say-so. The griffin stood as high as Harry's hip now, with huge golden wings folded majestically against his flanks. Griffus, it was Grippus. He rarely used Harry's sole name, but on the rare occasion that he had to speak Harry's name, he did sometimes use this one. "What is troubling you, friend?" Harry asked in reply. "I need to learn to fly, and meet others who are if not of a kind to me, kindred in magic. I wish to leave you for a time, when you have no need of me. Not now, of course, and not until the court case is over and done with. Grippus, my friend, never would I presume to keep here against your will. You are my friend, not my pet, as are free to go where and when you wish. I am honored that you have chosen to stay with me for so long, and I know that you will return to me in time, but your life is your own," Harry replied. "You are truly a welcome change from most of your kind, Griffus. You bear a sole name, for one thing. There are few humans that may take a sole name, though all griffins do. I am not sure why, but doubtless I will find out, in time," Grippus said, resuming a cat form as a knock came at the door. Harry walked over to the door, asking the room, "Who is it?" Immediately an image of Albus Dumbledore appeared on a mirror over the door, and Harry told the room, "Let him in." A moment later Dumbledore entered and smiled gently at Harry. "We will leave before breakfast, I think. No use in attracting attention that we don't want or need. We can always eat at a Muggle place on the way," he said. Harry smiled, only faintly. "Let me leave a note for my friends," he replied. "Otherwise they are all too likely to become somewhat hysterical because they can't find me." "Of course," Dumbledore replied, his eyes laughing. "When you are done, give it to me and I will ask Minerva to deliver it for you at breakfast." "Thanks, sir," Harry replied, quickly scribbling a note and then handing it to Dumbledore, who concentrated for a moment. The paper disappeared with a small flash of white light. "Sir, how did you do that?" Harry asked curiously. "It's part of being the headmaster of Hogwarts, Harry," Dumbledore replied. "If I must, I may send things to Minerva, who is my deputy. I generally don't, however." "Why not?" Harry wanted to know, lifting Grippus, now again in cat form, to his shoulder. "It is tiring, if I try to use that power too often." "Come, Harry, we will go to Tatsu's house via the Flow network," Dumbledore replied, noticing Harry's immediately brightening at the mention of Tatsu. "Here," Dumbledore held out a pouch of Flow powder. Harry wrinkled his nose slightly. Flow was almost as bad as Portkeys, he thought, but if he didn't take the Flow network, then he would have to take a Portkey. Well, he had to take the Flow anyway, and he would rather that than a Portkey, but only just. Taking a handful of the powder, Harry threw it on the fire and stepped into the fireplace when the flames turned green. "Tatsu's house, number 6 Privet Drive," he announced clearly, remembering all too well his first trip by Flow to Nocturne Alley. He was spinning, faster, and faster, grates flashed before his eyes, dim blurs, as his glasses were in his pocket. On his shoulder, Grippus clung on tightly, claws dug so deep into the leather pad on Harry's shoulder that he could just feel their tips against his skin. Suddenly the spinning stopped, and Harry tumbled forwards. Suddenly hands were steadying him, but almost as soon as they offered support, he was standing back, hand going to wand. Tatsu raised his hands in a gesture of peace with a smile. You're learning, he said, as Harry put his glasses on. Now move out of the way so that Dumbledore can come through. Harry smiled and did so, and a moment later Dumbledore stepped smoothly from the fire. Good morning to you, Tatsu, Dumbledore greeted with a smile. How have you been? Fine, though my thanks for asking, Albus, Tatsu replied, smiling in turn. Come, the both of you. I'll drive you around to the courthouse. The case begins in 2 hours, doesn't it? Yes, Dumbledore replied, but we had hoped to find a place to stop for a spot of food along the way. Muggle place, perhaps. I have been meaning to try out some new Muggle food for some time. I know just the place, Tatsu assured him. Not too far from the courthouse either. Then let us go, Dumbledore cried, delightedly. As they walked outside and piled into Tatsu's small car, Harry could not resist the urge look at what had once been number 4 Privet Drive. It had not been rebuilt yet, although most of the wreckage had been cleared away. Closing his eyes firmly, Harry turned his head away from the scene, tears prickly his eyes. He reminded himself that while the Dursleys were gone, Remus was still around, sometimes. Professor, Harry spoke up, as Tatsu turned a corner. Yes, Harry. Who is my legal guardian? I mean, the Dursleys were, but they're dead now, and Sirius might have been, but he's dead and everyone thinks he's a Death Eater's. Well, you don't have a legal guardian, as such, any longer, because your relatives did not have it in a will, and Sirius would have chosen Remus. You have people who will watch out for you, and should it be asked, it will be said that you were staying with friends until such a time that a legal guardian could come forward, Dumbledore replied. Have you thought of anyone for the post? Tatsu asked. Either you, Albus, or Harry. I certainly haven't, Harry replied. I wouldn't want to ask the Weasleys, they've enough mouths to feed in their family already. The only other people I could think of are Dumbledore and you, Tatsu. I had thought of myself as a possible candidate, but I do not think that it would work well, Dumbledore stated slowly. I have so many things to do, and my residence in Hogwarts, whether school is in or not. I would not be able to take care of a teenager with any ease. I had also considered the Weasleys, Harry, but like you, I dismissed them, and for the same reason. I have put some thought to the matter, and, again like Harry, the only adult I could trust enough to do such a job would be you. Tatsu, and your position here is a complete secret to the rest of the magical community. Being made Harry's guardian would bring you to public attention. Harry needs a guardian, Tatsu informed them both. If there is no one else for the position, I would be honored to take it up, if only until he comes of age, which is only another year away. That way, if I wish to leave the country, Harry will be able to take care of himself. His father was my friend, as was his godfather. Harry blinked. All of his childhood he'd wished for someone like Tatsu to come and take him from the Dursleys. Sometimes, since he'd met the man, he'd wondered what it would be like to think of him as a father or an uncle. Tatsu pulled up into a parking space. We can talk of that again later. You've a different case to deal with now, don't you? Well, in a sense, they are linked. Harry will need a proper legal guardian to speak for him in court matters. They will understand that there has been a delay in finding someone, but I have a feeling that the judge will not give his or her judgment until Harry has a guardian to speak for him, Dumbledore replied. Wow, this was going fast, Harry thought to himself. I think that speed is the essence here, Grippus told him, laughter in the Griffin's mind voice. I suppose so, Harry agreed, with an almost sigh. Well, we have to take that matter up with the Ministry of Magic, Tatsu pointed out. They have to know, and approve, of any non-related person who wasn't named in a will taking guardianship of a magical child. So we do, Dumbledore agreed. This is starting to go over my head, Harry remarked to Grippus. All I wanted to know is who my legal guardian is now that my relatives are dead, and now it seems I have to go to the damn ministry. You don't like the ministry, Grippus remarked. Then again, from what you've told me of them, I can't blame you. Harry smiled fondly at the Griffin, his mind taken off the matter of the adults' conversation. Harry, Dumbledore brought Harry's thoughts back to the matter at hand. You'll have to miss a fair bit of school. During the next few weeks, I'll make sure you get the homework and the lesson notes for all of your classes, but we really have to take care of these legal things now. Harry sighed. Yes, that's fine, he assured Dumbledore. I want this over and done with myself. Besides, it being the beginning of the year, I have the rest of the year to catch up with everything. So you do. You're a capable boy, so I'm sure a few weeks of school won't upset your learning too much, Dumbledore said, smiling. Tomorrow, or today after we're out of the courtroom, I'll have to take you and Tatsu to the Ministry of Magic to get them to give their approval for Tatsu to become your guardian. You mean I'm going to be staying with you for the next year? Harry asked, turning excitedly to Tatsu. Easy kid, Tatsu grinned. Yeah, I'll be your legal guardian, you and your friends are always welcome in my home. You'll probably be spending most of your time at Grimmauld Place, though. Harry was grinning widely as they finished a nice breakfast of bacon and eggs. Tatsu leaned over to Harry and whispered, remember, upset, helpless and bewildered. Harry looked and smiled briefly, then adjusted his features, thinking of all the deaths that he'd seen or heard of in his life, particularly that of Cedric Diggory. For a moment he felt anger rising his mind. No, he thought fiercely at it. I don't want you now. I don't want to be angry, I want to look helpless and confused. The anger faded, much to Harry's relief and surprise. Good, Tatsu nodded approvingly at the expression Harry wore. The boy let his body droop slightly, as if an overwhelming burden was lying heavy on his shoulders. Dumbledore came back from his adventure, paying the bill for the breakfast, but stopped suddenly when he saw Harry. What happened to you? He asked mildly. Just following some advice. It's not like I can do much in the court, Harry pointed out. But if he looks like this, the judge and the jury might be swayed towards him at least a little bit, Tatsu added. It's not much, but if you and the woman Marge's lawyer do equally well in presenting your arguments, it might be enough to bring us a victory. The dragon doesn't lightly give up what he wants, Dumbledore remarked with amusement. Tatsu just smiled in agreement and walked with Harry and Dumbledore around the block to the courthouse. Well, I'd best come with you, if I'm to be Harry's guardian. He said, cheerily. So you had, Dumbledore agreed, sounding suddenly serious. When Harry looked up at his teacher, he noted that the twinkling light in Dumbledore's eyes dimmed, and the old man seemed to have grown in stature. He's great man, Dumbledore, Harry recalled Hagrid saying on more than one occasion. Harry remembered the look of complete fury on Dumbledore's face the night that Barty Crouch Jr. had taken him from the Quidditch Stadium. A feeling of power, much like back then, radiated from Dumbledore now, making everyone on the street step back from the small party, awed by something that most would not understand. Dumbledore was the greatest wizard of this time, Harry thought, not for the first time, and not, he knew, for the last. The trio entered the courthouse. Dumbledore led them to sit behind a bench at the left-hand side of the room, right at the very front. Behind them were a few people. Harry didn't know any of them personally, though most of them were friends of his aunt and uncle, though he knew some, by description, to be friends of Marge. But, he noted, there were also wizards and witches present. He didn't recognize many of them, at first. There was Alistair Moody, wearing a wide-brimmed black hat and an eye patch, to cover his rather distinctive magical eye, Arthur Weasley, wearing a neat, muggle suit, Percy Weasley, standing at the other side of the room, probably standing in for the ministry. He was sure that were others, people he didn't know by sight. He could almost feel their surprise at his companions. Dumbledore, of course, was expected. Everyone knew that Dumbledore helped Harry whenever he could, but Tatsu, he knew that very few people in the wizarding world would recognize Tatsu. There had been few pictures taken of him, even back in the war against Voldemort. They don't recognize you, Harry muttered to Tatsu. They aren't supposed to, Tatsu replied, smiling faintly. I don't like being in the public eye, any more than you do, you know that. So I do, Harry agreed. I wish they didn't recognize me. You can't help being in the public eye, a helplessness that I don't envy, Tatsu responded. You are too famous, have done too many things, too many public things. Harry just rolled his eyes, though he kept his face turned towards the ground. Only Tatsu would have seen him. Remember, Tatsu said, as the door burst open again, upset, helpless, bewildered. Marge Dursley entered the room, her bulk forcing the people seated in the aisle seats to move a little away from here to enable her to pass through. With her came a muggle that Harry didn't recognize, nor, he sensed, did Dumbledore. Then again, the other man was a muggle, so why would Dumbledore know him? The judge raised a small gavel and 3 loud taps rang out, reducing the room to silence. The court case had begun. I bet you hate me again, don't you? Oh well, you'll find what happens next soon enough. The 9th of April 1996. Severus sat in his chambers, a book open on the desk before him, but his attention not on it. "This isn't good," Lupin noted. "You have a talent for stating the obvious. Quite probably the only one you possess," Severus returned darkly. He replayed his last moments with Voldemort. "Crucio," the Dark Lord had whispered, catching Severus by surprise. He had screamed then, loud and long, until the Dark Lord lifted the curse. "That was for coming too close to questioning me, Severus. But the potion is for 2 men, Severus." The names he had spoken next chilled Severus to the bone. "Albus Dumbledore, Severus, though I am sure you already expected that." Severus nodded stiffly, trying to recover from the after effects on the Cruciato's curse. "Is this other the Potter boy, Master?" Severus asked, trying to keep his fear from his voice. "Of course not, fool." The Dark Lord had snapped then, surprising Severus greatly. "Harry Potter may only be killed by my hand, and I suspect that it must be the Avada Kedavra curse that will kill him, as I can only die by his." "The prophesy, Lord?" Severus asked, though he knew that could the only answer. "There are more spies than you, Severus, and one of them was able to hear the end of the prophesy, as you never could," Voldemort had stated. "No, the other is not Harry Potter, it is that idiot Cornelius Fudge." "But, Master, why Fudge?" Severus asked, confused. Certainly, the minister had been against Voldemort's wishes, but he had rarely done much by the way of actively opposing him. "Because the man was fool enough to believe that I was dead and gone beyond recall. For his insolence he will die, slowly," Voldemort had replied. "Only a drop will be administered to him, his death will be slow, and painful. And it will be thanks to you, my loyal servant." Severus had left soon after. He didn't really recall any further instructions. He did say that you could try and key the potions to specific people, if it would quicker and less likely for mistakes to happen, Lupin pointed out. "So you said," Snape growled in response. "I am not an imbecile, Lupin, and I can remember something once it has been said." "Are you sure about that?" had been the only, infuriating, reply. Now he was studying a large tome of dark potions that he had discovered in Voldemort's library. It was really a work of art, one that Severus had never seen before. "This is amazing," he thought. He'd never seen anything like this. He would be happy enough to have read through all of it, but he did not have time now. He had a potion to find if only there was some way he could warn Dumbledore of what was to come. There might be. Lupin again. Could that man not take a hint? How many times did he, Severus, have to tell the man to shut? Wait. What did you say? There might be a way to get a warning to Dumbledore, Lupin replied. How? Severus demanded quickly. Tut tut, you really should practice your manners, Severus. Lupin's voice was somewhat taunting. Please tell me how, Severus demanded, wishing that the other man was alive so he could throttle him. I'm sorry, that's a secret, Lupin replied, his laughter echoing in Severus's mind. Damn you, Lupin, Severus snarled, but received no answer, and so returned to looking at the potions book, finding the chapter on the caducus potion. There was more information in this book. Severus was pleased, or was he disappointed, to note. The ingredients would take a long time to gather, he could see from simply looking at the list. There were so many ingredients, this potion was almost impossible to create, simply because finding the ingredients was so damn difficult. Well, Severus thought, I'd better report my findings to Voldemort and hear what he thinks I should do next, I suppose. At least I have some sort of success to report, less likely to get a Cruciato's curse. You sure about that? I thought he just did that for fun. Lupin butted in again. Lupin, shut up. Severus snarled, leaving his chambers, the tomb of potions tucked under his arm, trying to ignore a certain deceased werewolf's remarks. It wasn't easy, Severus quickly discovered, as Lupin was very insistent that he respond. It was almost a blessing to reach the door to Voldemort's lair. At least Lupin would shut up now. Severus had a reason to tell him to do so. Severus knocked on the door gently. This time he had not been summoned, so he did not want to walk into the chamber without announcing his presence. Voldemort didn't like that. Enter. A voice rapped out. Severus pushed the door open carefully with one hand, and saw Voldemort ahead of him, lounging on his throne. Ah, Severus, I trust you have some success to report. Severus bowed deeply. Some, my lord, he replied, honestly. I have found the potion, the instructions for its making and the ingredients. You will begin making the potion, Voldemort decreed. My lord, excuse me. I said I had some success to report. While I have discovered what I need to eventually make the potion, getting the ingredients to do so is a completely different matter, Severus said, praying that he wasn't about to get cursed. What sort of difficulties have you encountered? The Dark Lord sounded very bored. My lord, there are many ingredients to this potion, very few of them are common ones, and there are at least 20 ingredients that must be fresh, gathered at a particular time. Obviously, most ingredients are illegal, Severus replied. Show me, the Dark Lord ordered. Severus offered him the book, carefully. The Dark Lord took the book and looked over the contents of the page that Severus had been using. Yes, Severus, I can see your difficulties. I will set my Death Eaters to searching for the ingredients that you require. Go now, I will summon you again soon. Severus bowed deeply and backed away, holding the position until he was at the door, then turning and leaving. Well, I didn't get cursed, so that's a good thing, he thought. I suppose you could call it that, Lupin agreed airily. You may celebrate. By the way, I'm leaving for a while, I'll be back soon though, so don't get too comfortable. Oh joy, Severus thought, but received no reply. He decided this meant that Lupin had left, for the time. Walking back to his room, Severus thought over the last few days. He didn't like being here, doing the Dark Lord's dirty work, but at least it gave him a break from idiotic children, so this place wasn't without its benefits. 2 mornings later, Severus woke up to the dark mark burning on his skin. He rose immediately, dressing himself with a quick spell, then leaving to hurry to Voldemort's chambers. When he arrived, he quickly noted that there were more Death Eaters than he present. A full meeting then. Severus quickly joined the inner circle, and he was quickly aware that even after the last meeting, there were more people here. Not that many more, but a few. So, there were still idiots who thought that joining the Dark Lord was a good idea. Well, he had been the same once. My loyal Death Eaters, Voldemort began, looking over them coolly. Your ranks are growing once more. It is time to show the world that we are back. The Ministry believes itself secure, it believes that I am weak, that my ranks will take a long time to grow to a point where they will be threatening. It believes that by arresting my Death Eaters, it will weaken me even more. It is time for the Ministry to realize the truth, that I am back, and I am more powerful than ever before. In 3 days you will leave here. You will not yet attack wizarding settlements, but rather single out mudbloods and half-bloods, kill them, and their neighbors. Show the Ministry that we are back, and we will not be ignored. The Death Eaters cheered then. Snape felt sick, but he cheered also. These people, would they have fun at first, and then get asked to do something like kill someone who might have been close to their family, and try and back out again? Like Black's younger brother. He wondered sometimes, how long people would last. Severus Snape, you will be in charge of this. The 18th of September 1996. Marge Dursley entered the courthouse. She shouldn't have to be doing this, she thought to herself. Why should anyone want to defend her nephew? She looked around the courthouse, small, piggy eyes narrowed as she searched for the boy on whom she blamed this current situation. On one side of the room, she saw a young, black-haired man, his slim, graceful body well muscled, who looked sad and bewildered. Beside him, a tall, aristocratic owned man stood, a hand resting on the youth's shoulder, and just in front of them was an old man, silver hair falling to his waist, blue eyes glittering behind half-moon spectacles. For a moment, Marge thought the 2 younger men made a handsome picture, some father and his son, then she realized, the youth was the Potter boy. She didn't know who the other 2 men were, and nor did she care. How dare her so-called nephew trick her into thinking he was someone else? Your Honor, Marge boomed, looking at the judge. For a moment, Harry almost felt like flinching away. He really disliked his uncle's sister, and he had reason to be if not afraid of her, then wary. Why has this boy got 2 men standing with him? One of them his lawyer, I am led to understand, but I wasn't aware that anyone else could stand with him. The judge turned to face Dumbledore as Harry struggled not to show his anger. This is a good question. Albus Dumbledore, what answer do you have for this? Your Honor, the defendant, Harry Potter, is 16 years of age. When his aunt and uncle died, he was left without a guardian. Tatsu Kendo, a friend of James Potter, the defendant's late father, has offered to fill in this position, though all of the paperwork has not yet been completed. As the defendant is underaged, I believe I speak rightly when I say that the guardian of the defendant may accompany him or her. Dumbledore's voice did not have its usual humor, and his eyes did not twinkle. You speak correctly, Albus Dumbledore, the judge agreed, then turned to Marge. You have been answered. Is this answer to your satisfaction? He asked now. Marge's lawyer rested a hand on her shoulder, muttering something. Yes, Your Honor, the answer is to my satisfaction. She bit the words out angrily, obviously not wanting to say them. The case before the court, as I see it, the judge began. Harry noticed now that the man had a voice rather like that of Harry's most boring teacher, Professor Binns, the history of magic professor. He resisted the urge to yawn, trying to pay attention to the judge's words. Mr. and Mrs. Dursley left their money and estates to Miss Marge Dursley, but before the paperwork for this could be completed, I was presented with the will of the late Lily Potter, which included some things that would be passed on to her son, Master Harry Potter. Miss Marge Dursley has protested that, which leads us to this case, the judge stated. Harry concentrated on looking sad and helpless as Marge's lawyer spoke, saying that Petunia Dursley had indicated these things go to Marge as well. Dumbledore spoke next, saying that the items were not Petunia's to give. The arguments went back and forth. Harry soon lost interest, as the talk was peppered with legal jargon that he didn't understand. Suddenly the judge stood up, and Harry was jerked from a daydream by Tatsu's hand gently shaking his arm. The court will adjourn until tomorrow morning, the judge decreed. Nothing has yet been decided, and not all arguments have been heard. Return here at 10 o'clock tomorrow. Walking between Dumbledore and Tatsu, Harry managed to avoid the attention of most of the people who'd been watching. Marge's friends didn't look too happy about the so far outcome-less morning. Come on, we'll go the Ministry of Magic now, Tatsu murmured in Harry's ear. God, I'm going to hate this. You don't have to, Harry said uncomfortably. Of course I do, Tatsu replied. It's what your godfather would have wanted and your father. Really, I don't mind being your guardian kid, I just don't want to have to go to the ministry. They never keep quiet, which means that by the end of the day, everyone will know that I'm back in the country. I'd hoped to avoid the Death Eater's notice for a little bit longer than this, but I have to face them sometime, I suppose. Tatsu, do you mind if we use your house to flow to the ministry? Dumbledore asked gently. Of course not, Albus, Tatsu replied easily. After all, I am coming with you. He drove them back to his house and opened the door. Tatsu led them quickly through the rooms in his house till they reached the fireplace. I will go first, Dumbledore said, taking a pinch of flow powder. Then you come, Harry, and then you, Tatsu. He threw the powder on the fire and announced clearly, Ministry of Magic, London, as he stepped into the now green flames. Dumbledore was whisked away by the fire. Harry, your turn, Tatsu said, offering him the flow powder. Harry made a face and took a pinch of it, repeating Dumbledore's actions. A moment later he stumbled out of the fireplace. Dumbledore's hand shot out to steady him, and he gave a slight smile in thanks as he stepped away and waited for Tatsu to join them. When his hopefully guardian-to-be turned up, the threesome stepped out of the small, walled-off courtyard they'd arrived in, out onto the street. Harry saw ahead the phone box that would transport them to the Ministry of Magic building itself. Dumbledore stepped in first, with Tatsu and Harry crowding in after him. Dumbledore dialed the number, 624, again and another 2, he muttered under his breath. Welcome to the Ministry of Magic, please state your name and business, a voice spoke out. Albus Dumbledore, along with Harry Potter and Tatsu Kendo, to speak with the Minister and the Department of Magical Relations, Dumbledore spoke clearly. Welcome visitor, the voice stated. Please take a badge and attach it to the front of your robes. As a visitor, you will be required to submit your wand for verification. The telephone box sank into the ground, and a moment later they were looking into the Ministry of Magic building. The Ministry of Magic wishes you a very good day, the voice stated. If I came here often, I could learn to hate that voice, Tatsu muttered under his breath to Harry, who nodded in fervent agreement. I already have, Dumbledore admitted, having apparently overheard their conversation. Coming here as often as I have had to. Where are we going? Harry asked. To the Department of Magical Relations, Dumbledore replied. Minister Fudge will be there already, having gotten word that someone wishes to speak with him. Someone? Doesn't he know who it is then? Tatsu asked, curious. No. The welcoming system only tells him when someone is going to meet him. If that someone isn't me, Dumbledore replied. So he knows that it's me and some friends he's meeting up with, so he won't be late. Why doesn't it tell him that it's you? Harry asked. Because the system announces it to everyone in the building, and I got tired of being mobbed by just about every official in the building when I arrived. Now it only announces my arrival to Cornelius, quietly, in the form of a letter, and calls me, someone, Dumbledore replied. Come, this way. Soon enough they walked into a large room that was filled with desks. Fudge himself was pacing around the room, his bowler hat turning continuously in his hands and looking both restless and nervous. Dumbledore, he said, turning as the door opened. Then he saw Harry. Potter, what are you doing here? He demanded. Harry is the reason I am here, or part of it, Dumbledore informed the minister. He does not have a legal guardian, and until he turns 17, he's going to need one. Do you wish to take up that position then? One of the department officials asked. No, as I do not believe that it would be the best of moves, Dumbledore replied. No, I have brought another with me, who is willing to take care of the son of one of his greater friends. At that moment Tatsu stepped past Harry and Dumbledore. A gasp ran around the room. Tatsu Kendo, whispered many of the officials, knowing the man well as a hero of the former war against Voldemort. If the ministry will approve, I will be taking over Harry's guardianship, Tatsu stated coolly. Fudge was just staring in shock, then suddenly shook himself, apparently to recover. Mr. Kendo, what a timely coincidence, he began. If you're going to ask me to join the Aurors, I'm not going to, so don't bother, Tatsu interrupted him. I have my own methods of fighting, and they do not include working with undertrained wizards. Undertrained? Fudge gasped furiously, then quailed under the look that Tatsu gave him. Very well, you will not join the Aurors, will you be helping fighting against you-know-who? I will be aiding in the fight against Voldemort, Tatsu replied, sneering slightly when nearly everyone present flinched. But what aid I give will be my decision. Dumbledore coughed politely. Is there anyone here who would have reason to object against Tatsu Kendo taking guardianship of Harry Potter? He asked. There was silence in the office. Finally the head of the department spoke, there is no objection. I stand for Lily and James as their close friend and advisor. That's it, Harry murmured to Tatsu, surprised. Nearly now there's just the paperwork. The magical world does things differently to the Muggle. Normally some relation should stand in for you, but in this case that's impossible. Everyone accepts that Albus is doing what's right by you, so he gets to stand in as a member of your blood family, Tatsu replied. The ministry sees no problem with my taking care of you, so what can anyone else do? If there had been an objection, the objector would have had to give a good reason for it. If a good reason had been produced, the matter would be taken before a meeting of the entire ministry and debated. Thankfully that didn't happen. Tatsu, Harry, Albus, one of the officials approached them with an impressive-looking document. You'll each have to sign here. You for Harry's blood relations, Albus. The three of them quickly signed the document, and the official holding it cast a duplicate charm on it. You take one copy, sir, he advised Dumbledore. The ministry isn't always known to keep the best hold on things. Thank you, Dumbledore smiled gently. Come on you two, we'll head back to Hogwarts, he added to Tatsu and Harry. Tatsu, you'll stay at the castle until the court case is over, won't you? Of course, Tatsu said with a resigned sigh. It'll be fun. Harry promised his new guardian, grinning. You can give your nephew hell with me and the gang. With an exaggerated change of mood, Tatsu stood straighter and a mischievous glint appeared in his eye. Of course, my brother's brat's at Hogwarts, isn't he? Unfortunately, Harry muttered, glancing at Dumbledore. I have momentarily gone completely deaf, the headmaster of Hogwarts assured them both. Tatsu laughed softly at that, and Harry grinned, remembering that Dumbledore had said a similar thing about Rita Skeeter the 2 years before. They took the fire to Hogwarts, coming out in Dumbledore's office. Fawkes trilled a welcome, and Grippus bounded down from where he'd been hidden in Harry's hair for the better part of the day, resuming his true form to converse with the Phoenix for a while. That went better than I would have expected, Dumbledore mused. Then again, old men tend to think things will go worse than they do. It's in our natures. Are you still deaf? Tatsu wanted to know. No, Dumbledore chuckled. I am no longer deaf. That's good, Tatsu replied. Is it? Harry wondered. Tatsu, if you wouldn't mind, I had something I wanted to discuss with you, Dumbledore said, smiling slightly. The 17th of September 1996. Severus felt sick. It had been 2 weeks since the meeting with Voldemort, and he'd been feeling sick ever since. He would have to lead an attack on helpless muggles, or unsuspecting half-bloods. Never before had the Dark Lord asked Severus to lead an attack. It had always been that he would follow someone into the attack, change his clothes and attack the Death Eaters. Leading though he would not be able to escape. He would have killed at least a few people. Voldemort had already begun sending his Death Eaters out to secluded wizarding families who weren't pure-blooded, but Severus knew that it would be only a short time before the Dark Lord tired of this and sent people into towns. Severus himself would lead the first attack within a settlement, and he really wasn't looking forward to it. To take his mind of things, he was trying to work on the Caducus potion, though this hardly made him feel any better. Certainly, it was the most complex potion that Severus had ever seen, and one of the darkest. Had the potion been for any purpose but the one it was, he would have happy to let it challenge him, but this particular potion just made him sick. Are you being stupid again? Lupin wanted to know. The annoying deceased werewolf had called Severus's dark moods being stupid for some time now. Shut up, Lupin, Snape growled. That's not nice, Lupin admonished sternly. You need to stop worrying. When you find out where the attack's going to be, I'll find a way to inform Dumbledore ahead of time. The Dark Lord cannot suspect you of betraying the secret of the attack, after all, since you've been under his eye the entire time. I don't suppose you are going to tell me how, exactly, you planned on getting the information to Dumbledore. Severus wanted to know, knowing the answer long before he got it. Of course not. Why would I do that? Severus felt like screaming in frustration, as he had so often in the past 2 weeks, since he'd arrived here and found that Lupin had come with him. Hey, Sev, Lupin spoke again after a few moments' silence. How many times must I tell you not to call me, Sev? Severus snarled. At least once more, was in the infuriating response. All right, Severus gave in. What do you want, Lupin? How many times must I ask you to call me Remus? Came the response. I'll call you Lupin until you stop calling me, Sev. Now what do you want? Snape repeated. You know how you're always dreaming of Sirius. The question seemed innocent, but it hurt. Severus hated black. I could hardly not be aware of them, Lupin, Severus replied coldly. Considering that it is me that dreams them. That's true, Lupin agreed. But maybe if you got Pettigrew caught, the dreams would slow down a bit. You know, like letting Sirius rest in peace. I see no reason whatsoever to do that, Severus replied, going back to his book and ignoring Lupin's further attempts at conversation. Severus could not know when was night and when was day, and so he tended to sleep when he was tired and start working the moment he woke up. There was no way of telling the time precisely, so he did not know how long he worked, or how long he slept. He was becoming tired now, and was just contemplating going to sleep for a while when the mark on his arm blazed. Severus hurriedly dressed and bounded out of the door, wondering what was happening now. Maybe he has decided to start attacking towns, Lupin sounded worried. Lupin, for once in your life, shut up. If he has decided to attack towns, I don't need to find out about it while arguing with you. Leave me alone. Fine then. Lupin sounded a little sulky, and, to Severus's amazement, he stopped talking. With no time to contemplate this bizarre change, Severus hurried onwards, hoping that Lupin wouldn't start talking, and at the same time waiting for the dead man to do so. With an angry shock, Severus realized that he felt odd without Lupin chattering at him. That he almost wanted the werewolf to start talking again. Shaking his head angrily to clear it of such blasphemous thoughts, Severus knocked on the door to Voldemort's chamber. Enter, the high, cold voice of his former master called out. Severus pushed the door open, catching himself listening for one of Lupin's sarcastic comments. He walked inside and knelt. How may I serve? He asked. You will be leading my faithful family to attack the town called Little Whinging. Voldemort's voice was high and sharp. Little Whinging, Lord? Severus asked. That's where Surrey. Yes, Severus, where that boy lived, before his relatives died. That boy, Harry Potter. When am I to attack, Lord? Severus asked carefully. Tomorrow. Hissed Voldemort. At noon, you will attack both the Squib Arabella Fig's house and the courthouse. Potter will be there, he is to be left alive. Who will accompany me, Lord? Severus wanted to know, glad that his voice did not even tremble. Dumbledore would be at the courthouse too. Would he recognize Severus, or would Dumbledore think that he was just another Death Eater? Would he, Severus, have to kill the man that had first given him a reason to live? At least the other was Arabella Fig. She was at Hogwarts. Obviously Voldemort had not been informed of this yet. Severus could simply say that she had arrived after he'd left, since he had gone the night after school started. Those who wish to, was the reply. Wormtail will go, though. I begin to weary of his constant presence here. Go now, Severus, in 5 hours I will call you again. Severus stumbled back to his room, feeling even more tired than before. He just hoped that he didn't have to destroy Arabella's home. He'd liked the old lady, as much as he'd liked anyone, that is. He headed back to his room in the Dark Lord's fortress, dreading the time 5 hours from now. Lupin, are you there? Severus asked, cursing himself for bothering. Why Sev, I didn't know you cared, came the reply. I don't. I was hoping you'd still be gone, Severus replied. And don't call me Sev. When you call me Remus I'll think about not calling you Sev, Lupin replied. And you won't get rid of me that easily. I just initiated my warning system. Dumbledore will be ready for the attack at the courthouse. How did you do that? Severus asked. I've already told you, I'm not going to tell you. Lupin replied. Severus sighed faintly and walked into his room, collapsing on the bed, not sure if he was happy or annoyed that Lupin was back. In a few moments, his thoughts were disrupted as he fell into a restless sleep. He drifted in and out of waking ness, and no dreams of Sirius Black came this time. Of that he was grateful. He didn't need to be fighting the people he wanted to protect while he was trying to block out the images that Black threw at him constantly. The mark on his arm was burning. Severus rose quickly, hurrying from the room, checking that his wand was in place. Don't worry, no one will get too badly hurt, Lupin addressed him quietly. Your allies know what to expect. I wish you would tell me how you did that, Severus muttered waspishly. You want me to tell you something? Lupin was amused. You are sounding dangerously close to begging, Sev. I won't tell you anyway. It's someone else's secret. Snape resisted the urge to grind his teeth and stepped into Voldemort's room. There were some 15 Death Eaters there before him, and he knew that at least 2 of them were from the inner circle. My lord, Severus bowed, ignoring the other Death Eaters for the moment. Severus, the Dark Lord hissed in greeting. You will go now, it is almost 11, at 12 you will attack the Squib's house. When you finish there, go to the courthouse and cause as much mayhem as possible. Your will, Lord, Severus forced the words out, thanking the fact that his voice remained, as always, emotionless. Go now, Voldemort ordered, turning his back on his servants, seeming to forget them almost immediately. Severus knew that the Dark Lord only pretended that he was ignoring his servants, knowing that they were more likely to go against his wishes if they thought his eyes were not upon them. He's not very nice, is he? Lupin remarked suddenly. Lupin, what a stroke of brilliance, I would never have believed it possible to come up with an idea like that on your own. Severus thought sarcastically. If you're going to be like that, I won't let the victims of your attacks know in future, Lupin sniffed in reply. It's not me that gets in trouble for that, it's them, so it's hardly punishment, Severus pointed out. Lupin did not respond, as Severus led the Death Eaters through the maze of passages that was the Dark Lord's fortress. Not for the 100th time, Severus wished he knew where the fortress was located. Soon enough, they reached the flow out room, and, one by one, made their way through the fire to the Riddle house. Snape went first, and made sure everyone stayed in the house until they were a group again. I was sent to keep you from getting in too much trouble, Severus said, glaring at the Death Eaters around him, though they couldn't tell what he was doing through the mask he wore. You are here to cause as much mayhem as possible, but if any one of you gets caught, we aren't going to be sticking around to get you out again. You have been warned. Mutters passed momentarily around the small group of Death Eaters. Disapparating, Severus ordered, and his ears filled with pops as he disapparated himself. They appeared some way away from Little Whinging, and everyone cast varying concealment charms upon themselves, before Severus led them on again, towards the town. Surround the Squib's house, he heard himself order, as they reached the street that the house was won. He checked his watch, 5 minutes to 12. All too soon, the town clock boomed out the hour over the town, and the Death Eaters slipped forwards without waiting for orders. Severus was the first indoors. Search every room, he growled. Kill anything you find. Go. The Death Eaters scattered, Severus finding himself among them, praying that no one would get hurt. He went to the kitchen, one other Death Eater, a new one, by the looks of him, and the way he stuck to the commanding officer. On one wall, he saw a calendar on the wall, and looked over it. On the 2nd of September he saw to Hogwarts. Begin job as caretaker. Look, he growled at the other Death Eater, who did so obediently. She's not here, he muttered. No, Severus agreed. Get the others now. There's no point in staying here any long. Make sure they clean everything they've disturbed up, we don't want her to be alerted that we've been here. The Death Eater saluted, of all things, and raced away, obviously feeling important to be entrusted to the message. Severus had only told the boy to do this because he knew that the Death Eaters hated giving up on something like this, and were likely to be more than a little violent towards those who told them to stop wrecking things. Severus waited for his men to assemble outside, and gulped. Now it was time to attack the courthouse. Grins I think'll leave it there. The 18th of September 1996. Tatsu, there is an opening for a position on the school's board of governors. After your brother was sacked several years back, no one else seemed to feel too eager to take up the position, Dumbledore smiled. Tatsu blinked, taking a half step back. Hang on a second here, Albus. I've just taken guardianship of my friend's son, and my other friend's godson, who happens to be a student at your school, but that doesn't mean that I'm ready to step up my activities in the magical world that much. Dumbledore laughed. I wasn't expecting you to accept, he remarked, eyes twinkling. But the offer stands, should you wish to change your mind. You would provide the school with a breath of fresh air, should ever change your mind. Thank you, Albus. I shall, of course, put some thought to your offer. Don't expect a reply before Christmas though, Tatsu smiled. Come on Harry, let's get down to the Great Hall. It's about lunchtime now, and I'm hungry. I will let you go on ahead, Dumbledore said. I've got a few things to do here before I leave, unfortunately. I will join you later. See you soon, Harry replied over his shoulder. Harry knew for a fact that Malfoy always ate lunch in the hall, to gossip with the other Slytherins about various things that had happened to him. Race you. Harry offered his new guardian. Tatsu grinned. You're on. The pair of them bolted immediately, pacing swiftly along the hallway. Harry, of course, was at the definite advantage, being familiar with the castle. The entrance hall was coming up. Harry hurtled for the stairway. Tatsu was about 10 paces behind him. The doors were open and the entire school was watching in amazement. Just as Harry reached the bottom of the stairs, Tatsu leapt over the top of the railings, tumbling easily down to land on the ground and start running again. He and Harry burst through the doors at the exact same moment. Cheater, Harry remarked, glaring at Tatsu, who just grinned at him. The rest of the school was gaping at this odd man. Who was he? Was he a good guy? Of course he was. He was with Harry Potter, wasn't he? Whispers ran across the Great Hall. Hey Tatsu, Harry's voice was too low for other people to hear him. I forgot to ask this morning, I'm doing a defense against the Dark Arts project. The subject is a person who helped fighting against the Dark Lord last time, and the subjects were chosen randomly. I got you, Malfoy got me, and I was wondering if you could give me a hand. Of course, I am your guardian, it's fitting that I help you with your homework, Tatsu murmured in reply, then looked up with a faint smile. Harry did the same, and saw McGonagall walking towards him and Tatsu. Sir, visitors are not usually allowed into the school, at least, not without prior notice, she said, looking at Tatsu. Harry saw, out of the corner of his eye, that the Slytherins were leaning forwards, hoping that Harry would get into trouble, along with this new man. These are special circumstances, I believe. Albus invited me here after we'd been to the Ministry of Magic. I am now Harry's guardian, as all his blood relatives are dead. You, I presume, would be Minerva McGonagall. He bowed slightly. My name is Kendo Tatsu, or Tatsu Kendo, in English. Whispers ran through those of the hall who'd grown up among magical people, and everyone in 7th year. Harry figured that they learnt about the war against Voldemort in History of Magic at some point. Tatsu Kendo. Well, you are more than welcome here. McGonagall stepped back slightly with a bright smile. Both in your own right, and as a guest of Albus. Come in, come in. She stepped back. Will you eat at the staff table? Tatsu smiled and rested a hand on Harry's shoulder. No, I'll eat with Harry, though thank you for the offer. He and Harry headed across the great hall to the Gryffindor table. The eyes of the students followed them every step of the way, but Harry was getting fairly used to this now. Harry, Tatsu. Ron and Hermione called out greetings from their seats on the table. How are you? Harry and his new guardian settled on either side of the other two. Pretty good, Tatsu muttered, and Harry nodded, a little slowly. We'll explain later, he murmured softly to his friends, before turning to the food. He was hungry, he realized quickly. The morning in court had made him hungrier than he'd realized. Tatsu, could you explain the process that you have to through to become someone's magical guardian? Hermione asked a few seconds later. Books don't really say much about it. Harry listened with half an ear, more interested in food, as he had just gone through with a magical adoption a few short minutes ago. Soon enough, lunch was over and Harry led his friends to the library. Malfoy follows, Grippus murmured in Harry's mind. He is intrigued, I think, by Tatsu. Perhaps he is seeking information to give to his master. I think it relatively safe to assume that he has turned to Lord Voldemort's side. His emotions are dark, so dark. You are worried, Harry thought back. He cannot harm me here, he has tried, and failed, for the past 5 years. Now Tatsu is here too, and I am finally learning to properly defend myself. He will have less of a chance than he did before. Still, I am worried about it. I cannot tell why. Perhaps it will become clearer as I grow older and my powers become more fine-tuned. Ah, we are nearly at the library. Harry was startled to find that Grippus was right, they were indeed nearly at the library. Malfoy still follows? He asked. Yes, was the murmured reply. Malfoy's following us, Harry muttered to his friends. He won't get close enough to overhear us for a while. I don't think he wants to risk us seeing him for a bit. We'll get the important stuff over and done with before then. How do you know? Hermione asked, surprised. I saw him, out of the corner of my eye, Harry lied easily. He hated to lie, but for the moment, he didn't want to risk the truth about Grippus getting out to the entire school, especially not Malfoy. So what happened at court? Hermione asked, sounding exited. Harry began to tell the tale, with Tatsu butting in with muttered comments on occasion. Both Harry and his guardian were keeping a lookout for Malfoy's approach. He's behind that bookcase now, Grippus said, the first one to hear anything from Malfoy. Behind that bookcase, Harry murmured, indicating the said bookcase, his movements so small that none bar Tatsu would recognize them for what it was. Tatsu concentrated for a moment. Yes, he's there, the man said after a while. I can hear his breathing. He's trying to keep quiet. As Malfoy is the only one that would be likely to be following us, I'll assume that it is him. Like there was any doubt, Grippus muttered. I knew I was right. I knew too, Harry assured the Griffin. But humans have to test things out for themselves. He heard Grippus sigh. Well, that's just about everything from this morning, Harry announced, his voice a little louder than before, so that Malfoy would be able to hear him. Sounds like you had it worse than History of Magic, Ron added, his voice about the same pitch as Harry's. How can you say that, Ron? It must have been very educational. Hermione protested. A bit of both, I think, Tatsu interrupted, breaking up the argument before it could get out of hand. Ron and Hermione glared at each other for a moment, then shrugged and left the argument to lie. There are so many books here, Tatsu remarked, looking around the library. He stood up and walked off in the opposite direction to Malfoy. He'll double back, Harry murmured, his voice almost inaudible. Don't get lost, he called quietly after his guardian. So are you going to be living at Tatsu's house from now on? Hermione asked, making small talk to keep Malfoy's attention on them, but she wanted to know the answer anyway. I'm not sure. It's safer at Hogwarts, Harry replied. So I might stay here more often than I do there, but I'll most likely go back to his place sometime. He'll only need to be your guardian until next July, Ron pointed out. After that, you can go wherever you want to, because you'll be of age. Yeah, Harry agreed. It's just lucky that he moved in next door, otherwise I still wouldn't have a guardian. Suddenly there was a yelp from behind them, and the three Gryffindors turned to see Tatsu walk out from behind the bookshelf, a struggling Draco Malfoy held fast in his grip. "Spying isn't nice, Mr. Malfoy," Tatsu admonished sternly. "Though I shouldn't expect any less from Death Eater's son, I suppose, or anyone from the Malfoy family. Are you insulting my family?" Malfoy's pale eyes were suddenly furious. "What does it sound like?" Tatsu demanded with a sneer. "Took you a while to realize it." Malfoy glared, not knowing what to say for a moment. This was a man, a fully grown wizard who would know perfectly well how to use a wand. He wasn't stupid enough to try and attack a fully fledged wizard. That would be suicide, as he knew from dueling practices with his father. "Wait until the teachers hear that you've been manhandling a student," he sneered, with as much arrogance and surety in his voice as he could muster. "That won't work, Malfoy," Tatsu warned coolly. "You heard in the hall that I am Tatsu Kendo, a hero of the last war against Voldemort. Who do you think that the teachers are going to believe? You, a boy whose father is a Death Eater, who, just last year, supported Umbridge, who none of the teachers actually liked, or me?" Malfoy glared furiously, knowing that nothing he could say from now on would help anything. Severus Snape was gone. If he had been here still, Malfoy would have gone to him. Snape always listened to him. "You came without anyone to hide behind," Harry remarked coldly. "How's it feel to be all alone without your goons to help you?" Malfoy glared, but didn't answer. In truth, he was scared. He should never have told Crabbe and Goyle not to come with him. He'd thought that they would make too much noise. He hadn't considered that they might be useful. "Scram, Malfoy," Tatsu advised. "If I hear you've been annoying Harry and his friends, it'll be all the worse for you." Malfoy fled. "Come on then, Harry, we'll go the room of requirement for your training," Tatsu said. "You can do some of your homework later. Keeping fit will mean the difference between life and death." Harry sighed and waved goodbye to his friends. That night, once his training with Tatsu had finished, Harry lay in his bed in the Gryffindor boys' dormitory. He was tired, completely worn out. Training with Tatsu did that to a person. He sank swiftly in a deep and restful sleep, wondering if Sirius would come to him that night. Harry was not expecting what would happen that night. Well, couldn't not leave a cliffy, could I? Next chapter will be out sooner, I hope. My apologies for the lateness of this one. I had quite a bit of homework to get through, unfortunately, and I was out for a while too. Oh well, I'll try and keep up this week, but I can't promise anything. I've got a bout of tests coming up. The 18th of September 1996. Sirius. Harry called a greeting to his godfather. "How are you?" Sirius grinned at his godson. "I'm pretty good. How about you?" "Fabulous," Harry replied, and the tale of the day poured from his lips in a flood. Sirius looked impressed. "Tatsu's your guardian now. That's good, he'll be able to keep an eye out for you, but he won't go not letting you do things because they're too dangerous, or anything. But listen, Harry, I've got something important to tell you." Harry sat forward. "What's happened?" he asked worriedly. "It's time that you told Dumbledore about being able to meet up with me in dreams," Sirius replied. "Remus has been with Snape. Snivellus has to attack Arabella Fig in the courthouse tomorrow morning. You have to make sure that Arabella isn't there, and that Dumbledore is ready to fight tomorrow." Harry winced slightly. "I suppose it is time that I told them, and I certainly can't stand by while people get killed. All right, I'll go and talk to Dumbledore now. Do you know the times? They attack Arabella's at 12, and the courthouse once they've finished there," Sirius replied. "I'll talk to you again soon." Harry waved, and woke himself up with a practiced ease. "Come on, Grippus," he murmured to the Griffin. "You heard Sirius, we've got to get to Dumbledore." "I'll get Tatsu," Grippus replied, leaping from Harry's bed and assuming his other form, that of a hawk. "Thanks," Harry whispered, waving his wand with a murmured incarnation. Suddenly he was dressed in loose blue jeans, a tight black t-shirt and a set of open robes, with his prefect badge on the front of them, wearing the Doc Martens that Tonks had insisted he buy. For a moment he debated waking Ron, then he decided against it. He didn't want to share his secret with anyone but those he had to. Besides, Ron would appreciate his sleep, Harry thought, and strode quickly out of the dormitory. Walking through the passageways of Hogwarts after hours without the invisibility cloak gave Harry a bit of a kick yet. He wouldn't get in trouble, thanks to the little badge on his chest. Suddenly he came to a halt. there was the gargoyle that guarded the entrance to Dumbledore's office. He walked over to it and murmured, "Mint humbug." The gargoyle sprang to life and slipped out of the way, as the wall behind it came in half, leaving Harry standing facing a moving staircase. Harry stepped onto quickly, even as he heard the sound of running footsteps and the flutter of bird wings behind him. Tatsu and Grippus were coming. "Harry, wait up," Tatsu called, breathing easily despite his run. Harry paused, waiting for Tatsu to catch him up. "What's happened?" "Sirius came to me in a dream just before," Harry muttered quickly. "We have to tell Dumbledore about it now." "Why?" Tatsu asked. Harry was pleased to see that he was not the only one unwilling to give up this secret. "I'll tell you when I tell Dumbledore," he replied, as the spiraling staircase came a halt in front of the door to Dumbledore's office. Harry lifted the griffin-shaped knocker and rapped on the door. "Come in," Dumbledore's voice called merrily from within. Harry pushed the door open and he and Tatsu entered the room. "Harry, Tatsu, what a pleasant surprise." Dumbledore smiled at them, as though this was not after midnight, when most people were asleep. "What can I do for you?" "I've been hiding something, this year," Harry said quickly, before he lost his never. "But I have to tell you about it now. Tatsu knows too." "And what is it that you've been hiding?" Dumbledore asked, not seeming surprised that Harry had been hiding anything. "It's about Sirius," Harry replied. "He's not completely dead. He fell into the realms of the dead, but because he was alive when he entered them, he is still actually alive. He can visit people in their dreams. He came to me, and to Tatsu, and Remus, before he died. We've been keeping in touch." Harry was speaking very quickly, but he knew that Dumbledore would have caught every word. "Well, that is most unexpected, Harry. But why tell me now?" "Remus is with Snape," Harry replied. "Sirius and Remus still talk, sometimes, because Remus can go back to the realms of the dead. Snape has to lead Death Eaters in an attack against Little Whinging tomorrow." "Who does he have to attack?" Dumbledore's voice was sudden, harsh and insistent. Looking up, Harry saw that Dumbledore, while not angry, was approaching such a state very quickly. Dumbledore was scary when he was angry, Harry knew well. He has to attack Mrs. Fig at midday, but since she's here at Hogwarts, that won't be a problem. Then go around to the courthouse and catch me, and kill anyone else who's there, Harry replied. Tatsu stirred angrily beside him. "Arabella and I will have to come up with a reason for Severus not knowing about her coming here. As for the courthouse, we've always got wizards stationed around you. They should be enough to deal with the Death Eaters. If not, Tatsu is with us, and he'll be able to prevent you from being killed," Dumbledore said, then smiled gently at Harry. "You've done all that you could, Harry. Go and sleep now. You'll have a big day tomorrow," he added. Harry nodded and stood up. Tatsu moved to follow him. "If I could have a word, Tatsu?" Dumbledore asked, before the man could move. Harry left the office behind him, hurrying back to the Gryffindor Tower. "Hello, Harry," a voice came from behind him. Harry spun around, wand coming out, but then realized it was only Mrs. Fig. "Good boy, good reflexes," she told him with an approving nod. "What are you doing up at this hour of the night?" "Death Eaters are going to attack your house tomorrow morning," Harry replied. "I was just telling Dumbledore about it. He said that you and he would have to come up with a plan." "So we will. I'll go and talk to him now," Arabella decided. Arabella, could you tell him not to tell anyone how it was that I found out?" Harry asked. Tatsu might have asked him to do that already, but I forgot. "Well, yes, all right, I'll do that then," Arabella said, obviously wanting to know what was going on herself. "Thanks," Harry replied, and continued on his way, as Arabella went in the opposite direction. The next morning Harry awoke, feeling somewhat excited. "Morning, Ron," he greeted his friend. "Morning, Harry," Ron replied tiredly, watching in amazement as Harry dressed himself with a wave of his wand, this time not wearing his school robes, but a fairly presentably outfit of black jeans and a loose, white shirt. "I'll see you later, I have to go and find Dumbledore," Harry said, shrugging into a black jacket and lifting Grippus into his arms. "See ya," Ron muttered sleepily in reply, looking as though he'd much rather sleep than get up again. Harry smiled faintly, and headed back down into the school, searching for the headmaster. He was not hard to find. Waiting in the entrance hall were Dumbledore and Tatsu. "Come on, we have to get to the courthouse and set up," Tatsu murmured to Harry. Harry nodded his head slightly. Okay, he replied. What do we need to set up? An escape route for you, most importantly. Alistair Moody's voice came from behind him. The old Auror came forward, his wooden leg clunking softly. Why is that most important? Isn't the most important thing to keep as many people alive as possible? Harry asked. No, because you are the only one could defeat Voldemort, Moody replied sternly. If he catches you, he'll kill you, and we'll be stuck with him forever. The most important thing to anyone on our side of the magical world right now is to keep you alive so that you can, eventually, kill Voldemort. Harry could see where Moody was coming from, but didn't mean that he was happy about the decision. He didn't want anyone dying just so he could stay alive. Come on boy, don't stand around all day. Moody clunked towards the front doors, and Harry followed him with a sigh, Dumbledore and Tatsu walking with him. Outside, Moody took a coin from his pocket. Portkey, he grunted, when Harry asked what it was. Put your hand on it boy, you too, Albus, Tatsu. Harry touched the portkey, feeling somewhat resentful, because he disliked portkeys immensely. Today would be an interesting day. There we go. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.